Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2430 to Chapter 2478. A Treant? Did she suddenly become stronger? Wasn't 03 a water-type wizard? How did she become a Treant all of a sudden? Angor didn't know what happened to number 03, but something like this was definitely not normal. What abilities does she have after becoming a Treant? Can she fight against Mr. Eventide now? I don't know, Philo replied, but I think there are some sea monsters nearby. I don't know if they're attracted by 03 or the shockwaves from the battle. I don't think she's strong enough to fight against Mr. Eventide. But Mr. Eventide seems to be in a strange state right now. Philo paused for a moment before continuing. I think Mr. Eventide's mind has been bewitched. Angor and Ness exchanged a look and quickly asked for more details. Philo didn't join the battle, so he didn't know what was going on. However, he did notice a fruit growing on 03's head after she turned into a Treant. It was a fruit that was glowing red. Philo couldn't sense the aura of the fruit, but his intuition told him that it was something special. Even when he looked at the fruit from afar, Philo couldn't help but feel attracted by it. It was as if the fruit was some kind of treasure that could make anyone fall head over heels for it. It's not just me. I noticed that Mr. Eventide kept looking at the fruit as well. His expression became even more infatuated, as if he was bewitched by the fruit. As Philo spoke, he gulped nervously. Even though the fruit was incredibly alluring, Philo was far away from it, so he wasn't affected by it at all. He felt more fear than desire. As they spoke, another wave of law energy came. This time, the power of the law air wave was much greater than before. This was because the source of the energy wave was coming from the laboratory. This also proved that number 01 was the one who created the energy wave. Number 01 tried to use the energy wave to weaken Xi's larva, but it didn't seem to work. Because of the energy wave, the spirit bond went silent for a moment. So, what do you think? Ness asked Angor in a straightforward manner. What Philo said is only his personal opinion. I don't think Mr. Cantor's mind has been deceived. No matter what, Cantor was still a truthfinder wizard, and his power level was a whole level higher than 03's. Even if number 03 did something to temporarily boost his strength, it was still difficult for him to trick Cantor. Cantor might be as strong as Sunders, but he was much older than Sunders combined. Angor did not believe that Cantor would lose so easily when facing a powerful, experienced, and battle-hardened man. Lord Cantor, no matter what the situation is, it is not a good choice to be in a stalemate with 03. I suggest that we go over and take a look at the situation first. At least, we have to tell Lord Cantor about the impending arrival of the Phantom City's hunting team. Ness considered and agreed. Let's go then. Just as they were about to reach Philo's location, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from the direction of the laboratory. Both of them paused for a second and kept flying forward. That's Skiz, said Ness. Angor nodded. Skiz's cries were always accompanied by Angor's. But this time, Skiz's cries were even more miserable than before. Even from dozens of miles away, Angor could still sense the despair in the creature's voice. If Angor was not mistaken, Skiz was about to die. Once Skiz dies, number 01 will never be able to turn back. Angor remained silent for a moment. He's already on his way. He was already on his way when he decided to devour the third-class citizens of Phantom City. Ness asked, You think he made the wrong choice? Angor shook his head. He made the right choice. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. But choices are something you encounter every day in life. It's too easy to be careless. No one knows which choice you encounter in life will be an ambush set by fate, forcing you to a dead end. Ness nodded. Just like this time. If I didn't come here, my fate would have taken another turn. Speaking of choices, I remember you ran into the time thief once. Did you run into another one after that? Angor shook his head. I don't think you're doomed yet. He's still watching you. The time thief loves to steal the choices of fate. You should be careful when making a choice, no matter what it is. Angor nodded, and Ness didn't say anything else. They didn't need to worry about such things, and he believed Angor knew what to do. They flew for another 2 minutes. Skiz's cries never stopped, but they were getting more and more desperate. When Skiz's cries were reduced to nothing, Angor said, "We need to get out of here as fast as we can." Ness nodded solemnly without saying anything. They were now only 10 miles away from Wizard Philo's location. They could already sense the restlessness of the energy in the sea. Under the water, a large number of dark shadows were gathering toward them. Those are the sea monsters hiding in the fog zone. Even if they don't know how to avoid danger, they should know better than to spy on the restless energy, Ness said in a serious tone. For once, Ness spoke with a serious expression. These sea beasts are all converging toward Adept Philo. Something is clearly wrong. Maybe Wizard Philo was right. That's 03's ability after turning into a Treant. Angor also noticed that the sea monsters were gathering toward Wizard Philo. Their eyes were slightly red, and they were clearly agitated. This was definitely not normal. Let's go check it out. Angor and Ness quickly accelerated and drew an arc of light in the air. However, the arc of light was suddenly cut off. It wasn't because they were attacked. Instead, it was because the sky suddenly darkened, and a cry of despair echoed in everyone's ears. As soon as the cry appeared, it completely overshadowed the ripples of law. The sky darkened, and the sea remained silent. It was as if both the sky and the sea were mourning together. Light was falling from the direction of the laboratory. The moment the light completely fell into the sea, the silent sea instantly began to boil. It didn't just affect the laboratory, but also the entire fog zone. Even a small part of Devil's Sea was affected. It was as if the sea itself was sad and angry. Devil's Sea, near Death Ring, Summerdew Ridge. In a garden full of strange flowers and plants, a loli was quietly swinging on a white iron art frame. She suddenly stopped and looked at a middle-aged woman wearing a long black dress and a floral veil on her head. "Madam Payne, something's wrong with the sea." Madam Payne looked at the sea in the distance and didn't see anything strange. "Miss, this is normal at Devil's Sea. I feel that it's a little different from usual." The little loli suddenly smiled slyly. "Want to make a bet?" "The bet is your intestines." "Miss, the intestines of an oil beast aren't suitable for me. If I transplant the intestines of an oil beast into my body, I won't even need to eat or drink anything. I'll keep expelling oil. It's unsightly and embarrassing for you, Mississippi." The loli stared into Madam Payne's eyes. Madam Payne's expression remained the same. After a while, the loli gave up. "Fine. I'll lose if I get serious with you. Let's go back." The loli jumped down from the swing. As soon as she touched the ground, a luxurious basket caught her. "Want to bet, miss?" "Not interested." The little loli waved her hand behind Madam Payne's back. She sat on the basket and flew into the depths of the forest. Endless Sea, near Devil's Sea. A giant ray leaped out of the water. A man covered in a black robe was sitting on the back of the ray. He looked at Devil's Sea in the distance and mumbled, "It's been a long time." "When was the last time?" "When the chosen of sky and sea left." "Is it dead?" Ness asked as he sensed the sad atmosphere in the air. Angor listened carefully. He could still hear something whimpering. But he couldn't tell if it came from Skiz or not. "I don't know. But even if it's not dead, it's going to die soon." "Whatever. Let's go find Mr. Eventide first." Angor nodded and looked at the direction of his lab. Then he and Ness flew toward the coordinates Philo gave him. This time, they arrived at Philo's location without any trouble. Before they could say anything, Angor was already attracted by the scene in the distance. Waves hundreds of meters tall were crashing against the stars in the sky. The thick water vapor and the mist around them blended together and blurred their vision. Sometimes they could see clearly, but other times they were covered up. Angor arrived at the same time as the mist dissipated, which allowed him to see Cantor, who blended into the darkness, as well as the towering waves, and a person standing on top of them. She was wrapped in branches, and her skin had turned into tree bark. She even bore fruits. Still, Angor decided to call her a person for now. After all, she was a person before. Number 03. When Philo described number 03 through the spirit bond, he mentioned that the fruit on her head was so alluring that people couldn't look away from it. When Angor saw the fruit with his own eyes, he couldn't help but look at the red fruit. The attraction even made him forget why he came here in the first place. It was as if he was staring at the only light on frosted glass. That light was everything. The surrounding scene was blurred by the frosted glass and was not worth mentioning. Fortunately, the attraction didn't last long. When the mist covered the waves in the distance, Angor slowly regained his consciousness. Something's wrong with that fruit. Ness' voice came from the side. He looked at Philo. You said you can try not to look at the fruit. Can you really do it? Ness' face turned pale. The attraction was too strong. If not for the mist, he wouldn't have been able to look away. This wasn't what Philo said. Philo chuckled bitterly. I could force myself to look away. But for some reason, as time goes by, the attraction is getting stronger. As soon as the mist dissipates, all my attention will be drawn to the fruit. Ness asked, what's going on? How can the attraction get stronger? Philo was also confused. I don't know. As they spoke, the mist parted again, revealing number 03 standing on the waves in the distance. Ness hurriedly closed his eyes, and Philo also turned around. However, an inexplicable force of attraction caused them to lower their guard, and they turned to look at the fruit with mesmerized expressions. At that moment, a barrier of light suddenly enveloped Ness and Philo. That strong attractive force suddenly decreased by a lot. His intoxicated thoughts also regained his sense of self. Ness and Philo looked back and saw Angor's right eye glowing with a faint green light. It was Angor's aura. Ness and Philo both sighed in relief. They didn't know how Angor did it, but it was good enough that they could think normally again. However, Angor was frowning. The light barrier he created was none other than the green runes on his right eye. Angor knew how powerful force fields were. They could even resist the light of nightmares and the Watcher's law of distortion to a certain extent. However, something unexpected happened. The force field did reduce the attraction of the fruit, but it didn't completely block it. Angor could clearly feel that he still wanted to look at the fruit even though he was surrounded by the force field. He had to force himself to look away so that he could have a moment of peace. But if he lost focus for even a second, he would turn back to look at the fruit again. This was the first time something managed to bypass the effect of force fields. Force fields could block curses and other negative effects, but they only reduced the attraction of the fruit. Did this mean the attraction of the fruit wasn't a negative effect at all? Ness asked. What's the deal with the fruit that no 03 made? If the attraction keeps increasing, who can resist it? Philo didn't know how to answer this question. Angor looked into the distance. He wasn't looking at the fruit. Instead, he was looking at the giant waves. The color of the water over there doesn't look right, Angor suddenly spoke up. Ness followed Angor's gaze. Something is wrong. Why is it red? The water is red. Ness was stunned for a moment before he reacted. It's blood. It's the sea beast's blood. Philo chimed in, I see them. They're tearing each other apart. Their blood has dyed the water red. Even though they were quite far away, it was not difficult for sorcerers to see what was happening in the distance. It was just that their attention had been completely attracted by the red fruit, so they didn't have the mood or the ability to look down. At this moment, in the force field, they finally saw the scene under the waves. Their blood isn't just staining the water red. It's also being absorbed by number 03 and watering the fruit on her head, Angor explained as he looked into the distance. Ness and Philo didn't doubt Angor's words. They also saw the blood-red water rising to the top of the waves under the influence of some unknown force. It was absorbed by the branch under number 03's feet. As a large amount of blood was absorbed into number 03's body, the red fruit on top of her head became brighter and brighter, and its allure continued to increase. In just half a minute, the allure of the fruit had reached a whole new level. They could clearly feel the change under the protection of the force field. Can you strengthen the barrier further, Angor? Philo tried his best not to look at the fruit and asked Angor. Angor shook his head. Not yet. He had spent some time studying the green tattoo in his right eye. However, he didn't want to increase its power because he wanted to learn more about it. He believed that there was still room for improvement, but he needed to learn more about the green tattoo before he could do so. Then we need to get rid of the danger before we can control the fruit's allure. Otherwise, we'll all be in danger, Philo said in a serious tone. Angor looked up at Cantor, who was still floating in the sky. The most important thing right now was to contact Cantor. Philo replied, I tried to use a voice transmission technique to communicate with Your Excellency Eventide, but the darkness surrounding Your Excellency Eventide seems to be a manifestation of some kind of high-level magic power. It's almost as if it has a mind of its own, and it's blocking all attempts to get close. I tried as well, but the energy field is too chaotic. It's hard to get close, just like what's happening now. As they spoke, the giant wave and night once again clashed. Cantor was very aggressive. He used all kinds of methods to get close to number 03 and snatch the fruit from number 03's head. Due to his power, a large number of energy holes appeared around him. There were even signs of space collapsing. Number 03, on the other hand, relied on the attraction of the fruit and his strong control of the sea to constantly restrain Cantor. It seemed that 03's strength was indeed inferior to Cantor's, but due to various external factors, 03 was able to contend against Cantor, causing the battle to enter a stalemate. A bitter smile appeared on Philo's face as he gazed at the distant battlefield. Having an ally that was too strong was also a problem. How about this? I'll have my soul servant give it a try, Ness said. After he finished speaking, a spatial crack appeared out of thin air. This was the entrance to the exile space. A knight in bone armor walked out of the gap. After the skeletal knight appeared, it bowed to Ness. Then, without any orders, it stepped out of the field and flew into the night sky. But before it could fly out for 20 meters, its trajectory suddenly changed. It was as if it had lost its ability to sense what was going on. It flew blankly toward the distant waves. Ness's expression was extremely ugly. I can't sense its thoughts. In other words, the skeletal knight had escaped his control. Judging from the direction in which the skeletal knight was flying, it was obvious that it had also fallen under the charm of the red fruit. This situation shocked Ness greatly. He definitely wasn't controlling the skeletal knight through trust and love. Although he could have controlled it through a bond, the target's emotions would be very unstable. This was a major taboo in battle. As such, Ness always used a soul-type spell technique to control any undead he encountered, Touch of the Soul. Only when there was nothing to do would he allow the undead to gain self-awareness. For example, the undead in the Valley of Souls hadn't been implanted with Touch of the Soul. By inserting his Touch of the Soul into the target he was controlling, he would be able to completely control them without fear of them betraying him. But now, even with Touch of the Soul, the skeletal knight still couldn't be controlled. This meant that the attraction of the fruit had exceeded the limits of Touch of the Soul. Ness believed that even a top-level succubus would have a hard time suppressing Touch of the Soul. But now, the fruit's attraction had rendered Touch of the Soul useless. Ness didn't know whether the attraction was energy or not, but if it was, then it was definitely at a very high level. Without a doubt, even a top-level wizard like Knight Cantor would be affected by it. Though Ness already had his suspicions, he still couldn't believe it. He kept trying to sense the skeletal knight, trying to awaken Touch of the Soul. But still, he received no response. Step by step, the skeletal knight flew towards 03. If someone were to look at it from the front, they would see that the ghostly green flame under the bony helmet had turned into a bright red. This bright red color was exactly the same as the color of the fruit on 03's head. Even the frequency of the flame's vibration was the same as that of the fruit. The skeletal knight was completely under the influence of the fruit. It kept moving closer and closer, trying to get to the fruit and pluck it. But as it stepped into the battlefield between 03 and Cantor, the surrounding energy poured directly into the skeletal knight. Bang, with a loud noise, the skeletal knight turned into white dust. The knight's soul under the skeletal knight was also torn to pieces by the violent energy. Looking at the scene in the distance, Ness felt as if his heart was bleeding. It didn't matter if the skeletal knight's armor was broken, since it was made from the local materials anyway. But the knight's soul inside was a soul servant he always used. It was as important as Virgo and Daisy, his perverted apprentice. Now that he had to watch the death of the soul servant, Ness was naturally very sad. Even a soul servant couldn't resist the attraction of the fruit. This is unbelievable. What is that fruit? Where does its attraction come from? No one could answer Ness's question. Ness looked at Reynolds. Has 03 ever been like this before? Reynolds was also confused. He shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen 03 like this before. Reynolds had a hunch that no one else in the lab had ever seen 03 like this before. After all, if they knew about 03's strength, they would have changed her number to 01 instead of 03. Strength was everything in the lab, and 01 was the strongest person in the lab. There's no need to worry about 03 right now. What we should focus on is how to contact Mr. Eventide, Philo said. Even the soul servant, an undead creature with almost no sense of self, was attracted by the fruit. I can't think of any other way. After a moment of silence, Angor spoke again. I'll send Elmi to try. Even Mr. Eventide couldn't stop it. Can Elmi do it? Ness knew about Elmi's existence and strength. Elmi was as strong as a Truthfinder fighter, but not as strong as Mr. Eventide. We'll see, Angor said. He didn't plan to use Elmi as cannon fodder either. Elmi wouldn't be able to last long in such a chaotic battlefield. So, he decided to do an experiment first. Elmi could create several shadows, which were similar to shadow clones. Whenever a shadow was created, Elmi's strength would be weakened. The more shadows Elmi created, the more her strength would be weakened. He planned to send one of his shadow clones to test the waters first. Apart from being weaker than Elmi's true self, the shadow clones were similar to Elmi in all other aspects. If the shadow clones couldn't resist the fruit's attraction, then Elmi's true self wouldn't be able to do it either. Shadow clones are energy entities, similar to soul servants. But they don't have any desires, which is important. Will a shadow clone without any desire be attracted to the fruit? With this question in mind, the shadow clone stepped out of the gravitational field. Elmi ordered the shadow clones to fly toward Cantor. The shadow clones obeyed Angor's order at first. However, several seconds later, the shadow clones suddenly slowed down. Next, they turned their heads and looked at 03 in the distance. Their dark eyes, which couldn't be seen by the naked eye, suddenly glowed red, which seemed to be reflecting the juicy fruit in the distance. In the next second, the shadow clone gave up on its target and flew in the direction of number 03. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression fell silent. Several seconds later, the shadow clones entered the energy battlefield and stayed there for about half a minute before they exploded and disappeared. Following the explosion of the shadow doppelganger, a portion of Elmi's aura was suddenly reduced, and its strength was also greatly reduced. Judging from what happened to the shadow clones, even if Elmi's true self went there, it would still end up the same. Angor sighed and asked Elmi to return to his shadow to heal. Shadow clones without desires can't resist the fruit. Ness shook his head and looked at the others. As you can see, we can't contact Mr. Eventide. If we leave the barrier, we'll all be affected by the fruit. And more sea monsters are dying down there. Below the waves in the distance, the color of the ocean had turned pure red. 03 sucked in a large amount of blood, which made the fruit even brighter. The attraction is getting stronger. Angor's barrier won't last much longer. What should we do? Should we leave and ask for help? I don't think Mr. Eventide will die so easily. What Ness said was one way, but the situation was not limited to 03. The Skiz larvae in the lab were either dead or dying. The Phantom City's hunting team would be here at any time. Did they really have the time to call for reinforcements? They didn't know what to do next. Philo looked at the fruit in the distance. Even though he was inside the barrier, his eyes still showed a hint of fascination. He even felt the urge to go closer. Philo forcefully suppressed the urge in his heart and closed his eyes. After a long time, his heartbeat gradually calmed down, and he said in a self-deprecating voice, I thought that the night butterfly which was the most attractive to me, but now I'm starting to doubt myself. Actually, I'm starting to wonder if it's really the attraction. Even the shadow doppelganger was not immune to it. It felt very strange. Could it be another ability? Like a law? Everyone shook their heads. No one knew what was going on with the fruit. At this moment, a faint voice sounded beside them. The rules can be followed, but that fruit is different. Everyone paused for a moment and turned their heads stiffly. At some point, a white-haired old man had appeared beside them. Ness did not recognize the newcomer. His expression immediately turned wary. "Who are you?" Philo stared at the white-haired old man, his eyes flashing. Some of the dusty memories in his mind seemed to be slowly unraveling. He said hesitantly, "You're the one from yesterday." Angor was the only one who bowed respectfully. "Mr. Watcher." It was the Watcher Angor met on the first floor of the lab not long ago. Angor thought he wouldn't run into another Watcher for a while. However, a few minutes later, the Watcher showed up again. Mr. Watcher." Philo and Ness quickly greeted the visitor with respect. The inspector waved his hand indifferently. Philo and Ness didn't know what to say in the face of such a powerful being. Their expressions were a bit awkward. Angor didn't feel too nervous since he already talked with the Watcher. Seeing that Philo and Ness didn't say anything, Angor decided to ask, "Mr. Watcher, is there something wrong with the fruit's attraction?" Angor didn't ask why the Watcher was here. If the Watcher wanted to tell him, he would. However, Angor knew that the Watcher wouldn't interfere with the affairs of the southern wizardry region. Angor's appearance could easily be interpreted as interference by the world's consciousness. Angor believed that the Watcher didn't show up here for no reason. Maybe it was because of the fruit on number 03. "You're right. That's not a normal fruit." The Watcher paused for a moment. "It's a mystery fruit that's about to ripen. Or should I say, a mystery item." "Mystery item?" Angor's eyes widened. "Mr. Watcher, the fruit is out of order?" The Watcher nodded with a smile. "You know it well. But it's not completely out of order yet. It's still half out of order." Angor finally understood why the Watcher showed up all of a sudden. Normally, Watchers couldn't interfere with the world's development. There was only one situation in which they could interfere, and that was when they were performing their duties. The Watcher's job was to observe the various realms for the Order faction and search for objects that were out of order. The Watcher was one of the main reasons why the Order faction was able to find out about these objects as soon as possible and send out mystery hunters to deal with them. Now that a mystery object was on the verge of going out of order, the Watcher had the right to interfere. "So it's a mystery object." Ness and Philo nodded in realization. No wonder the attraction force was so strong that even their avatars were affected. If it was a mystery item, then it would make sense. Angor's dream whelk could even pull a rock into a dream. Something like this could only be a mystery object. "Sir, is the effect of attraction?" Angor asked curiously. The Watcher shook his head. "It just showed up, so I can't say for sure. Maybe the attraction force is its effect, but it's also possible that it's just an effect before it goes out of order. When it ripens, the effect will change again." "Ripen means it will keep absorbing the blood of the sea creatures until the fruit changes?" "That should be the case." Ness muttered, "which means we have to stop the fruit from ripening before it goes out of order." The overseer glanced at Ness and said indifferently, "If you can stop it, do so." "Sir, aren't you here to stop the fruit from ripening?" The Watcher shook his head again. "Stop it? No, I won't. It's not completely out of order yet. All I can do now is observe and evaluate it. I can only do something when it's out of order." "What if you can't do anything about it, sir?" Inspector then informed the lawful guild to hand it over to the professionals. When Bellows came to the southern wizardry region, the Watcher was the one who told the Order faction to send Bellows here to help with the task. Ness frowned slightly when he heard the Sentinel's words. In his opinion, the risk of losing Order was very high. If they could solve the problem before it happened, why should they take the risk? The Overseer's methods were too rigid. Nessie didn't say anything else, but how could the Sentinel not understand what Nessie was thinking? In order to survive in the Source world, one had to follow the rules. Even a giant like the Order faction would be restricted. Think about it, if the Order faction allowed the Sentinels to see a mysterious item and indiscriminately steal it, would the other organizations be willing to let the Sentinels stay in the general plane? Only items that were out of order, which were difficult to control and could cause huge negative effects, could be accepted by the Order Guild without crossing the bottom line of most people's hearts. Of course, other than abiding by the rules, there was another important point, which was that the research of chaos had always been a topic that the Order Guild wanted to tackle. Moreover, most of the things of disorder were quite powerful. Taking in these things of disorder could also increase the strength of the Order Guild. However, there was also the possibility of being devoured by the things of disorder. The Order Guild had been devoured by the things of disorder many times, and countless mysterious hunters had died. It was also because the Order Guild had used so many powerful extraordinary creatures that other wizard organizations reluctantly acknowledged the existence of the Watchers. It could only be said that Ness had to consider the limits of his own vision due to the difference in their perspectives. The Sentinel didn't bother to explain. To him, Nessie was no different from an ant. Who would care about an ant's opinion? The only person who could earn the Sentinel's respect was Angor. Not only because of Frost, but also because of Force Field. The Sentinel spoke in a plain tone, if you can stop them and take the unripe fruit, it's yours. I don't have to go to the Order faction for help. The Sentinel looked at Nessie. But do you have the strength to do that? Nessie frowned. He would be attracted to the fruit as soon as he stepped out, and he would probably end up like his soul servant. The Watcher glanced at Angor. You're lucky. Angor's strange field can weaken the attraction of the mystery fruit. Otherwise, you won't be as lucky as that Truthfinder wizard up there. You'll soon become the fruit's nutrients. Angor's eyes lit up. You mean the Truthfinder wizard up there isn't affected by the fruit's power, sir? He would have come back if he wasn't affected. However, his ability to control Night Veil has somewhat hidden the fruit's power and weakened its power. Of course, it's not as bad as your force field. At the same time, it also gave him a little bit of thought. But it's only enough to prevent him from turning into a walking corpse. He'll still be able to fight against the person controlling the fruit to a certain extent. But he still doesn't have a clear mind. He's only capable of fighting now, but he's only fighting for the fruit. As the fruit ripens, its effect will become stronger, and his Night Veil won't be able to cover him any longer. He'll become the fruit's nourishment in the end. In other words, Cantor had already lost his ability to think. He only had a certain amount of fighting power left. Once he lost his last shred of rationality, he would be like the soul servant and the shadow clone before him. He would approach the fruit like a zombie and be devoured by the fruit. Is there any way to save him, sir? Angor looked at the Sentinel. The Sentinel gave Angor a thoughtful look. You should know the rules of being a Sentinel. Appearing in front of you and talking to you is the limit of what I can do right now. Angor knew what the Sentinel meant. The fruit was still in a semi-chaotic state, so the Sentinel couldn't do anything about it. The only thing he could do was to talk to them and give them some suggestions. What should we do now? Philo asked through their spirit bond. Earlier, they thought that they could ask for help, since Mr. Eventide wouldn't die so easily. But after hearing the Sentinel's explanation, they realized that it wasn't a good idea to ask for help. Even if they could make it in time, they might not be able to solve the problem. Angor considered for a moment. There are only two options. We can either speed up the fruit's ripening process or stop it from ripening. Speeding up the fruit's ripening process meant that the fruit would completely turn into an object of disorder, and the Sentinel would be able to do something about it. However, there was a huge downside to this plan. No one knew if Cantor could hold on until the fruit was fully ripened. Maybe Cantor wouldn't be able to hold on until the fruit turned into an object of disorder. Besides, no one knew how powerful the object of disorder would be. Whether the Sentinel could handle it was another problem. More importantly, would the Sentinel be willing to help Cantor? The Sentinel didn't have any obligation to save people who were affected by an object of disorder. Besides, this was the first time they met the Sentinel, so why would they think that the Sentinel would save Cantor? There were too many downsides to speeding up the fruit's ripening process. Neither Ness nor Philo believed that it was a good choice. As for stopping the fruit from ripening, there were also downsides. Stopping the fruit's ripening process could delay Cantor from turning into a walking corpse to some extent. But even then, they might not be able to find a way to save Cantor. Compared to speeding up the fruit's ripening process, stopping the fruit's ripening process was much easier. Therefore, they still chose to stop the fruit's ripening process. But how to stop the fruit from ripening was another problem. Dankros, who was still sitting on Angor's shoulder, suddenly spoke up, "Someone's coming over there." The crowd looked in the direction that Dankros pointed at, and sure enough, a large group of people appeared in the boundless fog in the distance. Since they were inside Angor's force field and the Sentinel's distorted domain, the people behind them didn't notice them. The leader of the group was someone Angor knew, Shadow Wizard number 02. Behind him were a bunch of combatants with different numbers. Judging from their path, they're here for number 03, Philo said. Since they didn't see us, we don't need to worry about them. Let them scout ahead. Maybe number 02 can find a way to contact number 03, Ness said. After all, this strange situation was caused by number 03. Since number 02 and number 03 were colleagues, they might have a way to deal with this kind of situation. Philo agreed with Nessie's assessment. He fell silent and quietly watched as Nessie and the others approached. Reynolds, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. I see. Song. Philo glanced at Reynolds but didn't mind. Reynolds came from the lab, so it was normal for him to recognize the people inside. Angor and Ness, on the other hand, frowned as if they thought of something. By song, you mean X3? Reynolds nodded with obvious hesitation on his face. Gu was once his best friend and shared the same ideals as him. However, later on, Gu was brainwashed by the people in the laboratory and gradually drifted away from Reynolds. Regardless, Song was still his friend, and Reynolds hoped that Song could survive. If he wanted Song to live, he had to ask for Angor's help. However, Reynolds knew that he didn't have the right to ask Angor to save Song. If he asked, Angor might not even save Song anymore. However, Reynolds couldn't let go of the bond between him and Song, which was why he looked so hesitant. Sir, Song was my best friend. Reynolds couldn't find the words to continue. Angor didn't notice Reynolds' hesitation. He was thinking about something else. You said X3 can control sea creatures, right? Angor looked at Reynolds. Reynolds nodded with a puzzled look. Sea creatures? Sea creatures? Ness's eyes lit up as he looked up at Angor. Angor nodded. Maybe X3 can stop the fruit from ripening. Philo also realized what was going on. Well, I guess we can't let them scout ahead. It wasn't hard to deal with number 02's group. Elmi was weakened by the death of his shadow clone, but he was still able to defeat number 02. As for the others, none of them were wizards. They could fight like supernovas, but they were still apprentices. It was very easy to control them. It didn't take long for number 02 to be subdued by Elmi. As for the others, except for X3, they all fell into Angor's illusion. Under the guidance of the illusion, they slowly turned around and flew toward the open sea. This actually saved them as well, allowing them to avoid the calamity of the fruit. It wasn't that Angor was merciful. He simply didn't want them to be cannon fodder, so there was no need to send them to their deaths. They would only become nutrients for the fruit if they died, which wasn't worth it. Once number 02 was trapped, Angor asked Philo to interrogate him to see if he knew anything about number 03's fruit. As for Angor and Ness, they turned their attention to X3. X3 was a young girl wearing a long green sheepskin dress. She looked quite pretty at first glance. However, her eyes were a bit dull, as if she was an emotionless robot. Even in the face of a few magi, X3 could remain expressionless and indifferent. However, everyone here was smart enough to notice that X3's eyes were twitching from time to time. She did not dare to look Ness and Angor in the eyes. It was obvious that she was not as calm as she looked. We need you to do something for us, Ness said. X3 lowered her eyes as if she didn't hear what Ness said. Ness didn't mind. Do it, and you can leave this place alive. As for the details, Reynolds will tell you later. Ness didn't mention what would happen if they failed. He believed X3 should know. Ness stepped back and let Reynolds talk to X3. When facing Reynolds, X3 finally looked up and spoke in a firm tone, "You took that step. You are a traitor." Reynolds showed a complicated expression. "Gu, you know me better than anyone. You should know why I did it." X3 snickered but didn't say anything. Reynolds wanted to say something else, but Ness cut him off. "Reynolds, if you have something to say, you can say it when we're done here. Don't waste time. Get to the point." Reynolds nodded. He witnessed the fruit's transformation and knew what was most important right now. Besides, this was related to whether Gu could live or not, so he didn't waste time on small talk. That's the gist of it. All you need to do is control the sea creatures so that they don't swim in this direction. Reynolds briefly explained what Ga needed to do. As for why, Reynolds explained that there was something dangerous ahead, and it was using sea creatures as sacrifices to increase its strength. If they didn't stop it, it would endanger all the creatures in the mist zone. Go, I'm counting on you. X3 maintained a cold expression. After listening to Reynolds's words, she snorted coldly. Why should I believe the words of a traitor? Reynolds showed a bitter expression. Do you still think I'm a traitor? Then. I don't have anything to say. But you know me better than anyone. I don't need to lie to you. X3 sneered. As long as I can kill you all, I don't care if I endanger base. You don't understand the strength of the base. No creature can destroy the base. Even if all the sorcerer organizations in the southern region were added together, they still couldn't compare to the base. This was because the base was backed by a large organization from the origin world. Any random legendary sorcerer could topple the entire southern region. This was a qualitative difference. Wake up, number 1. X3 was still mocking Angor at first, but its words were getting more and more strange. It sounded like a fanatic worshipper devoutly believing in a god called base. It was completely illogical and without any sense of self. Now he understood why Reynolds said that everyone was brainwashed except for him. X3's behavior was a classic example of being brainwashed. It thought it still had independent thoughts, but it had already lost its sense of self. You really are a lowly frog at the bottom of a well. Your vision is only as big as the mouth of the well. Do you really think you're right when you talk about the origin world? You'll become a laughingstock even in the origin world. It was Ness who spoke. He looked at X3 with a mocking gaze. Generally speaking, the origin world was stronger than the south. However, the origin world and the south both belonged to the wizarding world. Even if they were separated by endless space and time, the essence of the world was the same. They were both places where humans originated. If one were to look at them separately, they would all be considered heresy. Moreover, there were many powerhouses in the origin world that came from the 4 sorcerer worlds. Among them, there were also powerhouses from the southern region in the origin world. Although they did not return to the southern region, if what X3 said was true, Sei would send a legendary sorcerer to overturn the southern region. When that time came, they would see if the southern region's great existences would not react. Forget about all the wizard organizations in the south. Brood Cavern alone is more than enough to destroy your base if we want to, said Ness. As for Cease legendary wizards? Do you really think Brood Cavern's 10,000-year history is fake? Even if X3 heard Ness's words, she ignored them. For a person like her, her stubborn beliefs would never be broken by a few words. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well. They would never know how vast the world outside the well was. They would only be content at the bottom of the well, thinking that the world was just a piece of sky above their heads. To change their perception, X3 had to jump out of the well herself. It was useless for others to say anything. Guh, please trust me. We can't let that dangerous creature eat more sea monsters. Reynolds was still trying to persuade X3. However, X3 was not going to listen to Reynolds. Philo, who had been interrogating 02, walked over from afar. Behind him was number 02, who was wrapped up in L's shadow and looked listless. Does number 02 know about it? Ness turned to ask. Philo shook his head. He knows nothing. Ness sighed. It seemed this was number 03's own secret. No one else knew about the fruit. It made sense. Every wizard had their own trump cards. Sunders, for example, had a mystery item as his trump card. It was just that he did not need to use it in his previous battles. What should we do with him? Kill him? X3 raised his head and looked at number 02, who was completely unable to resist. A complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. In her eyes, number 02 used to be an insurmountable mountain. But now, he looked like a pitiful wretch wrapped around by an inhuman shadow. Ness considered. He's still useful. Let's keep him. We can give him to Mr. Tree Spirit later. There was a prison under Tree Spirit Garden, where many powerful supernatural captives were kept. Some of them could be used to extract knowledge, some could be used as bargaining chips, and some could be used as free labor. Worst of all, they still had de Martin, who could be turned into puppets. Keep him trapped, Elmi. The others are hard to control. It'll be bad if he manages to open a plain passageway. Angor nodded. Elmi did not need to fight for now, so he could keep an eye on number 02. With number 02 out of the way, they looked back at X3. Reynolds was still trying to persuade X3. He even begged her, but she did not relent. Angor did not want to waste any more time. Angor didn't want to waste any more time. X3 uses soul equipment to control sea monsters? Reynolds nodded. Got it. Angor looked at X3, who was trying to avoid his gaze. One last chance. Do it yourself, or I'll force you to do it. Angor did not mention how. Angor's current appearance was Sunder's. Number X was responsible for collecting information about wizards in the south, so X3 knew who Sunders was. If Sunders wanted to control someone, he would definitely use an illusion to do so, and it would be absolutely invisible. X3 hesitated. She did not want to be controlled, but she also did not want to work for these people, even if it was just to drive away sea monsters. Angor did not want to wait any longer. He reached out a finger and gathered nightmare energy around it. If that's the case, let's. X3 sensed the strange energy coming from Angor's hand and blurted out, I'll do it myself. Angor did not reply. He still sent the nightmare energy into X3's forehead. I'll do it. Then do it. As long as you don't harbor any evil intentions, the illusion I left in your mind will not activate, Angor said in a plain tone. But if you do something you shouldn't, Angor did not continue. Instead, he controlled the nightmare energy in X3's forehead and took control of X3's body. X3 moved her limbs and cracked her neck. This is what you get for doing something you shouldn't have done. Angor's voice overlapped with X3's childish female voice. As for X3's self-consciousness, when it looked at its own body and spoke in the sea of consciousness, it felt its scalp go numb. She had never thought that someone would be able to completely control her body like this. She could only watch in her sea of consciousness, unable to move at all. Was this the power of a phantom master? Perhaps because he sensed X3's fear, Angor did not continue to control X3. Instead, he gave her back control. Reynolds has already told you what to do. As long as you do your job, I'll remove the illusion and let you leave this place alive. Is that true, mister? X3 tried to look calm, but she was still afraid of death. Who would want to die if they could live? Do I need to lie to you? Angor asked. X3 did not ask further. She knew Sunders had no reason to lie to her. Reynolds and I will go with her. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong, Philo said. I'll do my best, mister. With that, X3 followed Reynolds and Philo to the open sea. X3 could not get close to number 03, or she would be easily affected by the fruit. What she needed to do now was to drive all the sea monsters away from the open sea. Even though Philo followed X3 to the open sea, Angor still sent a scout puppet to go with him. He wanted to see if X3 was stronger than the sea monsters heading for number 03. Under Philo's guidance, X3 quickly reached the open sea. Looking down from here, one could still see the black mass of sea beasts below the surface of the sea. They were all rushing in the same direction. At a glance, there were at least 100 sea beasts in the area. Although none of them were huge, they were basically the size of an adult sea whale. Even X3, who had been controlling sea beasts all year round, had never seen such a shocking scene. This side is still small. Just now, I saw several gigantic oceanic beasts the size of islands. They were all sacrificed by that dangerous existence. Think about it. If all the sea monsters in the mist area were sacrificed, how powerful would that entity be? Reynolds spoke in a soft voice. We have to stop it. X3 glanced at Reynolds. I don't need you to remind me. I'm not going to go back on my word. With that, X3 put away her complicated emotions, closed her eyes, and began humming a song. The tune of this song was very light, with a very clear rhythm. Philo frowned. He didn't know what X3 was doing. Why was she singing at a time like this? Just as Philo was about to say something, Reynolds spoke through their spirit bond. "This is Song activating her soul equipment. That's why I named her Song." Philo nodded in understanding and didn't say anything else. After humming a short part of the song, X3's body slowly released some light dots. Philo could clearly sense that these motes of light contained the properties of consciousness energy. However, it was very difficult for consciousness energy to materialize before it could be used to construct spell models. This was the first time he had ever seen consciousness energy materialize while it was still in the form of particles. The light dots floated around X3's body, which then combined into X3's soul equipment. It was a white bone flute decorated with all kinds of colorful decorations and strange runes. The bone flute was fully formed, but it wasn't completely independent. There was a band of light attached to its handle, which connected to X3's right leg. This meant that X3's soul equipment actually came from her transplanted right leg. After the bone flute appeared, X3 brought it to its mouth and took a deep breath. A melodious tune was played just like that. This song was the one that X3 had been humming earlier. Philo was able to confirm that this song was a shepherd's song based on the cheerful sound of the flute. No wonder X3 was wearing a shepherd's dress. She looked like a shepherd boy. It was meant to be used with her shepherd's song. As the rhythmic shepherd's song drifted over the sea, the surrounding sea beasts that swarmed over suddenly quietened down. It was as if they were lambs enjoying the music. Thanks to the beautiful melody, the sea monster's red eyes also returned to normal. Seeing this, both Philo and Angor felt their spirits lifted. It seemed to be working, however, although the sea beast didn't run away without hesitation, it didn't leave either. There would be more coming in the future. If they all gathered here, X3's shepherd's song wouldn't be able to affect them all. For now, they had to keep the sea monsters as far away as possible so that they wouldn't gather too much. Just as Philo was thinking about how to break the news to X3, she had already discovered this loophole. Her flute music became even more vibrant, and at the same time, she began to dance. As she danced, she slowly flew off into the distance. As for the sea beasts below, they followed the X3's footsteps and swam rapidly into the distance. After sending away the first wave of sea monsters, new ones gathered. X3 repeated her previous actions and kept driving the sea monsters away. Every time she played a shepherd's song, she could control more than 100 sea monsters at once, from one point to another, and then to an entire area. X3's efficiency was astonishing. Of course, not all sea beasts would listen to the shepherd's song. Sea beasts that had reached the level of peak apprentice or official magi would not be attracted by the shepherd's song. These relatively powerful sea beasts were in the minority among the numerous sea beasts. Angor told X3 to ignore the monsters and let them in. He and Ness would take care of them. If there were any sea monsters that were too strong or too difficult to deal with in a short time, Angor would use nightmare illusions to control them and make them stay where they were. As long as they didn't get too close to number 03 and become its sacrifice, they would be fine. With X3 taking care of the sea monsters, the fruit above number 03's head began to slow down. In the next few minutes, the fruit's attraction didn't increase again. Angor's force field weakened the effect of the fruit's attraction. This meant their plan was halfway to success. They managed to slow down the fruit's growth. But this wasn't the end. They needed to think about how to save Cantor. They had two choices. One was to take the fruit directly, and the other was to wake Cantor up. While everyone was thinking, the Watcher also watched them quietly. He saw Angor's actions and knew that he had succeeded in stopping the fruit from ripening. However, the most important problem was still unsolved. He wanted to see what Angor's group would choose. Is there a way to stabilize the space ripples around Mr. Cantor? It was Angor who spoke. He looked up at the sky, where the darkness of the night was. Cantor's figure was nowhere to be seen. The only thing he could see was the darkness of the night, which looked like a surging tide. The darkness seemed to have merged with the sky, but it wasn't the real darkness. It was Cantor's ability. Such a massive darkness represented an unimaginable amount of mana, which meant the sky above had become a place of chaos. To get close to Cantor, Angor would have to go through the darkness and resist the attraction of the fruit. However, if he could suppress the space ripples, he might be able to open an illusion gate and pull Cantor to him. Stabilizing a space ripple from a distance is difficult, Ness said. But it's not like there's nothing we can do, Ness said after a moment of consideration. Angor looked at Ness and waited for an explanation. Find a space manipulator. They should be able to do it. Ness had never seen a space manipulator stabilizing a space ripple from a distance, but he had seen a space manipulator's time bomb, which was a spell used to set up a space trap from afar. If they could set up a space trap from afar, they should be able to do the same from afar. Of course, it doesn't have to be a space manipulator. If they have learned the sequence of space, they should be able to control space from a certain distance. As far as Angor knew, there were even fewer space manipulators who could learn the sequence of space than space manipulators. Is there any other way? Find a truthfinder sorcerer who knows a thing or two about spatial mezzanines, Ness said. In essence, the truthfinder wizard would have to approach Cantor's coordinates in the real world from another space ripple. Once the ripple overlapped with the coordinates of the real world, the truthfinder wizard would be able to affect the real world to a certain extent. It was impossible to forcefully interfere with the real world through an entire space ripple. Therefore, if they wanted to stabilize the space ripples, they would have to resort to a more metaphysical method. Compared to the first method, this method was more demanding. Opening a space mezzanine required the materials of a plane passageway, which was very expensive. Even if he could open the interlayer, he still needed to be a truthfinder wizard. The so-called true knowledge meant that one had their own path and would not be swayed by complicated information. This allowed truthfinder wizards to remain focused in the endless void and not lose their sense of self. On top of that, the truthfinder wizard would also have to understand the interlayer of space and know how to set up a stable space, which was even more restrictive. Only truthfinder wizards with rich experience and a deep foundation could achieve such a feat. A new truthfinder wizard like Sumesh couldn't do anything about it. Sumesh was also a poor man. He probably didn't use the plane passageway many times. If he wanted to know more about space mezzanines, he'd have to use the plane passageway hundreds or thousands of times. Ness said, there are definitely many ways, but these are the only two that I can think of. As Ness spoke, Philo's voice transmitted through their spirit bond. Are the fruits becoming more attractive? Philo asked. No. With the help of his force field, Angor could quickly tell what was going on. No? Philo muttered. That's strange. Ness asked, did something happen on your side? We noticed that the sea monsters are being attracted to a wider area. The sea beasts outside the Arc of Reefs were basically unaffected by the fruit. But now, even the sea beasts outside the Arc of Reefs are already moving in the direction of the fruit. This meant that the fruits were attracting more sea monsters. Maybe the fruits have a mind of their own? Maybe they noticed that the fruits are ripening slower, so they're trying to attract more sea monsters? Philo guessed. Whatever it is, you need to think of a solution as soon as possible. If you can't, ask for help while you can. With that, Philo and X3 began to chase the sea monsters away. Angor and Ness looked at each other with grim expressions. This wasn't a good sign. If the sea monsters were attracted to a wider area, X3 would have to chase them away more often. It might not be a problem now, but when the range expanded to a certain extent, X3 probably would not be able to take care of it completely. And there was one more thing to consider, which was X3's limit. Using her ability would definitely consume some of her energy, so it was very likely that before the range expanded to its limit, X3 herself would not be able to hold on. After a moment of silence, Angor looked at Inspector Watcher, who had been watching them with cold eyes. Sir, does the fruit have a mind of its own? It's attracting more sea monsters? Inspector Watcher asked. Angor nodded. I don't know if the fruit has a mind of its own. But I'm sure the host of the fruit has a mind of its own. Inspector Watcher was referring to 03. If 03 really was helping the fruit to ripen, then it might have noticed something and actively increased the attraction. We don't have much time, and we don't know what's going on yet. We can't wake Mr. Eventide up on our own. Let's do what Philo said and ask for help. Also, the two methods I mentioned can only be done by outside help. Angor agreed. X3 was still holding on, so they still had a chance to ask for help. But if they kept waiting, they might not have the time to do so. Angor focused his mind on the Tree of Authority and opened his eyes several seconds later. I need to maintain the gravitational field. You go. Oh, my professor is online. You can contact him. Ness nodded quickly. He took out a monocle from his pocket and put it on. Then, he took out a flying carpet and lay down on it. Soon, he fell asleep. On the other side, the overseer who had witnessed this scene only felt that his head was full of question marks. What the hell was going on? Wasn't he supposed to ask for help? Why did he suddenly fall asleep? And why did Angor look so confident? Was this some kind of farce? Inspector Watcher had been focusing most of his attention on the fruit in the distance, but he still paid some attention to Angor and Ness. The overseer heard their conversation clearly. When Angor asked if he could stabilize the space in the distance, Inspector Watcher already knew what Angor was trying to do. Angor's idea was correct, but Ness' method of stabilizing space was a bit off. It wasn't that Ness' suggestion was wrong. It was just that they didn't fit the current situation. A space manipulator? A sequence of space? Who has it? Do you have it, a truth-finder wizard who knows about space interlayers and spatial rituals? Do you have all these prerequisites? Is there someone like that around here? Can you find them? Since neither of these methods was suitable for the current situation, Inspector Watcher shook his head. As Inspector Watcher, he had a solution that could satisfy both Angor and Ness' needs. However, he couldn't say it out loud because it was against the rules of Inspector Watchers. But at least he could give them some hints. For Frost's sake, Inspector Watcher already thought about how he should do it. Whenever Angor asked, Inspector Watcher would reject him directly and use some words, gestures, and expressions to tell Angor to figure it out himself. But Angor didn't ask for help at all. What was even more ridiculous was that Angor and Ness simply discussed their plan, and then Ness went to ask for help. As for how? Sleep. If Inspector Watcher didn't know about dream manipulators in the Southern Wizarding region, he would have thought that the Southern Wizarding region had developed a dream method. There was no such spell in the Southern Wizarding region. Nor did dream manipulators in the Origin world develop long-distance dream manipulation spells. Therefore, the scene in front of him was very strange in the eyes of the overseer. It was completely an absurd and unruly humorous drama. Still, Inspector Watcher was still confused. Angor and Ness didn't have to act in front of him. They didn't have the guts to do so. So what was the point of acting like this? Could it be that they could really get outside help? Nessie suddenly woke up as the overseer's mind was filled with thoughts. He took off his monocle and nodded at the Watcher who was observing him. I've informed them. What did he say? Ness said unhappily, what can I say? I'm using your name, so he won't refuse. But it's an emergency, so I didn't have time to tell him the details. He thought we were in danger and asked me to pay for the materials used in the plane passageway. That won't do. You have to explain it to him when he comes. Mr. Eventide is the leader of Lilith Clan, and Lilith Clan is an ally of Phantom Island. It has nothing to do with me. I'm free now, and I can leave whenever I want. It has nothing to do with me. Ness quickly explained, and he didn't want to take any responsibility at all. However, from a slightly selfish point of view, what he said was actually not wrong. However, Ness didn't do what he said. He didn't leave Cantor behind, which meant Angor didn't believe him. Seeing this, Angor nodded. I'll explain it to the professor. Ness' eyes lit up. Oh, and Mr. Eventide, I saved him. I've saved him, so shouldn't he also? If Mr. Cantor didn't come here, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Think carefully before you say anything. Don't forget that I still have the information you want. Ness was taken aback and hurriedly retracted his words. What you said makes a lot of sense. Let's do it according to the contract. Angor ignored Ness and began to stabilize the space around them. Since he had Sunder's blood on him, Sunder's blood would still be able to locate him. The space ripples around them were strong, so Angor needed to stabilize them first. Otherwise, the exit of the plane passageway would be destroyed. The Watcher grew even more confused as he waited for Angor to stabilize the space ripples. The conversation between Angor and Ness couldn't be faked. In other words, Angor really trusted Ness, and he already called his professor here. But, was it real, and if so, how did Ness do it? The Watcher had so many questions in his mind. He wanted to ask them, but if what Angor and Ness said was true, his ignorance would be exposed. While Inspector Watcher was pondering, Angor had already stabilized the space ripples around them. Now that Ness was talking to Philo through their spirit bond, Angor decided to join Inspector Watcher. "Mr. Inspector, I sensed a sadness in the air above the mist zone. Is Skiz larva dead?" Inspector Watcher gave Angor a thoughtful look. "Some people thought it was dead. But as a chosen of sky and sea, it won't die so easily." "You mean it's not dead?" Inspector Watcher continued, "But it's not far from death. There's no way to save it. Unless its bloodline ancestor or the Lord of Phantom City comes, there's still hope." "So you're saying it's not the same Skiz larva that came to Phantom City this time?" "You sure know how to draw inferences." Inspector Watcher didn't answer directly. Angor didn't need to know about Baroy's arrival. "Sir, did the shadow come to the lab to steal number 01's bottle?" Angor chuckled when he saw that the Watcher did not refuse his request. "Bottle?" Inspector Watcher frowned. "Wasn't the shadow there to locate the coordinates and attract the lab's attention? What's the bottle?" He considered for a moment and decided to use the law of distortion to check what Angor had done in the lab. Angor took out the geometric lock from his bracelet. "Mr. Inspector Watcher, this is the bottle." Inspector Watcher took a look at the lock and began to distort the laws in his eyes. The image of Angor retrieving the bottle appeared in his mind. The sentinel shook his head. "The shadow of the mist isn't here for it. Everything it did in the lab was because it discovered that the people in the lab were going to hunt the Skiz larvae. It wanted to attract the people in the lab back, so it destroyed everything." "I see," Angor said. "Then why did it choose this bottle over everything else?" "Because this bottle contains the crystal shell that Skiz shed." Angor had a hunch that the crystal in the bottle might belong to Skiz, and the Watcher confirmed it. But the Watcher used the word molt, which was quite interesting. "Skiz can molt?" "Of course. Once a better shell is found, it will be replaced." Seeing Angor's puzzled look, the Watcher considered and explained. The purple-black crystal covering Skiz's body was actually an exoskeleton shell that Skiz created by digesting some supernatural material. It could be used as a medium to release energy from Skiz's body, as well as provide some defensive capabilities. Of course, the exoskeleton was not static. When Skiz digested supernatural materials that were more suitable for it, it would create a new one. Generally speaking, the new exoskeleton was better than the old one. In a way, it could be considered an evolution. Angor had a better idea after listening to the Watcher's explanation. To put it bluntly, the bottle contained a supernatural organ. Judging from the shape of the organ, it was probably a soul armament. Angor wasn't sure if it was really Skiz's organ because Skiz's larva was still alive. There was no way someone could remove an organ from it. So Skiz could molt, shed its old exoskeleton, and create a new one. It made sense now. Since number 01 found Skiz's nest, it must have gone there several times to steal the exoskeleton shell and used it as a soul armament experiment. There were 2 bottles in the box hidden in the room, which meant number 01 also created 2 exoskeleton organs. The other one might already be used by number 01. It was a pity, but it was good enough to get one. Besides, Skiz's exoskeleton shell was an exoskeleton. If it worked out well, Angor could transplant it too. Angor didn't like any of the organs he found in Ness's place. He didn't plan to transplant any of them, but he got a big surprise in the end. But at the same time, he was also worried. "Sir, will the Phantom City find me if I try to use the shell?" "Don't worry as long as you don't run into that diamond citizen. But if you meet it and it still wants to make a fuss about it, the consequences will be unpredictable." The so-called diamond citizen mentioned by the warden was the Skiz that was personally picked up by Gruz Howard from the Devil Sea. It was also the bloodline ancestor of this young Skiz. He wasn't planning to go to Phantom City anyway. Moreover, because of Toby's existence, he couldn't wait to walk around Phantom City, so how could he take the initiative to approach it? Of course, if you have a certain status in the source world, even if you meet that diamond citizen, he won't do anything to you. You didn't do anything to the baby Skiz. It's just an unimportant shell. The Watcher gave Angor a meaningful look. Angor sensed that the Watcher was trying to imply something, but he didn't know what it meant, so he decided not to think about it. Now that Aquarius was out of the question, Angor felt relieved. He sensed the space ripples around him and confirmed that Sunders was not here yet. While waiting, he glanced at Reynolds, who was standing not far away. He suddenly thought of a question. This was also the question that he was most curious about and puzzled about during this period of time. "Sir, is there such a thing as luck talent in this world?" Angor asked. The Watcher glanced at Reynolds. "You want to know about him?" Angor nodded in confusion. "I've never heard of such a thing. But his situation is quite strange." The Watcher didn't know the exact reason for Reynolds' luck, but he had a hunch. However, this hunch involved certain knowledge. It wasn't a secret in the source world, but it was still knowledge. It wouldn't change its nature just because it was widely spread. In the wizarding world, knowledge was the most valuable thing. The Watcher didn't continue because he was hesitating whether he should tell Angor everything. While the Watcher was thinking, Angor suddenly looked at a certain direction. The Watcher was startled and followed Angor's gaze. About 100 meters away from them, a series of space ripples suddenly appeared. The ripples were shaking the stable space around them, creating numerous cracks that looked like spider webs. "This is a plane passageway." The Watcher was confused. Angor and Ness exchanged a glance. Ness nodded to Angor. "Your professor is here, I think." Pausing for a moment, Ness couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "He came really quickly. I went to ask Mr. Eventide for help, and he waited for a long time." Angor ignored Ness' comment and carefully observed the space ripples in the distance. There were only signs of a plane passageway, but he wasn't sure if it was Sunders or not. If it wasn't Sunders who came, he had to be prepared. While Angor remained vigilant, the Watcher already saw the newcomer through the distorted law. He had been the Watcher of the southern wizarding region for nearly 1,000 years, and he often paid attention to the local wizards when he had nothing better to do. Because of the incident at the Evernight Kingdom, the Watcher had been secretly observing Sunders for a while. Therefore, the Watcher was certain that the newcomer was Angor's teacher, also known as Phantom Master. The Watcher was a little surprised when he saw Sunders. He thought Ness and Angor were just putting on a farce in front of him, and it was impossible for them to contact other people through dreams. But the truth surprised him. Sunders really came. How did they contact each other? Was it really a dream? The southern wizarding region, which had not produced a legendary wizard for many years, and which people in the origin world said was about to become a salvation house, actually gave birth to a genius spell creator. A long-distance dream summoner? Dream summoning wasn't difficult, but long-distance dream summoning was terrifying. It meant that someone could locate someone's coordinates in the dream realm. Just like Khazadar world, the dream realm was a special world. A special world meant infinite possibilities. Khazadar world already had spirit realm walkers uncovering its secrets, but the dream realm was different. No dream manipulator had explored this place thoroughly. Maybe there were, but the Watcher had never heard of it. What did it mean to be able to locate the coordinates of such a widely recognized special world? The Overseer knew all too well. Was the long-distance dream real? Was there really such a talented spell creator? As the Watcher's expression changed rapidly, a space fissure in the distance slowly opened up. Sunders, wearing a traditional black gentleman's suit, stepped out from the fissure. As soon as Sunders appeared, he felt something was wrong before he even checked his surroundings. For example, a strange attractive force in the distance made him want to look in that direction. But the attractive force was only secondary. What surprised him the most was that Angor actually activated the force field of his right eye, and that white-haired old man. When Ness contacted Sunders through the trees, he didn't explain this situation in detail because it was too urgent. So, he didn't know about the white-haired old man's existence at all. Now that he saw the white-haired old man, Sunders immediately felt something strange. The white-haired old man gave off a sense of alienation from everything around him, as if he was in a distorted realm. The one standing in front of them now was just an illusion. But even if it was just an illusion, it still had such a terrifying aura. Even Sunders couldn't look at it directly. He had to look away after glancing at the old man. However, Sunders noticed that Ness didn't seem to be affected by the old man's aura. Sunders was not stupid. If even Angor could see something strange, how could he not know? He immediately sensed that the white-haired old man was not doing anything, but the deeper one's understanding of the laws of this world, the greater the influence the white-haired old man had on them. Ness was obviously a law newbie. He didn't feel anything strange because of the old man's appearance. But Sunders was different. The world he saw was closer to the laws, and it was more real. So, he felt the greatest pressure facing the old man, except for Cantor, who was in the sky. Sunders didn't even dare to approach the old man. Angor saw that Sunders didn't move, and he already knew what was going on. He approached Sunders. As the old man's aura covered the area, the pressure on Sunders decreased significantly. Finally, Sunders recovered from his tense state. He glanced at Angor, and Angor immediately understood what he meant. "Professor, this is Mr. Watcher." Angor purposely emphasized the word Watcher. Sunders heard about Quolo's chronicles from Angor before, so he knew who this old man was. A legendary wizard. Why would such a legendary wizard appear here? And if he wasn't mistaken, Angor was standing right beside him. What the hell was Angor doing? Why did he have something to do with a legendary wizard, and didn't Ness say something happened to Angor? Wasn't he fine now, so Ness didn't mean something bad happened to Angor's body? Did Angor do something again? Did he need Sunders' help to clean up the mess? If that was the case, Sunders suddenly felt the urge to curse out loud. Angor couldn't even handle the tidal domain, and now he's going to cause trouble again. Sunders suddenly regretted telling Mr. Rain about this. He should have asked Mr. Rain to come with him. If he came alone, could he really handle it? Sunders forced himself to calm down. He gave Angor a cold glare and bowed to the Watcher. The Watcher waved a hand. He didn't care about etiquette, but he was curious about how Sunders informed Sunders about this. The Watcher considered for a moment and looked at Angor. "So you really did call for help. And they came faster than I expected." The Watcher seemed to be telling the truth, but everyone knew what he was trying to say. Sunders and Ness both looked at Angor. "Sunders, the Watcher doesn't know about the Dream Wasteland. Ness, what are you going to do now?" Angor nodded to the two old men without saying anything. In fact, he had already expected this to happen when he had asked Ness to seek outside help. If the Watcher didn't mention it, it meant that the Watcher didn't think it was a big deal, and Angor didn't need to explain. But now that the Watcher mentioned it, Sunders already wanted to find out more about it. Angor didn't know if the Watcher was serious about it or just casually mentioned it, but he didn't plan to hide it. The construction of the new city was coming to an end, and the tea party was coming soon. Many apprentices from Brute Cavern had already entered the Dream Wasteland. Now that they had reached this point, it would not be long before the Dream Wilderness would enter the eyes of the transcendent public. If Mr. Rain didn't suppress the news and seal off the mirror world, people might already know about it. After all, Brood Cavern had plenty of spies from other organizations. But there was no doubt that the Dream Wasteland was going to be opened. Besides, it wouldn't be too far away. Since the Dream Wasteland was going to be opened soon, the Watcher would know about it. Angor didn't really mind exposing the Dream Wasteland in advance. Besides, he already had the core authority of the Dream Wasteland under his control. He didn't need to worry about it being taken away. Because of this, Angor didn't try to hide it. As Angor pondered, the Watcher slowly shifted his gaze from Ness to Angor. At first, the Watcher thought Ness was the one in charge since he was the one who contacted Sunders. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Sunders and Ness were both looking at Angor at the same time, which was quite strange. Angor seemed to be the focus of the Dream Wasteland spell. Angor didn't say anything for a long time. The Watcher began to wonder if Angor still wanted to find out more about the Dream Wasteland. From the point of view of the Sentinel's rules and their own dignity, the Sentinel did not want to make things difficult for a young magus. However, considering the uniqueness of the Dream Wasteland, he also wanted to find out more about it. Maybe he should pretend not to ask first, then secretly observe later and find out himself? The Watcher thought it was a good idea. He didn't need to break the rules, nor did he need to make up for it. Before the Watcher could make up his mind, Angor suddenly spoke up. "Professor, you came so fast because of the Mother Tree Network and the Dream Wasteland." Dream Wasteland? Mother Tree Network? The Watcher was puzzled. What the hell was that? It didn't sound like it had anything to do with the Dream Wasteland spell. It's a bit complicated to explain, and we don't have enough time. Angor took out a monocle from his pocket and handed it to the Watcher. "If you have time, Mr. Watcher, please take a look at the dream wasteland." And the Watcher looked at Angor's hand and the shiny monocle in it and fell into silence. As a legendary wizard, he could tell that Angor was being sincere. The monocle was similar to the one Nesh used before he went into hibernation. Angor wasn't lying to him. The seemingly ordinary monocle could help him discover the truth about the dream wasteland and the Mother Tree network. However, he was still hesitant to accept the monocle. As a sentinel, when he arrived at the southern region, he followed the rules of the Guild of Order and swore to the southern region, unless there was a disturbance, he would not interfere with any matters of the southern region. This meant that even if he tried to establish contact with the wizards of the southern wizarding region, he would not be allowed to do so. Of course, the rules of the oath were not that strict. After all, Watchers were only sent to different worlds to complete missions. They were not exiled prisoners. As a Watcher, he had to have a certain amount of space. Otherwise, he would not even be able to go shopping in floating Mech City. In order to make use of the loop space deliberately left behind in the oath, generally speaking, there were two principles. First, he had to find a legitimate reason to intervene in the affairs of the southern wizarding region. This was the reason why the Watcher met Philo and Angor in Angor's lab. Second, he had to make up for the loss by making up for it. Most wizards in both the southern wizarding region and the origin world agreed on the principle of equivalent exchange. They had to pay for what they gained. This principle was actually written into the Oath of the Order Guild. Overseers could interfere with the world they were observing, but they had to make up for it. Moreover, this exchange was double the value of the overseer. They had to pay double to make up for what they gained. For example, if a Watcher intervened in the affairs of the southern wizarding region, he would have to make up for the loss by making up for the loss to the world's consciousness. As for how to repay the world's consciousness? Usually, he would contact the supreme cult and do something to expel the alien gods. Of course, Watchers would not interfere in the affairs of the southern wizarding region. If they did, they would not make up for the loss by making up for it. Instead, they would use the path of free will. For example, when there was no clear direction, the supreme cult would benefit from the world's consciousness. If he had a clear direction, such as now, he would point to Angor. If he accepted Angor's gift, he would have to compensate Angor with double the compensation. That was the only way to follow the rules. Because of this, the Watcher hesitated to accept the monocle from Angor. Accepting the monocle was equivalent to accepting the truth of the long-distance dream. This kind of truth, even if one didn't have too much knowledge, was still very valuable. Perhaps he would have to compensate Angor greatly to make up for the trade. The inspector was unable to determine the value of this exchange, so he did not dare to act rashly. Actually, he was a little regretful now. If he had known, he would not have asked. He would have observed in secret and tried to figure it out himself. Even if he had really violated the oath, he could have used his free will to find a legitimate reason to justify himself. But now, when Angor showed him the truth with a sincere attitude, he felt like he was being suppressed instead. The overseer felt bitter in his heart, but he had no way to express it. He couldn't tell Angor that he took back his question, could he? After a moment of silence, the overseer said softly, "If you think the answer is very important, you don't have to answer or explain it to me." Angor considered. "It's not important. You know Mr. Frost, so you should know that I'm an alchemist. The truth is simple. It's just a small toy I made." Was it some kind of toy that he had refined? If that was the case, then he could afford to pay the price. The inspector carefully observed the monocle, trying to pry into the truth through the monocle's nature. However, the monocle contained a trace of nightmare aura and nightmare energy. It was faint, but the inspector couldn't tell what it was. But in the eyes of the inspector, this monocle was indeed not a powerful thing. "Fine, I'll take it. I don't think I'll pay too much, right?" With that in mind, the inspector reached out and took the monocle from Angor's hand. "The dream wasteland, right? I'll take a look when I have time." The inspector didn't use the monocle right away. Instead, he put it into a distorted space. He needed to deal with his current problem first before looking into the monocle. As for the compensatory exchange with Angor, he would have to visit the dream wasteland first before making a decision. He wasn't going to leave the southern wizarding region for the time being, so he could find Angor and compensate him whenever he wanted. Angor sighed in relief when he saw the Watcher put away the device and did not ask any questions right away. If he really wanted to explain, it would take too much time, and there wasn't enough time now. Angor looked at Sunders again. After greeting the Watcher, Sunders stood a little further away and observed the surroundings. He saw the attractive fruit in the distance, as well as the night sky above. Angor walked to Sunders and quickly explained what happened. He skipped the important parts and went straight to the point. Not you, but Cantor? Is that fruit an object of disorder that can help you evolve? Angor nodded and pointed at Cantor's figure in the darkness. I've discussed with Ness, and we think there are 2 ways to help Mr. Cantor. Sunders considered. I don't know the sequence of space, and I can't find a space wizard in a short time. So the first option is out of the question. The second option is to interfere with reality in an interlayer space. That's worth a try. Sunders also wondered if there were any other ways to help Cantor. Yes, there was. However, when it came to practicality, it was clear that Ness's idea of interfering with reality in the interlayer space was more suitable for him. Do you know how to manipulate space, Professor? Angor asked. Of course, Sunders knew how to manipulate reality in an interlayer space. However, to use the second option, Sunders needed to know how to stabilize the space where Cantor was. Yes, Sunders nodded and gave a simple but firm answer. Then we can try it now. As long as you can stabilize the space where Mr. Cantor is, I'll open an illusion gate and pull Mr. Cantor back. Sunders understood the urgency of the situation, so he nodded at once. But before that, he looked at Ness and said, by the way, I'll ask you for the materials needed to open the space crack and set up the space instrument. Make sure you have them ready. Ness was surprised. When Sunders entered the space crack, he snapped out of his daze and stomped his foot. I'm the one paying for it. It's none of my business. However, Sunders had already entered the space crack and couldn't hear him. Ness quickly looked at Angor. You tell me, Angor. Is he out of his mind? Why is he asking me for reimbursement? Angor didn't pay attention to Ness. He was busy monitoring the space ripples and preparing to open an illusion gate. Several minutes later, he finally saw something strange in the sky. Projections of objects appeared around Cantor. They were the materials needed to set up the space instrument. Through the space crack, Sunders projected the materials he used to set up the ritual into the real world. The ritual materials surrounded Cantor in a very ritualistic manner. Cantor didn't react much. Perhaps he could sense that the objects around him didn't intend to harm him. As soon as everything was set up, Angor sensed that the darkness around Cantor's location had calmed down. The space ripples had never been so stable before. The ritual was a success. Without hesitation, Angor opened the illusion gate and positioned it in the air. The illusion gate didn't show any signs of breaking, which meant the space around it was stable. Angor couldn't wait any longer and pushed the door open. Angor opened the door and saw Cantor standing not far from him. Cantor's expression was clearly ferocious. His eyes were faintly red as he stared at the ripening fruits on the waves below. From Cantor's expression, it could be seen that he was indeed affected by the fruit and was unable to extricate himself. But the Watcher was right. Cantor still had a shred of sanity left. Otherwise, Cantor wouldn't have stayed still when the illusion gate appeared. That shred of sanity told Cantor that the illusion gate wasn't an enemy. Next, Angor needed to pull Cantor into the illusion gate. Since Cantor was much stronger than Angor, he couldn't force him. Angor's only option was to let Cantor's sanity get the better of him so that he wouldn't resist too much. As for the solution, it was simple. Through the gate of illusion, Angor slowly covered Cantor's body with his green domain. When Cantor was absorbed by the domain, the redness in his eyes faded a little, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Now! Angor yelled and quickly created 3 hands of spell in the air. Ness also realized what Angor was doing and created a white bone chain. The hand of spell and the bone chain entered the illusion gate at the same time. The hand grabbed Cantor's arm while the bone chain wrapped around his waist. The most crucial moment had arrived. Would Cantor resist? Cantor slowly turned around. He didn't look like he was going to fight back. Angor and Ness were glad to see this. Without hesitation, they pulled Cantor out of the illusion gate and brought him back to them. He let out a sigh of relief when he was done. He looked at Cantor and saw that the man was still in a daze. The redness in his eyes was still there, which meant he was still affected by the fruit. However, with the help of the field and the fact that Cantor was out of the fruit's range, Angor believed that it wouldn't take long for Cantor to recover. As Angor breathed a sigh of relief, Sunders also came out of the space crack. Angor exchanged a look with Sunders to tell him the good news. Ness, on the other hand, was about to ask Sunders about his expenses. However, Sunders ignored him and went straight to Cantor's side. As a close friend for many years, Sunders cared about Cantor's condition. Under Sunders' treatment, Cantor's eyes slowly regained their clarity. Soon, the redness in his eyes faded away. "I'm fine now. Thanks a lot." Cantor didn't ask why Sunders suddenly appeared. He didn't have time to think about such details. After coming back from the illusion gate, the curtain of darkness above him had already lost control and was about to backfire. Cantor closed his eyes and adjusted the flow of the spell to avoid a backlash. Even so, Cantor's condition was much worse than before. The main reason was that he had used up too much of his mental strength to resist the attraction of the fruit. Cantor opened his eyes and was about to say something when Sunders interrupted him. However, at this moment, Ness suddenly said, "Number 03 is coming." Everyone looked over. Sure enough, in the mist in the distance, huge waves were rolling over. Number 03 was standing on one of the huge waves. Before this, Number 03 and Cantor were in a stalemate, which was why they didn't move at all. Now that Cantor was free, Number 03 was free as well. "Let's get out of here. Number 03 isn't hard to deal with, but that fruit is too creepy. Don't go near it," Cantor said. When he mentioned the fruit, there was a hint of fear in his voice. This was something Angor had never seen before. It was enough to show how much Cantor was shaken by the fruit. Both Angor and Ness agreed with Cantor. Sunders was new here, so he did not know much about the fruit. However, he was interested in it. However, Sunders wasn't a reckless man. His old friend must have his own reasons for fearing the fruit. Sunders didn't refuse. "I'll contact Philo and tell him to stop controlling the sea monsters with X3, Ness said. "We'll leave as well." After 03 regained her freedom of movement, she was no longer restricted by the area she was in. She could move around freely and use the attractive force of the fruit to break the X3's control over the sea beasts. Now, X3's ability was useless. As for the fruit's disorder caused by the sea monsters, they wouldn't have cared about it before. But with the Watchers here, they didn't have to worry about the consequences. Everyone prepared to leave this turbulent surging area. But before they could get far, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. The sky suddenly changed color. The misty sky was now covered by a curtain of darkness. At the same time, the mist around them began to fade away at a visible speed. Their visibility increased from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters, and even dozens of nautical miles. As the fog dissipated, the stars in the night sky became even more dazzling, densely covering the sky. At a glance, it was as if they had returned to a clear summer night. "Mr. Eventide, you're manipulating the curtain of darkness again?" Ness looked at the sky in confusion. "I'm right next to you. Can't you tell whether I'm using a spell or not?" If Cantor didn't change the curtain of darkness, then what was going on? Even the mist, which had been accumulating for a long time, disappeared in an instant. Who could do that? Could it be that Skiz larva died? The sky and the sea were mourning for it. Angor looked at the Watcher. "Sir, what's going on?" The Watcher didn't look at Angor. Instead, he stared at the curtain of darkness for a long time. "It's here." "It's here?" Cantor and Sunders were surprised. "Who's here? Phantom City?" Angor hesitated. The Watcher nodded. "A second-class citizen." The Watcher didn't mention the name. Unlike Baroi, who didn't have a powerful ancestor, Angor didn't want to know too much about Phantom City. Second-class citizen, Angor thought it was only one level higher than the Shadow. But judging from the Watcher's serious expression, it didn't seem to be weak. As Angor pondered, a vertical fissure suddenly appeared in the clear night sky. It didn't look like it was caused by a spell. Instead, it looked like it was torn apart by someone from the outside. As soon as the thought popped into his mind, he saw a pink tentacle reaching out from the crack. As soon as the pink tentacle appeared, it released a powerful aura that covered half of the fog zone. No one was able to move. Even Sunders and Cantor sensed great danger when they were outside the range of the force field. Was this an unconscious aura? Or was it created on purpose? Sunders didn't know. If it was the latter, the intruder would at least be as strong as Mr. Monchi or Mr. Rain. But if it was the former, then it was impossible to estimate. Perhaps it was above the legendary level. Soon, a second pink tentacle reached out from the fissure. The two shiny pink tentacles looked soft and ostentatious, but soon, everyone who witnessed this scene had their impressions overturned. The pink tentacles, which looked extremely soft, tore open the vertical spatial crack with brute force. This terrifying scene shocked everyone's hearts. Even Sunders couldn't do something like this. He had to be careful when dealing with space rifts so that he wouldn't get sucked into them and turn into dust. However, the owner of the pink tentacle in midair had actually extended the tentacle into the crack and even tore it apart. What a terrifying power! Is that a legendary? Ness was shocked. After a moment of silence, the Watcher spoke again. In some aspects, including combat power, it is comparable to a legendary creature. However, it hasn't reached that stage yet. The reason why it can tear through space is because of its characteristics. Characteristic? Is it a spatial characteristic? Sentinel, you could say that. Everyone came to a realization. However, even if the other party was able to tear a spatial crack with his bare hands due to the special characteristics of space, it was still very terrifying. Furthermore, the warden had personally admitted that the newcomer's combat strength was comparable to that of a legend. This meant that everyone present, except for the warden, was no match for the newcomer. Is the Phantom City really that scary? Any one of them would be able to destroy the world. The overseer snorted and did not reply. Destroy the world? Only an inexperienced wizard would say something like that. If one wanted to wipe out the world, how could it be that simple? This was a confrontation against a universal will, and not many people could withstand it. But if it was to destroy a primitive civilization in a newborn world, there was a chance. Not long ago, a second-class citizen in the Phantom City had done it. However, it also became a wanted target of the Order faction and it would be difficult for it to leave Fantasy City. As the Overseer thought about it, the spatial crack in the sky was completely torn open. A small, delicate figure leisurely stepped out from the crack. As soon as it stepped out, the aura it felt reached an unprecedented level. In the area covered by the pressure, almost all of the living beings showed signs of stagnation in their movements. Thanks to the warden's distorted dimension and Angor's force field, Angor wasn't affected too much. In the distance, near the laboratory, 01, who was wearing a half-mask, stood on top of Skiz's corpse and trembled because of the terrifying aura. However, he endured the discomfort and looked up at the spatial crack in the sky. He knew that the Phantom City's pursuer had arrived. The terrifying aura also told him that he was not strong enough to deal with it. But it did not matter anymore. He killed Skiz, and that was enough. He was already at the end of his life. Playing an elegy that mocked the Phantom City at the end of his life was already the best he could do. Death, to him, was already indifferent. Besides, death was not necessarily the end. It was almost time. Number 01 revealed a somewhat crazy expression as he looked at the somewhat indistinct petite figure in the sky. He laughed loudly as if he was provoking her. Baroy, who was high up in the air, also saw number 01 and Skiz's corpse under his feet. Its sapphire-like eyes flashed with a hint of haze. But soon, he seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes regained their luster. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze to number 01. Pretentious performance, Haritaro, foolish human, Baroy said sarcastically in a soft voice. You are a fool. Retracting his gaze, Baroy no longer paid any attention to number 01 who was almost unable to move due to the pressure. Instead, he stretched his body, and his 8 tentacles stepped on the air, bringing up bursts of bubbles as he flew in another direction. 01 was surprised. Shouldn't the Phantom City's pursuer be here to kill him? Why did it leave? Soon, number 01 realized that the other party had not left because the pressure was still there. It seemed to be heading to another place. That direction was the direction of number 03. Angor and the others didn't expect the second-class citizen of Phantom City to come to them instead of going to the lab. Upon closer inspection, they could finally see the appearance of the person who had just arrived. Unlike the ferocious monsters Angor was expecting, the second-class citizen was a pink octopus that looked like something from a fairy tale. Petite appearance, dreamy colors, and sharp sapphire eyes, it didn't look threatening at all. Instead, it looked cute. Of course, Angor also knew that the cute was only a disguise. The powerful aura and the Watchman's serious expression were all proof of how terrifying the creature was. "Watchman, we meet again, Baroi." The pink octopus spoke in a soft, baby-like voice. The Watchman humphed and didn't want to answer. However, it did not give up and said, "You are ignoring me. Are you looking down on me? Baroi? Baroi, I don't care if you're pretending or not. I've made it clear. You'd better obey the rules of the Southern Wizarding region, or else." The Watchman sneered and stopped talking. "Baroi, you're not just looking down on me, you're threatening me. I'll tell the city lord, and he'll make a wine cup out of your skull." Baroi sounded like a spoiled child. "Do whatever you want. If you do anything unnecessary, I don't care who you are. I'll do my job." "How? Baroi? Record my actions and send them to the Order faction so that everyone can criticize me? Or are you going to hit me?" The Overseer looked at Baroi doubtfully. He felt a little strange. He felt that Baroi seemed to be more awake than before in the void. Maybe it was just his imagination. "How I do that depends on how far you go. I won't stop you if you're only doing your job. But if you've done something that's out of line, I'll judge your actions accordingly." Baroi smiled. "What do you mean out of line? How far will I go that you'll attack me?" The Watchman remained silent. Baroi looked at Sunders and the others. "If I kill them, will you do it?" Everyone's expression changed. The Watchman frowned but remained silent. Baroi was only trying to test Sunders. Of course, he did not really want to kill Sunders. He had no interest in such small fries. However, when he was about to look away, he suddenly heard the city lord's voice. "That little guy is interesting." "Little guy?" Baroi was surprised. He followed the lord's guidance and looked at a certain person. It was a wizard who used a transfiguration spell. The spell made him look old, but Baroi could tell that the wizard was only a child under the age of 20. For someone with a long lifespan, a 20-year-old was just a child. The green runes around him and the energy field created by them. Interesting. It seems to be a power from that world, the city lord whispered in Baroi's mind. That world? Baroi's eyes showed a hint of fear, but he quickly hid it. He's related to that world? Should we take him back? No need, the city lord said. I heard something from the Order faction. The Southern Wizardry region has been invaded by that world for a long time. It's normal for a power system to appear here. Maybe he's just a lucky guy who got lucky. Baroi thought to himself. Then I can go check it out after I take care of the target. We'll talk about it after you finish your mission. The city lord chuckled and did not say anything else. No one knew what Baroi and the city lord were talking about in their minds. Not even the Watchman. If the Watchman knew that Gruz was sent by Dave's avatar, he wouldn't be so calm either. Baroi stared at Angor for several seconds, which made the others feel something was wrong. Even Angor was a little worried. Did Toby get found out? Sunders and Ness exchanged a glance. If Baroi was really interested in Angor, they had to be prepared to take Angor away at any time. Angor was important to both Phantom Island and Brute Cavern. They couldn't let anything happen to him here. Fortunately, Baroi didn't say anything in the end and looked away from Angor. You won't do anything after killing these people, Caro. What about him? Baroi looked at number 03, who wasn't far away. Baroi noticed the disturbance in the Southern Wizardry region as soon as he arrived, which was why he left number 01 behind and came to the Watchman's side. He didn't come here to talk to the Watchman. He only wanted the mystery item. This was Gruz's intention as well. For extraordinary beings like them, no one would despise mystery items. Even if some mystery items were not suitable for living beings and could even be extremely terrifying, that would not stop them from yearning for mystery items. If they couldn't use the item, they could use it for research. If they found a suitable item, they could instantly turn it into their own resources. Gruz's rise was due to the influence of another mystery item, the growth ray of Glazed Night Island. Baroi had to be interested in the mystery fruit on number 03's head. The watchman gave Baroi a meaningful glance. "You're not here for me. You're here for that thing, right?" "Yes, Caro." The guard thought for a moment and said, "If you're able to obtain it before it completely loses its order and don't break the rules of the Southern Territory, then I won't stop you." "What if it's out of order?" "If you're still alive, you can take it with you." Baroi was surprised. 2 seconds later, he laughed out loud. "How can I die?" The watchman didn't answer. He only looked at Baroi in silence. He didn't care much about who the mystery item belonged to. If Baroi could take it, he would. However, mystery items weren't easy to find. Whenever a mystery hunter found a mystery item that was out of order, he or she would spend months, years, or even decades to observe the item and figure out its pattern before he or she dared to make a move. Baroi didn't have any preparation, so the chances of getting a mystery item that was out of order were very low. Of course, if you had a good affinity with the item, you might be able to get it quickly, but the chances were slim. Plus, most of them were normal mystery items. Semi-out-of-order mystery items and mystery items that were truly out of order were rare. "Since you want it, you can go get it now. I won't stop you." The watchman looked at Baroi. Baroi didn't move. He only came to see if the watchman would make a move. Since the watchman wouldn't make a move, he would find a way to get it. Plus, he wasn't a brute. With the Castellan's consciousness in his body, he knew how terrifying a semi-out-of-order mystery item was. Before getting a mystery item, he had to understand its effects. He couldn't estimate it, but the Castellan could. So, getting a mystery item wasn't something that could be done overnight. It needed some time. Since he didn't lack time, he would deal with number 01 first. After all, number 01 was his real target this time. Plus, with the Castellan's reminder, he knew what number 01 was planning. He didn't want to waste time and give number 01 a chance to survive. After dealing with number 01's problem, it wouldn't be too late to get the mystery item. With that in mind, Baroi didn't say anything to the watchman. He let out a huluu and left the place, flying towards the laboratory. End of chapter. After Baroi left, Cantor secretly created a spirit bond and invited Sunders into their group chat. "Should we leave now?" Sunders heard Ness speaking as soon as the spirit bond was established. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the arrival of Baroi gave them a great fright, its arrival was not entirely without benefits. The powerful aura suppressed all the sea creatures in the area and slowed down number 03's movement. In other words, Baroi's aura also slowed down number 03's movement and slowed down the fruit's ripening time. This meant that they didn't have to worry about the fruit. However, the aura also prevented them from leaving using a plain passageway. If they tried to use a plain passageway by force, they would likely face a dimensional collapse. "Then let's leave for now and head to Reef Island," Ness said after a pause. "I already told Philo to wait for us at Reef Island." Angor nodded. "All right." Nausicaa was waiting at Reef Island. Cindy and the others who came with Philo to the Mist Belt were also there. They had to pay Reef Island a visit no matter what. Also, the Reef Island was close to the edge of the fog zone. It should be out of the area covered by the pressure and could use a plain passageway. Even if they didn't use a plain passageway, they could still hide in the endless space crevices, which would ensure their safety. Everyone agreed to Ness' suggestion. Before they left, Angor bowed deeply to the Watcher and thanked him sincerely. Although the Overseer seemed to be doing nothing, in fact, the Overseer had been overflowing with the law of distortion. With the help of the distortion domain, the Overseer's attraction to the fruit was greatly reduced in the later stages. Baroi's aura was also weakened by the distortion. Of course, the Watcher didn't do it on purpose, so it wasn't as effective. Still, it helped Angor's group a lot. Besides, Baroi wouldn't have let them go so easily without the Watcher's help. No matter what, Angor had to thank the Watcher. I know who you are, Angor. We'll meet again. The Watcher didn't really care about the gratitude. I'll wait for you in the dream wasteland, sir. Angor nodded solemnly. The Watcher didn't mean we'll meet again in Angor's mind. Instead, it meant that the Watcher would find Angor and make a deal with him based on the value of the monocle. No matter what, he would meet Angor again. However, Angor thought that they would meet in the dream wasteland. So the dream wasteland could be met from afar. Was it a spatial item that could be used from a long distance? The Watcher didn't know how it worked yet, but he was getting more and more interested in the dream wasteland and the Mother Tree network. The Watcher nodded. Do what you need to do. Stay or leave, it's your choice. Only then did everyone bow in unison and slowly walk away. As soon as they left the distortion created by the Watcher, the pressure around them grew stronger, and so did the mystery fruit's attraction force. However, Angor's gravity field was still under control. Angor took out his gondola, determined the right direction, and quickly flew away. The Watcher sighed as he watched gondola disappear into the distance. Angor's decision to leave was correct. There was still danger ahead. But danger also meant opportunity. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Even if he didn't get the mystery fruit himself, just witnessing the process from afar would still greatly benefit him on his path of mystery alchemy. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. If he was a little bit stronger, he would not run away like this. Instead, he would try his best to find his destiny. Unfortunately, reality didn't always go as one wished. Opportunities were fleeting and difficult to come by again. The Watcher did not feel sorry for the others, but Angor was Frost's favorite. Frost believed that Angor could become the next mystery alchemist, which was why the Watcher felt sorry for him. Angor didn't know what the Watcher was thinking. He was leaning against the railing of the ship and looking at the direction of his lab. If everything went well, they would leave this place soon after picking up Nausicaa and the others. Before leaving, Angor thought about his trip to the lab. This trip to the laboratory had been rushed and unplanned, but they had obtained a lot of things. What excited him the most wasn't the organs attached to his soul equipment. Instead, he found a large number of books copied on level 5, especially the Metal Dance series. This was all knowledge. While broadening one's horizons, it could also broaden one's horizons and allow one to see other worlds' ideas on alchemy. Angor was disappointed that there were still several hunting lists in the lab. He wished he could take them with him. Those books contained the logic of alchemists from other worlds. Angor's group also came at the perfect time. Number 01 was about to do something big. The Phantom City was coming for them, and even the Watcher showed up. Compared to that, Angor's group couldn't be more insignificant. Even if Reese Society sent someone to investigate this place in the future, they probably wouldn't notice Angor's group. And even if they did, they wouldn't get into any big trouble. After all, they followed the rules of the lab and didn't take many things. As for the books and knowledge he obtained, he used illusions to copy them instead of taking them directly. As for the organs of Skiz larvae, number 01 didn't report them to Reese Society. Reese Society didn't know about them either. Even if someone from Reese Society came to the southern wizarding region, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Besides, they had a legitimate reason for coming here, to investigate live sacrifices. If word got out, Reese Society wouldn't be able to get away with it. The Supreme Cult would definitely come after them. He thought about everything he might have missed and made sure that they would not encounter too much danger in this trip. Only then did he feel relieved. When he came back to his senses, he heard Philo's voice through the spirit bond. Philo, oh right, you were talking about that bow, something. Baroy. Try not to call him by his name. You can use the spirit bond. Philo, I understand, Baroy. Did he go in the direction of the laboratory? Is he here for number 01? So number 01 doesn't stand a chance, right? Philo's voice was tinged with a hint of regret. After hearing number 01's story, he actually felt a sliver of sympathy for him. Number 01 was the one who did this, but if Philo was in number 01's shoes, he would have done the same thing to the strange creature. Because of this, it was only natural that Philo's perspective would be biased. This was why Philo felt slightly regretful. Baroy is already there. Number 01 won't stand a chance, Cantor said. Philo sighed. That's the sad fate of a small fry. Angor listened to the conversation through the spirit bond but didn't say anything. He didn't want to get involved in this troublesome business. Still, Philo's last question made him wonder if number 01 really had no chance at all. Number 01 did seem to have lost his mind, but Angor didn't see any sign of resignation. Angor didn't think too much about it. Time passed. They had left the center of the fog zone and were getting closer and closer to Reef Island. Everyone became more and more relaxed, because there was almost no pressure at this place. They were glad to be out of the eye of the storm. Wait, there was someone who was looking at them with a strange expression. He noticed that Reynolds, who was sitting on the stern of the ship, was looking at the sky in a daze. Reynolds, Angor called out to him. Reynolds looked back at Angor with a confused expression. Sir, are you talking to me? Angor nodded. I was going to ask you about your next plan. However, your expression doesn't seem right. Did something happen? Reynolds shook his head. Nothing. I just heard something. I think I heard the sound of the tide. The sound of the tide? They were at Devil's Water. Wasn't it normal to hear the sound of the tide? Everyone looked at Reynolds in confusion. It's not the real thing. It's an auditory hallucination? Also, it's not coming from below. It's coming from all directions. Didn't you hear it? Angor and Sunders exchanged a confused look. There's no sound. That's strange. I heard it clearly. Reynolds looked up at the sky. Also, I think the tide is calling me. It's pulling me. My body feels so light. I feel like I can fly into that place at any time. Huh? Reynolds' logic was touching, and everyone was even more confused. Reynolds suddenly raised his voice. Do you hear it? It's louder now. It's like someone's right beside my ears. And it's pulling me. Looking at Reynolds' neurotic expression, everyone was a little suspicious. Could it be that he had been separated from his physical body for too long and had become stupid? Ness, who was leaning against the edge of the boat, suddenly spoke up. If you want to die, you can follow the sound. Everyone looked at Ness at the same time. You can hear it? Sunders asked curiously. Ness shook his head. I can't hear it either. But I know what Reynolds heard. Ness didn't beat around the bush. Without pausing, he said, that's the sound of Soul Country. Both Sunders and Cantor were surprised when they heard the name. It was obvious that they had heard of the same name before. Angor, on the other hand, could only look at Sunders in confusion. The melody of Soul Country is a sign that Khazadar world is about to enter the material world. It's a spirit summoning sound that reminds lost souls to return to their homeland. Nessie added, all independent souls can hear this voice. I remember you can eject your soul. Why don't you leave your soul and listen? He hesitated for a moment and decided to use Spirit Whisper. As expected, he heard the sound of the tide as soon as his soul left his body. There was also a certain attractive force that lured his soul to a certain place. However, compared to the attraction of the mysterious fruit, it was much weaker. Sunders continued after Angor's soul returned, the melody means that soon, the light belt from Khazadar world will encircle the current world. Angor suddenly remembered something. He once asked Freud about how souls ended up in Khazadar world. Freud wasn't a soul manipulator, so his answer was vague. According to common knowledge, Khazadar world was an existence of a higher dimension, or a moving light belt. When this light belt connected with the southern domain, the souls in the southern domain could turn around and walk to the Khazadar world. However, it was hard to tell when the light belt would connect with the southern region. Sometimes, it would happen quickly, once every few days. Sometimes, it would take hundreds of years. Wizard Ness, you're saying that the southern region is about to connect with Khazadar world? Angor asked. Ness nodded. Yes. It's been many years since the last time. I didn't expect it to happen today. Seeing Angor's serious expression, Ness spoke casually, don't worry. Even if it does, the light belt around the entire southern region will only bring benefits to the living. Otherwise, the world's consciousness will not allow it to appear. Even the undead, as long as they are stubborn enough, they will stay behind and not go to Khazadar world. That's why your undead subordinates, including Freud and the others, won't leave either. When Khazadar world connects with the southern region, the ones who will be affected the most are the undead with chaotic thoughts. They don't have thoughts, and their souls are filled with negative energy. They can't resist the attraction of the light belt. When the light belt disappears, a large number of undead will enter Khazadar world. This is a great thing, as it can cleanse the world of filth. Cantor added, speaking of which, many people are looking forward to the day when Khazadar world connects with the southern region. Looking forward to it? Cantor nodded. There are many ancient ruins that contain a large number of undead. Many wizards don't want to explore such ruins. But once Khazadar world connects with the southern region, at least half of the undead inside will be attracted to the light belt and go to Khazadar world. It'll be much easier to explore the ruins then. I think it won't be long before there will be a wave of exploration. All in all, the connection between Khazadar world and the south would bring more benefits than disadvantages. But the timing is too coincidental, Ness spoke in a low voice. The others were not stupid, they all realized something when Ness mentioned it. Could this be number 01's escape route? Angor asked in a low voice. Coincidentally, he appeared when number 01 was courting death. This was really a coincidence. Maybe number 01 purposely chose this time to kill Shizlarvi. Number 01 knew clearly that he could not resist the pursuit of the Phantom City. He could escape this time, but he might not be able to escape the next time. Unless he directly leaped above the legendary realm, then there might be a slight possibility that the Phantom City would give up chasing him, but this was obviously impossible. Number 01 did not even have a solid foundation on the path of truth. If he wanted to reach the level that the Phantom City feared, he would need hundreds or thousands of years to do so. In such a hopeless situation, number 01 might really choose this path. Using the words taught by John, it was to face death and fight to live. Death might not be the end, it might be another kind of new life. Number 01 was a formal wizard. Once he died, there was a 99% chance that a dead soul would be born. The moment a dead soul appeared, Khazadar world and the south would be connected. He could just turn around and enter Khazadar world without resisting the attraction. As long as he could gain a foothold in Khazadar world, no matter how difficult it was, even if it was a path of no return, it was still a path. As for how number 01 knew when Khazadar world and the south would be connected? It was simple. Snooker Base was related to a certain soul organization in Khazadar world, and number 01 was the person in charge of the southern base. It should not be hard for him to know the time. I thought he was ready to go crazy and die. But entering Khazadar world was his final plan. Nessie sighed. Although they couldn't be sure if Nessie 01 had calculated this beforehand, it seemed that the possibility was very high. But will this plan succeed? Angor looked at the direction of the lab. He did not have much hope for number 01's plan. If number 01 behaved himself and did not touch Shizlarvi, he might be able to hide from the Phantom City's pursuers by going to Khazadar world as a dead soul. However, he still wanted to go crazy at the last moment and attract the attention of the Phantom City. It would be difficult for him to escape. It could only be said that 01 was still holding on to a fluke, and wanted to bite off a piece of Grezdade's flesh before he died. That way, even if he became an undead and went to Khazadar world, he would still be able to live peacefully. However, in the face of a legendary-level existence, the benefits of luck would be infinitely low. He wasn't optimistic about 01's chances, but he believed that 01 was quite brave to set up such a trap. No one cared about what happened to number 01. After all, it had nothing to do with them. As for the matter of Khazadar world and the southern mountain range connecting, it wasn't a big deal, and everyone basically ignored it. Only Ness would say a few words about it, but only for Reynolds to hear. Nessie did not want Reynolds to be taken away by the Khazadar world. He had his eyes on Reynolds' soul. He didn't care if it was alive, but if it was dead, he would definitely snatch it back. And so, with Nessie constantly warning Reynolds, they came to Reef Island. The Reef Island was calm and peaceful. Due to the disappearance of the mist, the night sky hung high in the sky. The scattered reef islands on the Black Sea looked like jewels because of the piles of corals, which gave them a beautiful feeling. However, such beautiful scenery could only be seen when the mist disappeared. And this was probably the only time the mist disappeared after so many years. High up in the sky, Angor already saw the people on the reef island. Nausicaa, Cindy, and the others were talking around a campfire. Judging from the way they looked at Nausicaa, Angor could tell that Nausicaa had easily integrated into their group. From the details, it seemed like Nausicaa was the core of the group. Perhaps this was Nausicaa's charm. She wasn't the kind of person who liked to get close to people easily. Sometimes, she even acted cold for some reason. However, she had this kind of aura that made people trust her and attracted everyone's attention. Apart from her strength, her charisma as a leader was also the reason why Nausicaa, as a woman, was able to dominate the pirate throne of Blackberry Waters. When everyone landed, Cindy and the others all bowed to Angor respectfully. Nausicaa smiled at Angor. They only looked at each other without saying anything, but Angor could tell that Nausicaa was relaxed. As long as he was alive. "Mister, why is it sunny? Also, I felt my heart skipping a beat just now." "It's not just that. I think I felt something in the sea too. It was sad. But I didn't feel it for a second. I'm starting to wonder if I was hallucinating." Cindy and the others all came to Ness and asked about the situation. "Why don't you ask Wizard Philo? He should be here before us, right?" "We did, but Mr. Philo didn't tell us anything," the fat apprentice replied. "If Wizard Philo didn't tell us, do you think I'll tell you?" Ness knocked the fat apprentice's head. "Don't ask. The more you know, the more danger you'll be in. If you're not afraid of dying, I can tell you." "Do you want to hear it?" The apprentices all shook their heads. After sending the chattering apprentices away, they met up with Philo. Without wasting time, they decided to leave the mist zone as soon as possible. There were already 2 legendary-level combatants in the center of the mist zone, as well as a mystery item with unknown effects that was about to go out of order. Staying here would be risky. "If we want to leave, we can go this way," said Angor as he pointed at a direction. Sunders looked at the direction Angor pointed at. They could leave the mist zone from there as well, but they had to take a detour. They didn't want to leave as soon as possible. "Why this way?" Sunders was confused. "That's where Ghost Dock Island is. Maybe Angor wants to check it out," Ness explained. "Ghost Dock Island?" Sunders gave Angor a puzzled look as he never heard of this place before. "There's someone on the island. I used some crafting water on him. I want to see how he's doing. If he can break free, maybe I can take him back to Brute Cavern." Angor was talking about Lunk. Lunk saved Nausicaa's life before, and Angor admired the man's temperament. He was willing to take a detour to see what happened. Sunders frowned. "Talent? No matter how rare they are, they won't be useful to us if they haven't gone through a life-and-death battle." Angor understood Sunders' idea about talents. Back then, Sunders used a death match in the 9 cabins. In the end, only 9 talents survived. Angor didn't like the idea of wasting manpower for no reason, but he didn't say anything. "I didn't go through a life-and-death battle back then either." Sunders didn't ask any more questions since Angor didn't want to talk about it. It wasn't a big deal to bring a talent along. After making up their mind, they boarded Gondola. Even though Gondola was a little overloaded with people, it didn't affect its speed at all. With the speed spirit, Gondola's speed wouldn't be affected. Sunders kept looking at Angor on their way to Ghost Dock Island. He had a lot of questions he wanted answers to. What happened at the center of the mist zone was too strange. He didn't know much about it, but he couldn't see the whole picture. However, he couldn't bring himself to ask the question several times. He didn't want Angor to drop another bomb. In order not to get scared, Sunders decided to ask Ness when they got back. Ness had been following Angor all this time, so he should know what happened. With that in mind, Sunders decided not to ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the topic to something else. "By the way, Cantor, why did you come with us?" Sunders looked at Cantor, who was still in a daze. His face was still pale. "I didn't come with you. Ness asked me to help him explore his lab, and we even signed a contract." Cantor shook his head. "Everything was going well, but I didn't expect that when I was about to leave, I almost screwed up." You signed a contract with Ness? That's not your style. Cantor nodded. I didn't want to come either. I heard that Angor is here, and I want to see him. He remembered that Cantor mentioned that he needed to talk to him about something. But Cantor didn't tell him what it was. Do you need something from me, sir? Cantor looked around and saw Sunders, Ness, Philo, and the others looking at him curiously. He cleared his throat. Later. I'll tell you in private. Can't we listen? Ness narrowed his eyes. Angor is the only one who can help. You can listen if you want, but you'll have to do something for him. Don't worry, I'll pay you back for your help. Seeing Cantor's serious promise, no one dared to ask further. They were afraid that Cantor would ask for something unreasonable. Even Ness, who was always curious, didn't ask. Cantor chuckled and looked at Angor. This is a little troublesome for us, so I hope you can help us. Of course, it's fine if you can't. Angor didn't mind. Cantor had helped him a lot. As long as it wasn't too much, Angor would try his best to help. Under the full speed of the Speedy Spirit, they quickly arrived at Spectre Dock Island. This was the outer area of the Mist Zone, which was much quieter than Reef Island. However, unlike the calm waters around Ghost Dock Island, the island was bustling with activity. Many people had gathered here, including Dock Number 4, where the Moonlight Bird was located. The main reason they had gathered here was to leave. The sky was clear, the rain stopped, and the mist was gone. They thought it was time to leave. Although they didn't know why the weather was so good, and even the fog was gone, it wasn't important. For these people who were trapped on the island and longed for freedom, this was the best opportunity to leave. Because of this, they were able to control their urge to fight and discuss how to leave peacefully. Of course, this was only so peaceful because of the mediation of the Moonlight Picture Bird, but this was also an incredible improvement. Angor didn't care what they were talking about. He only came here for Lunk. After disembarking from gondola, the group headed towards the Moonlight Diagram Bird. When they were about to board the ship, Nausicaa suddenly noticed that Angor had stopped walking. What's wrong? Nausicaa looked at Angor in confusion. Go check on Lunk with Wizard Ness. I've got something to do. Nausicaa nodded. Instead of boarding the ship, Angor left the dock and went to a secluded area. Seeing that no one was looking at him, Angor used his spirit feelers to check his space bracelet. After looking around the space bracelet for a while, he finally saw a faint purple silhouette on the Moonlight Bird. Ness had already arrived at Lunk's room. He wasn't interested in Lunk's condition, but he was curious about the effect of the crafting water. Crafting water hadn't been seen for years, and it was rare to see someone using it. Ness wanted to see how Lunk would be refined by the potion. In a way, it was a good chance to learn something. Lunk was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His skin was red and hot, just like the last time Angor saw him. However, he didn't scream in pain. This meant Lunk had survived the initial pain. Now, Ness needed to see if Lunk could endure the potion's effect and unleash his potential. While Ness was observing Lunk, someone pushed the door open. Nausicaa came in. Ness wasn't surprised. Sunders and Philo weren't interested in Lunk, so it was normal that they didn't come. Lunk helped Nausicaa before, so it was reasonable for her to come. Reynolds isn't with you? Ness asked. He's with Mr. Phantom. Ever since Sunders learned about Reynolds' talent on gondola, he became interested in the boy. This time, he didn't board the Moonlight Bird. Instead, he studied Reynolds. Sunders. I hope he won't fight with me. I'm the one who chose Reynolds. Nausicaa didn't know what to say. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Where's Angor? Why isn't he here yet? I don't know either. Nausicaa explained what happened. Ness grumbled, he's the one who suggested we take a detour. Now he's doing something else. What a strange guy. Never mind, let's not wait for him. I'll check on Lunk N. As soon as Nessie's hand touched Lunk's skin, Lunk shuddered violently and unconsciously let out a scream. At the same time, a red mark was left on Lunk's skin. Nausicaa watched in bewilderment. Didn't Ness just touch Lunk's skin? Why did he leave such a big red mark on Lunk's skin? Why is he screaming? Nausicaa looked at Ness. What's going on with him, sir? Ness did not answer right away. He frowned and observed Lunk. However, he did not touch Lunk directly. Instead, he used his energy vision to check Lunk's condition. After a long while, Ness slowly said, I thought that the forging phase of the forging water was over. I didn't expect that it still hasn't ended. What do you mean? The effect of the forging water is just like its name. It hammers out the potential of a human being bit by bit. Every hit can cause the body to collapse and the mind to lose control, Ness said. Do you still remember this guy's screams before we left? Nausicaa nodded. Everyone on the moonlight diagram bird was terrified by the screams. Humans were not easy to sympathize with, but the screams still sent chills down their spines. From this, it could be seen how terrible the pain Lunk had suffered at that time. Actually, Lunk's condition is the same as before we left. Well, it's not exactly the same. The poison inside his body has been removed long ago. He's still trying to activate his potential. Nausicaa was surprised. You mean he's also being hammered by forging water, sir? And he's enduring great pain? Ness nodded. For the first time, he looked at Lunk with admiration. This guy has great endurance. The forging water isn't done yet, but he's already getting used to the pain. The reason why Lunk screamed again was because Ness had misjudged the situation. He thought that Lunk's forging water had already been used up. When an external factor appeared in the originally tolerable cycle, namely, Ness's touch. It was like a fully loaded camel suddenly having a straw on its back. Even though the weight of the straw was almost negligible compared to other people, the camel's feelings were real. Any external factor would cause the camel to collapse. However, Lunk was not a camel. A camel could not bear the weight of the straw, but Lunk could. Even though Ness's mistake caused him to experience even more pain, he still managed to pull through. Nausicaa finally understood what Lunk just went through. Ness' actions were a bit reckless, but it wasn't entirely his fault. If it were her, she would probably think that Lunk had passed the beating stage. After all, Lunk looked really calm. Fortunately, Lunk's tolerance was strong. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been wasted. Now that Lunk was smithing again, his mind and body did not collapse. However, the red marks on his skin were difficult to disappear. Will he succeed? Nausicaa asked after several minutes of silence. I don't know. Nice said, but if Lunk succeeds, he should be very good. What should I do? I'm starting to like him. When they left, Lunk was already suffering from the forging. Now that they were back, the forging was still ongoing. Ness knew all too well what this meant. Lunk's potential must be very strong. Otherwise, the forging water would not have lasted for so long. Of course, this was not the reason why Ness was interested in Lunk. Many talents had great potential. Some of them were so full that they could manifest powerful abilities. Take Xianxia, Nausicaa's friend, for example. Xianxia's water ability was a product of her potential. She was one of the strongest talents in Brute Cavern. However, Ness did not think much of Xianxia. It was not because of Xianxia's sleepiness problem. It was because potential was not the absolute value of a wizard's path. Compared to potential, Ness cared more about courage and perseverance. And Lunk had both of those qualities. When Lunk had to choose between conventional healing and forging water, the other crew members all preferred conventional healing. However, Lunk chose the forging water without hesitation. This was the courage to challenge one's own limits. All magi acknowledged that the process of forging water was extremely painful. Even a portion of high-ranked acolytes would experience a physical and mental breakdown from the intense pain of forging. This led to the gradual decline of the Van der Waals school's potions. Lunk was an ordinary man, but he managed to survive. After holding on for 2 full days, it was clear that Lunk was a person with a strong desire to survive and a tenacious will. If someone like him could become a wizard, he would not be any weaker than a talented wizard. I hope Lunk has a soul manipulator talent, Ness said in a soft voice. Nausicaa froze for a second before a small smile appeared on her face. Ness did say that he did not know if Lunk could succeed. However, judging from Lunk's words, Ness already knew that Lunk had a high chance of succeeding. He even hoped that Lunk had a soul manipulator talent. If that was the case, it would be natural for him to take Lunk as his apprentice. Aren't you satisfied with having Sam as your apprentice? Wizard Ness. A voice came from the door of the infirmary. Ness turned around and saw Angor walking in. Sunders, Philo, Cantor, and even Reynolds followed behind him. Aren't you all not interested in Lunk? Why are you here? Ness looked at Sunders. Sunders did not say anything. He simply walked to the side and sat down. Philo pointed at Angor. He said he has something to discuss with us, so he came. Ness looked at Angor. Sam is one thing, Lunk is another. If Lunk is a soul manipulator, it's only natural that I take him in. Angor chuckled and did not argue. He was just joking anyway. If Lunk really had a soul manipulator talent, he would recommend Lunk to Ness. Ness was not a reliable person, but he was one of the best soul manipulators in Brute Cavern. What do you want to say, Angor? Sunders asked. While Sunders was studying Reynolds, Angor told Sunders that he had something to discuss with him through their spirit bond. So Sunders came over. When he saw Angor, Sunders felt his heart skipping a beat, as if something bad was about to happen. Sunders did not know whether it was good or bad, but he was sure it had something to do with Angor's request. I'm here to check on Lunk. It's good that Lunk is fine. It means the potion isn't expired yet, Angor explained with a smile. So you don't know if it's expired or not? Angor paused for a moment before he continued. Also, there's something else I want to talk to you about. Everyone looked at Angor in unison. I want to go back to the center of the mist zone and have a look, Angor said after a moment of hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's brows furrowed. Ness and Philo both tried to stop Angor from doing so without hesitation. The small infirmary suddenly became noisy. Instead, he cast an acoustic illusion spell on Lunk's bed to isolate the noise from the outside world so that Lunk wouldn't have to worry about his condition. When he was done, he turned around and looked at Sunders. Sunders did not try to stop Angor. His expression did not change as if he was listening to a normal decision. Is this your decision? Sunders asked. The others all shut up. Angor nodded in a serious manner. Sunders remained silent for a moment before he spoke again, then do it. Ness wanted to say something, but Cantor stopped him with a look. Even Sunders agreed. Don't try to get involved. I just want you all to leave first. I'll go back to the center of the mist zone later. Actually, I can go with you. We can talk in private. Angor shook his head. No need. I want to go alone. Cantor did not say anything else and looked at Sunders. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. Sure. But you better come back alive. Angor chuckled and nodded without saying anything. He was afraid of setting up a flag. Professor, aren't you going to ask me why I want to go back? Angor noticed that Sunders seemed to have lost interest in chatting. I'm sure you have a reason for everything you do. And Angor chose this time to ask, which meant he had a more urgent reason to go back. Before this, he never showed any intention of going back to the city. There must be another reason for him to change his mind in just a few minutes. And this kind of hurried and strange other reason usually involved personal secrets. Sunders did not ask. He knew that if Angor wanted to talk about it, he would tell them himself, just like now. Your professor doesn't want to know, but I want to know. Why don't you tell us why you want to go back? I want to witness the birth of an object out of order. It should help me a lot. Angor gave a reason. The others frowned and began to understand Angor's decision. Angor was an alchemist, the only one in the entire southern wizarding region who was close to becoming a mystery alchemist. Wasn't it normal for someone like him to be interested in witnessing the birth of a mystery item? There were many stories in this world about people who would do anything for their passion. Angor seemed to be planning to do the same. It sounded reasonable to say that he wanted to become a mystery alchemist. As for whether it was true or not, Sunders did not think so. Did Angor love alchemy? Of course he did. However, Sunders knew that Angor's attitude toward alchemy was more practical than fantasy. Angor knew better than to think about things that he could not touch at his current level. For example, mystery alchemy. He might have been very close to becoming a mystery alchemist before, but that was just a coincidence. He wasn't stupid enough to believe that he was a half-mystic alchemist. He still had a lot of alchemy knowledge to learn. Under such circumstances, coveting the mysterious stratum was biting off more than one could chew. Angor did not want to seek the path of becoming a mystery alchemist just for the sake of the birth of an object out of order. Of course, this was only Sunder's opinion. He knew Angor well enough to know that Angor's reason was full of loopholes. However, the others did not think so. They only knew Angor on the surface, which was why they believed Angor's reason was quite convincing. For example, right now, Cantor, Philo, and Ness all agreed that Angor's reason was reasonable and sincere. Nausicaa, on the other hand, felt that Angor's decision did not seem like something he would do. But since even Sunders agreed with Angor's decision, Nausicaa had no reason to object. Besides, Nausicaa was a person who believed in the concept of opportunity and risk. That was why she followed Reynolds into the lab without careful consideration. "All right then. When are you leaving?" Ness asked. "In 15 minutes. He left 15 minutes for the Dream Wasteland because he needed to go to the Dream Wasteland. He planned to use an illusion spell to place all the books he copied in the lab in the Dream Wasteland. It was not a difficult task, and Angor completed it in no time. With that done, he bade farewell to Sunders through spirit bond and jumped out of the Moonlight Bird to fly into the sky. Under the clear night sky, Angor looked toward the direction of the lab. It looked peaceful, but was it really so? He had to check it out first. When he was about to leave, he sensed something around him. He turned around and saw a man in a black gentleman's suit standing beside him. "Professor?" Angor recognized the man as soon as he saw him. "Wait, an illusion? My real body is still on the island. I'll use an illusion clone to accompany you for a while," Sunders explained. Illusion clones were similar to clones, but they did not involve splitting one's consciousness. Instead, they used illusions to carry part of one's consciousness. Wherever the illusion clones went, everything they saw would be instantly transmitted to Angor's consciousness. The effect was similar to Wizard Eye, but it was much more practical. However, there was a huge flaw in the illusion clones. They did not involve splitting one's consciousness, so there was a distance limit. With Angor's current strength, he could create multiple clones, but they could only travel a few kilometers at most. Any further and the illusion clone would disappear. Sunders' illusion clones were obviously better than Angor's. If he said they could accompany Angor for a while, they would at least not disappear after several kilometers. Angor nodded. He also wanted to talk to Sunders alone. Sunders didn't say anything even after flying for several kilometers. When they were quite far away from Spectre Dock Island, Angor considered for a moment and asked, "Do you have something to ask me, Professor?" Sunders glanced at Angor. "You didn't go back just to see the birth of disorder, did you? You know me well, Professor." Angor's answer confirmed Sunders' suspicion. Sunders stopped and hovered in the air. "I'm sure you have your reasons for going back. But I still want you to understand one thing." "What's the matter?" Angor stopped and looked back. "Nothing in this world, including the things you think are important, is more precious than your life." Sunders paused. "You can only have everything if you're alive. If you die, everything will be over." Angor knew what Sunders was trying to say. Sunders didn't try to stop Angor from going back. Maybe it was because of his personal values, but it didn't mean Sunders would support Angor's decision. Sunders simply respected Angor's decision and didn't want to interfere. However, Sunders didn't really want Angor to get involved in the matter at the center of the Mist Zone. What happened there was not only beyond the southern wizarding region but also beyond the limit of energy level. Even Rain could lose his life if he wasn't careful enough, let alone Angor. Sunders didn't want to see Angor go to his death even though he supported Angor's decision. Therefore, he chose to fly with Angor and warned him against it. "Do you want to see your elder brother grieving for you from thousands of kilometers away? Do you want your teacher to die in an ice coffin? And the people you care about, and the people who care about you, are sad? I don't want that." Angor considered for a moment. "Is that what you really want?" "Yes." Sunders looked at Angor, who was still standing there. "You still want to go back to the center of the Mist Zone, even if you don't want your loved ones to be sad?" Angor hesitated for a moment and nodded. Sunders remained silent for half a minute before he spoke again. You think you can survive? Sunders didn't ask about Angwar's goal. Instead, he asked for an answer that didn't have an answer. Yes, Angwar answered confidently. Sunders narrowed his eyes. You really think someone can save you? Angwar didn't know what to say. You want to know why I'm sure someone can save you? Angwar chuckled. He didn't answer. Since you said yes so confidently, it means you have something to do with it. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I'm sure there are only a few reasons. Sentinels, Nightmare Realm, and Voidwalkers, Sunders said with certainty. There was a simple reason for this assumption. In Sunders' opinion, anyone who could find a destiny in the center of the Mist Zone would at least have a special ability, or at least the strength of a legend. Of course, the first thing that came to his mind was the Watcher. The Watcher's attitude toward Angwar was obviously different from the others. Therefore, it was possible that they were sentinels. But since the Watchers let Angwar go before, it was a bit strange for them to call Angwar back again. This made Sunders think that the Watchers might be weak again. Apart from the Watchers, there were also the Nightmare Realm creatures who could help him. Nightmare creatures were more mysterious and powerful. Angwar's status in the Nightmare Realm might allow some of them to help him, which would give him the confidence to go to the center of the Mist Zone. However, Sunders did not think it was a nightmare creature. No one from the Nightmare Realm was involved in this incident. As the pioneer of nightmare illusions, Sunders did not sense any presence from the Nightmare Realm at the center of the Fog Zone. No matter how strong a nightmare creature was, Angwar couldn't possibly go back to the center of the Mist Zone for no reason. Besides, did a nightmare creature really know what was in the center of the Mist Zone? As for the last possibility, it was a void creature. Sunders didn't think about it before. However, he noticed a small detail around Angwar. When Angwar left the Mist Zone, there was nothing around him. Apart from Dankros, there was no other creature around him. But now, when he was about to leave Spectre Dock Island, there was another creature with him. It was a creature that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. It only existed in the energy realm, and its aura was extremely weak. It was a void traveler. Sunders had an idea when this creature showed up beside Angwar. When Sunders mentioned the three possibilities, Angwar glanced at the void traveler subconsciously, which made Sunders even more certain that Angwar's confidence in going back to the center of the Mist Zone came from the void. But did Angwar know any void creatures? Sunders never heard of them. After all, everyone had their own destiny. He couldn't possibly know everything about Angwar. So I was right. Even if you think there's a powerful being coming to help you, do you really think you'll be safe? Relying on the help of others to survive is not the first choice an independent magus would consider. Besides, are you sure that the one helping you is loyal to you? No matter who it is, they must have their own selfish motives. When their greed and desire grow beyond their control, their promises will be meaningless. Even I won't help you wholeheartedly. I understand. You understand, but you still don't want to listen. As Angwar's teacher, Sunders knew Angwar well. Angwar understood the principle, but it was hard to change a decision he had made. I'm not going back to the center of the Mist Zone to get involved. I'm just trying to locate something. Locate something? So that someone will know your location and come to you? Sunders pointed at the void traveler. Just let him go. Angwar shook his head. Headland can't. I'm the only one who can locate him. Angwar paused for a moment before he continued. Also, when I said that I wanted to watch the evolution process of the object of disorder, I had a feeling that I made the right choice. That feeling was so strong that I felt like I was making a choice that could change the course of my life. Maybe it was just my imagination. But at that moment, I really felt it. That's why I decided to come. Sunders suddenly fell silent. His words were vague, and he even sounded a little confused. But Sunders knew exactly what Angwar was trying to say. Sunders had made a similar choice before. When he was faced with an important decision that could affect his life, he had the same feeling. These weren't empty words, nor were they delusional thoughts. They truly existed. Fate was illusory, but there were always some existences that pursued miracles that could stir fate. For example, the time thief. Sunders was once marked by the time thief, so he would always feel the same when making a decision that could affect his life. Sometimes, the time thief would come and steal the choice Sunders gave up. Since the feeling was real, Angwar's strong feeling might be true as well. This was a special warning given by the time thief. However, the time thief didn't come this time, nor did he try to steal Angwar's choice. Maybe the time thief didn't see any point in doing so. Of course, Sunders could not stop him now that he had made his decision. As someone marked by the time thief, Sunders had learned to avoid interfering with other people's decisions. If Angwar wasn't really important to him, Sunders wouldn't interfere. But now, Angwar told him that his choice could affect the direction of his future. Sunders didn't dare to stop Angwar. Staying or going was a relatively innocuous choice in the past. But now, it had become an important decision that even the time thief would pay attention to. If Sunders interfered with Angwar's choice now, it could change Angwar's fate. Sunders considered for a moment and spoke slowly. If you think the choice is important, then remove all possible interference and follow your heart. Angwar nodded solemnly. Sunders glanced at the endless black sea in front of him. My illusions have reached their limit. Let's part here. Like I said on the island, I hope to see you back alive. With that, Sunders patted Angwar's shoulder and vanished into thin air. Angwar floated in the air and pondered for a moment. Remove all possible interference and follow your heart. This was what Sunders told him earlier. Angwar was thinking about it too. If this choice was really so important, would he be affected by external factors? Did he really make the right choice? He was also reconsidering if his decision was too hasty. Meanwhile, in a certain dimension that couldn't be seen, there were many clocks here. Some were round, some were square, some were long, some were flat, and some were even half embedded in the void. It was impossible to tell how many clocks there were. Among all the clocks, there was one in the center that was the largest and most eye-catching. Because, at the top of this clock, sat a tall and straight black shadow. The figure seemed to be enjoying himself. He was listening to the ticking of the clocks while humming an unknown tune. Suddenly, one of the clocks had a round clock with a minute hand that began to move. When the minute hand and the hour hand returned to zero at the same time, the crisp and loud sound of the bell rang out in the endless space densely filled with a large number of time wheels. Only then did the black figure raise his head and look at the bell that reverberated through time and space. Something triggered my choice, the figure muttered. Let me see. The black shadow pulled the round clock in the air and pulled it in front of him. Golden light was flowing out of the clock. TSK TSK. The honey of time is so sweet. I guess I'll have to check it out. The figure jumped down from the top of the clock. At the same time, a round metal door appeared at the center of the clock, where the wheel should be. The figure walked to the door and tried to push it open to enter the marked area. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, he felt something pricking his finger. He pulled his hand back. A drop of pale golden blood slowly seeped out from the tip of his finger. The blood flowed around the tip of his finger for a moment before it dripped into the void and disappeared. The figure stayed there for a while. Instead of going through the door, he returned to the top of the clock. I'll have a bad feeling if I go. But where did this ominous feeling come from? Was it someone who was marked? Probably not. Maybe I'll run into an old acquaintance? The figure thought for a while and didn't find any answer in the wheel. Forget it. I'll pass. He thought for a moment, and his gaze once again fell on the round clock that was still flowing with golden light. Someone who influenced me a lot. Let's add a mark. As soon as he finished speaking, the round clock, which was originally a little gray, began to glow with a moist brilliance. At the same time, a faint figure appeared in the center of the clock. If Angwar was here, he would recognize the figure as the same one he saw when he created the Crimson Shelter many years ago. The shadow watched Angwar's illusion and curled his lips. Oh, it's you, young man. There was a hint of excitement in the black shadow's voice, as if it had found an interesting toy. Still, he didn't go to the metal door. Instead, he carefully observed Angwar's illusion. It was as if he was trying to imprint Angwar's image in his eyes. After a long time, the figure chuckled and wiped away the illusion in a good mood. He then pushed the clock aside. This time, the clock didn't return to its original position in the pile of clocks. Instead, it hovered near the giant clock. There were only about 1,000 clocks in this place. Each of these clocks was shining with a dazzling brilliance. They were also very large, and some of them were even close to the size of the huge wheel of time erected by the Black Shadow. Angor's clock looked small and dim in the middle of the forest of clocks. It even looked a little out of place. If someone with OCD saw this, they would probably dig a hole in the ground with their toenails. However, the figure didn't seem to have OCD. Or rather, his OCD wasn't related to his appearance. Not only was he not displeased, he even whistled even more happily. Angor had no idea what was going on outside the dimension. He was already on his way to the center of the mist zone. After careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take a look. He was not only going to locate the location. He had other things to do, and there were other people he wanted to meet. With the help of Speed Spirit, it didn't take him long to reach the Reef Island. The place was still peaceful. In fact, it was even calmer than before. However, this calmness did not make people feel at ease. Instead, it made people restless. It was like the calm before a storm. The air is getting wetter, and the smell is getting worse. I don't like it. It was Dankros who spoke. Ever since Toby was sealed in Angor's bracelet, Dankros had successfully climbed onto Angor's shoulder. Dankros had never experienced something like this before, so he was very excited. He walked back and forth on Angor's shoulder like a dance floor, as if he was trying to breathe in the scent of Mr. Toby. Honestly, the scene was a little unsightly. Just imagine a pale, severed hand pacing back and forth on his shoulder while humming a sharp, discordant song. It was truly horrifying, bizarre. If anyone looked at Angor now, they would definitely look at Dankros first. At first, Angor wanted to tell Dankros to stop. However, since there were no civilians around, and Dankros was not using his real face, Angor decided to let it go. Besides, Dankros had been doing a good job recently, so Angor was willing to show some fatherly kindness. Why did you follow me? I asked the professor to take you back, but you insisted on following me. Angor was complaining about Dankros, but he quickly took out a small bottle of quenching liquid from his bracelet and poured it on Dankros' body. Ah. Nice. Dankros regained his spirit after bathing in the liquid. I'm warning you. Don't get any of that liquid on my clothes. If it burns a hole, I won't give you the rest of the quenching liquid. Don't worry. I can easily control this small fire. Dankros even moved the liquid around with his fingertip. The liquid turned into a bead that slid off Angor's clothes like a smooth pearl. There was no trace of burning on Angor's clothes. From this, it could be seen that Dankros' ability to control fire was indeed quite good. Alchemy should be a good match for someone who can control fire. Angor thought. By the way, you haven't answered my question. Why didn't you leave with my mentor? Dankros played with the quenching liquid as he lazily said, I don't want it. I want to be with Lord Toby. But Toby isn't outside right now. How about I put you into the bracelet too? Toby was lonely inside the bracelet, and he didn't dare to go to the dream wasteland for fear of running into Greya. Therefore, Angor sincerely wanted Dankros to accompany Toby. Dankros' body stiffened. He coughed twice and pretended to say unintentionally, no, it doesn't matter. It's fun to accompany you occasionally. Oh? Angor raised an eyebrow. Dan Gross, what I mean is, the joy of adventure. Oh. Angor gave Dankros a meaningful glance and didn't say anything else. Since Dankros wanted to stay outside, Angor didn't mind letting him do so. At least he had someone to talk to. However, if something dangerous happened later, Angor would still put Toby back into the bracelet. Dan Gross agreed with him on this point. While chatting with Dankros, Angor finally returned to the central area of the mist zone. At this point, the air became slightly stagnant, and the enormous and transcendent pressure came again. Angor could still endure the discomfort by relying on his physical strength. But as he got closer, he couldn't move any faster. Even his agility was affected. Angor had no choice but to activate the green mark in his right eye again. His force field was activated, and 90% of the aura disappeared. Without the pressure, Angor could move faster again. Soon, he arrived at the area where the lab was located. Previously, he had been able to witness the tyrannical appearance of number 00, which was the laboratory flying in the sky, from nearby. But now, number 00 was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to the bottom of the sea. As for whether number 00 returned to the bottom of the sea or crashed, Angor didn't know. It all depended on number 01's choice. If he chose to fight back, he might control number 00 to attack Baroi, which would make it more likely that number 00 would crash. Or vice versa. Angor believed that number 01 wouldn't fight back. And even if he did, he wouldn't use number 00 to fight back. If he did, he would become a complete enemy of Say Legacy. Say Legacy had a branch in Khazadar World, and number 01 wouldn't cut off his own escape route if he wanted to use Khazadar World as a last resort. Therefore, it was highly possible that number 00 was still intact. But Angor didn't plan to check it out right now. Because the target he wanted to locate this time was Baroi. Since number 00 was no longer in the sea, Baroi had achieved his goal. Their next target would be number 03. So, he had to go straight to number 03's location. As Angor got closer to his target, the sea became more turbulent. Pieces of flesh and bones floated on the surface of the sea. The entire surface of the sea was dyed red by mottled blood, making it look like a sea of blood. These pieces of flesh all came from sea monsters. Judging from the current situation, the number of dead sea monsters had reached an unimaginable number. Furthermore, more and more sea beasts were gathering here from all over the Misty Belt. Angor's expression turned grim as he looked at the floating pieces of flesh and blood. So many dead sea monsters meant that the mystery fruit on number 03's head was about to reach its limit. Angor came here for another purpose, which was to see how the half-out-of-order item could evolve. He couldn't miss this chance. With that in mind, Angor picked up his pace. Soon, he sensed a strong force coming from a certain location. He looked up and saw that the force was coming from a tidal area formed by several sea walls. It was too far to see what was above the sea walls, but number 03 had to be there. They were at least dozens of nautical miles away from number 03's location, but the force was already here. The area of disorder was getting bigger. Once the mysterious fruit matured, it would truly become disordered. Then, the areas affected by the disorder would definitely suffer the first wave of disorder. Who knew what would happen then? This was why everyone was worried about Angor's safety. Angor still had time to turn back, but he didn't hesitate and kept moving forward. Since he was already here and made his choice, he might as well carry it out. Besides, he wouldn't die for sure. After flying for another 20 nautical miles, he could already see number 03's figure on the wall of water. The force of the fruit was growing stronger, but he could still handle it with the help of his force field. However, considering that the force of the fruit was a variable and would increase as it matured, Angor couldn't afford to be careless. He was still moving forward, but at a much slower speed. While flying, Angor tried to calculate how fast the force of the fruit was growing. He didn't want to get caught off guard and lose control. As he carefully moved forward, he was noticed by some people. In the sky about 10 nautical miles away from number 03, Baroi seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look. He saw Angor's reflection in Baroi's sharp, sapphire eyes. "City Lord, the interesting little fellow you mentioned before seems to be here as well." Bo-Oloi chuckled, "Holuo holuo, now I seem to understand why the City Lord said he is very interesting." Angor clearly knew how dangerous this place was, yet he still came back. How bold of him. Unfortunately, no matter how bold he was, when he encountered an unreasonable and illogical mysterious object, he would still fall into a chaotic rhythm and be unable to extricate himself. "Don't mind him." The mayor's avatar inside Baroi's body spoke in a flat tone. A newly advanced wizard was no different from a sea monster to them. "Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that he has traces of the power of that world on him. Luo, could he have been sent by that world?" "No." Again, the answer was short. "Luo? Why?" "Because that place itself represents disorder." Would a world that already represented disorder continue to pursue disorder? It was hard to say. But at least Gruz de Ward never heard of anyone from that world getting involved in the chaos. On the contrary, quite a number of extraordinary beings had fallen into the chaotic rhythm of that world. Pyro. Baroi didn't expect this answer at all. It couldn't help but swallow its saliva. It only felt that its 8 tentacles were a little cold. Thank goodness the creatures from that world won't come. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Baroi muttered to himself and tried to shift his attention away from Angor. However, it suddenly paused as if it had thought of something. That's right, I faintly smelled Skiz's scent on this little fellow just now. It's the molting of a young Skiz. Number 01 had it. That guy must have gotten it from number 01, Gruzdaward said. Don't we need to catch him? No need. Apart from the molting, I sensed that the young Skiz didn't have much of a connection with that person. This meant that Angor didn't get the molting from Skiz. He must have gotten it from someone else. Otherwise, Angor's fate would be deeply entangled with the young Skiz. It was precisely because of this judgment that Gruzdade immediately thought of number 01. Pyro. Fine. Even so, Baroi was still interested in Angor. This was the first time he saw such a weak human who obtained the power of that world. He didn't need to deal with Angor himself, but he could leave the young Skiz to deal with him. After all, Angor already established a connection with the young Skiz by taking its molting. Once the young Skiz successfully achieved nirvana, it would seek Angor out on its own if it still couldn't calm down. Of course, that was if Angor could survive this ordeal. Pyro, you foolish human. Do you know that person? Baroi looked at number 01 and asked. Number 01 didn't seem to be restrained by anything, but he didn't move at all. Even his expression was as stiff as a robot's. Baroi could easily deal with number 01. However, it didn't kill him. Instead, it captured him. Pyro? Oh, I forgot. I didn't release your language seal. Baroi stuck out its pink tongue as if it was trying to act cute. In the next second, its cute turned into violent. Its tentacle turned into a blur and slapped number 01's face. Number 01's face had a hole in it. His flesh was mangled, and his teeth were broken. You can speak now, human. When 01 felt that he could move his lips and tongue, he didn't answer Baroi's question immediately. Instead, he lifted his remaining teeth and bit down on his own tongue. You won't die from a broken tongue, but it'll hurt a lot. Do you want to die from the pain? Do you think I'll let you die from it? Number 01 stopped biting his tongue and stared at Baroi with bloodshot eyes. Kill me. Kill me. You want to die? You want to go to Khazadar world while the connection is happening. Pyro. Impossible. Baroi laughed. This was originally a cute sound, but in 01's ears, it sounded like a demon's urging. However, if you listen to me obediently, I might be lenient. You Luo. Number 01 remained silent as he considered the situation. In the end, he stopped pretending to be crazy and looked at Baroi. There was an image floating in the air, showing Angor's face. Number 01 said, he's the one sent by Sei Society. Baroi grinned. You think I'll believe that? Then what do you want to know? Baroi didn't hesitate to use its tentacle again to break the other half of number 01's face. You should call me Great Lord Baroi. And you shouldn't have lied to me. Heh. You don't like it? Don't worry, Pyro. If you dare to disobey again, I'll tear your soul into pieces. Number 01 remained silent. I'll give you one more chance. Who is he? I don't know him. I only know that he snuck into the lab before. Baroi gave number 01 a long look. It could tell that number 01 wasn't lying this time. He really didn't know the little guy. The molted shell of the Skiz larvae was probably stolen from the laboratory. Baroi didn't care too much about how the molted shell got to Angor. But since number 01 said that Angor snuck into the lab before, maybe the deep space knew who he was. While Baroi was trying to figure out Angor's identity, the white-haired watcher also noticed Angor's arrival. Why did you come back? As Angor moved forward, he suddenly heard a familiar old voice. When he turned around, he saw that the overseer had appeared beside him. Watcher's familiar aura of distortion surrounded Angor, which worked together with his force field to reduce the attraction of the fruit. Sir. Angor lowered his head and bowed to the old man. Answer my question. Why did you come back? The inspector frowned, his expression clearly showing his displeasure. I have my reasons. Angor remained silent for 2 seconds before he spoke again. I have my reasons. Reasons? You want a mystery item as well? Aren't you a little too ambitious? I'm just curious about the mystery item. I've never thought about stealing it. I came back because Angor didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell the truth. But he couldn't lie either. A legendary wizard could easily tell if someone was telling the truth. As Angor tried to think of a way to answer, the Watcher frowned even harder. You're looking for death, he almost blurted out. It's the choice of fate. Angor suddenly looked up and used White Bear's classic line. Fate guided me to come back. Angor's answer wouldn't work on normal people. But for someone like Watcher, who could vaguely see miracles in the distance, his answer was useful. It's an indescribable feeling. Angor quickly repeated what he told Sunders when the Watcher did not refute his words right away. After the inspector heard this, he immediately reacted and said, Time thief? You've seen him before? Angor nodded. Yes. When I was working on a certain item, I saw the time thief in my vision. He called himself Cassini. He briefly explained how he met the time thief for the first time. When Angor mentioned that the time thief's real name contained the middle name Cassini, Watcher was sure that Angor wasn't lying. This wasn't surprising. The time thief had marked a lot of people. Angor was a talented wizard, so it wasn't surprising that he was marked by the time thief. The Watcher was surprised that Angor wasn't chosen by the time thief. Since he wasn't lying, then the sense of destiny he described might be true. With that in mind, Watcher's eyes glowed and released a distorted domain. Angor didn't notice anything, but the Watcher saw the faint image of a golden clock behind Angor's back. A clock meant that Angor was indeed marked by the time thief. And the golden light of the clock meant that Angor was being watched by the time thief not long ago. The Watcher was sure that Angor was telling the truth. Even the time thief was looking at him, which meant that Angor's decision this time wasn't just a small one. It might really be the choice of fate. Leave or return. Angor chose to return. Neither the Watcher nor the time thief could tell if Angor's choice was right or wrong, or where his fate would end up. Otherwise, the Watcher wouldn't try to steal someone else's choice. I can understand your so-called choice of destiny. But I'm still curious. What made you decide to go back? The Watcher looked at Angor. I want to see the process of the birth of an object out of order. I think it's going to be very important to me, Angor explained the rest of his reason after laying the groundwork for it. The Watcher already believed in Angor's choice of fate. When he thought about Angor's identity as a mystery class, and how he regretted Angor's decision to leave, he began to believe in Angor's answer. Angor was an alchemist who was determined to reach the occult class. He didn't want to give up any chance to improve himself even in the face of terrible circumstances. That was what the Watcher thought. Of course, the real Angor did not think that way. The Watcher only considered Angor's personal situation. He didn't consider the reason why Angor was forced to return. Something in the void wanted Angor to come back and help him locate the time thief. As for the existence in the void, it could only be Woof Woof. It was the leader of the void travelers. Of course, he wasn't going to risk his life for Woof Woof alone. Another entity was the main reason why Angor was willing to go back. He couldn't tell Watcher about this. So, Angor began to play his role as an alchemist who didn't fear danger and only cared about his dreams. The Watcher noticed it too. But since the Watcher already had a filter in mind, he only thought that Angor was trying to win his favor by putting on a show. It was normal for low-tiered wizards to want to gain the favor of higher-tiered wizards. It didn't matter. The Watcher was convinced by Angor's words and didn't try to chase him away. Because of Angor's performance, the Watcher actually gave Angor some benefits. The Overseer said calmly, "For Frost's sake, I can make things easier for you. As long as you don't do anything unnecessary, you can stay by my side." The Watcher wouldn't directly protect Angor because of his oath. However, Angor could avoid a lot of danger by staying with the Watcher. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about the fruit's attractiveness for now. It was another form of protection, but he couldn't say it out loud. "Thank you, Mr. Watcher." Angor quickly thanked the Watcher. He was just thinking about how to survive in this dangerous place and whether he should use the Watcher's protection. Now that the Watcher offered to help him, Angor wouldn't refuse. He knew he wouldn't get the fruit if he followed the Watcher. But he didn't really want the fruit anyway. All he needed to do was help Wolf locate the fruit and observe how it went out of order. He could do both while staying with the Watcher, and his safety was guaranteed. Angor couldn't help but praise Frost in his mind. Thank goodness he met this mysterious hunter before. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Indeed, Mentor John was right. Connections were very important. Angor felt much more relaxed after following the Watcher. He didn't move forward like a snail anymore. Instead, he followed the Watcher to the highest point. From here, not only could he see number 03 on the waves below, but he could also see Baroi standing under the starry sky not far away, and number 01. Angor wasn't surprised that number 01 didn't die. Number 01 wanted to die. He wanted to escape as a dead soul while Khazadar world was connected to the southern wizarding region. Baroi saw through number 01's plan and wouldn't let him die so easily. He would either capture number 01 or tear his soul apart. Baroi chose the former. Perhaps Baroi sensed Angor's gaze and looked at him. Baroi didn't look intimidating at all. Instead, it looked as pure and innocent as its soft appearance. It even smiled at Angor. Angor smiled back subconsciously. Don't be fooled by Baroi's appearance. It's famous in the Origin world. The Watcher's voice came. Angor stopped looking at the distance. It is also called the Magnificent Baltic Leaf, and the reason for the magnificent prefix is that Gruz Dward dotes on it so much that he leaves all the good things to it, and its treasury is magnificent and magnificent. Baroi grew up in such a pampered manner and never knew pain. It became arrogant and proud, and neither good nor evil could judge it. It looked like a child on the outside, and it was also a child on the inside. However, the former showed the innocence of a child, while the latter showed the recklessness, stubbornness, and ignorance of good and evil. While the Watcher was talking, the Watcher noticed that Baroi's sapphire eyes were staring at Angor with a hint of interest. You shouldn't have stared at it. It seems to be interested in you. It's not a good thing to be targeted by it. In its eyes, apart from its friends in Phantom City, everything else is toys. A child's attitude toward toys was that it might love them one moment, but it might abandon them the next. It might even destroy or dismember the toy. This was how Baroi treated its toys. Therefore, being targeted by it was extremely risky. You mean it's going to do something to me, sir? Angor also noticed that Baroi was staring at him. It won't do anything to you in the southern wizarding region. Besides, it has a new target now. Whether it gets the fruit or not, it's going to leave in the end. Baroi also had a tendency to forget things. As long as Angor didn't show up in front of Baroi in the future, Baroi wouldn't send anyone to the southern wizarding region. Of course, this was only the Watcher's opinion. Whether it was true or not depended on Baroi's opinion. Still, the Watcher was sure that Angor would be safe for the time being. While the Watcher was talking, Angor was thinking about something else. If Baroi was going to do something to him, should he ask Wolf if he could kill it? Wolf didn't tell him why it wanted to locate Baroi, but Angor could tell from its words that it was angry. If that was the case, Angor should think of a way to persuade Wolf to kill it together with that person. Are you worried that Baroi will do something to you? The Watcher thought Angor was worried since Angor didn't say anything. Angor cleared his throat. A little bit. Don't worry. Stay close to me and you'll be safe. I understand. Thank you, sir. Angor turned his attention back to the fruit. The fruit was still in the growing stage. A large number of sea creatures were waiting for it to ripen. Angor couldn't see anything yet. Suddenly, the Watcher broke the silence. You asked me about Reynolds before, but I didn't have time to tell you because of some reasons. Do you still want to know the answer? Angor hesitated for a second and nodded without hesitation. He remembered that Sunder's sudden arrival interrupted the Watcher's thoughts. Angor thought he wouldn't be able to find out the truth in a short time. He didn't expect the Watcher to bring it up now. The Watcher didn't think the same way. It was Sunders who interrupted the Watcher's thoughts. But even if Sunders didn't come, the Watcher wouldn't have answered Angor's question. More importantly, the Watcher considered it a kind of knowledge. Even though the lock-keeper didn't have a high price for such knowledge, it wasn't unconditional. The Watcher didn't want to tell Angor the information for free. The reason why he changed his mind was that he owed Angor a favor. In other words, it was a compensation exchange. He hadn't used the monocle to log into the dream wasteland yet, so he couldn't tell how valuable it was. But since he accepted the monocle, it meant he accepted the offer. Therefore, he planned to use the knowledge to repay Sunders' favor. Of course, he would have to wait until he used the monocle in the future. If the monocle was more valuable than the knowledge, Angor would definitely compensate Sunders in other ways. After all, compensation wasn't just a form of proof. It was also a form of restriction. Since you want to know, and we have nothing else to do, I'll tell you, the Watcher said slowly. Talent of luck, does it exist? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But at least in my experience, I've never heard of the term luck talent. So, I won't treat Reynolds' situation as a talent of luck. For the time being, I can't give you an accurate answer as to why Reynolds' luck is so strange. However, I can tell you one of my guesses. The Watcher didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he told Angor a story that actually happened. Many years ago, a very famous person had appeared in a mortal kingdom of the western continent's Magus world. His name was Child. He was born in a poor family. Before Child was born, there wasn't much to say about this family. After Child was born, this poor family slowly became a household legend. After Child was born, Child's father, mother, and siblings inexplicably started to have good luck. At first, it was nothing special. For example, a rabbit would bump into a tree when they were hungry, a bird would drop fruit when they were thirsty, the weather would always be fine when they went out to harvest crops, and the harvest would always be better than last year. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it. But as Child grew up, their luck got better and better. It was no longer just a child's play. It had gone one step further. They could find money while walking on the ground. They could buy a random item from a street stall, but it was a royal antique from thousands of years ago. When they encountered robbers, the robbers would fall on their backs. They could even get a large reward for tying up the robbers. This kind of good luck covered Child's family. In just a few years, Child's family had transformed from poor farmers to wealthy merchants who were known far and wide. Moreover, they didn't become rich from scratch. No one in their family knew how to do business. They started from nothing. Even without any foundation, this family became a tycoon due to various coincidences and luck. I think he's even luckier than Reynolds. Angor was surprised. No need for that. I haven't finished my story yet. Perhaps the Watcher had not talked to anyone for a long time, so he could not stop once he found someone to talk to. Don't you think the story sounds like a perfect turnaround? Angor nodded. Going from a poor man to a rich man was indeed a story that could change one's life. However, this story isn't really perfect. Oh? Only Child's family is perfect. But Child himself is the only flaw in the story. As the Watcher continued, the truth of the story was revealed to Angor. As the Watcher said, luck existed, but it did not cover Child. Not only was Child unlucky, but he had bad luck ever since he was born. When he was still a baby, Child would either fall out of his bed or fall into boiling water because of his parents' carelessness. That was nothing. It was only a mild misfortune. But as Child grew up, more misfortune befell him. His elder sister, who had married into another family, was a vicious woman. She would often steal food from Child when his parents were working in the fields. At the same time, in order to prevent Child from speaking, she would force him to drink a poisonous plant juice that would numb his tongue and make him unable to speak. Every time his parents came back, they thought Child had eaten something and did not give him more food. Over the years, not only did Child's tongue get damaged, he could not speak clearly and became a bag of bones due to hunger. Later, his second sister found out what his elder sister was doing. Instead of helping Child, she became an accomplice with her elder sister. When Child became a bag of bones due to hunger, both of them slandered Child, saying that he was cursed by God and was an outcast who was not welcomed by God. At that time, class consolidation became more and more serious. A large number of elites manipulated the situation behind the scenes, causing illiteracy and anti-intellectualism to flourish among the poor. Religion became the only authority apart from the royal family. Child's parents were also victims of anti-intellectualism. They easily believed the words of their two daughters and became more and more distant from their own son. Also, because they encountered a few outbursts of luck, big sister and second sister even spread the word that this was a gift from the gods that their parents had abandoned Child. Child had always been despised by his family, while the others were getting luckier and luckier by bullying Child. The humiliation of the perpetrator and the inferiority that Chad had developed since he was young made him unable to resist at all. He also did not know that there was such a thing as dignity in this world. Thus, an even more vicious cycle began. After more than 10 years of violence, Chad's family's luck was getting better and better. Big sister had a vicious heart and a lot of thoughts. After living with her for so many years, she had discovered many details. For example, as soon as she went out, her good luck would disappear. Even at home, as long as Child was not around, her luck would be normal. Even though eldest sister did not know that there were transcendents in the world, after thinking about it for a while, she vaguely understood that it might have been Chad who had caused their good luck. However, even though she had indirectly learned some of the truth, big sister still didn't treat Child well. Instead, she went from bad to worse, imprisoning Child like an animal. She kept talking about the boundless grace of God, while at the same time, her divine might was like a prison. Her parents all followed her lead. As for big sister herself, she did not believe it at first. However, as she talked too much, she also fooled herself, which made her even more vicious towards Child. The Watcher paused and asked Angor, speaking of which, what do you think will happen in the end? According to the story, Child's family will definitely suffer the backlash of their good luck and have a miserable ending. Angor smiled and changed the topic. But my teacher once told me that I should only read the first half of a fairy tale. Most of them are the author's personal narration of what he or she saw and experienced with their own eyes. The later half is the author's dream to make up for the regrets in reality. Storybooks are similar to fairy tales in that they only cater to the reader's preference. The real ending is usually a tragedy hidden under the beauty. The Watcher nodded. Your teacher is right. But whether it's a tragedy or a fairy tale depends on who you're in. If you're in Child's family, then it's a typical fairy tale. If you're in Child's shoes, then it's the opposite. Because Child's ending, as you said, was not a happy one. Under big sister's deliberate plot, Child was betrayed by his friends and family. In the end, he died in a dog cage in a corner of his luxurious living room due to an infection caused by the whipping. As for Child's family, they did not suffer too much bad karma. However, after Child's death, Child's bad luck began to spread, and they were unlucky for a few days. Later, when Child's body was thrown into the graveyard outside the city, the bad luck naturally disappeared. However, because of Child's death, Child's unnatural good luck also disappeared, and they returned to normal. Still, this did not affect anything. They already had the resources of a tycoon, and they even bought a noble title. As long as they did not do anything stupid, it would not be a problem for them to pass it down. This is the end of the story? But that's not all, sir, is it? Angor asked. You're going to tell me something else, right? The inspector nodded with a smile. That's right. Child's story has come to an end. However, his influence is very far-reaching. He even caused a legendary wizard to be besieged and forced to step into the rhythm of an out-of-order object. He hasn't returned yet. If I'm not mistaken, he should be dead. As for why, can you guess? Angor fell into deep thought. He was not thinking about the Watcher's question. It was the Watcher's story that reminded him of something else. Lucas's lies. Lucas used a series of lies to compile a ship's log, which contained a lot of ridiculous stories, such as tears falling into the sea and turning into a sea of flowers, the eternally clear waters of Devil's Water, the terrifying island spirit, the glowing wishing tree, and so on. These were all fake stories that did not exist at all. But after Lucas's death, these lies became true one after another. Some of them were barely true, but it was still surprising enough. After careful investigation, Angor finally confirmed the truth. The lies were still lies, but they became true when they came from Lucas's mouth. And Lucas's mouth was not a prophecy talent. It was a mystery item. Lucas' story and Child's story did not have a clear connection, but there were some similarities between them. Is it a mystery item? Angor asked as he tried to connect the dots. The Watcher raised an eyebrow. You have sharp intuition. That's right, a mystery item. The Watcher continued to tell Angor Child's story, which had nothing to do with him. It happened after his death. Not long after Child's death, his body began to rot, and as it did, the oppressive misfortune began to take over the graveyard. Everyone who stepped into the area of the graveyard would suffer more or less after leaving. Minor cases would result in a loss of wealth, while serious cases could result in death. The local people began to call the graveyard Misfortune Graveyard. As the name of the graveyard spread far and wide, several wizard clans went to check it out. However, none of their apprentices returned. The Adept family reported this matter to the nearby Adept organization. When the Adept organization saw that this matter was related to misfortune, they thought that it was caused by Adept disaster, so they handed this matter over to Adept disaster. And so, a wizard Calamity Wrath was sent to the graveyard to check it out. Adept Calamity was a special type of adept in the Western continent's Adept world. They could barely be considered prophetic, but they were not prophetic adepts, nor did they explore fate. Instead, they hid behind fate and controlled misfortune. Anything related to misfortune and curses were their specialty. However, a wizard Calamity Wrath who lived with the curse of misfortune all year round could not resist the misfortune of the graveyard and ended up dead. Wizard Calamity Wrath went into a frenzy. A large number of wizards Calamity Wrath went to check it out. They discovered that not a single wizard Calamity Wrath could resist the misfortune of the graveyard. This kind of misfortune even exceeded the limits of the laws. It was like an unreasonable loophole in the underlying logic. As long as you touched it, you would definitely be unlucky. The more powerful a wizard Calamity Wrath was, the easier it was for them to die in the graveyard. Later, this matter spread to the source world, and a large number of legendary wizards went to check it out. In the end, it was confirmed that the cause of the misfortune in the graveyard was a mysterious item. Due to the misfortune, the mysterious power was concealed, and it was not discovered immediately. A mysterious hunter from the Order Guild dug up the mysterious item from the ground and finally confirmed it. As for this mysterious item, I'm sure you've already guessed it. It came from Child. It's a small, round bone fragment that fell from his skull after it cracked open. The appearance of this round bone piece has caused many legendary magi to make a move. As I said before, a legendary wizard was forced into the rhythm of disorder because he was surrounded and attacked after obtaining the bone fragment. Helpless, he decided to take the bone fragment with him and enter the rhythm of disorder of other objects. Unfortunately, he was captured by the rhythm of disorder, but the bone fragment was left behind. Later, a level 5 wizard Calamity Wrath obtained the bone fragment. This wizard Calamity Wrath had a good relationship with the Order Guild, and he was a registered mystery hunter. He gave the bone fragment to us so that we could study it for a while. At this point, the Overseer suddenly digressed. The Order Faction Guild could analyze the effects of mysterious items on behalf of the guild, and they only needed to pay a small price. If you find a mystery item that you don't know its effects, you can give it to the Order Guild to analyze. The inspector also kindly suggested that if Angor found a mystery item in the future, he could also go to the Order Guild and find a professional technician to analyze it for him. If he mentioned his name, the price would be much lower. Angor replied with a smile. He believed that the inspector meant well, but if he gave a mystery item to the Order Guild for analysis, he would have to pay a corresponding price. For example, the analyzed mystery item would be recorded by the Order Guild, and his own background would be investigated by the Order Guild. No matter how fair and impartial the Order Guild was, they would not be able to stop people from changing their minds. If someone had evil intentions and found out his background, he would be in great danger. The inspector skipped the topic and continued. After some research, the Order Guild finally named Child's bone fragment Coin of Misfortune. As for the effect of the coin, it's the same as what happened to Charles. The holder will bring bad luck? The inspector nodded. Yes. The Coin of Misfortune can only be held by a human. The holder of the coin will continue to have bad luck, and the bad luck will increase over time. Correspondingly, once the coin of misfortune is held by someone, the luck of the people around that person will become better. The luckier you are, the luckier the person holding the coin will be. In other words, there were two ways to increase the amount of misfortune. First, the longer the holder held the coin, the greater the misfortune accumulated. Second, the greater the fortune of others around the holder, the greater the misfortune of the holder. At first glance, the coin seemed to be a mystery item that sacrificed itself to benefit others. It seemed to be a good choice. However, there were many factors to consider, such as the holder's strength. The backlash of misfortune would eventually lead to death. If the holder was not strong enough, he or she would die within seconds. As for allowing mortals to hold the coin of misfortune while supernaturals enjoyed the fortune, that was even more impossible. In order for a supernatural to receive the fortune, another supernatural of the same level had to accept the punishment of misfortune. This restriction greatly reduced the value of the coin of misfortune. After all, most people who used the coin of misfortune were legendary wizards. If they wanted to enjoy the blessing of fortune, they would have to be held by another legendary wizard. No legendary wizard would be willing to hold the coin of misfortune. Also, if no one holds the coin of misfortune, it will create a misfortune field with an area of 1 kilometer. This misfortune field is similar to the misfortune graveyard. Whoever enters it will suffer. The stronger you are, the worse your luck will be. Generally speaking, the coin of misfortune worked well, but it had many restrictions. There were very few opportunities to use it. Currently, the coin of misfortune was being kept by the Order Guild. Of course, the guild only had the right to use the coin of misfortune. The real ownership of the coin still belonged to the level 5 wizard Evil. After listening to the Watcher's story, Angor began to understand what the Watcher was trying to say. "Sir, are you saying that Reynolds' situation is similar to Child's?" "It's just a guess," the Watcher said. "I have no proof." "So if Reynolds dies now, a mystery item will appear on his body?" Angor muttered. The Watcher waved a hand. "It's not as simple as you think. Reynolds may seem to have a talent for luck, but it's not obvious. His situation is a bit different from Child's. Reynolds' luck was not too strong. At most, it was within a reasonable range. If it was, Reynolds wouldn't have been defeated so quickly during the Rising Star competition. He would have won all the way to the top. Also, Reynolds escaped from the lab more than 10 years ago. If he was really lucky, he wouldn't have been caught. Clearly, his luck was not as strong as Angor thought. If his luck is as obvious as Child's, then it's easy to confirm. But now, it's hard to say. Maybe he's just lucky? Furthermore, even if Reynolds was killed, there might not be a mystery item that would be born. After all, I've never heard of anyone who killed someone with a special talent to give birth to a mystery item. What I've told you is just to tell you a direction of thinking, a possibility. It's not an absolute answer. As for mystery items, unless they're man-made, let them be born naturally. 99% of mystery items were born in nature, and they all had different causes. What the Overseer described was one of the reasons. Angor's guess about Reynolds was also correct. However, no one could be sure if the real answer was as the Overseer had guessed. Even a mystery alchemist might not be able to provide an accurate answer. Still, the Watcher's words made Angor more interested in Reynolds. So Brute Cavern wouldn't mind having another mascot. After all, Reese Society's lab was almost paralyzed, and Reynolds was basically a free spirit. Maybe he could ask Nausicaa to convince the mascot to join Brute Cavern. This way, Angor could take a closer look at Reynolds and see if there was really a mystery item inside his body. Angor made up his mind. Maybe he could give it a try after this was over. Suddenly, he felt something touching the back of his hand. It was soft and bouncy, as if he just touched a piece of jelly. Angor looked down and saw an amethyst-looking void traveler in his energy vision. The void traveler's body was covered in a faint purple glow and looked like an amethyst. The void traveler was hitting the back of Angor's hand again and again. The void traveler was working harder than a professional blackmailer. "Hydra?" Angor called the creature's name in a low voice. Hydra stopped bumping and slowly floated to Angor's side. Its soft body automatically turned into a big flatbread and tried to cover Angor's face. Angor knew what Hydra was trying to do. Wolf must have something to tell him. But now wasn't a good time to do so. Angor glanced at the watcher and saw that the creature wasn't looking at him. Instead, it was looking at number 03 in the distance. Angor considered for a moment and tapped his forehead with his left index finger. Receiving the signal, Hydlin quickly pressed her soft body against Angor's face, especially the area around his eyebrows, which was almost completely covered. If someone used their energy vision to check Angor's forehead, they would see a shining amethyst crystal embedded in it. Hydra's energy tendrils reached into Angor's forehead. The connection to the void network was successful. He tried to imagine the system's ding. It was a necessary ritual to connect to the void network, although it was useless. Woof, woof. I'm here. Have you reached the target yet? Angor heard the dog's voice in his mind without any hesitation. He glanced at Baroy in the distance, who seemed to have sensed his gaze and looked back at him. He quickly averted his gaze and lowered his head, pretending that nothing happened. Baroy, on the other hand, was looking at Angor with an innocent yet eerie smile. If the guest from the Phantom City you speak of is a pink octopus, then I can be considered to be near it. I'm less than 1 nautical mile away from it. Yes, that's it. Wang Wang, who was flying in the void, was delighted. In Wang Wang's eyes, the distance of 1 nautical mile was close to his face. Previously, Wang Wang had thought that it might deviate by tens of nautical miles or even hundreds of nautical miles. When the time came, it would enter the southern region to adjust its position. He did not expect Angor to go this far. Almost 1 mile, that way, there wouldn't be any difference at all. He could directly summon His Excellency. Angor's coordinates not only made it easier for Sir, but also greatly reduced Wang Wang's risk. After all, Wang Wang was still too weak to enter the southern region with his own body. However, the joy only lasted for a moment. Wang Wang quickly thought of something else. Are you all right? Wang Wang asked after a moment of silence. Wang Wang had seen Angor before, so it knew that Angor was much weaker than Baroy. Would Angor really be fine when he was so close to Baroy? Angor didn't have the ability to travel through space like Wang Wang. Is he really going to be fine? Angor quickly understood what Wang Wang meant. Don't worry, I'm fine for now. By the way, do I need to get closer to Baroy? Yes. You're already in a good position, Wang Wang said. Good. Then you won't have to risk your life in the southern region. Baroy is very strong. You might not be able to use your teleportation ability before it attacks you. Although Angor seemed to be comforting Wang Wang, he was actually plotting something in his mind. The reason why he pointed this out was because he hoped that Wang Wang would understand that he was doing this for Wang Wang's safety, and that he was contributing. Angor wasn't trying to ask Wang Wang for a favor. He just hoped that the more Wang Wang felt guilty, the easier it would be for them to communicate in the future. As far as Angor could tell, Wang Wang's 2 abilities were very powerful. One was teleportation, and the other was void network, which allowed Wang Wang to control all void travelers. Although these 2 abilities did not have any attack power, their effects were more useful than many mysterious items, and they did not have any side effects. If Angor wanted to travel to different worlds or travel through space, Wang Wang's abilities would help him a lot. However, Wolf preferred the Dalmatian and kept a distance from Angor. This was why Angor wanted to use this apology to get closer to Wang Wang. He was telling the truth, and he wouldn't do anything to hurt Wang Wang. Therefore, he didn't feel guilty at all. On the other hand, Wang Wang also felt that Angor was doing something for it. Wang Wang didn't know about the complicated minds of humans, so it preferred to be straightforward. Therefore, Wang Wang really did feel sorry for Angor. Thank you. Angor heard the sincerity in Wang Wang's voice and grinned. It's fine. This place is dangerous, and Baroy can kill me with its little fingernail. But it's fine. I won't die just yet. Also, don't feel bad. I'm not here just for you. I also want to see the evolution of an object of disorder. Clearly, Angor was taking a step back in order to gain an advantage. Angor told Wang Wang not to feel guilty, but he also described the danger and reality, which only made Wang Wang feel more embarrassed. The effect was obvious. Wang Wang's voice became softer. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for my rude request, you wouldn't have gotten involved. It's fine. But I'm curious. Why do you care about Baroi? Well, Baroi is the pink octopus you mentioned. It's also a second-class citizen of the Phantom City. If it was in the past, Wang Wang might have hesitated to answer. But now, he did not hesitate at all and directly said, my fellow clansmen near the void of the southern region were the first to discover Bo Luo Yi and reported to me. I traveled through space and found the aura of the Lord of Phantom City inside Baroi's body. That's fine, right? I heard that Baroi was spoiled by Gruzde Ward. It's normal for it to have the aura of the Lord, Angor wondered. But what did this have to do with Wang Wang? No, it's not a normal aura. It's a ripple of consciousness. The Lord's consciousness is inside Baroi's body. You're saying Gruzde Ward's consciousness is inside Baroi's body? Angor's heart skipped a beat. If this was true, this place was much more dangerous than before. And the consequences would increase exponentially. Yes, I'm sure of it. It was because of Wang Wang's racial talent. As weak void travelers, they had never been captured by void creatures when they were in the void. This was because they had an extraordinary sense of energy aura. Angor frowned. How did you know it was Gruzde Ward's consciousness? I have a race near the origin world. I sent it to the Phantom City to observe the Lord's aura. You really do have people all over the world. Also, the Void network is so convenient. Messages can travel through the Void faster than Spirit Realm walkers. Angor felt the Mother Tree network was crushed. So Gruzde Ward really came? Angor frowned. Even if it was just a consciousness, it still meant a lot. He calmed himself down and continued, but I still don't understand. Why did you locate Baroi and let it come to you? Are you going to fight Baroi? This time, Wang Wang hesitated and didn't answer right away. But when it thought about how Angor risked his life to touch Baroi's face so that it could locate Baroi's location, Wang Wang's heart softened. In the end, Wang Wang gave up and told Angor the answer. Previously, when I was in the world inside the painting, I heard Mr. Feng's words. Something from Mr. Feng? Angor talked with Feng for a long time in the painting. He didn't know what Baroi was talking about. Woof. Woof. Mr. Feng said that there is also a void traveler in the Phantom City of Gruz Howard. Woof Woof's reminder reminded him of something. When Feng saw Wang Wang, he thought it was Angor's pet and reminded Angor to avoid Phantom City in the future. Wang Wang might be a mutated void traveler, which was a very precious and mysterious creature. If Gruzde Ward saw Wang Wang, he might try to steal it. After that, Feng casually mentioned that there was a void traveler in the fantasy city that was snatched away by Gruz Howard. Void travelers were weak, and most of them were not much stronger than mortals. However, they were widely recognized as a rare species. Because they were so rare. Rare, weak, and yet they could survive in the void. Obviously, there was something worth studying about this void traveler. Many wizards wanted to study this void traveler, but they could not find any samples at all. Even Feng had only read about the void traveler in some obscure books. Therefore, he still remembered that there was a void traveler in Phantom City, which was why he pointed it out when talking to Angor. It was this sentence that Wang Wang remembered deeply. So, you're planning to save the void traveler who has fallen into the Phantom City? Woof woof, yes. As far as Wang Wang was concerned, there were very few void travelers in the first place. Every one of his kind was very important, and he would never give up on them easily. I remember a lot of people saying that Gruz Howard treats his citizens well. He should treat the void traveler well, right? Maybe it won't leave on its own. Why don't you contact it and ask? In response, Wang Wang said, there is indeed a void traveler in the Phantom City. But I can't contact it. That was why Wang Wang was so worried. I see. Angor noticed the anxiety in Wang Wang's voice. So, you're going to capture Baroi and threaten Gruzde Ward to hand over your friend? Not just Baroi, but the City Lord's avatar as well. Angor understood Wang Wang's logic. However, he doubted it. Would it work, even if Gruzde Ward was willing to do it? Could he really do it? Humans were good at manipulating things. Apart from the mutated Tsong Ming The other void travelers had no intelligence, and Wang Wang was a simple-minded person. Facing a cunning city lord, not only would Wang Wang fail to save his friends, but he would also get himself killed. Angor didn't want anything to happen to Wang Wang. He told Wang Wang his concern. Wang Wang remained silent for a moment. I know. I won't do it myself, and I won't get close to the city lord either. I've already asked for his help, and he agreed to my request. Angor relaxed a little after hearing Wang Wang's words. After all, the city lord wasn't someone to be trifled with. Angor was willing to return to the central area of the mist zone because he owed the city lord a big favor. Angor stopped communicating with Wang Wang for now. He removed Hydra from his forehead. Soft and cool to the touch, it was really comfortable. Angor couldn't help but rub Hydra's head, which also enjoyed Angor's touch. It laid on Angor's palm like a little hamster that was about to fall asleep. When he was done, Angor looked up to check the fruit's ripening progress. But when he raised his head, he didn't see the mysterious fruit. The first thing he saw was the inquisitive eyes of the overseer. The watcher was looking at the void traveler in Angor's hand as if he was thinking about something. Sir, Angor spoke in a small voice. The watcher looked at Angor and asked, can void travelers communicate with each other? The watcher saw the void traveler floating around Angor earlier. He didn't expect Angor to have a void traveler as a pet. After all, void travelers were very rare. The watcher wasn't a wizard who liked to study strange creatures, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, Angor's action just now caught the watcher's attention. As far as the watcher could remember, void travelers were weak and cowardly creatures. But judging from Angor's interaction with the void traveler, it seemed that they could communicate with each other. A void traveler who could communicate with Angor and a void traveler who couldn't communicate with each other were very different. A weak and controllable intelligent creature that could wander the void could easily become a medium for traveling. Many void caravans had risen by relying on similar races. I can't communicate with it directly, but I can sense its emotions. Angor considered and decided to tell the truth. He couldn't fool the watcher anyway. You can't communicate with it. The watcher looked a little disappointed. If Angor couldn't communicate with the void traveler, it would only be useful for research purposes. Then why did it insert its tentacle between your eyebrows? Angor didn't answer this time. He couldn't lie, and Wang Wang couldn't expose him either. He had to keep quiet. The overseer frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a plop sound suddenly resounded through the sky from afar. Angor's attention was also attracted by the noise. He looked at the source of the noise and saw the mystery fruit on top of 03's head. The moment the fruit made a sound, it also shook a little, and the skin of the fruit also turned red. Plop, after a minute, the second sound rang out again. Again, the noise echoed across the sky, bringing with it a strange and terrifying shockwave that swept across a large area of the sea. Moreover, the mysterious aura that had been suppressed by the attraction force and had been concealed began to spread along with the sound. Why does it sound like a heartbeat? Angor muttered to himself. Heartbeat? The watcher glanced at Angor and agreed with the analogy. But how could a fruit have a heartbeat? Sir, is the fruit about to ripen? Angor asked. The watcher considered for a moment. I'm not sure. It looks like it's about to undergo the next change. Maybe it's a sign of a new growth stage, or maybe it's about to ripen. So, what should we do now? You don't have to do anything. Just wait quietly. Angor nodded and didn't ask anything else. He simply followed the watcher's instructions and looked at the fruit in the distance. The fruit could change at any time. If Angor missed this chance, he would have wasted his time here. Therefore, Angor decided to ignore all other unnecessary information and focus on the mystery fruit. Another minute later, the fruit made another noise. As the noise subsided, the force that was absorbing the flesh of the sea monsters grew stronger. The wave that number 03 was standing on was only a few dozen meters tall. Now, it was slowly growing. Number 03 didn't look like he was controlling the wave. Instead, he was standing on top of a blood-red water pillar. Below the pillar was a sea of blood, which looked both evil and evil. More sea monsters died, and the red water spread farther and farther. The thumping continued to sound rhythmically. It was now the heartbeat of the mysterious fruit, the knell of the sea beasts, and the roar that boiled the sea. Angor didn't know how far the noise could reach, but the sea around them was boiling like boiling water. The bloody water kept bubbling like blood-colored lava. While the noise was still going, Angor could see that the mystery ripple had left the mist zone and was spreading further away. This strange scene was quickly discovered by others. Inside a hidden watchtower near Sidro Island, a beautiful woman with long purple hair came to the top of the tower. She wore a slim black dress and stood on the balcony while looking into the distance. The sea is boiling again. What's going on? The woman frowned. What's going on? Just as the purple-haired woman was thinking, a wave of air suddenly hit her. Her long purple curly hair kept fluttering back under the impact of the air wave. Her skin was also pulled back by the air wave. However, she didn't block the airwaves. Instead, she extended her spiritual tentacles outwards. After a long while, the airwaves gradually weakened, and she stood there in a daze. Mystery ripple? The purple-haired woman suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction of the misty belt. The mysterious fluctuation was coming from there. It doesn't look like it's being controlled by someone. It's more like it's spontaneous. Spontaneous? Is Devil Water going to give birth to another mystery object after Silver Palm Isle? Or is it the mystery object from Silver Palm Isle? Either way, Angor decided to check it out. The purple-haired woman waved her fair arms, and black feathers grew out from under her arms at a speed visible to the naked eye. The feathers were elegant and slender, and when combined with the waving of her arms, she looked like a pair of shadow geese in a lake. The purple-haired woman in a luxurious dress unfurled her wings and flew into the sky. After circling the sentry tower twice, she didn't immediately fly away. Instead, she transmitted her voice to the sentry tower. Helen, immediately activate the information tower of Summerdew Ridge and inform Madame Pei that a mysterious item might be born in the fog zone. I'll go check it out. A slightly chubby adult woman walked to the window of the watchtower and made a don't worry gesture at the shadow geese in the sky. Swan, I'll take care of this. Be careful. The shadow geese, or swan, smiled at her close friend. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. If Lady Pei comes, don't talk back to her. Also, you have to kiss her toes 3 times. I know you can't accept it, but please do it for yourself and for our future. I understand. Helen nodded. Swan did not say anything else. She left a white trail in the sky and flew toward the mist zone at an incredible speed. Swan and Helen were only 2 of the supernaturals who sensed the mystery aura. There were more supernaturals who sensed the mystery aura as well. Some of them were supernatural merchant groups who were doing business at Devil's Water. Most of them had connections with the White Clam Shipping Company, so they quickly spread the news to Floating Mech City. The mist zone at Devil's Water indicated the birth of a mystery object. As one of the major trading centers in the south, Floating Mech City did its best to spread the news. It did not take long for many wizard organizations to receive the news. Although the mystery object was very important, after the Silver Palm Island incident, many sorcerer organizations had become more rational and did not send a large number of troops to explore. However, the mystery object was still a heritage. Even if no organization was willing to go, they still sent out 1 or 2 wizards. They opened a plain passageway and headed toward the mist zone. For a time, extraordinaires began to gather in the vicinity of the misty belt. Sunders and the others who just left the mist zone noticed the tense atmosphere around them. Just now, a man wearing a bird mask and whose upper body has been mechanically modified flew over our heads, Cindy said softly. I felt like he was looking at us. Did he notice us? That's Megastone from Lita's Fellowship. Master Megastone? Cindy was surprised. The wizard usually kept a low profile, but he was quite famous. One of his titles suggested that he was a member of research department. Yes, this was a veteran master alchemist who specialized in mechanical modification. It's him. Thanks to Mr. Phantom's illusion, I don't think he noticed us. But Megastone is a leader in mechanical alchemy. He's very sensitive to all kinds of alchemy products. Many of the machines we use today were created by him. Maybe he sensed the presence of machines and looked down, said Cantor. The one who spoke was Cantor. He didn't have a personal relationship with Magus Stone, but at his level, he could naturally understand some secrets. Magus Stone is heading toward the mist belt. He must have sensed that something is wrong here, but he did not come to investigate. He must have known about the birth of the mystery item, and his desire for it is greater than anything else. Sunders narrowed his eyes. Magus Stone stays in floating mech city all year round. If even he knows about it, the news about the mystery fruit must have spread already. Cantor nodded. I think so. A mystery object showed up at Devil's Water again. I think we'll see another bloody storm like what happened at Silver Palm Isle. After what happened last time, I don't think many people will come here, said Sunders. But if they don't have any tricks up their sleeves, they'll probably lose more people than last time. After all, the last incident on Silver Palm Island, the mysterious item seemed to be controllable. Wizards were more likely to be threatened by their own kind rather than mystery objects. But this time, the mystery fruit was going out of order. Most of the sorcerers in the southern region were unfamiliar with the term out of order. They had no idea how terrifying an out-of-order item was. Once the mystery fruit went out of order, less than 1 in 10 wizards would survive. Anyway, a lot of wizards already know about it. I'm sure many of them have already entered the mist zone. Will Angor be affected by it? Philo sighed. Philo's words caused everyone's mood to sink slightly. They believed Angor's decision to go back was a mistake. He might end up staying there forever. But Angor's condition is different. He should be fine. As for whether the wizards who entered the mist zone will affect Angor or not, I don't think so. They might even help him. The mystery fruit wasn't mature yet, and no one knew what it could do. The more people there were, the more people who would enter the mystery fruit. Since they couldn't observe the effect of the mystery fruit with time, they might find a better way to find out more about it by sacrificing their lives. Angor had the help of the gravity field and outside help. As long as he could hold on until the mystery fruit was removed, he would have a better chance of surviving. That's all. Sunders was thinking about it. However, he didn't say it out loud since no one knew Angor had outside help. Don't worry about Angor. He made a choice, and he will pay for it. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Sunders looked at Ness. By the way, Ness, you must be tired, right? Why would I be tired? Why am I suddenly involved in this? Sunders narrowed his eyes. I think you're tired. What do you mean by think? Shouldn't it be I think? Philo glanced at Sunders, then at Ness. Yes, Wizard Ness. You've been to the lab, and you're facing the attraction force. You must be tired. Why don't you take a rest and rest? Sunders looked back and saw another wizard entering the mist zone. I hope the people from Brute Cavern don't come. The mist zone is a big trap. With Pharaoh trying to dissuade him and Sunders muttering to himself, there was no way Ness wouldn't understand what Sunders was trying to say. Go to the Dream Wasteland and tell Brute Cavern to stay out of the fog zone. This is a giant pit. Ness cleared his throat and said, You're right. I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a rest inside Soul Servant's armor. With that, Ness summoned a skeletal knight and lay down inside it. Once the bone armor was put on, all information about the outside world disappeared, and Ness fell into a deep sleep. Cantor looked at the strange scene with confusion in his eyes. What are you doing? Isn't Ness fine? Why is he tired all of a sudden? Isn't he the one who should be tired? He's been distracted by the mystery fruit for half a day. Sunders patted Cantor's shoulder. I can't explain it to you yet. But you'll know soon enough. He added in his mind, of course, Angor has to come back safely. Let's move on. After saying that, a huge ship slowly sailed into the distance. Sunders and the other wizards were not the only ones on the ship. There were also many mortals on the ship. This ship was the Moonlight Picture Bird. Plop. The sound was very rhythmic at first, sounding every minute or so. Every time it sounded, the fruit would swell up a little and turn red. As time went by, the frequency of the plop decreased from 1 minute to 50 seconds, and then to 30 seconds. This shortened process lasted for half a day. At this rate, the plop would only happen once a second or more in half a day. When that happened, the fruit would enter the next stage of its transformation. No one spoke while waiting. Even Baroi, who was standing in the distance, did not pay any attention to Angor. She was also focused on the plop of the fruit. Angor did the same thing at first. But as more and more people arrived, he began to lose focus. When he sensed the mystery energy coming from the fruit, Angor knew that someone would come here. But to his surprise, there were more people than he expected. Moreover, there were quite a few familiar faces among them. For example, the man with a bird's beak standing 20 nautical miles away was quite familiar to Angor. Marcus Stone. As a member of the research department, Angor knew who he was. Back when Muse nominated Angor to join the research department, Marcus Stone was against it. It was not because Marcus Stone hated Angor. It was because Marcus Stone did not agree with Angor. Although Magus Stone was an alchemist from the Leda Fellowship, the Leda Fellowship was a wizard organization under the Moonfrost Union. In other words, Marcus Stone was a member of Moonfrost Union. Since Angor did not agree with Moonfrost Union, it was only natural that Marcus Stone would side with Moonfrost Union. Apart from Marcus Stone, there was another wizard who looked familiar to him. It was a silver-haired man who was standing on a giant ray. Sorcerer Big Fish Sliv. Angor once had a close encounter with this wizard from Song of the Deep, which left a terrible impression on him. Back then, Angor was still an apprentice who returned to the old earth from Brute Cavern in order to save John. On his way back, he found Lucas' logbook and slowly found his way to the mystery space at Silver Palm Isle. Angor did see the mystery item in the abandoned space, but he failed to recognize the item due to his poor eyesight. Still, Angor did enter the space and left some traces behind, which were already suspicious. Coincidentally, Angor also happened to find the dream whelk from Freud, which caused Jibra to suspect Angor. Sliv heard from Jibra that Angor might have something to do with the mysterious man who went missing at Silver Palm Isle. He suspected that Angor had taken away the mystery item, so he quickly located Angor's location. In the end, Sliv gave up on killing Angor because of the dream whelk and the threat of Sunder's essence blood. However, Angor still felt angry and frustrated about what happened to Sliv. Because of this, Angor had a terrible impression of this wizard from Song of the Deep. Last time and this time it would be the same. As long as there was a mystery item, Angor would never miss it. But this time it was different from the last time. No one knew what the consequences of the birth of an object out of order would be. Would he be as lucky as last time? Would he be able to leave safely? Angor glanced at Sliv for a second before he looked away and ignored him. The only thing he could do for these people who had come after hearing the news was to say, "Good luck to you." He might not be able to stay safe even if he was standing next to the Watchers, let alone these greedy people. Besides, he didn't know any of these people. Even if they stayed here forever, what did it have to do with him? When Angor moved his gaze away from Sliv, Sliv sensed something and quickly looked ahead. However, other than the surging waves of the blood sea, he could not see anything else. "Bicky, am I hallucinating or am I hallucinating?" Sliv mumbled. Bicky, the giant ray under his feet, did not give an answer. Sliv lowered his head and looked at Becky in confusion. Becky's body was trembling. Sliv could tell that Becky was not trembling because of fear, but because she was excited. It was as if there was something in front of it that was evoking its inner desire, attracting it forward. Sliv sensed something not long after he entered the mist zone. The deeper he went, the stronger the attraction force became. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this attraction force was definitely abnormal. That was why Sliv stopped at a far distance away from where he was. Personally, he believed that the current coordinates were not far from the core, and the attractive force was also within a range that could be restrained. It should be a good location. However, he neglected a problem. This attraction was completely different for humans and sea beasts. Sliv could hold himself back because the mystery fruit did not affect humans too much. After all, there were only a few humans around. Humans could not make up for the lack of ripening mystery fruit, but sea beasts could. Therefore, the attraction force of sea beasts was much greater than that of humans. Bicky was Sliv's mount, but it was undeniable that it was also a sea monster. And a very powerful one at that. The stronger a sea beast was, the stronger the attraction force. Even Sliv, as the master of Bicky, felt that he was losing control of the beast. Under such circumstances, Sliv naturally forgot about the feeling that someone was watching him. Perhaps it was just an illusion. As time passed, more and more wizards showed up in the mist zone. Even with the mist blocking his sight, he could still see a large number of shadows when he turned around. Every single one of these figures represented the pillars of the southern region's adept world. He didn't know if there were any of his friends among them. It would be best if there were none. Even if there were, he could not help them right now unless he turned around and left. But that was not a realistic option. So, he had to pray for his own safety. Most of the wizards who came to the mist zone were standing at the back. They could only see tiny dots in the mist. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. For one thing, the attraction force would only get stronger as they got closer to the center. For another, wizards were not stupid. They did not know what was going on, and it would be dangerous for them to approach recklessly. The safest way was to observe the situation from a place where the attraction force could be controlled and decide what to do next. However, while there were conservative wizards, there were also radical ones. Marcus Stone was one of the radicals. He wasn't the strongest, but he was still the closest wizard to Angor. Angor looked back and saw Marcus Stone's bloodshot eyes. Angor also sensed Marcus Stone's desire for mystery items. But unlike other wizards, Marcus Stone's greed was more about the mystery itself. He remembered Granny Fingernail saying that Magus Stone had no potential and that he had been wandering around the same place for thousands of years. Granny Fingernail only mocked Angor because she wanted him to join the research department. Later, Angor learned that Granny Fingernail's words were not entirely wrong. Magus Stone was once marked by the Time Thief. Not long after he was marked, he rose to prominence in the field of alchemy. He was a top genius back then. However, things had changed with the passage of time. In the current era, even though Marcus Stone had a high status in the alchemy circle, all of this was based on his past achievements. He had not made any progress on the path of alchemy for many years. Marcus Stone wanted to break through his current predicament, but he could not find a way. The birth of this mysterious object was the only chance Marcus had had in many years. Marcus Stone was also marked by the Time Thief. Maybe he also sensed the choice of fate and realized that this mystery item is unusual, Angor thought as he watched Marcus Stone trying his best to move forward. Mystery items were born more than once. Marcus Stone never showed up during the incident at Silver Palm Isle. This was the only explanation that made sense. Angor's excuse of looking for a mystery item was more suitable for Marcus Stone. Marcus Stone was the one who was trying his best to observe the birth of a mystery item at close range. However, Angor was not optimistic about Marcus Stone's chances. The birth of an object of disorder might really give Marcus Stone an opportunity to make a breakthrough. However, if he didn't have a strong foundation, his fate would be sealed if he came into such close contact with an object of disorder. From night to dawn, from day to dusk. The dusk sky and the rolling sea of blood below seemed to be connected together. Even though nothing had happened, the doomsday-like scene in front of them made the Magi in the misty zone feel an inexplicable pressure. Angor was also feeling anxious. The plop of the fruit was getting louder and louder. If he was not mistaken, the fruit was close to ripening. He wondered if the master was here. He really wanted to ask through the Void network, but his interaction with Hidland already attracted the attention of the Watchers. Angor managed to fool the Watchers, but he could not do it again. While he was worrying, he suddenly heard some noises coming from not far away. "Sir Editor, I think we're off track. We're still some distance away from the source. It's no use telling me that. We're just borrowing the light from Mr. Lightchaser." "Shut up." Angor looked back and saw 4 blurry figures about 20 meters away from them. The figure slowly turned from blurry to solid. The first 2 figures were the ones who spoke to Angor earlier. They were a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a pointy hat and a robe that exposed her midriff. She was holding a camera in her hand. The man, on the other hand, was wearing a black tuxedo. His hair was combed neatly and he held a scroll and a pen in his hand. He looked tall, handsome, and easygoing. It was the witch with the recording device. Angor met her in the abyss of Rezudran. Her name was Olivida, a level 1 wizard from Nocturnal Forest and one of the editors of Firefly's Night Tale. Back then, Olivida worked as a war correspondent in the Alliance and recorded the Battle of Rezudran. The only reason why Angor's story spread so far in the southern wizarding region was because of Alavida. Her reports were objective, but they still brought Angor quite a lot of trouble. It was his first time seeing the man's face, but judging from the way Alavida called him, as well as the portrait he saw before, Angor was sure that it was him. He was the chief editor of Firefly's Night Tale, the famous Eternal Dawn Daikiel. Daikiel was a truth-finder wizard, and he was very powerful. However, it wasn't his strength that made him famous. It was his ability to gather information about the entire southern wizarding region. Most of what Angor knew about wizards in the southern wizarding region came from Daikiel's magazines. The Night Stories of Ing City, which was controlled by Dicer, was definitely one of the few intelligence hubs in the southern region. Now that Daikiel and Alavida showed up here, Angor knew that they were here to steal information from the front line. Angor wondered how they managed to resist the mystery fruit's attraction. They were now standing on the same level as Angor, far ahead of Magus Stone. But Alavida and Daikiel didn't seem to be affected by the fruit's attraction at all. Puzzled, he looked to the side again. He discovered that the other two figures were beginning to solidify as well. While doing so, Angor noticed that something was not right. This was not a real human being. It seemed like it was just a projection. Soon, the two new figures revealed their true appearances. Angor's pupils shrank when he saw the newcomer's face. Indeed, the person who came was beyond his expectations. He thought Daikiel was already a powerful truth-finder wizard, but he didn't expect the other two to be even stronger than Daikiel. They were a man and a woman. The female magus was dressed in a black noble's robe. She had a cold expression and held a black skull staff in her hand. Her entire temperament gave people a feeling of rigidity, seriousness, and darkness. She was Dark Baron Audria, one of the permanent counselors of the City of Truth and one of the chief editors of Forest of Time, the most authoritative journal in the southern wizarding region. The man next to Dark Baron was a smiling old man in a loose wizard robe. Compared to Dark Baron, this old man was even more famous. His nickname was Lightchaser, the honorary mayor of the City of Truth, and the only chairman of the Truth Council. He hadn't fought for a long time, but people believed that he was as strong as Monchi of Moonfrost Union. He was definitely one of the strongest wizards in the southern wizarding region. Angor didn't expect the City of Truth to send a reporter here as well. One was the chief editor, while the other was the chairman of Lightchaser. Angor forgot to look away as he was surprised by the visitors from the City of Truth. The chairman of Lightchaser noticed something and looked at Angor's direction with a puzzled expression. Angor quickly looked away and stayed still. At this moment, the overseer beside him said indifferently, "His strength is not bad. He can feel your gaze even through the void. However, you don't have to worry. In my distorted domain, they won't be able to find you. Unless the Watcher also had a law above legendary. Like Bora Leaf, no one would notice Angor's presence. Angor noticed this before. No one else could see him, so he assumed it was because of the Watcher. Now, he had his answer. Sir Speaker, did something happen? She was standing right in front of Lightchaser, so she was the first to see the speaker's side glance. Olavida's words caused the others to look at President Lightchaser. Lightchaser smiled. It's nothing. I just had a vague feeling that someone was watching me. Dark Noble Atalaya followed Lightchaser's gaze. Is it that way? My intuition tells me that there shouldn't be anyone there, Lightchaser replied. As for why he was looking in that direction, he didn't know either. He just subconsciously turned his head in that direction. Even he himself couldn't tell where the so-called gaze was. After a pause, Lightchaser waved his hand. Forget it. Maybe it's just my imagination. Don't worry too much about it. Also, I don't feel any malicious intent. Imagination? Atalaya and Daikiel narrowed their eyes. They didn't object to this statement, but they didn't believe it. With Lightchaser's status, the probability of him having an illusion was very small. That was why they didn't need to listen to the first half of Lightchaser's sentence. His focus was on the second half. I don't feel any malicious intent. It seemed like he was trying to ease the tension, but it was actually a warning to the others. What was important wasn't whether the other party had any malicious intent, but that they couldn't have any. To be able to make Lightchaser unable to sense the direction of the gaze, and even lose track of it, the other party might not be stronger than Light Chaser, but they definitely weren't weaker. Such a powerhouse was very rare in the southern region. It could be counted on one's fingers, or even non-existent. If the hidden person really came from the outer regions, then they weren't limited to being below the legendary realm. It was very likely that they had already stepped into that realm. Therefore, in the face of an existence that was at least as strong as him and had a certain probability of being stronger, if he went to investigate with malicious intent and offended the other party, the gains would not make up for the losses. That was why he used vague words to warn the others to stop investigating. We're here to record the information here, not to steal it. So, just do what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about anything else. Light Chaser paused and looked at Daikiel. Daikiel, what do you think? Since Adelia was a counselor of the Truth Council, she would listen to him even if he didn't say anything. However, Dicer was different. He represented the Night Whispering Forests in the Night Whispering Journal. Although Dicer was with them this time, he was only borrowing the advantage of the void projection, and he had paid a corresponding price. They did not have a superior and subordinate relationship. That was why Chairman Zhuge Guang had asked Dier alone. Dicier's eyes flashed. He wasn't stupid. He understood what Chairman Zhuge Guang meant. These words seemed to be telling them to do their job well, but in fact, it was a declaration to the outsiders, don't worry about us, we won't participate in the fight for the mysterious item. As for who this bystander was, there was no doubt that it was the person who had been watching President Light Chaser. Someone that even Chairman Chaser had to take the initiative to express his stance was definitely not someone that Dicer could deal with. Of course, in accordance with the agreement signed with the major wizard alliances, we have to put aside our greed and give up the fight for the mysterious item. After Diker finished speaking, Levita understood the hint and followed his words. Our Firefly's Night Whispers mainly records the fights between magi over mysteries. The internal strife and infighting is what our readers love to read the most. As for the analysis of the mystery item, the significance of the mystery item, and the subsequent evaluation, we can't do such professional work. We can only leave it to Mr. President. Hearing this reply, the chairman of Chaser Light smiled with satisfaction. In that case, let's act according to the agreement. Also, you are not members of the Truth Council, so you don't have to call me chairman. Just call me by my name. That being said, neither Daikiel nor Olivita dared to call him by his name. Sir Zhuge Guang, do you know the origin of this mysterious item? Daikiel asked respectfully. Chairman Zhuge Guang looked into the distance and observed for a long time before speaking. That fruit should be a mysterious item. But strangely, although it has the energy of a mysterious item, it feels like it hasn't matured yet. Its effect is still unknown. But from the feedback of others, it seems to have an attraction that transcends the rules. As for its origin, I can't see it clearly. He then looked at Daikiel. By the way, Daikiel, you know the information of the major organizations in the southern region like the back of your hand. Do you know that tree-like woman standing on the wave? Daikiel shook his head. I've never seen her. But I've seen a few people with the same number on their faces. They seem to belong to a secret organization and have sacrificed living people. Chairman Zhuge Guang asked, are they believers of an outer god? Daikiel shook his head again. I don't think so. Their way of doing things is completely different from those believers of evil gods. They are more restrained and secretive. Moreover, there are no signs of evil gods participating in their sacrifices. It seems to be a ritual used for prayers. It's more like a primitive tribe. That was why Daikiel didn't give the information to the supreme cult even though he had obtained some information. However, the members of these secret organizations still piqued his interest. He had sent people to investigate them a few years ago and even made a mock report. He was ready to report it when he caught something. Unfortunately, they were too low-key and didn't participate in the affairs of the southern region. So far, he hadn't found any clues. I see. Chairman Zhuge Guang muttered, they're deliberately hiding from the wizarding world. There must be something fishy about this. Unfortunately, he didn't have any further information. However, Chairman Zhuge Guang didn't care too much about it. The other competitors could think about the tree-like woman themselves. He was more concerned about the mystery fruit. He couldn't tell much about this mysterious fruit at the moment, but for some reason, it made his heart palpitate. It was an indescribable feeling. Looking at the mystery fruit, he seemed to have returned to 2,000 years ago. He stood in front of a bottomless abyss in the abyss world and looked down. The throbbing in his heart and the unparalleled sense of danger filled his heart at the same time. The abyss was filled with powerful great demons and some ancients whose names couldn't even be mentioned. They were existences that could threaten the survival of the Four Directions world. But now, Chairman Zhui Guang felt the same way just by looking at the mystery fruit. It must be known that the strength of the him from 2,000 years ago and the current him were two completely different things. Furthermore, his true body was not here right now. This was just a phantom. If a phantom could feel such fear, then the feeling of his true body being here would probably be even worse. What kind of mystery fruit was this? While Chairman Zhui Guang was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Oliveda's voice. Dark Baron? Dark Baron? Chief Editor, Dark Baron isn't affected by the fruit, is he? Oliveda looked at Daikiel anxiously. Daikiel snapped, shut up. We're just projections. You can use your toenails to think. How could we be affected by the fruit? As for Dark Baron, can't you see that she's deep in thought? Don't keep calling her. Oliveda turned to look at Adelia. The latter's eyes were slightly absent-minded. Was she really deep in thought? While Oliveda was still puzzled, Chairman Zhui Guang came to Adelia's side and gently touched her. Adelia's expression was gloomy as she turned to Chairman Zhui Guang. Chairman Zhui Guang, it's impolite to touch a woman's body. Also, you don't need to ask me if I'm affected by the fruit. I'm not deaf. I heard Oliveda's voice. Just like Daikiel said, I'm just thinking about something. Even in the face of her direct superior, Adelia still did not show any respect. Chairman Zhui Guang didn't mind. Adelia's personality was just like that. She would treat anyone who violated her taboo or broke her rules this way. This was the path she chose. I just want to ask you, what do you think about the mystery fruit? Chairman Zhui Guang looked at Adelia. Nothing. I thought you found something after thinking for so long. Adelia replied, I'm not thinking about the mystery fruit. Then what are you thinking about? Chairman Zhui Guang asked curiously. Adelia was thinking about something else at this time? Judging from his serious personality, this was quite rare. Adelia replied, nothing, it's just that after coming here, I suddenly thought of an old friend. An old friend? Oliveda's eyes lit up. Was this gossip? Adelia ignored Oliveda. She didn't want to gossip, nor did she want to be the target of gossip. Zhui Guang gave Adelia a deep look. Is it that old friend from Boat Island? Adelia looked up slightly before lowering her eyes. The chairman's intuition is as sharp as ever. It's not intuition, it's the chairman's sincere concern for you. Can't you feel it? Adelia said coldly, nonsense. Zhui Guang said, although Boat Island is also on the ocean, it's extremely far from here. Why did you suddenly think of an old friend? Or is that old friend so important to you that you can think of him just because you came to the ocean? Zhui Guang was already prepared to receive a retort. Adelia usually didn't want to be ridiculed when it came to her personal matters. But to his surprise, Adelia didn't get angry. Instead, she began to think seriously. I'm curious too. There's nothing to do with him here, but his image just popped up in my mind. Him? Oliveda's eyes lit up even more. Even Daishel perked up her ears. As a truth-finder wizard, you wouldn't think of someone for no reason. There must be a reason. Maybe he's nearby right now, and that's why you thought of him, Zhui Guang said. Nearby? Adelia looked at the large group of shadows behind her. I don't know. But I can't see him anywhere. If he's not here, then there must be another reason. Maybe he's talking about you right now, and you're sensing him? Adelia didn't know what to say. Angwar's expression was a little strange. Therefore, he listened to every word they said. It was also the first time he learned that Daishel had already found some clues about the lab before them. She even found evidence of the ritual. As expected of the chief editor of Firefly's Night Tale. She had a wide network of information sources. Daishel's information already surprised Angor, but what surprised him even more was the conversation between Adelia and Zhue Guang. Just now, Angor heard the name Bird Island. Bod Island was a very ordinary island. However, there was an extraordinary clan on Bod Island, the Purcell clan. This was a supernatural family that once had a truthfinder wizard. The fire wizard Levis, whom Angor met in the spirit garden, came from the Purcell family. Levis' soul was now inside a flower of peace inside Angor's bracelet. Tree Spirit once told him that Reeves and Dark Baron knew each other. However, Tree Spirit didn't know how and to what extent. He didn't think too much about it. However, he didn't expect to run into Dark Baron here. Even though he wasn't here, and Reeves was still resting in his bracelet, Dark Baron still remembered his old friend from Bod Island despite the many barriers between them. This surprised Angor a lot. The connection between Levis and Dark Baron Adelia was deeper than he thought. What was the relationship between them? Were they really partners? Why would someone as powerful as Adelia fall in love with a young man who had no background and was much weaker than her? Angor thought he might have found out the truth. Maybe he should find a chance to hand Levis over to Adelia. Forget it. He didn't know the time yet. But the tea party was coming soon. Maybe he could sneak Levis to Adelia during the party. As Angor listened to the gossip in the distance with great interest, the sky gradually turned from dusk to night. A new curtain of night rose. While the stars were shining brightly, Angor heard a loud roar coming from the distance, which interrupted his thoughts. Looking back, they saw that the black figures on the distant sea were all retreating. As these people moved away, a pitch-black and huge shadow appeared behind them. The sound of the wind came. As the shadow approached, its true appearance was revealed. A cloud whale. Angor gasped in surprise. It was a cloud whale that all the wizards were running away from. Angor was familiar with cloud whales. When he first came to the wizarding world, he rode a cloud whale all the way from Devil's Water to Fey Continent. He knew how powerful the cloud whale was. And now, a cloud whale was breaking through the waves and heading toward the center of the mist zone. The huge cloud whale flew straight towards number 03's location, accompanied by a loud whooshing sound. From the cloud whale's slightly red eyes, everyone knew that the cloud whale had also succumbed to the attraction of the mysterious fruit. No one tried to stop the cloud whale, because the sorcerers present were also guessing that the birth of the mystery object might be the moment the mystery fruit ripened. But how did the fruit ripen? The sea of blood and the sea of sea monsters told them everything. The cloud whale would surely become nutrients for the mystery fruit. What kind of effect would a mystery item that grew inside countless sea monsters do? Without any obstacles, the cloud whale continued its way. Angor noticed that the cloud whale would have to pass by them if it wanted to reach number 03 because of the sea of blood. Considering the cloud whale's size, it would probably collide with them. Angor looked at the watcher and wondered if he should suggest to the watcher that they should move away for now. In the end, he didn't say anything. After all, he wasn't qualified to tell the watcher what to do. The cloud whale's presence was too strong for the watcher to not notice it. The watcher would do something about it. It didn't matter whether Angor suggested it or not. Angor waited patiently to see what the watcher would do. But the watcher didn't move at all. He didn't even look at the cloud whale. They didn't move, but the cloud whale didn't collide with them either. Because when the cloud whale was about to reach their position, it had been moving in a straight line, but it suddenly took a curve and bypassed their position. Angor didn't see the watcher do anything, but the change in the cloud whale's path wasn't normal. Maybe it had something to do with the distorted realms. Angor's green domain could offset the effect of the distorted dimension to a certain extent. However, the distorted dimension was still a manifestation of a real law. It was naturally intimidating. Perhaps the cloud whale had also sensed this, which was why it had bypassed their location. It was a good thing that they didn't get hit by the cloud whale. However, this also brought about another problem. Their position seemed to have been exposed. The cloud whale went around Angor and the watcher, but it didn't go around the other spotters. That gigantic body whistled as it charged toward them. Huh? We're going to get hit. Lord Chief Editor, why do I feel so excited? Olivita, who was wearing a robe that exposed her midriff, didn't show any fear. Daishel. Shut up. The moment he finished speaking, the cloud whale passed right through them. It took a full 10 seconds for the cloud whale's body to pass through where they were standing. It was obvious how big the cloud whale was. However, the cloud whale's charge didn't seem to affect them at all. They were exactly the same when the cloud whale came, and they were exactly the same when it left. Not only was there no sign of injury, even his clothes were not wrinkled. Travels in the cloud whale's body. Lord Chief Editor, what do you think if I publish this in the next issue? Why don't we put it in the prologue as an Easter egg to add some fun for the readers? Oliveda's voice sounded. Michelle, do you think it's very innovative? Levita was silent for a moment. I don't think so. In the wizarding world, there were even people who built cities inside cloud whales, let alone traveling inside them. Oliveda heard that there was a wizard clan affiliated to Song of the Deep who lived inside the cloud whale's body. The cloud whale was also a famous mobile wizard market in the Endless Sea. Not only the cloud whale, but many other tamed giant creatures also lived in the same situation. For example, the elk spirit tamed by Moonfrost Union in the Abyss, Cassathome, had a gate in the middle of its antlers that led to an alternate dimension. Inside the gate, there was a huge city known as the City of Illusions. There were countless examples like this, and they all had different locations. There were even wizards who liked to live inside slugs. Generally speaking, Levita's journey through the body of a cloud whale might be refreshing to ordinary people, but to Magi, it was nothing new at all. Levita lowered her head dejectedly after being hit by Daishel's words. But soon, she found a new topic. By the way, I think I noticed that the cloud whale changed its path, right? Although it would bump into us before, it would at most graze us. But now, it hit us right in the middle. That's strange. Everyone saw this scene, but they did not say anything. Even Daishel was silent. When Oliveda asked for the second time, Lightchaser said, "That's not important. Don't worry about it." Oliveda was puzzled. Is that so? But before Oliveda could continue, Daishel interrupted. I've told you many times. You, shut up. Facing the darkened Daikel, Levita hesitated for a moment before nodding and keeping her mouth shut. Lightchaser, Atalaya, and Daishel exchanged glances. Although they did not say anything, they understood each other's meaning. The hidden person was in the area that the cloud whale avoided. Confirming the other party's existence and location was not good news for them. The other party did not care about exposing their location, which meant that they did not have any scruples. Of course, they could interpret it in other ways, but at this level, they knew very well how to interpret it. There were other possibilities, but considering all the details, it was highly unlikely. Lightchaser was not the only one who knew Angor's location. Everyone who noticed the cloud whale's detour had their own guesses. Among them, Margus Stone, who was the second closest to Angor, also saw it. After a moment of hesitation, he followed the cloud whale and made a detour. He did not know what was in that space, but the crazed cloud whale already knew how to avoid it. As a precaution, Margus Stone chose to do the same. Magoo Stone's detour made the people behind him even more convinced that there was something fishy about that space. They began to think about all kinds of possibilities. However, these speculations quickly stopped because another shocking event had happened. It was caused by the cloud whale again, but this time, the cloud whale was only a supporting character. After avoiding Angor's location, the cloud whale continued to head toward number 03. When it was about to reach the blood wave, several pink tentacles suddenly reached out from its front. The tentacles were small at first, so no one noticed them. However, they quickly expanded as if they were being inflated. They quickly turned into several tentacles that were thousands of meters long and tied up the cloud whale. The cloud whale's enormous strength was bound by the tentacles and could not move at all. The tentacle didn't hurt the cloud whale. Instead, it made a bow-shaped movement and shot the cloud whale like a cannonball, shooting it toward number 03 in the distance. Who told you to stick your face in my face? I'll send you on your way. A soft voice came from nowhere. Although this voice was not loud, anyone who was paying attention to the development of the situation could hear it. Everyone realized that there was another powerful being hiding somewhere close to the mystery fruit. While everyone was still thinking about this, the cannonball of the cloud whale was already heading toward number 03. The power of the cloud whale cannonball was not to be underestimated. None of the adepts present had absolute confidence that they could survive such terrifying power, speed, and precision. However, when the cannonball hit number 03 like a falling meteor, it did not cause any shockwaves. Even the air around it did not change at all. Strangely, all of the impact vanished into thin air. The so-called force effect and energy conservation did not work at all. The mysterious fruit neutralized the impact easily and turned the oncoming cloud whale into a pile of flesh and blood. The 1,000-meter-long cloud whale instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The wild sea breeze blew the bloody mist into the sky. Soon, the entire sea region began to rain blood. The blood sea, which was already dark red, became even darker and more serene. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked speechless. The power of the mysterious item was simply terrifying. Even though the fruit had not shown its true power yet, the fact that it could neutralize such a powerful attack before it matured was enough to show how powerful it was. While everyone was still in shock, Chairman Lightchaser and Adelea exchanged glances before looking at a certain spot. They thought there was only one powerful being nearby. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Not only did it force the cloud whale to take a detour, but it also turned the cloud whale into a cannonball easily. Chancellor, do you have any clues about the owner of that pink tentacle? Adelea looked at Chancellor Lightchaser. Lightchaser looked serious. I haven't seen it before, but the energy ripples it created are close to the legendary level. Sir, you mean half-step legendary? Chancellor Lightchaser shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's already taken that step. Adelea's expression froze. How is that possible? Even Diker was shocked by the answer. There's such a being in the southern region? Chancellor Lightchaser said, who told you that they're definitely from the southern region? That tree-like woman with the number 03 on her face, are you sure she's from the southern region? Diker shook his head with a pale expression. If she wasn't from the southern region, then she might be from another region. If she came from another region without triggering the world's will, then she was either a human or closely related to humans. It was very likely that they were from another world of adepts. And there were wizards above the legendary level in other worlds. Diker, who was holding a quill, couldn't help but tremble at this thought. This was the first time the words he recorded had changed. Chancellor Lightchaser sighed. Just like before, don't worry about it. Our goal is just to record. We won't do anything unnecessary. Everyone nodded. Understood. That being said, there was a subtle change in their mentality at this moment. After all, there might be a legendary magus nearby. How could they still be safe? Even the usually lively Olivita didn't say anything. She was silently recording the image. While everyone was silently recording, Chancellor Lightchaser glanced at the spot where the cloud whale took a detour. In fact, compared to the owner of the pink tentacle, he was more concerned about this person. He had a feeling that this person was stronger than the owner of the pink tentacle. That was indeed the case. Chancellor Lightchaser's feeling wasn't wrong. The Overseer was stronger than Baroi. After all, the Overseer was above the legendary level. Baroi, on the other hand, had yet to reach the legendary level. However, Baroi still had Gruz Howard's consciousness in his body. If this was taken into consideration, the Overseer would be at a disadvantage. Baroi, your behavior is out of line. The Overseer's voice rang in Baroi's ears. Baroi stretched out a tentacle and scratched his hole-like organ. He said lazily, Baroi? Did I? I didn't kill the cloud whale. I just sent it on its way. Besides, it was the one who stuck to my face and provoked me first. The Overseer had to admit that Baroi was right. But he still had to remind him out of his duty. Baroi said, don't you think this is too slow? Those sea monsters won't be able to resist anyway. Why don't we work together and catch those who are still resisting and speed up its absorption? Baroi? Baroi's suggestion was constructive. The sea monsters couldn't resist the temptation of the mysterious fruit. If it met someone else, it might have agreed. But not the Overseer. You don't have the right to decide the fate of the other sea monsters. Who can say for sure that they won't be able to escape? The Overseer paused for a moment. If any of them can break free, they might be able to complete their transformation. Isn't that your city lord's favorite kind? Baroi said, Baroi, Baroi. The first part is nonsense. But the second part. I agree. It'll only take 1 or 2 hours at most. I'll wait. After persuading Baroi, the overseer stopped sending his voice message. He looked at the mysterious fruit in the distance, which was so red that it was almost glowing, and sighed softly. The fruit was about to ripen, but there was no sign of it in his mind space. Either the mystery item wasn't dangerous, or it was far more dangerous than he could imagine. The overseer was more inclined to the latter. After all, every object out of order was dangerous. If it really was an extremely terrifying thing out of order, what would it do? Would they be able to withstand it? The overseer glanced at Angor from the corner of his eye. He noticed that Angor was looking at a certain direction in a daze. The watcher looked at Angor's direction but did not see anything. What are you looking at? The overseer was confused. Angor took a moment to regain his composure. Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. They didn't run away from the cloud whale. Why aren't they affected? Angor looked at Chancellor Lightchaser and the others. That's normal. Their true forms are hidden in the void. This is just a projection that can affect the material world slightly, the Watcher explained. Their true forms are hidden in the void. No wonder they weren't affected by the cloud whale's pull. It's similar to what happened when you rescued Mr. Cantor. The Watcher nodded. The idea is the same, but the method is different. Sunders was using a ritual, while these people were using a special rune item. Such items were rare in the southern wizarding region, but they were still popular in the origin world. Almost all mystery hunters in the Order Guild carried such items with them. Because of its function, it was very useful when hunting for mystery items. Of course, there were limitations to such items, but they were still useful. I see. Angor pretended to be enlightened, but he was thinking about something else in his mind. He was indeed curious about the current state of Chairman Chaser and the others. However, the reason why he was in a daze earlier was not because he was thinking about them. Instead, he could vaguely feel that there was an invisible bond that connected him to a certain existence. Of course, the bond wasn't real. It was more like a fetter. Angor had a feeling that something was coming to the southern wizarding region. He didn't know how to explain it, but he was sure of it. The cloud whale's sacrifice was only the beginning of a new blood feast. Even more powerful sea beasts were rushing over from all directions, one after another. Some of the sea beasts had even swum over from the sea beyond the misty belt. Some of them were as strong as the cloud whale. For example, there was a shuttle-shaped flying fish whose body was sparkling with silver light. Although its body was not huge, it possessed a terrifying speed. Its speed was so fast that it could even pass through space. Like a bolt of lightning, it broke through countless human walls and charged straight into the center of the misty belt. In the process, there were even a few unlucky magi who couldn't dodge in time, and their bodies exploded into blood. If it weren't for the fact that the flying fish was attracted by the mysterious fruit and had lost its mind, it would have turned around and attacked the few adepts whose bodies had exploded. If that had happened, they probably wouldn't have been able to be saved. Angor didn't know much about this flying fish. However, he knew someone who knew a lot about it. According to Daikel, this fish was a mutated version of Mosner's blue flag, which was quite famous at Devil's Water. It was as strong as a wizard. Due to its extraordinary speed, it was usually impossible to catch sight of its shadow. Coupled with its extraordinary strength, it was impossible to catch it. In the end, it became a dangerous factor at Devil's Water. Many shipping companies sent wizards to hunt it down, but none of them succeeded. Who would have thought that Mosner's blue flag would come to the Mist Zone on its own? Yes, it was a suicide mission. And it happened so fast. In a flash, Mosner's blue flag dashed past everyone's eyes and arrived at 03's side. Then, it was broken down by some mysterious power and turned into a ball of pure blood-colored energy, which was then devoured by the mysterious fruit. Thump, following Mosner's blue flag's death, an even stronger heartbeat echoed in the sky. The heartbeat kept increasing. It was getting closer and closer. In addition to Mosner's blue flag, there are other powerful sea beasts that are still rushing towards the fog zone one after another. However, most of them moved under the sea, so they didn't attract as much attention as the cloud whale and Mossner's blue flag. There was one sea monster that was hiding under the sea, but it still attracted everyone's attention. It was a ray. The reason why everyone was paying attention to this ray was because it wasn't an unknown sea creature. Its name was Bicky, Sliv's pet mount, as well as his partner in name. Sliv's nickname was Sorcerer of Big Fish. People who didn't know Sliv well would assume that he was able to summon many giant sea monsters. But that wasn't the case. Sliv was indeed an expert in controlling sea monsters. However, the big fish in his title wasn't just a general term. He was referring to Bicky. Not long ago, Sliv noticed that Becky was being tempted by the mystery fruit. Feeling uneasy, Sliv decided to let Becky leave the mist zone first. He arranged for Bicky to rest near Sidro Island outside the Misty Belt. He would come back to pick it up when it was over. Sliv thought that everything was fine and returned to the mist zone. However, the death of Cloud Whale and Mossner's blue flag not long after, which increased the attraction of the mystery fruit. Humans could still resist it for now because the attraction didn't affect them that much. However, the attraction of the mystery fruit to sea monsters was unimaginably high. It directly went beyond the vast sea area of the Misty Belt and spread further into the sea area. Very soon, it covered Sidro Island. Even Bicky, who possessed human intelligence, was captivated by this attraction. Its eyes turned crimson as it charged back into the Misty Belt. It had reached the center of the mist zone again. Sliv noticed it immediately. Shocked, he rushed to the bottom of the sea and tried to stop Sliv. Because of Sliv's actions, everyone started to pay attention to Becky. "Chief Editor, do you think Sliv can stop it?" Olavida whispered. "I don't know. Maybe he can?" After all, they were only illusions and couldn't feel the attraction. Although they could tell by some details, they couldn't empathize with it without experiencing it themselves. "Is that really okay?" While Olavida was mumbling to herself, an earth-shattering noise came from the bottom of the sea. Blood gushed into the sky, forming spiraling dragons and snakes. These blood-red dragons twisted in the air and turned into monsters with sharp fangs. They bit down at the bottom of the sea. After the loud bang, a human figure covered in blood was thrown into the air, as if weightless, and then fell heavily. It was Sliv, without a doubt. He failed to stop the mystery fruit. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with Becky. It was just that the bottom of the sea was extremely terrifying. Countless sea monsters were moving around, including many that were as powerful as Mossner's blue flag. Becky was mixed in with the sea monsters. If Sliv wanted to stop Becky, he would have to stop the entire sea monster tide. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could face such a crazy group of sea monsters, not to mention Sliv. Even a truth-finder wizard would not be able to survive under the water right now. Sliv's face was still filled with shock and hopelessness when he fell to the ground. He kept muttering Becky's name and watched Becky swim to her doom. When Becky turned into a pile of flesh and blood, Sliv became absent-minded. But soon, Sliv calmed himself down and returned to the sky. He looked fine on the outside and his eyes were calm as if nothing had happened. However, everyone stayed away from Sliv in silence. The scariest people were those who had lost their shackles and had nothing to worry about. If this person was still watching his shackles being cut off, he would be even scarier. Those who knew Sliv well knew that Becky had been with him since he was an apprentice. Becky was both his help and his weakness. Once Sliv's weakness was gone, no one knew what he would do next. Sliv had always been a bad-tempered person. Apart from Sliv, Becky's death was nothing more than an insignificant incident for everyone present. However, the death of the other sea beast gave everyone a bad premonition. It happened right after Becky's death. A silhouette holding a small silver round shield arrived along with the boiling waves. At first, everyone thought it was another wizard who was eyeing the mystery item. However, when the figure rushed towards 03 without stopping, everyone realized that something was wrong. It was not a human. Although she had the same beautiful facial features as a human woman, she did not have hair on her head. Instead, she had a head full of ferocious blue snakes. Below her waist, there was also a snake tail with dark blue scales. She was a half-snake. To be more precise, she was a snake-haired siren. Angor once saw a snake-haired siren called Sylvestar. Apart from her appearance and hair color, Sylvestar looked exactly the same. Snake-haired sirens fed on humans to fill their stomachs. For those who lived in the sea, snake-haired sirens were terrifying creatures. Even extraordinaires were disgusted by the snake-haired sirens. But now, the snake-haired siren's appearance made everyone's heart skip a beat. Especially when they saw the snake-haired siren rushing toward 03 and turning it into a sacrifice, everyone felt uneasy. Even though the snake-haired siren looked strange and fed on humans, it was still a humanoid creature. Humanoids were very similar to humans, but they were very different from sea monsters. Besides, snake-haired sirens were intelligent creatures. Now, when a humanoid snake-haired siren couldn't resist the attraction of the fruit and was turned into food, it was a great shock to the other humans. The wizards here weren't stupid. They also noticed that the attraction of the fruit was different for humans and sea monsters. Previously, the fruit was only for sea monsters. But now, if the snake-haired siren couldn't resist the attraction of the fruit, what about humans? Would it not be long before the fruit became as attractive to humans as the sea monsters? Will humans become the next target of the fruit? It was Diker who asked. He was looking at President Lightchaser, who was wearing a grim expression. Both Olivita and Audria looked at President Lightchaser. They also wanted to know the answer. President Lightchaser shook his head. I can't say for sure. But one of my projections has contacted Counselor Vela. She might be able to give us an answer. Vela was one of the counselors of the Council of Truth. She was also one of the observers of Starliege Church. Her nickname was Faceless Amnesiac. President Lightchaser also noticed that the situation was getting worse, so he contacted Vela as soon as possible. As an observer of Starliege Church, Vela's ability to predict the future went without saying. However, Vela didn't give him an answer yet. While waiting for an answer, Angor asked the Watcher about Daishel's question. Will humans follow in the footsteps of the sea monsters? Weren't humans taken as food by it a long time ago? That's what happened to Cantor, who you tried to save. The Overseer continued. Furthermore, Cantor was the mystic fruit's food from the very beginning. However, the fruit's range of influence was too small, so it gave up on Cantor and focused on the sea monsters instead. If the mystery fruit has a mind of its own, what's the difference between humans and sea monsters in its eyes? The observer sighed. The answer was obvious. Humans were bound to become the fruit's food. However, there were too many sea monsters in the first place, so the mystery fruit decided to sacrifice them first. However, as the mystery fruit continued to spread its influence, more and more humans began to gather here. Most of the humans who dared to come here were at least wizard level. Naturally, the eye of the mystery fruit was getting more and more enticing. Meanwhile, the sea monsters had eaten too many of them, so they had to spread further to attract more sea monsters. On one side, there were more people and closer to them, so the quality was better. On the other side, there were fewer sea monsters and they were still far away. After a slight comparison, the humans were naturally better. Therefore, the mystery fruit decided to change its target from sea monsters to humans. This wasn't difficult at all. The snake-haired siren was the turning point of everything. It only made sense that the mystery fruit evolved from a sea monster to a humanoid creature, and then to a human. Of course, this was only the observer's deduction. He only simulated the mystery fruit's behavior. Whether the mystery fruit actually had a mind of its own was another matter. However, the observer's deduction was correct. It was basically impossible for the humans present to sit back and wait for the fruit to ripen so that they could pick the final fruit. What they were about to face next was an extremely terrifying calamity. Based on what the adepts had seen, it was basically impossible to profit from this disaster. The only thing they could do was to try their best to survive. A nightmare was coming. When Old Potter and Miss Merlot came to the rabbit hole to ask Angor for help, they saw something like this. A rabbit with curly hair on its head, which looked like a crown, was yelling at Dorcas. Dorcas, on the other hand, was wearing a green hat. He clenched his fists tightly, but he did not dare to do anything to the rabbit. While the world was in chaos, Old Potter and Lady Merlot were enjoying themselves. Rabbit Cha-Cha was sitting on top of a teapot, enjoying the tea while watching the projections of the talents. Angor was just like the rabbit. He would give some comments from time to time. As for Abel, who arrived earlier than them, she was hiding in a corner, shivering in fear while looking at the silly rabbit with a worried look. Old Potter and Miss Merlo didn't dare to say anything. They glanced at each other and tiptoed around Dorcas to approach Angor. Angor raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're here. Sit down." Old Potter and Lady Merlo did not dare to disobey. They found a strange mushroom stool and sat down. As soon as they sat down, they noticed a pair of eerie eyes staring at them. They looked up and saw the rabbit sitting on top of the teapot looking at them with an expectant look. They did not know what was going on, so they could only look at Angor for help. "This is Rabbit Cha-Cha," Angor said. "From now on, she'll be the core of this secret room. Everything here is under her control. You can think of her as a spirit." "A spirit from Brute Cavern?" Lady Merlo quickly asked. If Rabbit looked like Shrek in Princess Castle, she would be considered a traitor. "I only told you to think of Cha-Cha as a spirit. She's not a spirit. She's a creation I made, with basic intelligence." Lady Merlo sighed in relief when she heard that Cha-Cha was made by Angor. Since it was an alchemy creation, even if it had intelligence, it would listen to Angor's orders. There was no danger of betrayal. "Old Potter, if you want to stay here, you can talk to Cha-Cha from time to time. Intelligent creations based on basic logic will become more intelligent as they gain more knowledge." Angor was still talking when Cha-Cha looked up. "Cheater, that's enough. Get to the point." "Cheater?" Everyone immediately caught this phrase, but they didn't dare to ask. "I'm only here to introduce you. You can have whatever you want. I'm not responsible for explaining for you." Cha-Cha was silent for a moment. He waved his carrot staff and a white hat fell from the sky. The white hat fell on Abel's head. Abel stood up involuntarily and walked toward the crowd step by step like a puppet. When Abel came close, her eyes were filled with terror. Anyone who lost control of themselves would do the same. However, Cha-Cha did not understand Abel's fear at all. She pointed at Merlot and the others and said to Abel, "Explain to them about the reward." Abel couldn't help but open her mouth again. "The reward for clearing the Constellation Palace can be matched and given to Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha will reward you according to how good it tastes." With that, the hat on Abel's head disappeared. She knelt on the ground and tried to ease the fear in her heart. On the other side, the crowned parrot noticed Abel's situation. It couldn't help but complain, "How can you be so scared? I'm too ashamed to say that I'm your summon. If you keep acting like this, don't blame me for kicking you away." Abel lowered her head and remained silent. Lady Merlot wanted to help, but she didn't say anything in the end. Judging from the Ahog rabbit's tone, she assumed it was the crowned parrot. The bird's words made sense. Abel should change her personality. So these strange rewards are to be added to the tea. But what do you mean by matching? Old Potter didn't mind Abel's words. He asked Cha-Cha the rabbit out of curiosity. Cha-Cha said, "There's tea over there. Think about it yourself." Cha-Cha pointed at a hole not far away with a wooden sign that read "Tea Room." Old Potter and Lady Merlot hesitated for a moment, then walked down the hole as if they were on a slide. After a while, the two of them came back from another rabbit hole outside. At this time, they each held a cup of tea in their hands. Rabbit Cha-Cha took the cups and tasted them. "This is Wind Night black tea with a spoonful of sugar. Are you trying to kill me?" She added sugar and sweet milk. What was she doing? "And you threw in an entire piece of bitter stone. This is a giant stew. Not qualified. This is light era white tea with some bitterstone powder and 3 layers of hot water. It tastes good. But still not qualified. You added an extract plant, which isn't part of the Constellation Palace's reward." The former was from Old Potter, while the latter was from Lady Merlot. "Not qualified? Does that mean I don't get the reward?" Old Potter looked at Angor with a bitter expression. The design of the 12 Constellation Palaces was quite interesting. Maybe the reward would be good as well. "No. But it doesn't matter. The reward here is the right to live in the rabbit hole." "Isn't the reward a bit perfunctory?" Angor said, "If you think it's perfunctory, talk to Cha-Cha more often. Maybe it'll listen to you one day and change the reward." Old Potter and Lady Merlot didn't qualify, but their experience here allowed them to become more familiar with the place. They had to admit that Angwar's work was indeed extraordinary. Being able to turn such a cramped secret room into such a state was something that Old Potter did not dare to imagine. Even Dorcas, who didn't say anything, was amazed by the changes in the room. But what they didn't know was that Angwar himself was surprised as well. After passing through the honey trap, the milk hell, the brown sugar volcano, the talented person finally arrived at the rabbit hole after going through all kinds of life and death situations. They were all in a daze. After all, they were only mortals. It was natural for them to be traumatized after going through so much. Angwar asked Lady Merlot to help them settle down. Lady Merlot did as well. The sudden challenge allowed her to see several potential talents that she didn't like before. She now understood why Sunders would use deathmatch when looking for talents. Despair and death were the best ways to nurture potential. Old Potter was also curious about the rabbit hole. He couldn't live in a luxurious cave, but he still followed Lady Merlot and toured the place. As for Dorcas, the green hat on his head was gone. However, he didn't challenge the crowned parrot. After 10 minutes of being tortured, he realized the difference between them. It's morning. You've settled them down. Let's go. Dorcas' voice was weak. He didn't mention anything about the crowned parrot either. It seemed he was really traumatized. Angwar said, "Wait. I need to talk to Cha-Cha." With that, Angwar walked to Cha-Cha. Angwar and Cha-Cha were talking on the spot. However, there was an electric magic array between them and the speeder, which prevented any sound from reaching them. A moment later, Angwar walked to Dorcas. "Let's go." Dorcas looked into the distance and saw the rabbit Cha-Cha looking at Angwar with a complicated expression. Is this Cha-Cha really a creation? What level has its AI reached? Dorcas couldn't help but ask curiously. Why are you suddenly asking? If you can really create a sentient creature, it'll be an unprecedented feat, Angwar chuckled. Maybe it's because it's incomplete. Cha-Cha's basic calculations are flawed, which means it can't create anything. Everything it does is based on existing patterns, and its emotions are simulated passively. So, it's not a real intelligence. It's more like an alchemy puppet with precise calculations. What's incomplete? You misheard me. Dorcas gave Angwar a doubtful look. He couldn't believe his ears. Angwar must be hiding something from him. Right, if it can't create anything, what's with the 12 constellations? Dorcas squinted at Angwar. Angwar didn't answer. So it's all you're doing. You just want to see those talents struggling, right? You made up a country. I think you're the one who manipulated the answers. Dorcas looked as if he had seen through Angwar's plan. Just admit it. You're a pervert who likes to build your happiness on other people's misery. I didn't make up a country. This country exists, and it's Rabbit Cha-Cha's home. It's called the Teapot Kingdom. So, it's Rabbit Cha-Cha's own knowledge. It has nothing to do with me. By the way, you said before that creating a creature with spiritual intelligence is an unprecedented feat. I can tell you now that someone has already created such a creature, and it's a highly intelligent and powerful one. And that person is still in the southern wizarding region. Of course, Angwar was talking about Greya. However, he looked around and touched on all kinds of things. He was actually trying to change the topic. Dorcas knew what he was trying to say, but he didn't ask because he was the same kind of person. After chatting with Dorcas about a few things that couldn't possibly be said, and were purely talking about Tai Chi, they had already reached the entrance of the rabbit hole. How do we leave? Or the 12 constellation palaces? Dorcas asked. Angwar didn't answer. Instead, he chose a spot nearby, found a weak point in the space, and opened a gate of illusion. Let's go. Dorcas narrowed his eyes. An instantaneous space spell? From a spell slot? Angwar didn't bother to answer and walked out of the gate of illusion. Behind the gate was the corridor outside the secret chamber. Dorcas followed him and saw Angwar pushing open the door to the secret chamber. When the door was pushed open, it was no longer the spacious 12 constellation palaces. Instead, it was a small, narrow space. What's going on? Dorcas asked curiously. If we're going to hide it, we need to do it to the best of our ability. There's a special way to get into Xianxia's space. Dorcas asked, what method? Angor didn't answer. He tossed Dorcas a piece of parchment, on which was a pre-drafted contract. The content of the contract was simple. From today onward, Dorcas would join Brute Cavern willingly, and betrayals would be punished in all ways. Dorcas tore the contract with an expressionless face. Angor didn't mind. If you want to know, join us. There's no other way. Dorcas clenched his teeth. Not even as a friend? When you bring Goldie and Goldie to me, I'll admit that you're my friend. But even then, I can't simply tell you anything. So, I, Red Sword Dorcas, am your friend? Am I not as important as Little Gold? Angor gave Dorcas a strange look and gave him a knowing look. Dorcas took a deep breath and finally accepted the fact. Little Gold was fine. At least it had something to do with the genius Angor. After leaving the secret chamber, they quickly left the tavern. You're leaving without telling them? Angor scoffed. So you know about restraints too. I thought those who crave for freedom are all scumbags who leave without saying goodbye. Dorcas held back his anger. I'm not restraining them. I'm being polite. Oh, no need to tell them. We can meet whenever we want. Besides, I already told Xianxia that I'm leaving. She'll tell them. Dorcas asked, that's what you were talking about with Xianxia? Of course not. Then? Dorcas looked curious. Before Dorcas could ask, Angor took out another contract and handed it to him. You really know how to take advantage of the situation. How many contracts did you draw up? Take a guess. Dorcas. I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Dorcas didn't want to talk to Angor anymore. He walked down the street and prepared to leave Princess's town. Angor chuckled and followed him. He talked to Xianxia alone not only to ask her to pass on a message, but also to teach Xianxia how to self-destruct. Yes, self-destruct. Xianxia looked invincible in her own space, but she could still lose if she ran into a powerful enemy. There are still a lot of people who are holding on to hope. Olivia looked behind her and said softly. Daikil asked, are you feeling sorry for their choice? Olivia shook her head, two faint dimples appearing on her cheeks, of course not. I was just thinking, Chairman Lightchaser tried to dissuade others, but greed took his life. What do you think of the main title of the supplement? The subtitle would be, Is there any regret at the end of your life? Before Daikil could reply, Adelia snorted coldly, what a boring gimmick. Olivia opened her mouth. Words of rebuttal were already on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't say anything in the end. If others were to say the same thing, Levita would have a series of rebuttals that would leave them speechless. However, it was Adelia who said this. Olivia had nothing to say. As one of the most powerful witches of the southern region, Adelia's words carried a lot of weight. Moreover, Olivia understood Adelia's personality. She was a strict and meticulous person who hated the foul atmosphere of magazines. The so-called foul atmosphere was actually the fact that the journals published by the various magazines were becoming more and more gossipy. As one of the chief editors of the Forest of Time, Adelia had once written an article criticizing this atmosphere. When Olivia saw that article, she actually quite agreed with Adelia's views. Later on, Firefly's Night Whispers also became hardcore for a few issues. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold on any longer. After all, major events didn't happen often. Knowledge sharing was limited by individuals, and some of the authors would go into seclusion in the blink of an eye. There were too many variables. Under such circumstances, a quarterly magazine like Firefly's Night Whispers couldn't maintain a high circulation rate and could only be mixed in with the content. The Forest of Time, on the other hand, was a 10-year publication and was much better off. Firefly's Night Whispers had an attitude even if they mixed in with the content and wrote some gossip. After all, many gossip magazines focused on rumors, while Firefly's Night Whispers never wrote about rumors. Olivia personally believed that Firefly's Night Whispers was already very professional. However, she couldn't refute Adelia's words and could only smile awkwardly. Different publications take different routes. Black Noble, don't be too harsh. Firefly's night language is doing quite well, and I like it very much. I've been watching every single episode, and I've never missed a single one. Chairman Lightchaser said with a smile, giving Olivia some face. However, Chairman Chaser's EQ was no match for Adelaya's. Don't you like Do Pictorial and Wind of Women the most? Adelia said with a mocking expression. Chairman Zhuai Guang didn't look embarrassed at all. My favorite is always the new publications. Otherwise, a world without expectations would be very boring. Adelia snorted. Who's talking about expectations with you? Chancellor Lightchaser was still smiling. Adelia cursed him in her mind and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Chairman Lightchaser turned to Levita and smiled, go ahead and write it. I'm also looking forward to how Indu's Night Whispers will write about this incident, she nodded gratefully, all right. When the conversation was over, Levita raised an eyebrow at Daikiel. She clearly meant, even Chancellor Lightchaser agreed. What do you think? Daikiel remained silent for a moment. Main title and subtitle switched places. Also, Chancellor Lightchaser wasn't the only one who tried to stop those people. Someone was listening in on the other side. Angor listened to Levita's conversation with a strange expression. He thought Levita was feeling sorry for the lives that might be lost, but the conversation was getting more and more out of hand. Somehow, they were acting out in such a serious atmosphere. So, this was their way of relieving pressure? Or was this how they usually do things? Angor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Chancellor Lightchaser's words didn't work. What a shame. Angor sighed. The Sentinel replied, there's nothing to feel pity about. Although his words don't have much effect on the scene, it's a warning to those who haven't arrived yet and those who are about to arrive. From this point alone, it's quite useful. The Magi at the scene had all seen the mysterious fruit with their own eyes. Their appetites had been whetted, and it was obviously more difficult for them to put out the fire than for those who were not present. Of course, the main reason was still greed and luck. Since greed and luck had prevailed over reason, the price he paid with his life was also his own fault. After a while, the flesh and blood being devoured by the mysterious fruit still came from sea beasts that came from all directions. There were no mermaids or sirens in sight. They didn't belong to these creatures in the first place. The mermaids and sirens were probably just patrolling the area by accident and got killed. Seeing that no other humanoid creatures had died, everyone felt a little more at ease. Some of them were even muttering in their hearts, wondering if Counselor Vera's prophecy was wrong. Of course, this was only a small part of the crowd. Most of them still maintained a reasonable level of vigilance and stayed away from the crowd. This group of people was very shrewd. They felt that any development was progressive. If something really happened, there would still be people at the front to take the hit and give them time to retreat. However, being smart didn't mean they were smart or correct. They had neglected a premise: development had always been progressive. However, mystery fruits didn't always follow this principle. When time came to a certain point, the situation at the scene suddenly took an unexpected turn. Thump, the heartbeat that they had heard countless times sounded once again. From the outside, everything looked normal, just like before. However, all the wizards in the dense fog zone froze at the same time. A terrifying attractive force was emitted from the mystery fruit. Although humans were attracted to it before, as long as they didn't get too close and maintained a certain distance, they could resist it. Now, however, the attractive force had increased dramatically. If the attractive force at their position was 1, then now it was 100, or even 1,000. This wasn't a gradual increase, but a sudden increase without warning. It pulled you from below sea level to a higher altitude. Moreover, it didn't just cover the center of the dense fog zone, but more than half of it. Almost all the wizards were within its range. Even the Magi who had been mentally prepared and had taken precautions were caught off guard by this sudden attraction. The terrifying attraction drew everyone's attention to the fruit that was emitting a dark red light. In the blink of an eye, some of the wizards couldn't resist it anymore. Their eyes went from clear to blurry, and from blurry to stupid in less than half a second. These adepts began to move when their eyes turned crimson. The clouds were still clear, the wind didn't get louder, the moon was still bright, and the sea was still calm. Everything was the same as before. The only difference was that more than half of the wizards who were hovering in the air began to fly forward. one, and one after another. In just a few seconds, 13 wizards had already overtaken Angor's position. Angor's position was carefully chosen by the Watchers. Once he went past this standard distance, he would need to use an exponential amount of strength to resist the attractive force. If the Watchers already had such a problem, how could the other wizards resist it? No way. The 13 wizards who were faster than Angor were almost sprinting toward the mystery fruit. As expected, blood and flesh flew everywhere, turning into a rain of blood. The death of the 13 wizards turned the surface of the mystery fruit into a bright red color, which meant it was close to ripening. However, it was only close and had yet to reach true maturity. This also meant that there would be more people who would throw their lives away. Another wizard was stronger than Angor. Angor had heard of this wizard before. He was the leader of a wizard clan. He tried his best to resist the attractive force of the fruit, but it was no use. His eyes were already half-crazed. The last bit of clarity in his eyes was now filled with unspeakable fear. He tried his best to resist, but it was useless. In the last moment of his life, he glanced at Chancellor Lightchaser on the other side. He was desperately hoping that Chancellor Lightchaser would come to his rescue. But there was nothing he could do. Chancellor Lightchaser, Deshell, and Adalea were all Truthfinder wizards. They weren't here in person. How could their projections save them? The smile on Chancellor Lightchaser's face was gone, replaced by a grim look. He saw the last trace of guilt and regret in the adept's eyes. Angor knew that the wizard regretted not believing Chancellor Lightchaser's words in the last moments of his life. However, regret was useless now. What awaited him was a dead end. In the blink of an eye, another dozen wizards died. Angor witnessed it all. The air was already filled with the stench of blood due to the death of so many sea monsters. The dead wizard was only a small part of the total number of sea monsters. But still, the smell of blood in the air seemed to have gotten thicker. Angor knew it was all a psychological effect. Since it was a psychological effect, it meant that Angor's mind was also changing. Earlier, when the sea beasts had died, he had still been able to stand aside and watch. However, as the adepts fell one after another, as a fellow human, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Even so, Angor couldn't help them. Even with his force field, Angor could only reduce the force by 10 to 20% at most. He still couldn't resist it. The only reason he was able to stand here unscathed was because of the Overseer. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone help others. Just like Chancellor Lightchaser, Angor could do nothing but watch them leave with his eyes until they reached the end of their journey. Angor had seen many deaths. Back in Rizudalan, he saw a large number of wizards die. Even though the number of casualties was still the same as the Battle of Rizudalan, Angor still felt that this was the most desperate scene he had ever seen. These wizards were usually powerful enough to cause chaos in different worlds. But now, they were dying one after another. They had hope in their hearts, but they couldn't fight back. They died because of greed. They felt guilty, regretful, and helpless. They couldn't use their powers at all. The only thing they could do was to become the offerings of the mystery fruit. Their deaths were worthless. Their deaths brought despair to everyone who saw them. Angor couldn't remember how many people had died. At first, he could still watch them die. But as more and more people came, they were like moths drawn to a flame. Sometimes, a flicker of light was enough to kill several people. In the end, Angor couldn't bear to watch anymore. He sighed softly and turned to look behind him. At this moment, the number of people behind him had decreased significantly. At least 40 to 50% of them had become food for the mystery fruit. The rest of them were cautious enough to maintain the highest level of defense at all times. They tried their best to resist the first wave of the mystery fruit. Even so, they were in the same situation as Cantor. Most of their strength was used to resist the mystery fruit. They couldn't move and couldn't think properly. This wouldn't last long. As more people died, the mystery fruit's attraction would only grow stronger. Just like how the mystery fruit attracted sea monsters. At first, it only attracted sea monsters from the mystery fog belt. Later, even Bicky from Sidro Island was attracted by the mystery fruit. As the mystery fruit's attraction grew stronger, they would follow in the footsteps of the others. The only way to survive was to hold on longer than the others. If they could hold on until the mystery fruit ripened, they might have a chance to escape during the process. But could they hold on for that long? He quietly observed the surviving wizards and tried to see if there were any familiar faces among them. Soon, he found a face. Magus Stone, the master alchemist from the research department, was still holding on. His eyes were a little red, but they weren't completely red yet. The clarity in his eyes was also stronger than the others. More importantly, Magus Stone was the closest wizard to Angor. The mystery fruit's attraction should be stronger than the others. Angor carefully observed Magus Stone, trying to figure out how he was able to resist the attraction of the fruit. However, after observing for a while, he didn't find anything fishy. It wasn't that Angor's observation skills were weak. It was just that he couldn't use his spirit feelers right now. Although he couldn't see anything from the outside, he could sense a strange yet familiar aura coming from Magus Stone's location. A weak mystery aura. Angor muttered to himself as he sensed something strange coming from Magus Stone. However, compared to the powerful shockwave released by the fruit, Magus Stone's aura was as weak as a small boat in the middle of a storm. Is it a mystery item? Something that can resist the attraction? It's hard to find a mystery item that specifically targets another mystery item, said the watcher beside him. Did such a thing really exist? Of course. However, the watcher didn't believe that such a coincidence was possible. Then how did Magus Stone resist the attraction? Angor asked. The watcher glanced at Magus Stone, and an invisible force of distortion appeared in his eyes. It's not a complete mystery item. It's a failed product. Or rather, a half-finished product. Half-step mystery? You can call it that if you want. The watcher nodded. Also, this half-finished product isn't designed to resist the attraction. It's designed to stabilize and isolate a part of space. The watcher paused for a moment before continuing. However, isolating space won't remove the attraction. At most, it can only weaken part of it. He's only able to hold on because of his phantasm form. Phantasm body? Did Magus Stone hide in the gap between reality and the void? The watcher nodded. Yes. He used the half-finished product to temporarily weaken the attraction, which allowed him to use his phantasm form. Once he forced himself into that state, the attraction's influence was limited. I see. Angor nodded in understanding. This was not a bad idea. Although it was not as easy as President Lightchaser and the others, once he entered the illusory state, not only would he be able to avoid the attractive force, he would also be able to return to reality at any time. His influence on the material world would be much stronger than President Lightchaser and the others. Illusory body was a simple spell for space-type magi, but it was very difficult for magi of other elements to cast. Magus Stone was able to learn it because he had an innate spatial talent, but it was hard to say for others. He probably saw the state of chasing light and the others over there and thought that he could use the illusory body to avoid the attraction. The overseer was able to guess Magus Stone's thoughts and actions. He was very appreciative of this kind of flexible thinking. However, apart from his praise, there was also a hint of regret in his eyes. However, although his method can avoid the attraction, it won't last long. After using the illusory body, in order to maintain the physical body in the void and space, it requires an excessive amount of computing power. This kind of computing is extremely taxing on the mind. Mana and spirit power can be replenished through other means, but the mental exhaustion cannot be replenished in a short time. In other words, it was almost impossible for Magus Stone to maintain the illusory body forever. He had no way to back down now. As soon as his mind gave out, he would fall back to reality. Once he returned to reality, he would die for sure. This was a dead end. Unless Magus Stone could return to reality when the mystery fruit broke through the limit and became an object of disorder, he could forcefully open a plain passageway and escape. However, timing was not so easy. Also, Magus Stone did not know if he could hold on until then. Time passed. I don't want this. I don't want this. A wizard who was standing at the edge of the crowd suddenly yelled. His roar did not mean that he had found a way out. Instead, it meant that he had reached his limit. Those magi who were still able to hold on would not casually open their mouths to vent the tenacity in their hearts. As expected, after the magus roared, the clarity in his eyes completely disappeared and was replaced by a crimson red. It was as if he had turned into a red-eyed demon as he strode towards the mystery fruit. The outcome was self-evident. The rain of blood that filled the sky had already shown everything. Before this, many other magi had died, but his death was still symbolic. Because his name was Mod. He came from the Tree of Heaven, the famous Moonwheel warlock of the Flower and Moon. More importantly, he was a truthfinder wizard. Modi's path to becoming a truthfinder was one that he had used up almost all of his potential. However, he was still a truthfinder wizard. He was the first truthfinder wizard to die in this incident. His death was like a flag that marked the end of the world. It was a clear sign that the world had changed. Even a truthfinder wizard would not have a chance to escape from this feast of blood. Despair swept through most of the remaining wizards because of Modi's death. A few more adepts couldn't hold on any longer in this hopeless situation. Their eyes turned red as they charged towards the mysterious fruit without hesitation. Once death was breached again, it would be like a dam bursting, and not just one or two of them would be washed away. More wizards followed Modi's footsteps. The mystery fruit was even more beautiful now. The red glow it emitted was so dreamy that it looked like a sublime treasure. But in the eyes of others, this kind of beauty was a fatal and beautiful poison. Angor sighed deeply. He thought Speaker Lightchaser's words would cause the crowd to disperse. But now, Angor had no idea what was going on. But now, most of them were gone. However, this going 7 or 8 times did not mean that they had left the Misty Zone. Instead, they had completely left the human world. In just a few minutes, only about 20 to 30% of the wizards were left. Angor could foresee that the number of wizards would continue to decrease. Until the dust settled. Thump, thump, a rapid heartbeat could be heard from the mystery fruit. It was almost 1 heartbeat per second. A large amount of white mist began to gather around the fruit. The air around it began to distort. The mystery fruit is about to ripen. Both Angor and the Watcher realized the same thing. They were not the only ones. The others also noticed something. Something's going to happen. It was Diker who spoke. Since they watched the wizards die one after another, no one spoke. Now, Diker finally broke the silence. Even someone as weak as Alavita could see that the mystery fruit was changing. Is it going for the better? Good or bad, I don't know. Diker glanced at Angor. And Baroyan whispered, maybe only they know. Diker's judgment was based on the current situation. Previously, for such a long time, the 2 hidden big shots had no intention of making a move at all. Diker's analysis was that their lack of action actually meant that it was not time yet. Since the hidden bosses didn't think it was time yet, it meant that they had a certain understanding of the mysterious fruit. They must be waiting for something to happen. They were waiting for the right moment. Now that the mystery fruit was showing some changes, it might be the time they were waiting for. What do you think, Mr. Lightchaser? Diker looked at Headmaster Lightchaser. Headmaster Lightchaser shook his head. I don't think so. But no matter what happens in the end, it's still a good thing. Headmaster Lightchaser preferred going for the worst. But even so, he still believed that the mystery fruit had a chance to change. Before the mystery fruit's transformation, people were dying one after another without being able to fight back. Perhaps the mystery fruit's transformation would give the wizards a better chance of survival. Even if the mystery fruit was going for the worst, as long as it changed, there was still hope for survival. Angor also heard the conversation between Headmaster Lightchaser and the others. For those who did not know the truth, seeking survival in the midst of chaos was the only hope they had. However, as the saying goes, seek survival amidst chaos. The chaos here was a chaotic yet orderly chaos. Chaos was the only way to find a way out of the chaos. What they did not know was that the mystery fruit was only orderly before it ripened. The chaos after the mystery fruit ripened was the real disorder. At that time, even the overseers, Baroy, Gruz, and Howard wouldn't have absolute confidence in surviving. Everything depended on what would happen after the mystery fruit went out of order. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the mysterious fruit would change. However, to their surprise, the mysterious fruit did not take another step forward even though it was already on the verge of changing. There's still one final step left, Yu Luo, a soft voice came from afar. Baroy's figure emerged from its hiding place, which immediately attracted the attention of Headmaster Lightchaser and the others. They had always thought that the big boss with the pink tentacles was a huge creature. They didn't expect that when it really appeared, it was a pink octopus that spoke like a baby and was as soft as a cute doll. Looking at Baroy's appearance, Oliveda's eyes were filled with tiny red hearts. This was her favorite style. Do not underestimate it, do not look directly at it, maintain respect and reverence. Headmaster Lightchaser hurriedly whispered. At this time, Levita also reacted and hurriedly lowered her head. Baroy was not a doll. It was a terrifying existence that could easily tie up a cloud whale and throw it at the mystery fruit. Baroy did not pay attention to Headmaster Lightchaser and the others' whispers. It did not even pay attention to them. It just stared at the sentinel's position. Watchers, you don't want to keep waiting, do you? How about I help you save some time, Euro. The Watcher's voice slowly drifted out from the distorted realm. Not only did it enter Baroy's ears, it also entered everyone's ears. I warned you not to overstep your boundaries in the southern region. You can take whatever you want, but if you overstep your boundaries, you will naturally suffer the consequences. If you really want to speed up, don't you have a bargaining chip in your hand? Didn't you come to the southern region to capture him? The Watcher's words were directed at Baroy, but it was enough to let the others know that Baroy was not the only hidden boss here. Also, it sounded like the Watchers were trying to protect the lives of other wizards. Baroy, on the other hand, came from the Outlands, which meant he was not on the same side as everyone else. Oliveda looked at Angor's group with a happy expression. Would the existence known as the Overseer become the solution for the other magi present here? The answer was, no. The Watchers stopped Baroy from killing people just to make up for the last step. However, as a Watchers, he had no reason to help anyone here. If he really wanted to help, he would not just stand by and watch so many wizards die. Euro. You still remember him? Baroy asked. The Watchers only humphed and did not answer. Baroy reached out 2 tentacles and made a helpless gesture. Fine. I was going to bring him back to Phantom City and hand him over to the City Lord for punishment. But Euro, since you won't let me kill anyone, I'll use him as the last brick to build my fortress. Baroy sounded like he was wronged, but he did not care about number 01's life at all. The reason why he had captured number 01 was to use him to test the mysterious fruit. However, its idea was to use number 01 to test the mysterious fruit after the disorder. Since it was still a little short, it could use number 01 to fill in the gap. With that, Bo Oloy pulled out the tied number 01 from the dark. Wait. I still have a use for you. Number 01 quickly said. A use for you? What use? I can provide you with information about the Setsun Society. Baroy chuckled. Euro? The Setsun Society? That's it? Yes, the Setsun Society was a secret organization. However, it was much weaker than the Phantom City. A giant who was looking at the sky would not care about a little dwarf at his feet. When Baroy was about to throw him out again, number 01 quickly said, Wait. What do you want to say? Number 01 rolled his eyes and sweated profusely. He could not think of a reasonable reason. Just as number 01 was about to give up, he suddenly looked into the distance. Sir, look over there. There's a wizard who can't hold on for much longer. 1 minute at most. Number 01's words successfully diverted Baroy's attention. If the other wizards could not hold on any longer, they could use them to fill in the gaps required by the mysterious fruit. As for number 01, he could wait until the mysterious fruit had truly lost its order before experimenting on him. Baroy followed number 01's gaze and looked back. Not far behind the Overseer, there was a figure in a half-ethereal, half-real state. It was like a flickering light that could be extinguished at any time. Interesting. Using a semi-finished space-like product as a partition, then using the ethereal body to deal with the attraction force. Baroy saw through the person's state at a glance. Although the idea is good, it does not have the mental calculation ability to match it. It is not easy to stay in the gap between reality and illusion. From the state of the opponent's flickering shadows, Baroy could basically confirm that number 01 was right. He wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. 1 minute at most. Baroy's sapphire-like eyes glanced at number 01 from the corner of her eyes and said in a soft and tender voice, "I'll let you go this time, but don't be happy too early. You think you've made a good choice, but maybe giving yourself up now is the best choice." Tossing 01 aside, Baroha couldn't be bothered with this dying man. Instead, he stared at the adept who was using ethereal body and silently counted down his lifespan. The conversation between Baroy and number 01 was not concealed. Anyone who was still rational could hear it. Even Magus Stone himself heard it. However, Magus Stone was trying his best to maintain his mental calculation ability. He did not want to be distracted by Baroy's words. Master Magus Stone should not be able to hold on for much longer, right? Olavida asked softly. Neither Daikiel nor Lightchaser replied. They sighed at the same time. They did not have high hopes for Magus Stone either. Just as Baroy said, the ethereal body was a very powerful, divine concealment ability. Once you entered the ethereal state, almost no power could harm you. However, the more powerful the ability, the more it was restricted by various conditions. The price of using the ethereal body was the exhaustion of mental calculation ability. No wizard could use the ethereal body for a long time. Even Lightchaser could not maintain it for long. What's more, Magus Stone's status was far below his. Their sighs were not only from a gust situation, but also for the matter this time. No one would have thought that the appearance of a mysterious object would cause so many magi to fall. Even the famous Magus Stone of the southern region was on the verge of death. Even if they didn't have a deep relationship with Magus Stone, they still felt sorry for him. They also couldn't bear to see such a person die quietly here. But no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do to change reality. They were just projections, so what they could do was limited. The only ones who could save Magus Stone were the powerful Baroy in the distance and the sentinel nearby. The former was waiting for Magus Stone to die, so it was impossible for him to save him. The latter, on the other hand, seemed to be protecting the interests of the southern region, but he had never helped anyone. It was obvious that it was difficult for him to do anything for Magus Stone. The ending seemed to have been decided long ago. Chancellor Lightchaser didn't have high hopes for Margus, and Margus didn't have high hopes for himself either. He knew his own situation best. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. He could only hold on for half a minute at most. After half a minute, no matter what, he would die. Did he regret it? He regretted it a little. But it wasn't that he regretted coming here. He regretted that he didn't pay attention to his mental arithmetic ability. If his mental arithmetic ability had been a little stronger, perhaps Baroy would have let 01 die in his place. If 01 died first, he might have been able to see the scene that choice of fate had led him here and hoped he would see. Although he didn't know that this was the process of the birth of an object out of order, he knew that as long as he witnessed this process, it would be of great help to his alchemy level. Even if he knew that the ending was death, he still wanted to see that scene. He wanted to see what kind of alchemy predicament he had been in for the past few hundred years. But now, it was all over. Not only would he not be able to solve his long-term problems, but his life would also come to an end here. Time passed second by second. Everyone was silently waiting for Margus Stone's death. Margus Stone was also silently counting down to his death. At the last 10 seconds. His eyes were already starting to lose focus. Everything in front of him started to blur. His thoughts seemed to be covered by dizzy ink, and he gradually lost control of himself. He vaguely saw that far away in the void, there seemed to be a bell ring that belonged to him gradually dimming. A tall figure sighed softly for his disappearance. Then, he wiped away the cracks on the bell ring, turned around, and walked into the depths of the darkness. The time thief. Magus Stone recognized the person's identity. He was once marked by the time thief. Now, the time thief had also given up on him. Countdown time, 5 seconds. The last 5 seconds of life were very short, but also very long. It was as if the ruler of time suddenly showed mercy at this moment. His somewhat chaotic thoughts suddenly became clear again. This was the last moment of life, the so-called final radiance of the setting sun. It gave Magus Stone a chance to sum up his life. He wasn't an emotional person. He wouldn't sigh about the haste of life, nor would he feel relieved before death. At this last moment, he only felt a strong sense of unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept that he didn't hold on a little longer. He was unwilling to accept that his death was too worthless. He still wanted to live. He still wanted to move forward on the path of alchemy. But, no matter how sad he was, it was useless, right? In his mind space, where no one could see, Magus Stone smiled bitterly and prepared to welcome the final calamity of his life. However, in the last 3 seconds, when Magus Stone was filled with unwillingness and helplessness, a soft voice suddenly entered his ears. In the last 2 seconds, when everyone was silently counting down, Magus Stone suddenly moved. He started to move forward. The temptation of attraction forced him to move forward. Is he giving up in advance? Or is it that he can't hold on anymore? Levita asked doubtfully. No one answered. The answer wasn't important. It didn't matter if he died a moment earlier or a moment later. The outcome was already decided. There was no way to turn the tables. Just when everyone thought that Magus Stone had completely given up, they discovered that something unexpected had happened. Magus Stone's speed was extremely fast as he flew forward. The direction he was heading in was indeed the direction of the mysterious fruit. However, one had to pay attention to another existence in this direction. It was someone who had never shown himself, but everyone knew of his existence. It was precisely the extraordinary life form that Baroy called the Inspector. Chairman Lightchaser said, Magus Stone is flying in the direction of the Inspector. Is he hoping that the Inspector will help him? Things seemed to be developing in this direction, but was that really the case? Would the Inspector give Magus Stone a way out? Everyone silently paid attention to Magus Stone's movements. When Magus Stone was about to pass by the Inspector's position, everyone's eyes suddenly narrowed. That was because a faint green light suddenly extended from that space and curled around Magus Stone's body. Following the emergence of the green light, the overseer that no one had seen before finally revealed himself. However, what surprised everyone was that it wasn't one person who had revealed himself, but 2 people. One of them was a white-haired old man, while the other was a red-haired young man with golden eyes. Of the 2, the one that deserved the most attention was the white-haired old man. That was because his aura gave off a strange feeling. He clearly didn't conceal himself, nor was there any fog, but his face couldn't be seen clearly. Or rather, even if one could see clearly, as long as one blinked, the memories from before would automatically be reformatted. This was an existence whose aura carried a sense of terror. The other red-haired, golden-eyed young man didn't have a terrifying force field around him. From the details of the collision of energy around him, it could be seen that he wasn't very powerful. Or rather, he didn't look like a powerful person. With the chairman's eyesight, he estimated that the young man's aura was at the standard of an official magus. However, he was the one who had released the green light around Magus Stone. One of them is the Inspector, right? Who is it? Is it the white-haired old man, or the red-haired young man? Chairman Lightchaser silently analyzed in his heart. He was more inclined to believe that the white-haired old man was the Inspector. From the surface, the white-haired old man's methods had already exceeded the chairman's expectations. He was definitely at the standard of a legend. As for the red-haired young man, Chairman Lightchaser hadn't seen him before. He guessed that he might be a descendant of the Inspector. A descendant suddenly released a strange green light around Magus Stone. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to save him, or was he trying to kill him? No one was able to determine the current situation, so they could only look at Magus Stone. They wanted to see if Magus Stone would change under the green light. It seems like there are no changes at all? Olivita whispered. In Olivita's vision, when Magus Stone was surrounded by the green light, he paused for a moment. However, he quickly recovered his previous speed and rushed towards the mysterious fruit. She couldn't see any changes. That green light seemed to be just a playful beam of light. No, there's a change. Daikyul softly retorted. However, he didn't say what the change was and fell into deep thought. Chief Editor, what change? How come I didn't notice it? You didn't notice it because you're stupid. Adelia coldly snorted. Her cold eyes looked at the red-haired young man in the distance. She vaguely felt that this red-haired young man had, the scent of an old friend. Daikiel, you're referring to a double image, Chairman Lightchaser said. Olivita, double image? What double image? Just now, when Megastone was surrounded by the green light, he paused for a moment. At that moment, there seemed to be a double image on his body. However, the double image quickly disappeared. Daikiel explained to Olivita. After explaining, Daikiel looked at Chairman Lightchaser. Lord Lightchaser, could that double image be that? What was that? Olivita was stupefied. Chairman Lightchaser nodded. It should be. Olivita. What is it? So it's really like that? Daikiel sighed softly. That's right. Now that Cazador World is covering the southern region, this is the most reliable method. At the very least, his divine soul won't be destroyed. What do you mean? Olivita vaguely caught on to something. However, she felt like there was a layer of gauze that prevented her from seeing through it. The double image is Megastone's soul. In other words, it's a dead soul. Daikiel didn't beat around the bush this time. He directly explained what he deduced. The green light surrounding Megastone's body should have a way to weaken or resist the suction force. When the green light lingered around Megastone's body, Megastone regained a bit of his rationality in that instant. Taking advantage of this bit of rationality, Megastone made a decisive choice. His soul left his body, turning from a living soul into a dead soul. It's quite a coincidence. Now that the southern region is covered by Cazador World, the dead soul can clearly feel the call of Cazador World. As long as you answer the call, you can instantly enter Cazador World. Thus, everything made sense. The double image that appeared earlier was actually an external sign of Megastone's soul leaving his body. When his soul left his body, Megastone didn't hesitate to return to Cazador World. Thus, as soon as the double image appeared, it disappeared. Because his soul had already floated into another world. As for his body, it had yet to lose its vitality. Due to the suction force, it continued to move towards the mysterious fruit. However, Megastone's true consciousness had already escaped. Using such a method to escape, Megastone is quite decisive. Olivita praised. Although only the dead soul escaped, the dead soul didn't fall and still had a trace of consciousness. Perhaps it could continue to accumulate strength in Cazador World, and use another form of existence to continue living. Compared to completely disappearing, this was obviously much better. Decisive? No, I feel that this could be the pity of that person. Dicer looked at the red-haired youth. Obviously, all of this was calculated by the red-haired youth. Because Megastone wanted to make a decision in that instant. There were two prerequisites for his soul to leave his body. He had to be prepared beforehand, and someone could help him temporarily escape the suction force of the mysterious fruit. Only the red-haired youth could do that. In other words, everything was given by the red-haired youth, including letting Megastone use the method of returning his soul to his home. Only he could help. However, what was the red-haired youth's identity? Why did he help Megastone? This was what they were puzzled about. Very quickly, this puzzlement was solved. Because, Poroi spoke. Watcher, you're interfering as well. Lo? Poroi's soft voice echoed in everyone's ears. The white-haired old man spoke calmly. He is him, and I am me. Watchers don't interfere with matters of the southern wizarding region other than the object of disorder. I've done my part. And he is a citizen of the southern wizarding region. He can do whatever he wants. Poroi narrowed her eyes at the Watcher. Then she glanced at Angor. As long as the soulless body can fill the gap, I'll accept this reason. But if it doesn't, lo, I'm going to make a move against them. Don't stop me then. The Watcher didn't reply because Megastone's soulless body had already reached the mystery fruit. Along with a loud bang. Unsurprisingly, Megastone's physical body shattered into countless pieces of bloody foam. When Margastone's body was destroyed, everyone's eyes were fixed on the mysterious fruit. They assumed that the mystery fruit had reached its limit. At this moment, would Megastone's death be the key to breaking through the critical point? Time passed second by second. A trace of confusion gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. The ripening that they had imagined did not come, and it looked as if it had not reached a state of fullness. However, the strange thing was that the fruit did not increase its attractiveness. Instead, its attractiveness decreased. Just as they were feeling confused, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind them. He looked back and saw that the explosion was caused by a wizard's self-destruction. Without any warning, a magus wearing a gray robe exploded into pieces. What's going on? Angor wondered. Did the mystery fruit evolve? It could now devour flesh from a long distance away. While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, a streak of light suddenly flew over from where the adept had self-destructed. It was heading toward Speaker Lightchaser. The light wasn't meant to attack, so Speaker Lightchaser easily caught it. Speaker Lightchaser slowly opened his hand and released a puff of smoke, allowing everyone to see what was inside. It was a pure white bone ring. What's that? Olivia looked at the ring in confusion. Speaker Lightchaser knew what was going on as soon as he saw the ring. He wasn't going to answer Olivia's question. But when he looked up, he saw the red-haired, golden-eyed young man was also looking at the bone ring with curiosity. Chairman Lightchaser's mind spun slightly, and the words that he wanted to swallow rushed to his mouth. This is Magus Seabone's space ring. Before Olivia could ask further, Speaker Lightchaser revealed the truth. Something happened to the mystery fruit, which caused its attraction to become weaker. Wizard Seabone finally regained some clarity in his mind. He couldn't move because of the attraction, but he saw Magus Stone's soul returning to his hometown. Now, he finally regained some clarity, so Sir Seabone chose the same path as Magus Stone and self-destructed his body to enter the Khazadar world? Levita asked. Chairman Lightchaser nodded, that's right. However, Magus Seabone didn't self-destruct blindly. He had plans to return to the Magus world. Thus, before he self-destructed, he used the last of his strength to pass his spatial ring to me. He also left a message saying that he hopes to leave the ring with me for the time being. When he returns, he will come here to take the ring back. Chairman Lightchaser did not hide any details. He revealed all the messages left behind by Adept Haigu in the bone ring. Angor finally understood why the wizard self-destructed. He was trying to imitate Magus Stone. As for his message about retrieving the ring on the day of return, it sounded a little weird. How could he return from Khazadar world when he was already dead? However, this wasn't impossible. The chances of other Magi's soul returning to the southern region after entering the Khazadar world was low. However, Seabone's was different. This was Angor's first time meeting this wizard, but he was not unfamiliar with his name. Seabone's Byrakam Lowell from White Coral Floating Island Academy. He was a famous truthfinder soul manipulator in the wizarding world. Even Ness would show respect when mentioning this wizard's name. Magi who specialized in the soul often said, death isn't the end, it's only the beginning. Seabone's body was gone, but his soul was still there. As long as his soul did not fall from Khazadar world, there was a good chance that he could return. After all, the soul was the foundation of all soul manipulators. Adept Seabones had given the bone ring to Chairman Lightchaser for safekeeping. This was a backup plan, and it showed that he was confident in his return. I see. Mr. Seabones is a decisive man, Olivia commented. Following Olivia's words, several more explosions came from afar. However, there were also a few Magi who chose to die with their physical bodies and return their souls to their hometowns. It was clear that they had also heard Chairman Lightchaser's words. Not all of them were soul manipulators, but it did not matter. As long as their souls were not destroyed, there was a chance that they could return to the southern region in another form. Although the future wouldn't be too good, it was still a way out. Under the threat of the mystery fruit, they were forced to choose to return their souls to their hometown. Many of them are famous truthfinders. I didn't think they would fall here and end their lives in such a helpless way. Olivia looked at the streaks of light flying toward Chairman Lightchaser and sighed. Being decisive is also a kind of courage, Adelia said calmly. Adelia spoke calmly, a person with such determination must have a heart that is purer and more resilient than other adepts. They might actually be able to find a way to return. After saying this, Adelia glanced behind her. At this moment, even though there were a few Magi who wanted to return home, most Magi chose to wait. They did not want to give up their bodies, and they were betting on the future. Perhaps the attraction would continue to weaken. As long as the attraction weakened, they could escape without having to detonate their bodies. It was not a bad idea. But who could say for sure that the attraction would weaken? What if it did not and continued to strengthen? By then, they would not even have the chance to regret it. Everyone has their own choices. Some chose to return to their hometown, while others are still holding on. The former is not an escape. It's a way to avoid the ultimate risk. As for those who chose to persevere, some did it out of greed, while others did it out of luck. The Watcher looked at Angor. You are not like them. You have a third option, which is to leave. Do you want to leave? The Watcher did not try to hide his words, which attracted the attention of Chairman Lightchaser and the others. They also wanted to know who the red-haired, golden-eyed man was, and what choice he would make. Mr. Watcher, do you still think I'm going to leave? Angor asked. Leaving is not necessarily a bad choice. You can still find other opportunities. It's just a possibility. It's not absolute. Besides, the time thief did not show up, but he did give me a premonition about my destiny. This may be my only chance to witness the birth of an object out of order. I don't want to miss it. Chairman Lightchaser and the others began to ponder. Those who were marked by the time thief were all geniuses with great potential. And the target was a wizard from the southern wizardry region. Was he from society? Angor did not care about what the others thought. Mr. Watcher, why do you want me to leave? Angor already made it clear that he was not going to leave. The Watcher should have known by now. Why would the Watcher ask him a second time? Angor found it strange. The Watcher remained silent for a while. I feel a little uneasy. Uneasy? Angor looked at the Watcher in surprise. Are you talking about a wizard's omen? Angor quickly asked. The Watcher shook his head. It's not an omen. It's just a way of judging the situation. The fruit's attraction suddenly decreased, and it did not devour any more flesh. This was too strange. It was like the calm before the storm. The time thief was slowly accumulating its power, waiting for the final moment to explode. Once it did, it would reveal the true terror of an object out of order. It was precisely because of this strange atmosphere and abnormal development that the overseer felt vaguely uneasy. Maybe you're overthinking it, mister? The Watcher shook his head. I hope so. Never mind. Let's talk about you. Why did you say that wizard just now? The wizard the Watcher was referring to was Magus Stone. The green light that surrounded Magus Stone was Angor's green force field. Thanks to the green force field, Magus Stone regained some of his consciousness, which allowed him to use Homeward Call. As for why Angor helped him? I didn't mean to. The Watcher stared at Angor for a moment before looking away. Is that so? Yes. Angor wasn't lying. He didn't think too much about it. He just did it out of convenience. But now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that there was a hidden reason behind it. Magus Stone was also a member of the research department. Even though they had different opinions during the meeting, they did not go so far as to fight each other. That was why Angor was willing to help Magus Stone, because they were peers. But that did not mean Angor would help Magus Stone. Angor did so because he saw Magus Stone's stubbornness. Angor used the excuse of I just want to witness the birth of an object out of order to return to the center of the mist zone. But that was only an excuse. His real reason for returning to the mist zone was not the real one. But Magus Stone was the one who truly believed in this excuse. He was not greedy for mystery items. He only came here because of fate's choice, hoping to find a way to break through his current power. He was the one who truly loved alchemy. Perhaps Angor was influenced by Magus Stone's passion. When Magus Stone was about to give up, Angor sent him a voice transmission, which gave Magus Stone a chance to escape. What he didn't expect was that his casual action would give the other wizards a glimmer of hope. Wizard Seabone's self-destruction and the other wizards' self-destruction were all examples. In a way, it was a good thing. The Watcher did not say anything else. He kept looking at the mystery fruit in the distance. Angor glanced behind him. There weren't many magi left alive. There were less than 10 of them. These 10 magi did not choose the path of returning their souls to their hometowns. Instead, they waited silently, waiting for a suitable opportunity. About half a minute later, the mystery fruit's attraction was reduced again. This drop in temperature made the magi in the distance very happy. Although it wasn't to the point where they could move, it was still a good development. As long as they could keep going, their chance would come. Time passed. As they expected, the mystery fruit's attraction was still decreasing. Their expressions became more and more joyful, and some of them even had a look of schadenfreude in their eyes. Looks like Mr. C-Bone and the others made a careless decision. Olivia spoke up and shared the thoughts of the others. At this rate, they would be able to escape very soon. Once they did, Wizard C-Bone and the other wizards who entered Khazadar world would have to make a careless decision. A moment later, the attraction was reduced again. Everyone's eyes were getting clearer by the second. At this moment, another rumbling sound was heard. Someone self-destructing? Everyone looked at the source of the explosion and saw that it was not a self-destruction. Instead, someone had used a taboo technique. Taboo technique was just a general term. Basically, taboo technique was a self-destructive method to forcibly remove or enhance a certain ability. This kind of spell technique was a strenuous and unrewarding one. Apart from being good for escaping, it was not very effective when used in a desperate fight. At this moment, a sorcerer used a similar taboo technique. Angor could not see what the wizard did, but he did see the result. After the explosion, a distorted space fissure appeared. The wizard, who looked so weak that he could be blown away by the wind, rushed into the fissure with all his strength. The result was obvious. The wizard who used the forbidden spell opened a portal, or rather, a plain passageway, and escaped. It was good to escape, but Angor did not know what price he had to pay. Judging from the previous explosion, Wizard Whitefeather must have blown up most of his spirit model and forcibly removed the restriction on his movements. The speaker was Lightchaser, and his expression was a little surprised. Whitefeather Maztaran was a level 2 elemental truthfinder wizard. He was the most powerful wizard in the group. Destroying half of his spirit model would cause his strength to drop by at least 80 or 90%. He might not even be a level 2 truthfinder anymore. Even so, he still did it. If the attraction of the fruit was still decreasing, he could wait a little longer. Using the forbidden spell would not cost him so much. But he did not wait. Instead, he waited until he reached a certain stage and used the forbidden spell. This kind of decisiveness was actually quite terrifying. Will he regret it? Olivia was so shocked by what she saw that she forgot to use honorifics. I don't know, but at least he got out alive, Diker said. You're right. So Mr. C-Bone didn't have to self-destruct so early. Diker shook his head. Even if C-Bone used all his spirit models, he might not be able to break through the restriction. As such, from the looks of it, Adept C-Bone's choice wasn't the worst. However, if the attraction of the fruit continued to decrease, the wizards who chose to return their souls to their homeworld would really be frustrated. After Wizard Whitefeather used the forbidden spell to escape, the other wizards were also wondering if they should use the same method. However, Wizard Whitefeather was too strong. His forbidden spell would only decrease one level. If they used it, they would lose even more. Should they wait a little longer? As the others waited with complicated thoughts, the mystery fruit that had been quiet for a long time finally showed some changes. Suddenly, a thin crack appeared on the hard red shell of the fruit. Crack, it was as if time had stopped in the entire area. Even if the waves on the sea were endless, even if the sea breeze was whistling, no one present could hear these noises. All they could hear was the sound of cracks cracking open in the quiet air. At this moment, even the inspector and Baroy's attention was attracted by this voice. Of course, Angor was not spared either. He heard the cracking sound as well, but he believed it was only a trigger. The reason why the others were attracted by the sound was because their sense of touch could only reach the primer. They couldn't reach the deeper parts. Angor, on the other hand, was different. Back in Dark Castle, Angor did not find anything useful about the mystery plane. But that experience was like a ticket to the mystery plane. A ticket that allowed him to get closer to the core of mystery. The ticket was also one of the reasons why he was able to create a relatively complete mystery manifestation in his nightmare illusion. While the others were distracted by the cracking sound, Angor's attention was attracted by the mysterious beginning that was gushing out of the crack. The so-called mysterious beginning was just a name Angor came up with for the time being. In more detail, it meant that a mystery item was born with energy. Such energy was like a newborn baby, which was not tainted by the world's dust yet. It was purer and clearer, which made it easier to analyze. It might look like mystery energy to others, but to Angor, who had an entrance ticket, this mystery energy was different. It seemed to have a vague structure that could be touched and explored. Although it was called a structure, it was not really a physical model. Instead, it was a description, an idealistic idea. In a way, it was similar to the manifestation of mystery. To put it simply, it was a collection of difficult concepts. But compared to the manifestation of mystery, it had something more substantial. Angor could not find a way to describe the mysterious beginning structure. If he had to describe it forcefully, it might be an inverted triangle. However, this inverted triangle was not in the same dimension. It was divided into many layers. The largest cross-section was in the highest dimension. As the cross-section decreased, the layers would also decrease in dimension. When the inverted triangle tip finally showed up, it finally moved from another dimension to the current one that could be sensed by human senses. It was like an iceberg floating on the sea. What was above the surface was what humans could see, while what was below was the projection of a higher dimension into a lower one. Angor was fascinated by the indescribable yet beautiful idealistic structure. He kept absorbing and analyzing the mysterious beginning flowing out from the cracks on the fruit's shell. Like Angor, the others were also staring at the mystery fruit. However, they were in a completely different situation. They were affected by the effect of mystery energy, which was not their intention. Perhaps because the crack was still small, the mysterious beginning that leaked out was unable to completely charm the magi present. Very soon, some of them managed to break free. The Sentinel and Baroi were naturally the first to break free. However, after breaking free from the influence, they did not speak. Instead, they frowned and analyzed the current situation. Not long after, the rest of the wizards also got rid of the mystery energy. After these magi broke free from the influence, their expressions turned ugly. Although the attraction of being a new student wasn't that strong at this time, it came without a trace. They were purely attracted by it unknowingly. And this was only when the crack first appeared on the surface of the fruit. How much stronger would the mysterious beginning effect become when more cracks appeared on the surface, or when the skin simply fell off? No one dared to think too much. More importantly, the mysterious beginning effect was coexisting with the original mysterious beginning effect. The combination of two different mysterious beginning effects was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. I can't wait any longer. I need to get out of here. I need to leave this place. A male wizard with curly brown hair suddenly shouted. However, after shouting for a long time, he suddenly fell silent. Xenod, didn't you say you wanted to leave? Why are you so quiet? Another wizard nearby tried to resist the mysterious beginning effect while shouting. After a long while, the adept known as Xenod finally opened his mouth and said, "No, no, no." What? What's wrong? Xenod replied, "I can't leave. I used a forbidden spell, but I can't leave. It's as if something is binding me, restraining me." Xenod's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Although the mysterious beginning effect was slightly stronger than before, it was not to the point where they could not resist it. Based on the previous situation, they could have used a forbidden spell like Wizard White Feather and forcefully escaped. Could it be that the mysterious beginning effect had also sealed this path? Everyone present had different thoughts. Some felt that Xenod was baiting them, and wanted to urge the others to escape like the White Feather Magus. However, most of them still believed Xenod's words. At this point, Xenod had no reason to lie. Hence, another two wizards gritted their teeth and decided to use a forbidden spell to test it out. The results proved that Xenod was not lying. The forbidden spell can be used, and there is a backlash effect. However, if I want to forcefully open a spatial crack, I can't. Yes, the same goes for me. With more and more people testifying, those who didn't believe it started to panic. Previously, they were still hoping for a fluke, and wanted to wait and see. Who would have thought that the moment Wizard White Feather left, their weight would become a joke. Hesitation would lead to failure. While everyone was regretting, Xenod, who was the first to attempt to leave, made another bold attempt. He self-destructed. When his body turned into a rain of blood, his soul floated alone in the air. In the soul's eyes, from the initial determination to the end, it became confusion, and then disbelief. Why? I can clearly feel that behind me is the door to Khazadar world, but why can't I leave? The words spoken by Xenod's soul caused the magi present to be completely dumbfounded. Xenod, is what you said true? Even the soul cannot enter Khazadar world? Could it be that the connection between Khazadar world and the southern region has ended? Someone shouted. Xenod's soul shook his head in confusion. No, I can feel that the door to Khazadar world is behind me. But, I can't cross it. It's like there are ropes, binding my soul, my consciousness, and my origin. I can't leave. The only path I can take is to move forward, towards it. Xenod looked at the mysterious fruit in the distance. Without the protection of his body, the attractive force of the fruit became even stronger. Xenod replied to the others in confusion, and at the same time, moved his legs, floating towards the fruit like a UFO. Everyone present witnessed this scene. When Xenod's soul arrived in front of the fruit, it turned into the purest soul energy, and was sucked into the cracks of the fruit's shell. It's over, it's completely over. Why did I hesitate before? If I didn't hesitate, I would have only dropped my energy rank, and I would still be alive. It's over, it's over. Xenod's death ignited the emotions of the remaining wizards. These wizards who had been through countless trials and tribulations, in the face of death, could not help but have a flaw in their emotions. They began to blame themselves, and began to go crazy. The amplification of these emotions allowed the attractive force to take advantage of them. A portion of the wizards who had been taken advantage of by the attractive force took a few steps forward in confusion. Some of the advancing wizards were startled awake, while others continued to fall into confusion. Those who had been startled awake began to resist the attractive force again. Those who had succumbed to it walked step by step towards death. Another 2 sorcerers were defeated by the mysterious fruit. These 2 wizards were revered in the outside world, but now, they had died without knowing it, and even their souls had been absorbed, completely vanishing from the world. The surviving wizards were somewhat numb, and the only thing they could do now was to continue resisting. See if they could find an opportunity in the future. When the time came, even if they had to escape with their lives, even if their souls were to be separated, they would still choose to agree. Lord Lightchaser, if I die, can you help me pass a message to my family? The one who spoke was an old wizard. He had probably seen the tragic future, staying because of greed, and dying because of greed. Since he knew he was going to die, he hoped to find someone who could leave alive to pass on a message to his family. Chairman Lightchaser and the others were naturally the best choice. However, half a minute had passed. Chairman Lightchaser, who was at the front, did not turn around at all, nor did he make a sound. Lord Lightchaser? Adelia? Daikel? He called out one name after another. He even called out Olavida's name. However, no one turned around to reply. What's going on? The wizards present were shocked. What had happened to Chairman Lightchaser and the others? Or did they see something? Why did they not even have a chance to reply? While these wizards were looking at Chairman Lightchaser in bewilderment, the Sentinel and Baroy's gazes landed on Chairman Lightchaser and the others. Barahalo, I have a bad feeling. Sentinel, do you know what's going on? The Sentinel pondered for a moment. The attractive force of the mysterious object has begun to transform. The reason why he said this was because he had analyzed the situation at the scene. Wizards could not use their souls to escape, nor could they forcefully open a path. Even Chairman Lightchaser and the others were affected by the attractive force. Yes, even the projections that descended from the void were not spared. They were still affected by the attractive force. Moreover, it seemed that the wizard named Xeno was right. The current attractive force had bound both consciousness and origin. Even thoughts could not escape. Because of this, even Chairman Lightchaser and the others who descended with projections were affected. This was the attractive force of the mysterious object. It was transforming. The disorder has begun? Barahalo? The sentinel nodded, it should be. It has begun to enter the final stage. Once the shell fades, the disorder will appear. Baroi asked, with the sentinel's eyesight, can you analyze what will happen after it loses its order? Barahalo? The sentinel hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Once it enters the disorder, it will be affected by the attractive force. This kind of attractive force will ignore all external conditions. Currently, this is all I can see. Baroi asked, how is the disorder triggered? Does the sentinel have an idea? To the mysterious hunters, the effect of the disorder was not the most dangerous. The most dangerous thing was actually the disorder, which was the method of invasion, or the method of triggering the effect of the disorder. For example, the germinal organization was a mysterious and unexplainable object. The only thing that triggered its disordered rhythm was a lengthy syllable. As long as the syllable was said correctly, even if there was a great distance between them, the germinal organization's disordered rhythm would still be triggered. This kind of disorder that ignored distance was very scary and almost unsolvable. However, as long as one understood how the disorder was triggered, one could always avoid it. Therefore, Baroi's first question was about the disorder. Once one understood the disorder, one could avoid at least half of the danger. I don't know. This can only be confirmed when it completely loses control. However, my personal guess is that its disorder is very likely to be the same as before, triggered by distance. In other words, as long as one stayed away from the mysterious fruit, one would not have to worry about entering the disorder. This was similar to the reincarnation box that Frost was dealing with now. Barahalo, I think so too. Then why don't you leave as soon as possible? Baroi spread out two tentacles and shrugged. Barahalo, I've already prepared a backup plan. Besides, I don't think it's impossible to avoid the attraction. Baroi did not explain what kind of backup plan it was. The sentinel did not ask. If Baroi dared to think about the disorder, it meant that he had the confidence to do so. It would be a good thing if Baroi could take down the disorder. At the very least, the southern wizarding region would not be affected too much. By the way, Barahalo, aren't you going to care about that human beside you? He looks like he's going to be attracted by the mystery fruit. Baroi did not continue talking about the disorder. Instead, he pointed at Angor with his tentacles. The sentinel looked at Angor. He saw Angor staring at the mystery fruit in the distance with an intoxicated expression as if his soul was being sucked away. The watchers didn't go to wake Angor up like Baroa said. The chaotic power of the mystery fruit had changed to a certain extent, but it wasn't too strong. While the other wizards could still wake up on their own, Angor was still under the protection of Distorted Dimension and Green Rune Field. Besides, if Angor was really immersed in the strange power, he should have moved forward without realizing it. But Angor didn't move at all. There must be something wrong with Angor's state. The watcher decided to keep watching. If Angor did anything strange, he would intervene. But if Angor just stood there, the watcher wouldn't mind. Compared to Angor, the watcher was more concerned about Lightchaser's Chancellor. They were only projections. Even if they were affected by the new chaotic power, they shouldn't be affected too deeply. Like the other wizards, they should be able to break free soon. But Lightchaser's Chancellor was still in a daze, which was strange. Did the mystery fruit give them special care? Also, if their projections were still in a daze, what about their real bodies? Were their real bodies hiding in the void not waking up as well? If the answer was yes, the chaotic power of the mystery fruit might have a new meaning. Several minutes later, Angor regained his consciousness. When he came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to let out a sigh of relief. The watcher didn't see anything negative in Angor's voice. Instead, it sounded more like Angor's groan after his heart was filled to the brim. The watcher narrowed his eyes and thought of something. So, what did you find? Angor didn't pay much attention to the watcher's choice of words. Not bad. It's an enchanting structure. It's a pity that we can only see a small part of it. It would be great if the crack could be bigger. Angor's answer confirmed the watcher's suspicion. Angor's experience was different from the others. He saw the structure of an object of chaos. Well, the watcher didn't know what structure was, but it must be something inside the object of chaos. Angor's talent was extraordinary. Was this the difference between those who had come into contact with the mystery level and those who had not? if he could further observe the structure mentioned by Frost, maybe he could fulfill Frost's dream in the future. While the Watcher pondered, Angor looked around. In the process, he could hear the despair and regret of the adepts behind him. He also saw Baroi looking at him strangely from afar. At the same time, he also noticed the abnormalities of Chancellor Lightchaser and the others. He wasn't stupid either. Based on what he heard from the surviving wizards, he already had a rough idea of what happened. The new attraction of Mysterious Beginning began to show its prowess. Although it wasn't so strong that it was irresistible, it limited everyone's chances of escaping. Moreover, even the projections of Chancellor Chaser and the others were affected by the Thing of Disorder. The nature of this new attraction was much stronger than the previous one, however, he didn't feel it was real. Maybe it was because he was protected by the Watcher's distorted realm, which prevented him from sensing anything new. Angor didn't think too much about it because the Watcher was looking at him again. Based on the current situation, what do you think the effect of this mystery item will be once it loses its order? Angor didn't expect the Watcher to ask such a question out of the blue. Still, he considered for a moment and answered with a serious tone, something stronger, I think. What do you mean by stronger? Binding power, I think. The other wizards are talking about it. They can't even use forbidden spells or self-destruct to get away. That means it's not as attractive as before, but it's more restrictive, Angor answered after some consideration. Only binding power? The Watcher glanced at Chancellor Lightchaser and the others in the distance. Angor followed the Watcher's gaze. When he saw Chancellor Lightchaser and the others, who seemed to be in a daze, he wondered, they still haven't come back to their senses? Yeah, they haven't come back to their senses. Huh? Angor looked at the Watcher again. The Watcher didn't say anything wrong, but Angor felt something was off about the Watcher's tone. When Angor looked into the Watcher's eyes, Angor realized something from the Watcher's expression. My lord, the effect of the Thing of Disorder might be an increase in the nature of attraction, but judging from the situation of Chancellor Lightchaser and the others, there should be something special about this effect. Otherwise, with Chancellor Lightchaser's strength, he should have already recovered. Maybe we can find out more about Chancellor Lightchaser and the others so that we can make a better judgment. Angor gave a serious suggestion. The Overseer said indifferently, not us, it's you. Yes, it's me, said Angor. The Watcher nodded in satisfaction. If it's your decision, go ahead. I won't interfere. Then can we move toward Speaker Lightchaser's direction? It's best if their projections can wake up. I can try using my force field, but it can't reach too far. We need to get closer to them. Inspector, sure. As expected. Watcher's answer confirmed his suspicion. The Overseer's sudden question of what are the effects of the disorder was probably to draw out this follow-up. The Overseer clearly wanted to study the condition of Chaser and the others. However, he couldn't interfere in the affairs of the Southern Territory unless he had a reasonable reason. And Angor was the perfect excuse. The Watcher was protecting Angor for some reason, which led to a connection between them. Since Angor wanted to study Chancellor Lightchaser, the Watcher could use their connection with Angor as an excuse to do so. Not only could he circumvent the restrictions of the oath, but he could also achieve his goal. Angor felt that the Watcher's strange tone meant that the Watcher was trying to give him a hint. No, it should be an explicit one. The longing in his eyes was too obvious, Angor complained in his mind, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He respectfully asked for instructions and did not move. They weren't too far away from Chaser, so they only needed to take a few steps to reach the Chancellor's area. He didn't get too close to Chancellor Lightchaser. Instead, he stopped when he reached the maximum distance where he could release his green domain. Observing Chancellor Chaser and the others from a close distance, he could clearly see that something was off. The 4 people in front of him were only projections in the air. If the projection was in a daze, then wouldn't the real body in the void be in a daze as well? But Chancellor Lightchaser was much stronger than the others here. If the others could break free, why couldn't they? It was difficult to find the truth just by guessing. The best way was to awaken Chairman Chaser. However, a projection was a projection after all. Would the green domain be useful against a projection? Angor slowly expanded his force field until it covered Chancellor Lightchaser, Diker, and Atalaya. As for Olivia, she was not affected by the force field. It was not because Olivia wanted to get back at him for causing so much trouble when she reported about Resudran. Instead, Angor wanted to use her as a control group, which was a common method used in experiments. Angor's action attracted the attention of the others, especially Baraya. Baraya knew what Angor was trying to do, and it did not stop him. If Angor could learn more about the effect of the item by observing Chancellor Lightchaser's condition, it would be a good thing for Baraya. The more they learned, the less likely they would get into trouble. This was why mystery hunters usually spent a lot of time gathering information before making a move. As the force field expanded, Angor's heart began to race. In fact, he was still a little nervous. He did not know if the green pattern field was effective or not. As it turned out, it worked. About 3 to 5 seconds after the green field covered the area, Lightchaser, Atalaya, and Daikel woke up one after another. When they woke up, they were shocked to see Angor and the Watcher right beside them. However, as Truthfinder wizards, they quickly understood what was going on. "We're affected by the mystery item too?" Daiker asked in surprise. Before this, they hadn't felt anything at all. If it were not for the red-haired young man, they would have been drowned forever. "So you're saying that your true forms did not feel anything?" Angor quickly noticed Daiker's implication. Daiker was surprised that Angor knew who he was. Then again, Watcher mentioned that Angor was from the southern wizarding region, so it was normal for him to know who Angor was. However, as the head of the intelligence agency, Daiker knew nothing about Angor. Several thoughts flashed through Daiker's mind, but he quickly pushed them to the back of his mind. What mattered most right now was the mystery item. Yes. Our true forms were affected as well. Before this, they were all attracted by the mystery item too. Angor was a little surprised by Daiker's words. Right now, the mysterious fruit has only cracked a little. The new effect is not obvious, and the others can easily break free. But why can't you do it? Angor frowned. That's strange. Daiker also found it strange. Their true forms were in the void, but they were still affected by the mystery item. That was unbelievable. Chancellor Lightchaser, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "I can't wake Olivia up." When Chancellor Lightchaser saw that Angor's green light did not affect Olivia, he quickly became curious. He knew what Angor was trying to do, so he did not speak to Angor right away. Instead, he focused his attention on his true form and tried to wake Olivia up. However, no matter what he did, he could not wake Olivia up. After hearing Chancellor Lightchaser's words, Disable and Adelia also tried to wake Olivia up, but it was true. It was as if Olivia was isolated by some unknown power, which prevented her from being affected by the outside world. That's strange. Why can't we do it when the other wizards can? Besides, Olivia isn't that different from the other wizards here. She's still in the void. Daiker wondered. Either you're being targeted, or it's a new property of the mystery fruit, Angor suggested. What do you think, sir? Angor looked at the Watcher. The Warden replied, the latter is more likely. I think so too. Angor was not speaking in hindsight. He believed that it was a new property of the mystery fruit. Angor believed that the mystery fruit had its own way of operating, and it would not go after one person or another. As for what kind of property it was, Angor had no idea yet. However, he already had a plan in mind. Sir Lightchaser, I would like to ask you to try something. Chancellor Lightchaser looked at Angor. You want me to see if I can summon my projection away? Yes, sir. Angor nodded. It was normal that Chancellor Lightchaser could guess Angor's intention. He knew that Olivia was a control group, so he knew what Angor was going to do next. I already did this test when I tried to wake Olivia up. And the result? Chancellor Lightchaser sighed and shook his head. I can't summon her. The chairman's words made Daiker and Adelia's expressions change. Since the projections could not be recalled, it meant that even if they escaped to other places, as long as the mysterious fruit was still nearby, it could easily affect their bodies through the projections. Although it sounded inconceivable, the previous situation had already shown that this was very likely. To them, this was an extremely terrifying outcome. I see, Angor muttered. Angor's words caught everyone's attention. Sir, may I know your name? Diker asked. That's not important. What's important is your current condition. And the new property of the mystery fruit. Inspector, what is your judgment? Angor took a moment to organize his words. The lost property might not only increase one's natural attraction, but it might also trigger multiple power determinations within the affected area. Test our strength? Diker didn't understand what Angor was talking about. Perform multiple and repeated basic judgments on all targets within the range of the disorder effect. The stronger you are, the more likely you will pass the test. And vice versa, Angor explained. Targets are all sentient beings. Even if they are just projections, they will pass the test as long as they can think. The others quickly understood what Angor meant. So you're saying that our projections are also within the range of the test. Since our projections don't have any power, we can't pass the test. So we're being pulled harder than others, and we can't resist it. Angor nodded. Yes. And the effect will also affect your true forms. You can't escape it even if you're in the void or somewhere far away. More importantly, it's based on the target within the range of the test, and it's bound by karma. If you can't pass the test, you won't pass, and it won't do a second test on your true forms. It's still based on your projections. Therefore, no matter how powerful your true bodies hiding in the void are, under the influence of the inevitability of karma, you will still be implicated, and the attraction you receive will be stronger than others. It didn't make any sense at all. But that was how mystery items worked. And this was a mystery item that was about to go out of control. Everyone quickly understood what Angor was trying to say. But the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. So as long as our projections exist, they'll affect our true forms? Diker's expression turned dark. Yes. Without outside interference, you'll end up just like her. Angor pointed at Olivita. Since Olivita's projection couldn't pass the test, her true form couldn't be awakened either. Chairman Chaser sighed. We originally had no intention of joining the conflict. We only wanted to report from the front lines. We thought that we would be able to rest easy with the projection, but who would have thought that we would fail because of the projection? Thank you for your help, Mr. Otherwise, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Daikiel and Adelia also expressed their gratitude. Angor waved a hand. I just want to do a test. Or rather, the Watcher wanted to do this test, but he couldn't because of the oath, so he asked Angor to do it in a roundabout way. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, yes, your projections are more attractive than the others, which means you have a lower chance of passing the test. But this might also be your advantage. DCR, why? I just thought about it. Since the fruit won't check your real bodies again, I think you can solve the problem by using your projections. The adepts behind us, on the other hand, will have to start with their real bodies. On one hand, they only needed to solve the problem of projection, while on the other hand, they needed to solve the problem from the root. Comparing the two, it was obviously easier to deal with the projection. Of course, this is just my speculation. We still need to do another test to see if it's true. Angor glanced around the crowd. Finally, he locked his gaze on Livetta. I need her to do a test with me. Is that okay? Diker gave Angor a puzzled look. He didn't know why Angor would choose Livetta, but he still nodded. Yes, but she hasn't regained her consciousness yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Diker felt the green light around him flashing. Next, he heard a familiar voice. Huh? I think I was affected by something, Chief Editor, but before she could finish her sentence, she stared at Angor and the Watcher in a daze. What's going on? Why are they here? Livetta, we're in a hurry. I'll explain later. Now, I need you to do a test with this Mr. Levita was dumbfounded. Huh? A test? What test? Diker didn't know what the test was and looked at Angor. It's a simple test. All you need to do is stand still. Before Livetta could understand what was going on, she saw Angor standing in front of her and pointing at her with his index finger. A faint light appeared on his fingertip. In the next second, Livetta saw a flash of white light in front of her eyes, followed by the sound of something breaking. The projection shattered. When Livetta regained her consciousness, she found herself back in the void. She tried to bring her consciousness back to her projection, but she couldn't sense it anymore. She didn't even know what was going on. How did she return to her original body? She didn't bring back any of her reports or videos from the front lines. While Livetta was still wondering, Diker's original body opened its eyes. "We'll talk about your question later," Diker said before Livetta could ask anything. "Now, answer me. Can you move? Can you feel anything strange? Do you feel like you're being restrained?" Livetta flew around a bit before telling Diker, "I can move, and I don't feel anything out of the ordinary." Diker's eyes widened in realization. "So I just need to get rid of the projection." "What are you talking about, Chief Editor?" Diker waved a hand. "Nothing. Just stay here and don't move." As soon as she finished speaking, Dicele closed her eyes again and immersed herself in the projection of the real world. "Olivia is now able to move freely." "She didn't sense any abnormalities," Diker replied. "So you're right." The Watcher was also paying attention to Angwar's situation, and he knew that Angwar's theory was correct. In order for the object of disorder to work, it needed to undergo a power test, and only those who were within its effective range would be tested. Once the target disappeared, it wouldn't be tested again as long as they didn't step into the area, even if they were affected by karma. It wasn't hard to come up with this conclusion. However, Angwar's ability to do so in such a short time spoke volumes about his quick thinking. This conclusion would also be of great help to the Watchers and Baroi, who were dedicated to the pursuit of mysticism. Based on the conclusion, it could be concluded that the out-of-order object this time was not the kind that was unconventional and elusive. The disorder mainly depended on its effective range and power test. To put it bluntly, it only depended on distance and power. This was a very common occurrence among the objects that were out of order. Also, the object was still operating according to its logic. This also reduced the difficulty of containing it by quite a bit. The reason why he said this was because there were many out-of-order items that were out of order. These types of out-of-order items were very difficult for the mysterious hunters of the Order Guild. For example, the box of rebirth that Frost wanted to capture. The chaotic rhythm of the box of reincarnation was relatively common. There was only one condition: distance. As long as you didn't approach the box, you wouldn't be affected by it. However, even though the distance was the only condition, its internal logic was very strange. Even if you had a lot of power, you might not be able to survive. Also, even if you passed through many small worlds and came out of the box alive, it didn't mean you understood how it worked. Frost successfully came out, but he was still confused about the mystery item. He didn't understand the logic behind it at all, and he didn't know how to capture it. Box of Rebirth wasn't the most special object among all the objects of disorder. Even so, it was still very difficult to understand. The mystery fruit in front of him had a very strong effect. The disorder was simple and violent, but it also had a certain logic to it. It couldn't be more friendly. Of course, friendly was just the Watcher's judgment of its operation logic. It didn't mean it was easy to capture. There were many objects of disorder like the mystery fruit that were simple and violent, and many mystery hunters had died because of them. Therefore, it still couldn't be underestimated. However, compared to those strange and non-mainstream objects of disorder, the members of Order preferred to deal with objects of disorder like the mystery fruit. After confirming the effect of the object, the Watcher no longer paid any attention to Chancellor Lightchaser and the others. Instead, he focused on the mystery fruit. At the same time, he took out a recording tool and began recording the information of the object. If Bora Leaf couldn't be captured, the Watcher would make a judgment. If it couldn't be handled, the Watcher would send the information to the Order so that they could send a mystery hunter to capture it. Next, Angor looked at Chancellor Lightchaser and the others. Right now, the mystery fruit only has a small crack on it, and it's already hard for your projections to resist. When the shell completely falls off, the effect will be even stronger. My force field won't be able to wake you up either. So, do you still want to stay here? Without any hesitation, they all gave a negative answer. They wanted to know more about the mystery fruit, but they had to stay alive first. If they couldn't even stay alive, what was the point of learning more about the mystery fruit? I can do what Levita did and shatter your projections so that you won't be affected by the mystery fruit's effect. but I have a condition. End of chapter. What's the condition? No one was surprised by Angwar's request. When it came to external help, the free ones were the most expensive. They felt more at ease when they exchanged for help than when they received help for no reason. Since they couldn't destroy the projections themselves, they had to ask for help. The red-haired young man was the only one who could help them. As for the overseer, he had never even looked them in the eye. Since the supply was unbalanced, it was perfectly normal for someone to ask for help. Besides, they wanted to know what Angwar's condition was. Perhaps he could glean some information about the other party's identity from the other party's conditions. It's simple. I hope that when you publish a report about this incident, don't mention my relationship with the Watcher. Angwar didn't want to cause another uproar like Razudran's incident. His identity wasn't exposed yet, but it was better to be safe than sorry. That's all you want? Huh? Too little? No, I'm just a little surprised. Diker was surprised. He thought Angwar would ask for something difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Even if we don't report it, perhaps there will be others who will. Spread the news, Zhui Guang said. For example, Adept White Feather from earlier. It doesn't matter. The information that White Feather Wizard passed on to the outside world is completely different from what you all have told us. After all, Wizard White Feather was only one person, while Chairman Light Chaser and Daikiel represented two major journals. One was recognized as the most authoritative journal in the southern region, and the other was the journal with the largest sales volume in the southern region. Both of them were at the forefront of public opinion, and their influence was many times greater than Wizard White Feather's. We don't have much time. What else do you want to say? Chairman Lightchaser looked at Atalaya and then exchanged glances with Diker. He could see the same answer in each other's eyes. In the end, he nodded. All right. But what happened here isn't a secret. Not mentioning it at all might not be the best solution. What do you think, Mr. Lightchaser? You can use "there's an unknown powerhouse here" as an excuse, Lightchaser said. Don't you think the unknown is more interesting? This time, Chairman Chaser did not reply. Instead, it was Dicer who explained, hiding it from the public is an eruption after suppressing it. Lay down the foreshadowing in advance. When the enthusiasm of the discussion is over, it will just be old news. He gave it some thought and agreed with Daikiel's words. If there was no discussion at all, it might be counterproductive. Then let's do as you say. Without wasting any time, he reached out a finger and prepared to destroy the projections. Can we establish contact with you? We're really curious about what happened, and we hope we can, Daishel quickly spoke up when he saw Angor pointing at him first. It's still too early to talk about the results. Even I might not be able to survive. After saying that, without waiting for Dicer to speak, a halo flickered on his fingertip, and the light beam shot directly into Dicer's projection, instantly tearing the projection into pieces. After sending Diker away, Angor pointed his finger at Lightchaser. Chairman Zhu Guang didn't say anything. He just nodded at him with a smile. Angor wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Lightchaser was looking at him with interest. Without hesitation, Angor sent Lightchaser away with the same beam. Finally, Angor looked at Dark Noble Atalaya, who was wearing a cold expression. Angor hesitated for a moment. He wondered if he should tell her about Levis or not. Do we know each other? Atalaya asked after a moment of silence. No. Have we met before? I don't think so. We don't know each other, and we've never met before. What are you hesitating for? Angor sighed. Nothing. I just remembered something. But it's fine now. I'll send you away now. Angor decided to wait. If he gave Levis to Atalaya now, his identity would be exposed. Anyway, Dark Noble would come to Brute Cavern for the tea party soon, and he could give Levis to her then. Atalaya looked at Angor's fingertip and thought of something. Actually, I've been thinking about something since I came to this place. Or rather, an old friend of mine. An old friend? Angor's finger already began to flicker. Atalaya nodded. An old friend from Board Island. Angor blinked. For some reason, I suddenly thought of him, but he clearly didn't come here, Adelia said indifferently. Angor considered for a moment. Is that so? You can still think of him at a time like this? He must be very important to Lady Dark Noble. Atalaya looked a little confused. Maybe. Angor didn't say anything else. Too much emotion and words could easily be interpreted by others. Halos swirled and beams of light burst forth. As Atalaya's projection shattered, these pioneers who had come to make big news all disappeared in the misty belt. With that done, Angor returned to Watcher's side. Neither of them spoke. Watcher was observing the fruit shells in the distance, while Angor was thinking about Atalaya's words. Angor didn't expect Atalaya to suddenly mention an old friend from Board Island. After all, he had never revealed any information about Reeves. This only meant that her intuition was unbelievably sharp. Also, Levis might be telling the truth. Maybe he really did have a close relationship with Atalaya. Did Mr. Tree Spirit's words come true? A young underling got the heart of a big shot. If that's true, Levis is really something. The Dark Noble witch was a famous flower in the mountains. She was also the head witch of the southern region. Levis must have done something to be able to get close to her. Unfortunately, Levis was too stupid. Why did he go to the Heartsland for no reason? Why didn't he just train outside? With Dark Noble's help, he could take a shortcut and revive the Purcell family. He sighed in his mind for a while before he suddenly realized something. He didn't know when, but his back and shoulder blades had started to feel warm and itchy. Angor didn't show any reaction. He only glanced at Watcher and sighed in relief when he didn't see anything. When the itchy feeling subsided, Angor pretended to look behind him. He stared for a long time. He already sensed that the thing wasn't far from him. The strange feeling on his back was proof. Maybe it was already here. He just didn't know when it would appear. What kind of changes would its arrival bring to the scene? What are you looking at? The overseer's voice rang in his ears. Nothing. I just think it's a pity for them to stay here. Angor stared at the wizards in the distance. They're the pillars of the southern wizardry region. Greed and hesitation are the reasons why they didn't seize the opportunity to leave. Since they made this choice, they should take full responsibility for the consequences. Watcher paused and looked at Angor again. You can't help them. They're not as easy to break as those projections. You'll only drag yourself down if you help them. I'm just thinking. Angor didn't want to help them. As Watcher said, they didn't seize the opportunity. Wizard Sea Bones was brave enough to destroy his body to save his soul. Wizard White Feather was brave enough to destroy her model to break through the barrier. They could do it too, but they didn't have the determination to do it. Their greed and luck made them hesitate. Angor had to take responsibility for what happened to them. Sir, do we lose so many people every time we find something out of order? Angor asked. The overseer muttered, dead people are actually a relatively good result. Most of the time, we don't even know if they're dead, but they just disappear. Like what happened to the Germinal organization? Angor thought about Aline. Something like that. Watcher nodded. I have a friend who saw the rainstone left behind by a Germinal organization believer. She read the message. Can she come back? Angor asked in a low voice. Without any hesitation, the inspector said, it's basically impossible for him to come back. So far, no one knows where the creatures taken away by the Germinal organization went. Even if they were legends or wizards who performed miracles, once they entered the chaotic rhythm of the Germinal organization, they would never be heard from again. This was why the Germinal organization was called an unsolvable object of disorder. Everyone could figure out the mechanism of the organization, but they couldn't figure out what it actually did. What exactly was the chaotic rhythm of the Germinal organization? What kind of environment the missing people were in? Were they still alive? Were they still in this dimension? Or were they still in this universe? It's best if you forget about your friend. Or just think of her as living in a corner of the world that you can never see, Watcher said. Angor nodded. He didn't care about himself, but he hoped Alan wouldn't follow in. Aline's footsteps. Sir, does the Origin world restrict the Germinal organization believers? Watcher glanced at Angor. You want to know how to deal with the Germinal organization believers in the southern wizarding region, right? Angor scratched his nose in surprise. Sir, you already know about this? Someone from the Supreme Sect has already informed me, the inspector said. I can't interfere with the Germinal Organization believers. The Order Guild can help, but the prerequisite is that someone has to issue a quest in the guild and pay a high enough price for them to take action. The price wouldn't be cheap. After all, teleportation between the southern wizarding region and the origin world was already cut off. It would cost a lot to travel from the origin world to the southern wizarding region. If the travel expenses were already this high, the production costs would be even higher. Therefore, it was impossible to rely on the Order Guild to help. But according to the information from the Supreme Cult, the Germinal Organization believers are still in the early stages of infiltrating the wizarding world. The wizards in the southern wizarding region should be able to deal with them easily, Angor said. The Germinal Organization believers aren't a threat, but the loser's arrow isn't that easy to deal with. The loser's arrow isn't a fatal arrow. It's not too difficult to deal with among mystery items. The Watcher also knew about the incident where the mayor of Floating Mech City was hit. Plus, the loser's arrow isn't something that can be used easily. At least, the Germinal Organization believers won't be able to use it for a while. The loser's arrow has a long cooldown period? Angor's eyes brightened up. If that was the case, he could eliminate one of the threats. Yes, but I don't know how long the cooldown period is. The reason why they won't be able to use it for a while is because there are a lot of people keeping an eye on the loser's arrow. Especially the 77th Red Sox. They're keeping a close eye on the loser's arrow. After all, the weapon belongs to them. To avoid being tracked by the 77th Red Sox, the Germinal Organization believers won't stay in one place for too long with the loser's arrow. Therefore, after using the loser's arrow on Robot Beast Emperor Xianxia, it wouldn't be possible to use it again for a while. Hearing this, Angor felt a lot less burdened. He went to the ruin to train, and he carefully changed his appearance when he came to the tidal realm because he was worried about the Germinal Organization believers. Angor wasn't afraid of the Germinal Organization believers. He was more concerned about the elusive loser's arrow. Since he wouldn't be able to use the loser's arrow anytime soon, he could relax a little. Sir, I heard that the loser's arrow, Angor heard from Isabel that the user of the loser's arrow would suffer some negative effects after using it. He wanted to ask more about the effects, but before he could, he stopped himself. The shell of the fruit, which had been quiet for a long time, cracked again. This time, it wasn't just a small crack. Instead, it started from the center of the bottom. The first crack created a huge opening, and a large amount of mysterious beginning began to spread out. Following this opening, more cracks began to appear. An even stronger suction force than before instantly enveloped the sea. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the crack on the fruit. Angor was no exception. His expression was mesmerized, and his eyes were unfocused. However, it wasn't the chaotic effect that attracted him. It was the surging mysterious beginning that almost looked real. In Angor's eyes, he didn't see the cracked shell. Instead, he saw countless mysterious information. The information seemed to come from different dimensions, and together, they formed a structure that was both real and idealistic. With his current knowledge, he couldn't understand the structure. However, this kind of structure also brought him some benefits. It was a marvelous experience. He was like a sponge that absorbed water. He did not understand the mysteries of the water, but because of some mysterious and indescribable instincts, he was able to absorb the information that was hard to understand into his mind. The floating information that came from different dimensions flashed in front of his eyes. He couldn't care less about what was happening around him right now. All he could do was to keep his consciousness close to the frequency of mystery's beginning. In the end, he felt as if he had become one with the structure that transcended dimensions. The structure that he couldn't even imagine began to take shape in his mind. While Angor was immersed in the information, the others were tormented by the increasing attraction force. When the crack reached 30% of the fruit's shell, a wizard unconsciously rushed toward it with an obsessive look on his face. As expected, the wizard became nutrients for the fruit. Not only did he accelerate the growth of the crack, but he also made the red light inside the fruit even brighter. When the crack reached 50%, the second, third, and fifth wizards all turned into a rain of blood. There were only a few wizards left, and the crack was still growing. When the crack reached 70%, another group of magi could no longer control themselves and became sacrifices. At this point, there were less than 3 magi left. When the crack reached 90%, the remaining 3 couldn't hold on any longer. They all followed their instincts and moved forward. However, they didn't become sacrifices this time. Just as they were about to approach the mysterious fruit, they were swept away by a pink octopus tentacle. The one who swept the 3 of them away was undoubtedly Baroi. The Watcher looked at Baroi as soon as he moved. Bo Oloi's gem-like eyes flickered with a faint brilliance. "You Luo? Can't I save them?" "Do you really want to save her?" the inspector asked. Baroi's lips curled into a soft smile. "At least, I'm willing to save them right now." The Watcher humphed. He knew what Baroi was trying to do. Judging from the mystery fruit's current maturity, it didn't need to be sacrificed to reach its maturity. Under such circumstances, Baroi naturally began to consider what would happen after the mysterious fruit was completely out of order. If number 01 could be used as a bargaining chip in Baroi's hands, why couldn't the others? These 3 sorcerers were specially rescued by it to experiment on the effects of the object of disorder. Of course, openly experimenting on adepts of the southern region in front of the sentinels was clearly out of the question. However, this time was an exception. Because this time, Baroi didn't need to do it personally. It only needed to wait for the mysterious fruit to completely lose its order before releasing the 3 magi. Under the influence of the chaotic rhythm, these 3 magi would definitely take the initiative to be like moths to a flame. Baroi could completely deduce that this was the result of their own initiative. Because the inspector saw Baroi's intention, he couldn't help but frown coldly. Baroi didn't care about the overseer's anger at all. Provoking the overseer at the edge of the rules was also a kind of pleasure for him. When Baroha saw that the overseer was silent, he knew that his rule provocation had basically succeeded. Unfortunately, the opponent was too weak, so Baroi did not put in much effort. While Baroi was gloating in his mind, the cracks on the fruit's shell had almost completely filled up. In terms of numbers, the number of cracks had reached 95%. When the number reached 95%, the rate at which the cracks were spreading began to slow down. It wasn't because the energy inside the fruit was insufficient. It was because the fruit's shell was still stuck to the inside of the fruit, which required some time to transform. And this process would take some time. As they waited, Angor suddenly began to gather energy around him. The overseer was the first to notice the energy. He looked at Angor in confusion. Angor seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, but he was already releasing a strange aura around him. This kind of momentum was gradually rising, and the process of rising was filled with elasticity. It was like a bow that was ready to shoot, and the power was gradually pulled to the fullest on the bowstring. Normally, the overseer wouldn't be surprised if Angor was doing something like this. But this time Angor was still lost in his own thoughts. Why did he suddenly gather energy? This strange feeling shouldn't be happening to Angor right now. While the overseer was still trying to figure out what was going on, Angor's aura finally reached its limit. The overseer didn't know what was going to happen to Angor, but he still activated his distortion domain out of instinct. Unlike the overseer's active distortion domain, the overseer's distortion domain broke through the restriction and enveloped Angor's surroundings. The overseer's action also attracted Baroi's attention. When Baroi turned his head to look, the first thing he saw was an even denser distorted domain. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the young man in the distorted domain was suddenly surrounded by a familiar power. Who? When Baroi sensed the power in his hand, he was so shocked that he even elongated his catchphrase, the last syllable rising to his head. He was too familiar with this energy. Or rather, everyone here, including the dead wizards, was familiar with it. Mystery energy. Also, the mystery energy around Angor's body was very similar to the mystery fruits. However, Angor's mystery energy was too weak. It was even weaker than some half-finished products. But the source of the energy was exactly the same as the mystery fruits. What's going on? Baroi was getting confused. Was this one of the mystery fruit's chaotic rhythms? Not only did it create a terrifying attraction force, but it could also assimilate humans. If that was the case, why didn't these bastards do anything? Baroi turned around and looked at the wizards, including 01. Just like Angor, they were all staring at the mystery fruit in a daze. However, Angor's mystery energy didn't get any reaction from them. While Baroy was still trying to figure out what was going on, he suddenly heard the city lord's voice in his mind. Ever since Gluz and Deward's avatars began to pay attention to the mystery fruit, they never spoke again. Baroy didn't get any response even when he tried to talk to them. Now that the city lord spoke, Baroy was a little surprised. Listen, Baroy. Your mission priority needs to be adjusted. Roar? The priority of the mission has been changed to take away the wizard beside the sentinel as the latest target. The priority of obtaining the object of disorder and killing number 01 will be changed by 1. Baroy's gem-like eyes were filled with confusion. Why? Roar? Faced with Baroy's question, Gerdard paused for a long time before answering. That sorcerer is resonating with the thing of disorder, which means that he can roughly understand the structure of the thing of disorder, which means he has touched the threshold of the mysterious level. You mean, a mystery alchemist? Baroy was even more surprised now. He didn't even bother to use his catchphrase. Gluz and Deward considered for a moment. We don't know if he's an alchemist, but we're certain that he has reached the threshold of mystery. If he could cross that line, it would be many times more helpful to the Phantom City than a regular thing out of order. More importantly, the young man had just become a wizard, and he already reached the threshold of mystery fruit. Even in the Origin world, such a situation rarely occurred. Most mystery alchemists in the Origin world were at least at the legendary level. After all, only legends would have enough time and ability to explore all kinds of mystical powers, and use them to trace the mystical levels. Gluz and Deward had already met someone who could reach the mystery level as a mere level 1 wizard. Angor had already reached the threshold of mystery at such a young age, and he was able to resonate with the newly born object in such a short time. His talent was definitely something else. There was a high chance that he could become a mystery alchemist in the future. Even in the Origin world, mystery alchemists were extremely rare. There were even some magi who had seen the glory of miracles, but had never seen any trace of the mysterious alchemist. This was enough to prove how rare mystery alchemists were. The Phantom City just happens to lack such a resident. Baroy, I order you to bring him back to the Phantom City alive. Usually, Gluz and Deward would only use such orders on magical creatures. This time, in the face of such a young magus who had the potential to achieve great things in the future, even Gluz Deward, who looked down on humans, was tempted. Baroy also understood the importance of the mysterious alchemist. He nodded solemnly. I understand, Toro. Keep an eye on the Watcher. Don't let him know what you're doing. Baroy, hero. While Gluz and Deward were talking about Angor, the Watcher also noticed Angor's strange behavior. As a wizard from the Order Keeper, he knew much more about the mysterious core than other wizards, so he was able to tell what was going on right away. Mystery resonance. By now, the Watcher no longer doubted Frost's judgment. No wonder his old friend valued Angor so much. Angor was able to reach such advanced knowledge at such a young age, which meant he was better than 99% of the alchemists in the Order faction. Angor's potential was limitless. Maybe he could really help Frost achieve his goal. The Watcher began to pay more attention to Angor's condition. He couldn't let such a promising wizard die in this place. With that in mind, the Watcher strengthened his distorted domain again to prevent Angor's resonance with the object of disorder from causing unnecessary trouble. Then, the Watcher suddenly thought of something and looked at Baroy in the distance. Baroy saw this too. Did he think of something else? If Baroy was interested in Angor, then they needed to be careful. Luckily, the Watcher noticed that Baroy wasn't paying attention to them at all. He was still looking at the mystery fruit with great ambition. Baroy was a spoiled child. He might be strong, but he didn't have much knowledge. It was impossible that Gruz Howard's way of spoiling Baroy was to let Baroy read a lot of books to broaden his horizons, right? And the fact that Baroy can be titled Magnificent Baroy instead of Learned Baroy is a testament to this. Baroy didn't know much about mystery resonance, so it was normal that he didn't see Angor's value. The inspector felt that his judgment should be close to the mark, but for some reason, he felt a sense of discomfort in his heart, as if something was wrong. That's too deliberate. Even if the Watcher thinks you don't know what's going on, you can't just ignore it. Gluz and Deward's voice echoed in Baroy's mind. No matter how much Baroy coveted the mystery fruit, he should at least pay attention to Angor's presence instead of doing nothing at all. Angor, but the Watcher didn't notice anything wrong with you, Gluz and DeWard said. I'll let it go this time. But I hope there won't be a next time. What the Watcher didn't know was that he was right. Baroy didn't know what mystery resonance was, nor did he know what was going on with Angor. What the Watcher didn't know was that Baroy didn't come alone this time. Due to Angor's mysterious resonance, both sides began to change their minds. The Watcher was both surprised and happy. While focusing on the mystery fruit, he also diverted half of his attention to Angor. On the other hand, Baroy seemed to be focused on the mystery fruit, but under the order of the city lord, he was focusing 90% of his attention on Angor. Most of their attention was on Angor, but for various reasons, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit strange. However, this strange atmosphere didn't last for too long. What broke the atmosphere was the progress of the mysterious fruits disorder. 96%. Both of them were paying attention to the fruit, but they didn't expect the last 5% to cause such a drastic change. When the mystery fruit reached 95%, they could feel the attraction force increasing. However, they didn't feel too much pressure because of their control over laws. However, the increase of only 1% from 95% to 96% was already terrifying. The attraction force suddenly increased by more than 2 times. This 1% improvement was much greater than the previous 0% to 95% improvement. This was an outcome that neither the Overseer nor Baroy had expected. They were still paying attention to Angor, but now, they had no choice but to withdraw their attention and focus on resisting the terrifying attraction force. When they tried their best, their minds barely managed to resist the outside attraction. However, the attraction force outside was still far from reaching its limit. There were 4 more levels between 96% and 100%. If the attraction force doubled every time, they wouldn't be able to resist the attraction force no matter how strong they were. Angor. Mr. Governor, this isn't good. If the attraction force keeps increasing, I'm afraid I can't handle it, Baroy quickly said in his mind. Should we change our plan and leave first? You decide for yourself, Sundar said. However, I will give you the next citizen assessment rating based on your completion of the mission, Gertrude said faintly. Baroy could choose whether to stay or leave. However, Baroy had only completed his mission of capturing number 01. He had yet to complete his 2 more important missions, which were to capture Angor alive and bring back the object of disorder. It was not a good idea to leave just like that. Bo-Oloy pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head and looked at the figure not far away. Overseer, the attraction of the chaotic lands is getting stronger and stronger. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it won't be too optimistic. The inspector glanced at Baroy but did not reply. Baroy continued, even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about the people around you? Luo. Since you're so protective of him, he must be very important to you, right? If you want to stay here or leave, it's up to you. My business has nothing to do with you. In fact, even without Baroy's reminder, the Overseer was already thinking about what to do next. Originally, he thought that this was an object of disorder that wasn't too difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, the upper limit of disorder would suddenly increase by a lot. Although it hadn't exceeded his expectations, if it continued like this, he would only need to raise it 2 more times, and even the Overseers would find it difficult to deal with it. Therefore, the Overseer was planning to leave. However, he couldn't help but think about something else. Would the chaotic lands keep increasing the upper limit in such a regular manner? Disorder itself meant that there was no regular pattern, so it was strange that the upper limit kept increasing in such a regular manner. The Overseer wanted to keep watching and see what would happen next time. Perhaps the next time, the chaotic lands would be completely out of order. After all, the 96% progress they were thinking of was just an imaginary number, not a regular unfolding number. It was possible for the chaotic lands to jump from 96% to 100%. Meanwhile, Baroy could tell that the Overseer wasn't planning to leave based on his expression and behavior. Baroy was thinking that if the Overseer decided to leave, he could leave as well. After all, Angor was his priority right now, and he didn't have to capture Angor alive in this place. However, Baroi wasn't sure if the overseer was going to leave. It thought for a moment and secretly sorted out its own foundation. Finally, it decided to stay with the overseer for a while longer. He believed that the overseer was as strong as him. If Baroi couldn't hold on, the overseer wouldn't be able to hold on either. The overseer was from the Order faction, so he should know better about the chaotic lands. If something unexpected really happened, the overseer would be able to predict it in advance. Since the overseer didn't leave, Baroi figured that the overseer must have made a decision after assessing the situation. With that decided, Baroi began to wait in silence. He was waiting for something else to happen. This time, he didn't have to wait long. Soon, the cracks on the fruit shell began to spread again. The overseer didn't expect the chaotic lands to jump from 96% to 100%. The 97% was still there. They waited nervously for the attraction to change, but after waiting for 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 5 minutes later, when they found that everything was normal, they all sighed in relief. The chaotic lands attraction did increase a little, but not by much. It was only about 3% to 5% of the original attraction, which was still within their range of tolerance. If the chaotic lands attraction kept increasing by 5%, they would be fine. Even if it suddenly doubled in the end, they could still endure it by clenching their teeth. Thinking of this, the overseer and Baroi both sighed in relief. However, it was still too early for them to celebrate. When the crack continued to spread, from 97% to 98%, an accident occurred. At first, everything was normal. The increase of 98% was not much, it was still only about 5%. But soon, a scene that they did not expect happened. In an area with too many cracks, the shell suddenly fell off. In the blink of an eye, all the shells in that area fell off. It revealed the inner flesh that was shining with red light, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. The area where the shell fell accounted for about 30% of the entire shell. In other words, 30% of the fruits were already exposed. As the inner part of the fruit was revealed, an extraordinary attractive force instantly radiated throughout the entire Misty Sea region. If one were to quantify it in terms of numbers, the current attraction was more than twice as strong as before. The Sentinel and Baroi might be able to deal with it if it was twice as strong, but they were starting to find it hard to deal with it when it was twice as strong. Baroi used almost all of his strength, and even mobilized all of the energy stored in his core, to barely maintain a balance with the current attraction. Balance did not mean equality. The attraction could be maintained for a long time, but Baroi could not. The balance it maintained at this moment was only a fragile illusion. In this state of balance, he could not even move, and could not mobilize any other energy. In other words, he was no different from an octopus. Baroi now somewhat understood the feelings of the magicians who did not leave in time. He was also somewhat regretful. As early as the 96% progress, he had the thought of temporarily retreating. If he had persevered at that time, he would not have ended up like this. He was now only maintaining a dangerous balance, and this balance could be broken at any time. Because he had already reached his limit, and the attraction of the mysterious fruit still had room to increase. The mysterious fruit's shell had not completely fallen, and as long as a small piece fell, it would be the final blow to Baroi. Baroi was really panicking now. He did not think about the completion of the mission at this time, he just wanted to leave. Leave here alive. Sir, sir. Baroi's weak heart repeatedly whispered a respectful name while resisting the terrifying attraction. It was self-evident that Baroi was using his remaining strength to ask for help from Grudge David. Grudge David was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Hold on a little longer, my wisp of consciousness wants to descend into the material world, and I need to make some preparations." Grudge David did not refuse Baroi's request for help. After all, his wisp of consciousness was in Baroi's body. They were in a state of mutual prosperity. Even if Grudge David's wisp of consciousness died, it would not affect the safety of the main body, but once the wisp of consciousness died, the experience of the wisp of consciousness could not be transmitted to the main body, and it would also cause the main body to suffer a certain amount of spiritual backlash, and it would take at least a few decades to recover. If he could save himself, of course, he would save himself. Grudge David did not want his main body to be damaged because of his inaction. If you can't hold on, you can go find the overseer. Grudge David spoke again. He was in Baroy's body, so he was very clear about Baroy's state. According to Baroy's current situation, it would be difficult to hold on until he descended into the material world. So, he gave a suggestion. Grudge David's words distracted Baroy's mind, and he looked in the direction of the overseer. This look made Baroy slightly absent-minded. According to Baroy's thoughts, it should not be much different from the overseer. It was almost unable to hold on, so the overseer should be the same as it. However, the reality was completely opposite. The overseer did not seem to be under much pressure, and it could even be said that the overseer's performance was somewhat relaxed. What's going on? Baroy was confused for a moment, but he did not pay attention to it. The balance that was established with great difficulty, at this time, there was a slight ripple. The terrifying attractive force, like a tidal wave, directly crossed the last line of defense, and swept towards Baroy. Baroy at this moment was like a person who lost his footing on a small reef. The stormy waves were constantly slapping back and forth, and it could be knocked off the reef at any time. When Baroy was absent-minded, there was suddenly a trace of coolness in his mind. This coolness directly extinguished the boiling and confused thoughts. Not only did it let Baroy regain his thoughts, it also calmed him down. "Why are you still in a daze?" Grudge David's voice came. Baroy immediately understood that the coolness in his mind should be the power of the city lord. After recovering a trace of reason, he did not hesitate. He turned around, his 8 tentacles stepped on the void. He was like an impact cannon, quickly retreating backward. This was the way Baroy moved. If it was in normal times, a single impact would be enough to cross countless space and time distances. But now, under the pull of the attractive force, Baroy used all the remaining strength in his body, but he could only rush out a few hundred meters. This was enough to show the difficulty of the situation. However, this few hundred meters of movement was enough for Baroy. It was obviously impossible for him to escape the range of the attractive force by simply moving. The only way he could save himself was to meet up with the overseer. This short distance was enough for him to reach the overseer's side. The overseer also saw the red Baroy approaching him at full speed. The overseer was not under too much pressure right now, but he could still sense the difficulty of the environment, and he could understand Baroy's intention and thoughts. However, the overseer did not know whether to accept Baroy or not. With this question in mind, the overseer did not look at Baroy. Instead, he looked at Angor. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the mystery fruit in the distance without paying too much attention to anything else. The mysterious resonance around Angor's body indicated that he was still lost in his thoughts and hadn't woken up yet. Angor did not realize what was going on, but he knew what was going on right now was related to him. The Watcher knew his own limits. It was already difficult for him to resist the gravitational pull at 97%. If the gravitational pull was doubled, he might be able to handle it. However, the gravitational pull suddenly doubled at 98% was too much for him to handle. Under such a terrifying attraction, the Sentinel was already prepared for the worst. According to his imagination, he should be as down and out as Baroy is now. But what he didn't expect was that just as the Sentinel was about to lose his balance due to the sudden increase in attraction, a faint green light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Immediately after, the attractive force that almost drove him crazy slowly receded from his body like a receding tide. Without a doubt, it was Angor's force field that saved him. As a matter of fact, the green energy field had been protecting them all this time. However, it wasn't as effective as Angor's distorted domain. At most, it could only weaken the gravitational pull a little. The Watcher didn't know what Angor did. Why did Angor's force field suddenly become so strong? How did it weaken the force so much that it almost disappeared? The Watcher wanted to ask Angor about it, but Angor was still immersed in his own thoughts. The birth of the disorder of order had a great impact on Angor, and this was his destiny. The Watcher didn't want to ruin Angor's destiny right now, so he had to keep his curiosity to himself. However, when Baroy came closer, the Watcher couldn't sit still any longer. He knew what Baroy was trying to do, but it wasn't up to him to decide what to do. Angor was the one who weakened the gravitational pull, and the Watcher needed Angor's permission to accept Baroy. Angor hadn't woken up yet, so the Watcher couldn't make the decision for him. It didn't sound reasonable for a legendary wizard to accept the request of a wizard like Angor. However, it was normal for the Watcher to do so under the restriction of compensatory exchange. After all, he was under Angor's protection. The closer Baroi got, the more hesitant the Watcher became. He kept glancing at Angor from the corner of his eyes. He was hesitating between waking Angor up and rejecting Baroi's offer. Normally speaking, waking Angor was the better choice since it wouldn't violate the Watcher's oath. Rejecting Baroi's approach meant that the Watcher had broken the rule of not attacking Baroi first, which was a violation of the oath. But waking Angor up, this was a mystery destiny. Waking Angor up would mean cutting off Baroi's path and might even bring him more hatred. The Watcher sighed. It's better to reject Baroi. If the oath was broken, then so be it. Let's see if there are any other ways to make up for it. The sentinel had already made up his mind, but an unexpected situation stopped him from moving. The green pattern domain suddenly began to expand. At first, the force field only covered Angor and the Watcher. But now, it was expanding, and it was spreading toward where Baroa was coming from. So you agree to let Baroi approach you? The Watcher muttered. He didn't get an answer. The Watcher couldn't tell if Angor was still asleep or had already woken up. Since he couldn't get an answer from Angor, the Watcher had to check the green field again. The expansion of the field wasn't unlimited. When it reached a certain size, it would automatically stop expanding. The Watcher did some calculations and found that the field was just big enough to accommodate Baroi's current size. Of course, the Watcher knew that Angor was doing this on purpose. He didn't mind Baroi's presence at all. Since Angor was willing to do so, the Watcher wouldn't stop him. He didn't have to break the oath. However, the Watcher had a strange feeling in his mind. Did Angor just wake up? The Watcher warned Angor that Baroi and the Phantom City behind it weren't to be trifled with, so it was best to stay away from them. If Angor listened to the Watcher's advice, why would he take the trouble for himself? Angor didn't seem to want to save the other wizards. Instead, he showed kindness to Baroi, which went against the Watcher's expectations. The Watcher still found it hard to believe, but he didn't show it on his face. He even followed the green field and extended his own distorted dimension to Baroi as well. In a way, the Watcher was endorsing Angor's field. Baroi soon reached the Watcher's side. Baroi was actually hesitating whether or not the Overseer would help him. But considering the Watcher's job, the Watcher wouldn't do anything even if he didn't. All Baroi needed to do was to get close to the Watcher and use the latter's law of distortion. Baroi didn't feel any repulsion when he entered the distorted dimension, which meant he made the right bet. Why didn't he feel any attraction? Baroi immediately noticed that the force around him was much weaker than before. He was surprised. The Watcher didn't seem to be worried at all, but it turned out to be much easier than he thought. How could such a strong attraction force from the outside world be so weak inside the distorted dimension? Rainbow Literature Network. I didn't expect the Watcher's law of distortion to be this strong. Baroi looked at the Watcher. Did the Watcher reach the metamorphosis stage? Baroi? The metamorphosis stage was a sign of late-stage legendary. It was also a prerequisite for creating miracles. That's none of your business. Also, you'd better be quiet for me, otherwise I don't mind throwing you out. The Overseer coldly glanced at Bo-Oloi, his tone unkind. Baroi opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't dare to act rashly since he was under the Watcher's roof. Baroi. I won't say anything else. I just want to thank you, okay? No need. Shut up. Baroi, it's not that I'm ungrateful. You told me to shut up. Baroi muttered to himself. He didn't approach the sentinel any further. Instead, he went to the side and released the 3 magi who were previously bound, as well as number 01. Yes, they didn't die. It wasn't because Baroi was being merciful. He simply forgot about them when he was rushing toward the Watcher. After these sorcerers entered the distorted bounded domain, their thoughts, which had been dominated by the attraction force, finally returned to normal. Just as they were calculating something in their minds, Baroi remembered. Baroi didn't say anything. He reached out 3 of his tentacles and inserted them into the wizards' heads. He wasn't going to kill them. At least, he wasn't planning to kill them yet. The reason why he inserted his tentacles into their heads was to ask them some questions. Something about Angor. Baroy couldn't speak in front of the Watcher, so he had to resort to this method in secret. It was strange to use such a method at a time like this, but it was fine as long as the Watcher didn't think about Angor. Baroy wouldn't have the chance to ask anything if they were outside the distorted dimension. But now that they were under the Watcher's protection, they had some free time. At first, they didn't make any progress. They all said that they didn't know who the Watcher was. But when Baroy projected Angor's face into their minds, they finally got a response. A moment later, Angor, a genius alchemist and a member of the R&D department. Baroy recalled the answer in his mind. He joined the R&D department because he once came into contact with a mystery dimension. Baroy saw everything about Angor. At least, Baroy knew everything about Angor. And this made Baroy even more determined to capture Angor. Angor was a genius alchemist who once touched the mystery realm. Now, he was experiencing mystery resonance again. As long as he did not die halfway, he would not face any obstacles in the future. He was sure that he would be able to reach the mystery realm. If such a person could stay in the Phantom City, it would definitely be beneficial and harmless. Baroy had already decided to capture Angor, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he chose to remain silent. Instead of looking at Angor, Baroy began to do something else. Baroy also noticed something else in the minds of the three wizards. A female magus named Delune, after entering the distorted bounded domain, realized that she had regained her rationality and made a decision immediately. The attraction force was too strong. She had to leave this place even if she had to resort to any means. Without any hesitation, Delune imitated Wizard White Feather. She burned her power of the will as she tried to break through the dimensional passageway and escape to the void. However, to Delune's surprise, she did not open the door to the void. It was as if some kind of power was preventing her from leaving. After witnessing the deaths of so many people, Delune learned her lesson. Since she couldn't open the door, she decided to self-destruct. The tide of souls was still covering the southern wizardry region. As long as she ejected her soul, she would be able to enter Khazadar world. She didn't want to disappear just like that. However, before Delune could successfully self-destruct, Baroy's tentacles pierced into her mind, stopping her movements. Baroy didn't care whether Delune self-destructed or not. It was more concerned about Delune's previous behavior. She couldn't open a plain passageway. Now that the attraction force was gone, she should be able to open the door, right? Or could it be that Delune was too weak to break through the distorted realm? Baroy considered and decided to give it a try. There were many advantages to opening a plain passageway. At least it would provide an escape route. Besides, this object was getting more and more dangerous. Staying here wasn't necessarily a good idea. With Baroy's current situation, he could simply give up on the item and leave. As for Angor, it didn't matter. As long as Angor didn't leave the southern wizardry region, Baroy would find a way to capture him. With that in mind, Baroy reached out two tentacles and prepared to open the plain passageway. However, when Baroy tried to enter the void using the usual method, nothing happened. It was as if there was a layer of invisible energy blocking it out. As a creature that could survive in the void for a long time, Baroy had a strong understanding of space. He could tell that the force blocking his way was not the power of space. It was something else, something indescribable but somehow familiar. Whoosh! Baroy looked at the Watcher. You sealed the path to the void? Baroy could tell that the force was different from the law of distortion. But since this was the Watcher's territory, the Watcher must have something to do with it. The Watcher's attention was focused on Angor and the mystery fruit, so he didn't know how to react to Baroy's question. After realizing the meaning of Baroy's words, a strange feeling flashed through the inspector's heart. A plain passageway was sealed? That shouldn't be the case. The current attractive force has been weakened to the point that it's almost non-existent. With Baroy's strength, how could he not be able to open the void gate? The Watcher didn't show it on his face, but he secretly performed a small experiment using the distorted dimension. In the distorted domain, it was very easy for the overseers to open a distorted spatial path to the void. However, when he tried again, he realized that he couldn't do it. No matter how he manipulated the law of distortion, he couldn't connect to the void outside. It was as if the void didn't exist. Baroy? Why aren't you talking? Bo Luoyi waved its tender tentacles and gently stirred the air. It turned into a pink bubble and floated in front of the inspector. Baroy's sapphire eyes met the Watcher's indifferent gaze. The Watcher didn't say anything. Instead, he chuckled and used the power of distortion to push Baroy aside. Baroy. I got it. The Watcher was speechless. I don't even know what's going on. What do you know? You're copying me, aren't you? Baroy pointed at the captured wizards. You saw that I caught them and immediately did the same thing. You want to use me to test the rhythm of the chaos? That's why you sealed the path. The Archon ignored Baroy's nonsense. However, the Sentinel's refusal to comment was interpreted by Baroy as, sure enough, I was right, you must be feeling guilty now. Qianluo? The Sentinel finally looked at Baroy, I'm regretting letting you in. However, your suggestion is pretty good. It's a good idea to use you to test the rhythm of the disorder. Thank you for your suggestions and contributions. I will take them into consideration. Baroy, after this interruption, Baroy didn't mention the void again. Previously, it wanted to open up the void to leave, but it was just a backup plan. It didn't matter if it couldn't leave. Anyway, it just had to wait for a while and the City Lord's clone would descend. Everything would be over. Baroy didn't say anything, but the Overseer fell into deep thought. Although his previous conversation with Baroy was not very meaningful and was basically just a distraction to make Baroy believe that he was the one who closed the void gate, the truth was not so. His distorted bounded domain could not even withstand the attractive force, so how could he have the heart to close the void gate? Besides, even if he did use his distorted bounded domain to close the gate, Baroy wouldn't be able to open it. The difference in strength between him and Baroy wasn't that big. Baroy had said that he had reached the law transformation period, but that was pure nonsense. He hadn't even reached the middle stage of legend rank, so how could he reach the late stage of legend rank? Either way, it wasn't the Sentinel who closed the void gate. If it wasn't the Sentinel, then it had to be Angor. Apart from distorted bounded domain, the only thing that covered this place was the green energy field. But did Angor have such an ability? The Sentinel didn't believe it before, but the sudden increase in power of the green energy field made the Sentinel hesitate. Apart from other possibilities, if Angor really did do it, why would he close the void gate? That didn't make any sense. The green energy field could have opened a plain passageway. How else could Sunders come here? In other words, if the green energy field was the main reason for closing the void gate, then Angor must have done it on his own accord. What was Angor trying to do? The Sentinel had no idea. But when he thought about how Angor suddenly extended his green energy field and left a spot for Baroy, the Sentinel couldn't help but feel strange. It didn't make sense for Angor to help Baroy. They weren't familiar with Baroy either. Besides, Toby was always there. Angor couldn't avoid Baroy at all costs. The Sentinel's mind was in a mess. He had a feeling that Angor was planning something, but when he thought about Angor's previous behavior, he didn't think too much. However, the reality of the situation was full of contradictory and inconsistent logic. The Sentinel felt a little dizzy. Forget it. Forget it. If he really wants to do something, he's still inside the energy field. Keep watching and we'll find out. With that in mind, the Sentinel gave Angor a thoughtful look. At first, he didn't think Angor was any different from the others. Perhaps Angor had some talent that earned him Frost's favor. But when Angor returned to the center of the mist zone for his dream, the Sentinel's opinion of Angor changed. He believed that Angor's return would earn him a good impression. But now, Angor's impression of Angor had changed a little bit. Angor used to be a blank piece of paper. But now, the Sentinel realized that Angor's current appearance was just an illusion. Angor was now more like a mystery. His green energy field, his willingness to let Baroy stay, and the fact that he sealed off the space. All of these were strange, and the Sentinel couldn't help but wonder. Of course, the biggest question was Angor himself. He was still immersed in learning about the birth of chaos. But, was he really so engrossed in it that he couldn't extricate himself, or was this just a performance for a deeper purpose? As long as Angor didn't wake up, he couldn't figure it out. The Sentinel sighed and moved his gaze away from Angor. The Sentinel had a reason for his guesses. However, the real situation was perhaps far from what he had guessed. Angor wasn't putting on an act. He was really immersed in the wild fantasy created by the beginning of mystery. He didn't know what was going on outside. He had nothing to do with the changes in his green energy field or the fact that his energy field was expanding to accommodate the Baloka leaf. He didn't care about what was going on outside at all. This was because all of his attention was in this world that was difficult to describe with words. The mystery fruit in the distance had disappeared from his sight. Instead, it was a world made up of countless strange images, indescribable structures, and wild and absurd backgrounds. Even Angor himself would find it strange if such a scene was described in words. He might even think that it was the ravings of a lunatic. But now that he saw the world in front of him, he realized that his imagination couldn't even describe 1/10,000th of it. Also, his vision was very strange. At first, he only saw one structure, but perhaps because he saw that the mysterious structure was multidimensional, his brain stopped for a moment as he continued to peek. Then, he vaguely heard a barking sound, like a dog barking. Then, his thoughts grew like green sprouts, growing with the wind, and the growth was astonishing. Soon, he entered an unprecedented perspective. The vision of a normal person was to see the world they could see. Things that couldn't be seen would be ignored, such as space nodes, elemental structures, or the flow of time. Angor's vision, on the other hand, saw everything that could be seen, and everything that couldn't be seen. For example, the main character of a comic book could only see the contents of the current page. What he didn't know was that there were actually two sides to the page. On the front side, he saw the knight saving the kidnapped princess from the mouth of the evil dragon. On the other side, he couldn't see the page. After saving the princess, the knight tasted the sweetness and turned himself into the evil dragon. In a three-dimensional world, he could see everything on two sides. This was the difference in visual content brought about by the difference in dimensions. Angor's vision was similar to this. After hearing the dog barking, he felt that he had left the dimension of reality and arrived at another dimension. When he looked at reality from this dimension, all the hidden and unseen things were exposed. Most of these things were idealistic, such as disorder, which he couldn't understand. But from this perspective, those things that he couldn't understand also seemed to have some kind of indescribable law. He still couldn't understand the existence of disorder. To fully understand it, he had to reach the level of this dimension. He only saw it by chance, so he couldn't understand it at all. But he didn't need to understand it now. What he needed to do now was to remember the logic of the disorder. Memorize it, let it form an impression in his mind, and turn it into a kind of tacit understanding. Angor had a feeling that this tacit understanding would eventually become the key to reaching the other side of the mystery world. While Angor was immersed in his own vision, something else was happening in the outside world as well. The mystery fruit that everyone was looking for was still changing. However, the 99% progress they expected didn't happen as expected. Instead, the fruit began to drop its shells. With the passage of time, another large number of fruit shells fell down. The exposed 30% of the fruit was reduced to 50%. Although more than 50% of the shell had fallen off, the shape of the flesh inside was still unclear. It was still the intersection of the red light and the mist. However, the falling shells also strengthened the attraction force. Even under the protection of the distorted dimension and the mutated green field, they could still feel the restlessness in their hearts. Judging from the current situation, the attraction force had increased by at least 2 times. If they were outside right now, they wouldn't be able to escape the punishment of the disorder even if they used up all their resources. This was how terrifying an object of disorder was. Even legendaries like them could die at any time. This was why mystery hunters would do a lot of research before finding a mystery item. It was to reduce the casualty rate. Both the Watchers and Baroi felt relieved when they sensed the increase in the attraction force. They were lucky that they still had a place to protect them. Otherwise, they would have died a horrible death. The Watcher had a deeper thought than Baroi. Apart from feeling glad, he also felt a little sad. He already owed Angor a favor because of the compensation trade, and Angor just saved his life. It was already very difficult to repay the favor of saving his life. He still had to keep his promise and make a better compensation trade. He was already worrying about how to compensate Angor. Let's put aside these annoying matters for now. The Watcher didn't care about that since he had to wait until everything was over. He continued to observe the mystery fruit. He wasn't as lucky as Angor, but he didn't need to worry about the danger of an object of disorder. Maybe he could learn something from it. The rate at which the shells fell off was much faster than the rate at which the cracks were spreading. Half of the shells fell from the fruit. Before the Watchers could analyze how strong the attraction force was, another large number of shells fell. This time, more than 10% of the shells fell. In other words, about 60% to 65% of the fruit was exposed to the air. Although the shell didn't drop much this time, it might have triggered some kind of critical point. The attractive force of the fruit changed again, and the change this time was beyond their imagination. The fruit began to attract, to draw the energy around it. Previously, the fruit attracted something similar to a soul, but that energy was controlled by a conscious mind. With consciousness, there was desire, and with desire, there was no way to escape the attraction force. That was why the fruit could attract souls. However, it was different now. It did not need any medium, nor did it need to rely on the so-called consciousness control to directly absorb the surrounding energy. The energy contained elements floating in the air, as well as the primal mana in the air. In a matter of seconds, the area around the fruit became a magic-free zone. This was even scarier than the old Earth. At least the old Earth still had primal mana. Fortunately, its absorption range seemed to be limited at the moment. It was only a few hundred meters in radius. Also, the fruit couldn't attract any stable spatial energy for now. However, no one knew what would happen in the future before the fruit completely fell off. If the fruit also attracted spatial energy in the future, it would cause a lot of trouble. Imagine if the space in a place was constantly collapsing, surrounded by a magic-free vacuum, and there was a chaotic object in the middle that was releasing a terrifying attractive force and traction force. What kind of terrifying scene would that be? No life or matter could exist around it. Moreover, almost all containment methods used by mystery hunters would be rendered useless. In such a situation, if it was really the complete state of this out-of-order object, it would be too terrifying. Containment was already impossible, unless a miracle happened. This miracle is the miracle of the other, and the miracle of the other. But miracles didn't happen often. If the final form of the object of disorder was this terrifying, the only way to deal with it was to find a way to banish it to a remote region, or at least, not the southern wizarding region. Otherwise, the southern wizarding region might be fine in the short term, but in the long run, the entire region might collapse. This was how terrifying an object of disorder could be. Both the Watcher and Baroi knew the same thing, but they didn't react in the same way. The Watcher didn't say anything. He only glanced at Angor from time to time. Baroi, on the other hand, circled in the air for a while before flying back to the Watcher. "You're still not going to release the space restriction?" Seeing that the sentinel didn't say anything, Baroi pointed at the mysterious fruit in the distance and forcefully raised his voice. He used a sharp childlike voice and said, "You are the sentinel of the Order Guild, so you should know better than me what the consequences will be if it continues to grow. Are you sure you want to stay here and watch? Or are we just going to wait for our deaths?" Baroi didn't keep mentioning his strange voice, which showed how agitated Baroi was right now. Under Baroi's continuous questioning, the overseer finally spoke. But his words made Baroi's expression turn ugly. "When did I say I set up a space restriction in the distorted region?" The Watcher looked at Baroi with a calm expression. Baroi thought carefully and confirmed that the Watcher didn't say anything about setting up a space restriction. But he didn't deny it either, which meant Baroi took it as an admission. "You're lying to me? You don't have to believe me if you think I'm lying." The Watcher humphed and didn't say anything else. Inside Baroi's mind, Gruz de Ward, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a soft voice. "The Watcher's lies are easier to see through than any other wizard. And he shouldn't be lying." Even Gruz Howard said so. How could Baroi dare to question it? But if it wasn't the Watchers, why couldn't they open the passageway? Baroi's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look at the mysterious fruit in the distance that was shining brighter and brighter. Could it be one of its characteristics? After eliminating the keeper, she could only suspect the mysterious fruit. However, she still found it strange. The mysterious fruit's characteristics did not restrict space. Perhaps The one who replied was Gruz Howard, but in Baroy's ears, the psychic signal that lingered in his mind was unprecedentedly weak. My lord, your current situation, I'm fine. I was just distracted during the preparation of the descent and suffered a bit of backlash, but it's not a big deal. Bo Oloy had a slightly guilty look in his eyes. If he had opened the void door and left, the city lord would not have needed to come. However, there was no other way now. The void was sealed. Only the city lord could open a way out if he descended. My lord, how long will it take before you descend? Gruz Howard, I will try my best to descend within 3 minutes. Before that, I need you to divulge a limited amount of information about me to the overseer. My descent requires his cooperation. But we've already sealed the void, it's only sealed from the inside to the outside. It's not sealed from the outside to the southern region. I've tested it. I have stored a controllable body in the void. It can enter the southern region. I will use your body as an anchor point and travel here. Then I will merge with the body and descend. If Gruz Howard wanted to descend to Baroy's side, he would have to pass through the distorted realm. So he had to communicate with the Watchers and get their permission to enter. Of course, Gruz Howard could also deviate from the coordinates and go to a place where there was no distorted realm. However, he was also worried about the situation of the Thing of Disorder. Who would have thought that the Thing of Disorder they thought was normal would become more and more terrifying, especially when it started to draw energy, it became more and more terrifying. According to the number of Hoopa coefficient proposed by the Order faction, the Hoopa coefficient of this Thing of Disorder was estimated to be more than 70. This was already an extremely terrifying and dangerous value. Even if they could accept such an item, the Order Guild would hesitate for a moment. After all, accepting it didn't mean that they could sit back and relax. How to settle it down was also a huge expense. There was also the risk of death during and after settling it down. Therefore, the more terrifying the Thing of Disorder was, the more the Order faction didn't dare to touch it. Because of this, Gruz Howard was also afraid. He didn't see that this mysterious fruit had 2 faces. It was fine if it could attract living creatures, but now it could even attract non-living energy. This was terrifying. Moreover, he was just a clone. It was already very good that he could keep this clone. As for the rest, he could only rely on luck. I understand, Baroy. Baroy briefly explained Guru's situation to the overseer. Baroy concealed Gruz Howard's identity. He only said that he was a backup of the Phantom City hiding in the void. Gruz Howard would break through space and open an anchor point in the void to enter the distorted space. Then, they could use the space crack to escape. The overseer fell into deep thought. What Baroy said, from their point of view, was definitely a method that could be manipulated to a large extent. However, they all assumed that the mystery fruit was the reason why they couldn't open the portal. Since the mystery fruit couldn't affect the void, they could use it to enter the southern wizarding region. This way, they would have an exit. No matter how they thought about it, this plan made sense. However, they didn't realize that it was Angor's green field that blocked the plain passageway. No matter who the backup Baroy mentioned was, if the Watchers wanted to use Baroy as an anchor point, they should ask Angor, not the Watchers. The Watchers had a lot to think about. They needed Angor to make the decision. However, they didn't know whether Angor was pretending or really immersed in the joy of the birth of a new Thing of Disorder. He did not want to interrupt Angor's performance. But what if Angor really understood something? What if Angor interrupted him? According to the Watchers' rules, the Watchers would have to pay for it. He already owed Angor a huge sum of money. How was he supposed to pay back the debt now? Pay with their lives. Thus, when faced with Baroy's question, the overseer could only make his own decision. The Watchers wanted to ignore Baroy's request or simply refuse, but that didn't fit the current situation. Moreover, putting aside other factors, the overseer himself felt that this was actually a good opportunity. Perhaps they could use this chance to escape. The overseer pondered seriously for a moment before he finally nodded. They agreed to Baroy's proposal. They didn't ask for Angor's opinion yet, but judging from Angor's strange attitude toward Baroy, the Watchers knew that Angor was interested in the man, in a negative way. The Watchers didn't know what Angor wanted to do to Baroy, but they had a feeling that Angor wouldn't refuse Baroy's request. Even if they failed in the end and Baroy's reinforcements couldn't enter the green domain, Angor could find other excuses. For example, he could say that the external force suppressed his ability to manipulate the distortion domain. Therefore, the Watchers agreed. Baroy quickly walked to the side and communicated with the mayor in his mind. The Watchers glanced at Angor for a second before looking away. His mind was strangely calm. Normally, such calmness meant that nothing was going on. However, it was strange that he still felt so calm at this time. Normally, he should be feeling uneasy or sensing danger all over the place. Something must be wrong if something was out of the ordinary. I hope I'm just overthinking it. The Watchers muttered. More and more images appeared in his mind. Some of them were even difficult to observe. It was impossible to leave an imprint in his memory. He had no choice but to ignore them and try to find something he could remember. There were many things he could remember. But even if he did, he wouldn't be able to bring all of them back. It wasn't that remembering things was difficult. It was just that some things shouldn't appear in the real world. For example, a creature living on a flat plane was lucky enough to come to a three-dimensional world and see a three-dimensional structure, such as a sphere. When this planar creature returned to the planar world, he would not be able to reproduce the full appearance of the sphere on the planar world. Even the sphere in his memory might be slowly erased due to the difference in dimensions. Angor was in the same situation. He was lucky enough to enter such a dimension and observe the birth of objects out of order. He saw some idealistic structures that couldn't be described but could only be understood. However, his vision wouldn't last forever. After all, he was only a human living in the real world. When he returned to the real world, he might only be able to remember things about the real world. He either couldn't remember the information and structures in the higher dimensions, or they were completely blocked. Angor believed that even if he could memorize them, it would be difficult to bring them back to the real world. But he still remembered them because he had another secret weapon. He couldn't bring the information back to the real world because of the different dimensions. But if he returned to a higher dimension, would these memories appear in his mind again? Others might never be able to enter a higher dimension, but Angor was different. He had at least two ways to do so. First, he could use Woof Woof to teleport in a higher dimension. Second, if the alien eye absorbed enough energy, it might be able to take Angor's thoughts to a higher dimension. That was how he learned how to use the Gate of Illusion. Apart from these two methods, Angor also felt that when he used special energy to activate the Gate of Illusion, he could also move in a higher dimension. Because there were so many ways to enter a higher dimension, Angor was willing to memorize the structures that were obviously not suitable for the real world. Even if he forgot these things in the real world, he would find a way to enter a higher dimension and remember them again. After repeating this many times, he would be able to leave a real impression in his mind. Angor became more and more fascinated by his observations. The birth of objects out of order might seem like a dangerous nest to other people, but to Angor, they were a treasure trove. Almost all of the information was useful. Each structure could become a cornerstone for Angor's future mystery quest. This was an unparalleled feast for the adepts who wanted to step into the realm of mysterious alchemy. And Angor enjoyed the feast from beginning to end. Even though he couldn't remember the taste of every dish, at least he saw the dish and tasted its freshness. With this experience, he wouldn't be at a loss when he started this feast. Time was still moving. Suddenly, another part of the fruit shell fell off. By now, more than 80% of the fruit was exposed. Under such circumstances, the structure and the reflection behind it were getting more and more complicated and difficult to decipher. Even so, Angor didn't stop. He kept absorbing the information like a sponge. His brain was starting to swell, and his eyes were bloodshot. But he still didn't want to stop. He was truly unwilling to waste such a great opportunity that was placed in front of him. While Angor was trying his best to absorb more knowledge, something else was happening in the outside world. Since more than 80% of the fruit was exposed, the attraction force became stronger again. The increase in the attractive force was so great that even with the double protection of the distorted domain and the green patterned field, there were still cracks. However, Poroi and the Watcher were still able to tolerate it. Since they were protected by the safe zone, they were more concerned about the attraction force. Fortunately, the traction force of the mysterious fruit was not too strong. Although it had expanded from a few hundred meters to about 1,000 meters, it was still very weak. But it was still manageable. As long as the space energy didn't collapse, there was still a way to contain it. Even though the chaotic rhythm didn't threaten them yet, there was something else that really threatened them. The shrinking of the safe zone. Yes, it was the distorted domain that was shrinking continuously. Before, the space was large enough for Poroi to walk around. But now, the distorted domain was getting smaller and smaller. It was so small that it was almost touching each other. Poroi couldn't even stretch out his 8 tentacles, let alone walk around. Daro? The pink octopus's face blushed. Do you want to fall in love with me? The inspector glanced at him coldly. I'm not your master, don't act crazy in front of me. Baroi's bright gemstone eyes narrowed. Seems like you don't want to fall in love with me, then why did you shrink the space so small? As soon as he finished speaking, the standing space shrank again. This time, the shrinkage was even larger than before. Originally, Baroi had kept his body at a height of 10 meters in order to bind those humans, but now the space was too small to accommodate his body. Left with no choice, he could only let go of the humans and slowly shrink himself. Baroi's shrinking process was like a deflating puppet. While making puffing sounds, his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. He returned to the petite form when the inspector first saw him in the void. This kind of body, coupled with the pink color and the sparkling sapphire eyes. It had to be said that he was more like a doll. It was no surprise that Gruz Howard would spoil him. A person who loved to collect mysterious creatures was either a plush or a doll lover. Daro. Daro. Don't go too far, I'll bite you if you shrink any further. Unreasonable, do you think I want to shrink? The inspector finished his words and looked at the mysterious fruit in the distance. His meaning was clear. It's not that I want to shrink, it's the reverse of the chaotic rhythm. Since the inspector said so, Baroi, who was begging for protection, naturally couldn't continue to make trouble. However, Baroi was still angry. In fact, when the space shrank at first, he also thought that the inspector couldn't resist the attraction and had to reduce the contact area. But later, he thought carefully. If it was really the reverse of the external attraction, the inspector's aura should at least change a little. Not to mention wilting, at least there should be some fluctuations in the energy body. Baroi's sapphire eyes weren't for acting cute, he could see the light of the energy body in the body of a living being. The brighter it was, the more abundant the other's energy body was. From the beginning to the end, the energy light in the inspector's body was abundant and bright, there was no fluctuation at all. There was obviously no decrease in the energy light, but the space shrank by itself, it was obviously tricking him. Baroi was furious, but under the eaves, he could only hold it in. Fortunately, it had shrunk its body, so it was not so congested that it could not breathe. However, if it continued to shrink, it would be hard to say. While Baroi was sulking, the overseer was also feeling helpless. He didn't want to shrink the space, but he had no choice. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just that he noticed Angwar's green field was moving inward. When they discovered that the green pattern domain had shrunk at the first moment, the sentinel could only follow in order to prevent Baroi from discovering any clues. However small Angwar's green field was, he would follow. For now, the watcher could not see any sign that Angwar was going to stop. He had no choice but to shrink the space he could stand on. In the end, even though Baroi had shrunk his body, he still felt that he could barely stand. Of course, Baroa could also choose to use a shape-shifting ability to shrink again. However, he didn't want to use this ability until the last moment, because it would be too rude if the city lord arrived in his miniature form. To make the limited space less crowded and give the city lord a place to descend, Baroa looked at the 3 humans not far away with a pair of blue eyes. The 3 wizards were quite pitiful. Baroa had just read their memories, and they were still in a daze. Now, they were forced to squeeze together. And now, Baroa still had his eyes on them. Baroa didn't say anything, but his cold eyes already told them what he was thinking. It's time for you to make room. The 3 wizards' expressions darkened. Just as they were about to give up, one of them suddenly spoke up, "Sir, I can shapeshift." The other 2 magi also expressed that they could shapeshift as well. Baroa was going to chase them away, but on second thought, he decided that shapeshifting wasn't a bad idea. And so, Baroa finally released the energy restraints on them. When the magic whirlpool reconnected with the outside world, two of the wizards obediently constructed a shapeshifting spell model in their mind space. As for the witch named Delune, although she said she was going to shapeshift, she actually clenched her teeth, causing her energy to boil. After a loud bang, her body exploded. After her body died, Delune's soul quickly emerged from her flesh. The moment Delune's soul emerged, she didn't look lost, but rather happy. Because she could feel that the door to Khazadar world was right in front of her. Although there was nothing in front of her, she knew that as long as she took a step forward, she would be able to enter Khazadar world. Previously, when the plain passageway was sealed, she thought that even the door to Khazadar world was sealed. But now, it seemed like it wasn't. Although going to Khazadar world as a wandering soul wasn't that good. But at least, she retained a trace of consciousness. If she could find a chance in Khazadar world, she might be able to return to the real world as a soul, even if it was very difficult. Delune didn't immediately take a step forward, instead she lightly threw the two spatial energy buttons behind her. These two buttons contained all of Deloitte's wealth. They floated between the observer and Baroa. Delune didn't say anything, she just said softly, "Thank you." Then she turned around and stepped into the door that no one else could see, becoming the first wizard to voluntarily step into Khazadar world. He didn't know what the others were thinking, but number 01, who was still being suppressed by Baroa, felt very tired. He purposely chose this time to end things, thinking that even if he couldn't defeat the Phantom City's pursuers, he could still take the path to Khazadar world. For this, he even spent a large amount of money to inquire about the time of Khazadar world's arrival in the southern region. But now, ironically, he wanted to take this path, but was suppressed by Baroa. Instead, it made things easier for the other wizards. They should be thanking me, not anyone else. While number 01 was laughing bitterly, Baroa lightly kicked the two buttons left behind by Delune, and threw them to the observer. "This which is really decisive. I'll give it to you." The meaning of the spatial items left behind by Delune was obvious, one was for Baroa, and the other was for the observer. She thanked the observer for giving her shelter, and also thanked Baroa for forcefully pulling her out of her demonic state. Although, she knew that Baroa saved her to kill her, but at least he didn't do the act of killing her. Thus, it wasn't too much to use a spatial item to repay his kindness. But, Baroa didn't care about Delune's spatial item at all. What good things could a low-ranked wizard have? Thus, Baroa directly kicked it to the observer. The observer originally didn't want to accept it, but after thinking for a while, he still accepted the two buttons. After Delune's death, the other two shapeshifting wizards seemed to have reacted. They also wanted to follow in Delune's footsteps, but before they could self-destruct, one of Baroa's tentacles swept over and directly stuck the wizards who had turned into two thumb-sized wizards to the tentacles, not giving them a chance to self-destruct. That was how fleeting the opportunity was. Delune had missed a lot of opportunities before, and finally grasped this one. But the two of them didn't have such luck. Although there were 3 less wizards, there was a lot of space. But, Baroa found that the space was still shrinking, and there was no sign of it stopping. "How much more are you going to shrink? If it keeps shrinking, I can only stick to it." The observer said indifferently, "At least it has to reach a suitable balance with the outside." Liar. Bullshit. Baroa cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This was the sorrow of living under someone else's roof, then when can it be balanced? The observer said lightly, "I don't know. If you think the space is too small, you can transform yourself, or let him transform." Of course, the observer was referring to number 01. Number 01 also spoke up at the right time, "I can transform into a mosquito at the very least." Baroa glanced at number 01. There was no way he would let number 01 transform, because once he released the energy restriction, number 01 would definitely self-destruct into Khazadar world. But number 01 did take up a lot of space. The space they could stand on was already very small, and the distance between each of them was less than half a meter. There were only the observer, Baroa, Angor, number 01, and 2 other shape-shifting wizards left in the space. The observer and Baroa couldn't be moved. Angor was on the observer's side, and Baroa valued him greatly, so he couldn't be exiled. Then, the only one left was number 01. Baroa sighed and looked at number 01. I was going to take you back, do a confession ceremony, and use the media to announce to the public that there are other potential criminals. But now it seems we have to sacrifice you. Number 01. Is this considered a sacrifice? Baroa didn't want to kill number 01 so soon, but he had no choice now. He sighed again and pushed number 01 out of the distorted space. A moment ago, number 01 was still opening his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the next moment, his eyes were filled with confusion. He slowly turned around and looked at the mystery fruit in the distance. His eyes were filled with love as if he saw the most precious treasure in the world. Step by step, he walked forward. Just as number 01 walked up to the mysterious fruit, number 03, who was standing under the fruit, suddenly looked up and exchanged a glance with number 01. As the source of the mystery fruit's birth, number 03 had almost lost his mind, while number 01 couldn't think at all. But they just looked at each other like that. Perhaps due to years of interaction, their bodies and minds were still used to each other even when they were lost. But it was just a glance, and the next second they exchanged cold glances again. Blood rained down. A drop of blood silently fell between number 03's wooden eyebrows. Blood dripped down from his eyebrows, past his eye sockets, and finally down to his cheeks. It looked as if number 03 was weeping silently. However, her tears weren't her own. Instead, they were number 01's tears of blood. Number 01 thought he had all kinds of escape plans, but in the end, he was still forced to stop here. He probably didn't expect that it wasn't his pursuers who killed him. It was number 03, who used to be his friend. Number 03 also didn't expect that her decision to save the base by swallowing the mystery fruit of an unknown origin would lead to a disaster that swept across the world and caused the deaths of many of her colleagues. That was how the wizarding world worked. One moment, it was sunny, and the next, it would turn into a ghastly death zone. After number 01's death, the space compression didn't stop, but it was much slower than before. Baroa asked the Watcher again about the space compression. However, this time, the Overseer still used some irrelevant or obviously ambiguous words to beat around the bush. Seeing the Overseer's stubborn expression, Baroa only felt sullen in his heart. In his resentment, Baroa's gaze constantly swept around. Finally, he looked at Angor. Polo Leaf's sapphire-like eyes suddenly flickered with a dim light. Since you're going to keep compressing the space, I guess we'll have to stick our faces together. But I don't want to do that. This one here isn't bad. He doesn't look good, but at least he's younger than you. Baroa swayed his body and tried to approach Angor. Seeing this, the sentinel hurriedly reached out his hand to stop it. What? I'm not going to do anything to him. What's with the rush? You Luo? Baroa smiled, or does he have some special meaning to you? The Watcher didn't say anything. I don't have to go. But you have to at least stop the compression. The Watcher frowned. This wasn't something he could decide. So he's really important to you, Bora. Bora spoke in a meaningful tone. Angor tried to stop the warden from shrinking the dimension, but none of his attempts worked. But now, Angor was involved, and the effect was obvious. Other people might not understand why the warden was so interested in Angor, but Bora understood. The warden must have known about Angor's mystery talent as well. As a member of the Order faction, how could the warden not try to recruit Angor? To protect Angor, the warden stopped Bora's advance and even stopped shrinking the dimension. Bora knew what was going on, but he had to pretend that he didn't know. Bora was determined to get Angor, and he didn't want to expose his real intention so that the warden would be alerted. As for Angor's opinion, did it really matter? The warden didn't know what Bora was thinking, but he knew that Bora must have misunderstood something. He didn't stop the shrinking of the dimension. His distorted dimension was only a cover for Angor's green field. It was the green field that caused the dimension to shrink. Now that the green field suddenly stopped shrinking, the warden's distorted dimension stopped as well. However, the warden didn't understand why Angor chose to stop now. It was as if Angor really did stop because of Bora's words. Although the Overseer didn't mind being the scapegoat, he still felt uncomfortable, especially when Baroy stared at him with that strange gaze, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. But he couldn't explain it. He just looked at Angor and sighed in his mind. Speaking of which, the warden didn't think Angor would stop shrinking the dimension just because of Bora's words. Maybe Angor only planned to shrink the dimension to this extent, and Bora's words were just a coincidence. If that was true, then there must be a reason why Angor shrank the dimension to this size. The warden looked around and checked the size of the dimension. Coincidentally, the dimension was just big enough to accommodate the three of them. If Bora's tentacles retracted a little more, they could also find another spot. In other words, 4 personalities were the most they could fit. 4 people wouldn't be so cramped. If they shrank the dimension even a little, they would have to rub shoulders against each other. The Watcher believed that there was a reason behind Angor's actions, such as bringing Baroy into the room and shrinking the space for no apparent reason. The maximum space that could accommodate 4 people should also be within his calculations. Judging from all the details, Angor's actions were not targeted at anyone in the room. Baroy mentioned a descender, and Angor intentionally left a space empty. Perhaps Angor is doing all this for the sake of that outsider. Even the overseer felt that this conjecture was absurd, because although Baroy did not say who the descender was, it was definitely not weaker than it. It was inevitable that he would be above the legendary level. Angor wanted to go after someone stronger than legendary, just the thought of it was a hilarious joke. The inspector wanted to treat this joke as a joke and laugh it off, but all the signs were so real that he was a little confused. Perhaps I'm just overthinking things. The overseer shook his head. Hollow, what are you thinking about? Now that they were very close, Baroy naturally heard the sentinels whisper. The overseer gave Baroy a cold glance and did not say anything. Baroy didn't care and continued, I saw a research report in the Philpot Fisherman's News. The keepers that the Order Guild sent to the various worlds were unable to communicate with others for a long time. Due to being too lonely, it led to all sorts of hysteria. The most typical cause was thinking too much, commonly known as thinking too much. Hello? The overseer spoke in a casual tone, you still have room for jokes? You don't mind shrinking it a bit more, do you? As soon as his voice fell, Baroy felt the distorted domain around him shrink by another circle. Baroy was a little surprised. If the space was any smaller, he would not even have a place to stand when the city lord arrived. Baroy quickly changed the topic and showed a rare flattering look in his sapphire eyes. Hollow, I'm just trying to lighten the atmosphere. Look at how tense it is outside. If you don't like it, I'll shut up. Yeah, shut up. Baroy covered his mouth with his pink tentacles, as if he was trying to shut himself up. The overseer humphed. The distorted space also stopped shrinking, as if it was responding to the overseer's words. Baroy looked at the overseer's calm expression and cursed in his mind. Hollow. Go ahead and be cocky. When the city lord arrives, I'm going to cut off your nose. Let's see how you're going to behave. While Baroy was cursing the overseer was still looking at the green energy field. The situation just now once again proved that someone was controlling the green vein field. And that someone must be Angor. The overseer glanced at Angor, who was still looking at the mystery fruit in the distance with a mesmerized expression. What an excellent performance. At least the overseer could not see any trace of Angor's acting. If the overseer could not tell, Baroy definitely could not. The overseer shook his head. He did not understand Angor at all. Angor was already awake, and he even knew how to use the energy field to help him. Why was he still acting? Was he trying to show off his excellent acting skills that could fool a legendary wizard, or did he think that he would be asked something he did not want to answer after waking up? For example, why did the green energy field suddenly become so strong that it could resist the rhythm of disorder? Or maybe it was something he learned when the object of disorder was born. Was he trying to avoid answering these questions by pretending to be a master actor? The overseer thought he had found the truth. This brat is quite cautious. He's still keeping his guard up. The overseer cursed in his mind. But he still appreciated Angor's cautious attitude. If Angor really woke up now, the overseer would really want to ask him about the green energy field and disorder of disorder. It was so rare that even the overseer, who was always calm, could not help but feel itchy inside. No matter what the overseer and Baroy were thinking, they all stopped in the next second. The fruit shell in the distance fell off again. And this time almost all of it fell off. The flesh inside the fruit was finally exposed due to the large amount of shell falling off. Most of the fruit was still covered by the blood-red mist, but some of the mist was thinner. They could vaguely see what seemed to be a woven metal structure inside the fruit. Since only a small part of the fruit was exposed, the overseer could not see the whole thing. However, the small metal structure reminded the overseer of the time when he was still a groom in a noble's manor. Many years ago, the overseer saw a metal lamp carried by the noble's servants when they went out at night. Back then, his country had a large number of gold mines, and the nobles lived a luxurious lifestyle. Even the lamps carried by nobles at night had to be made of gold, and the insides of the lamps were lit with silver wax. There were various shapes, such as square, triangular, and of course, round ones. As for the metal structure of the fruit, if one could imagine, it looked like a metal net. Although the mysterious fruit had lost its order and turned into something woven from metal and looked a little strange, the mysterious fruit itself was a combination of all kinds of absurd and unruly things. They would not be surprised if a living creature jumped out of the fruit after the mist disappeared, let alone a metal net. Disregarding the true appearance of the object of disorder, more than 90% of the fruit shells had already fallen off. The suction force naturally increased, but the strange thing was that the three people in the distorted domain did not feel much pressure. Regarding this, Baroi had a higher opinion of the overseer. If he was alone, he might feel a lot of pressure. But since the city lord would arrive soon, Baroi did not care about the overseer's strength. So what? The overseer was still a tool. As for the overseer himself, he was more curious about Angwar's green field. What was Angwar's connection to that place? Because of the green field, they did not pay much attention to the attraction force. They were more concerned about whether the attraction force would change as more shells fell off the fruit. If it was still the same universal energy, but the range was slightly larger, that would naturally be the best result. But if special energy, such as space energy, was involved, it would be a disaster. To confirm their suspicions, they kept their eyes on the fruit. Soon, they saw that the space around the mysterious fruit suddenly turned black. This scene was like a complete jigsaw puzzle with a piece suddenly removed from the middle. The black hole immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. And this was only the beginning. When a piece of the puzzle fell off, it loosened the other pieces that happened to fit in the puzzle. The second piece of the puzzle naturally fell into place. With the first and second pieces falling off, a chain of avalanches was formed. More and more pieces of the puzzle fell off, leaving a giant black hole in the ground. It was the same in reality. Everything around the mysterious fruit had turned pitch black, and the sky in the background had disappeared. The rolling waves surged into the pitch black space and disappeared as well. This is the collapse of space. When the inspector saw this scene, his face turned ugly. The worst-case scenario had already happened. Baroi's expression was also very unsightly, because according to his original plan, after the city lord arrived, with his powerful ability, he would take him away from here as fast as a thunderbolt. He could also take the mystery fruit with him. But now, it seemed that even if the city lord's spirit came, it would be impossible for him to take the mystery fruit away. Even space energy was being drawn. Once this thing of disorder was formed, it would be extremely terrifying. No matter where it was, even if it was in the void, it would be a disaster. The difficulty of containing it would increase infinitely. It could not even be contained. They could only exile it. We can't stay here any longer. The overseer looked at the last piece of the mystery fruit's shell. It was this small shell that temporarily shackled the mystery fruit's growth. Once this shell fell off, the rhythm of the disorder would be completely broken. According to their predecessors' experience, once the rhythm of the disorder was completely released, the effect of the disorder would be 10 times, or even 100 times stronger. In other words, when the last piece of shell fell, their location would be instantly covered by the gravitational force. Space would collapse, elements would collapse, energy would disintegrate. In addition to the existence of the gravitational force, there was no possibility of them surviving. The overseer turned to look at Baroi. When will the foreign aide you mentioned arrive? When he arrives, are you sure the passage will be fine? Baroy understood the urgency of the situation and stopped joking around. 1 minute at most. The passage will be fine. When he arrives, we can leave through the passage. The overseer nodded. He didn't show it on his face, but he was actually worried. It wasn't that he doubted Baroy's words. It was just that he was worried about Angor. The overseer believed that it wasn't the mystery fruit that sealed off the area, but Angor's green energy field. If it really was Angor, why didn't he release the restriction and wait for Baroy's reinforcements to arrive? Could it be that he was right? What are you going to do, Angor? After a moment of hesitation, the Watcher decided to talk to Angor since he was still worried about Angor's condition. Whatever you're planning, at least get out of here first. In the overseer's eyes, Angor was only acting as if he was indulging in the mystery fruit. The overseer didn't plan to expose Angor's act directly. Instead, he used some hidden means such as a distorted dimension to send a message. However, when the overseer was about to send the message, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the space between the overseer and Baroy. The overseer thought it was the descender mentioned by Baroy, so he moved aside a little to allow the intruder to arrive. At first, Baroy thought that it was the city lord who had arrived, but he felt that it was strange. The city lord had said that he would warn them when he arrived. Why did he come all of a sudden? Sir? Baroy asked in his mind. Before Baroy could say anything, Glusterrider answered, "It's not me." Sir, you're not here yet? Half a minute. Baroy's heart skipped a beat. If it wasn't Glusterrider who opened the spatial rift, then who could it be? Who was it, and how did the intruder choose the safest spot in this area? Before Baroy could figure out what was going on, the spatial rift in front of him slowly closed again. Angor? Why did it close again? He didn't even see anyone coming. Inexplicably opened and inexplicably closed? Was someone playing a prank on him? Baroy looked at the overseer and saw the overseer looking at Angor with a strange expression. Baroy followed the inspector's line of sight and did not see anything with his naked eyes. However, when he opened his energy vision, there was an additional, strange creature in front of him. It was not strange to say that it was strange. On the whole, it was a transparent, soft creature that looked like a snot monster. Baroy had seen this creature before. It was called a void traveler. It was a group of weak and timid void creatures. They did not have any special abilities. They only knew that they were very fast and were few in number. There were actually void travelers in the Phantom City, and they were caught by the city lord. He did not have a good impression of the void traveler because they were a group of idiots without any intelligence. They were also weak. He did not know why the city lord liked to study them so much. He even specially made a special laboratory for them to prevent them from escaping. In Baroy's view, any creature that stole the city lord's attention was not a good creature. It was the same for the void traveler. It was just that the void traveler in front of him was different from the one in the Phantom City because it was fat and big. Ordinary void traveler's body size was basically the same, but this one seemed to have mutated. In comparison, it was the difference between a dwarf and a giant. However, no matter how big it was only a weak and timid void traveler and could not enter Baroy's eyes. The reason why Baroy's expression was strange was not because of the enlarged version of the void traveler in front of him. Instead, in its transparent water ball-like stomach, there was a dog floating. It was a very ordinary spotted puppy, not much bigger than an adult. It looked very panicked and kept dog paddling inside the void traveler's body, trying to leave its stomach. However, no matter how the little spotted puppy swam, it could not move. In desperation, the little spotted puppy's eyes rolled back, its head tilted, and its short and thick limbs unconsciously spread open. It looked like it was drowning and unconscious. But it did not drown for too long. Soon, it seemed to wake up, and after a few more dog paddles, it continued to faint. In this way, the little spotted puppy kept waking up in front of him, and then kept drowning and fainting. The whole cycle did not change. Caro? What was going on? The inspector was also dumbfounded. What kind of show was this? Why did a void traveler come out of the spatial rift? Also, this void traveler is quite... Baroy deliberated for a long time before spitting out a word. Quite fashionable. He even knows how to keep pets. Is this dog a pet? The inspector asked subconsciously. Shualuo? If it's not a pet, what do you think it is? A void beast? Baroi grumbled. At first, he also thought that it might be some kind of special creature, but after carefully sensing it, he realized that it was just an ordinary puppy. He did not know which world this void traveler had kidnapped it from. The inspector thought about it and realized that it made sense. Void travelers were generally very weak. Well, the void traveler in front of him looked rather fat, but its aura determined everything. With his eyesight, he was very clear about the level of strength of this void traveler. How could a dog that was kept in the stomach of a void traveler be powerful? Baroi was probably right, it might have been the one who kidnapped her. But, could it be a pet? It was hard to say. Perhaps it was just a reserve. Or a toy. With that in mind, the overseer and Baroi no longer paid any attention to the little puppy that was constantly hovering between life and death. Instead, they focused their attention on the void traveler. Why is this void traveler here? He asked. How did it locate us? What's it doing here? Baroi asked while reaching out with his tentacles, trying to drag the void traveler closer. However, the void traveler was very cautious. It quickly ran behind Angor and hid behind him. Seeing that Baroi was about to touch Angor, the inspector sighed and stopped the void traveler's tentacles. The watcher was sure that Angor was awake, but he was still trying to learn something, so the watcher did not want to expose him. Therefore, he had to stop Angor from doing so. However, the void traveler chose to hide behind Angor out of all places, which meant that there was some kind of connection between them. This was not only noticed by the overseer, but also by Baroi. Baroi suddenly realized something. Shualuo. So my first two questions are answered. This void traveler must have something to do with him. He used the void traveler to locate us. But why is it here at this time? What's its purpose? The inspector did not know either, but he still tried to explain for Angor. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Coincidence? Shualuo? Do you think I'll believe that? The inspector did not believe it himself. He saw Angor with another void traveler he called Hydron before. Now that another void traveler showed up, it had to be Angor who summoned it. But why did Angor ask the void traveler to come here? Could it be that Angor allowed Baroi to enter his gravitational field, and then reduced the range of the field to target the void traveler? But that did not make sense. What could a weak void traveler do? I see, Shualuo. The inspector looked at Baroi. Baroi said, I think this void traveler is a backup plan he left for himself. A void traveler is best at running away, and they're also very familiar with space. As you saw, the void traveler opened a space crack without making a sound. Only a void traveler can do something like that. That's a very thoughtful guy. He even used a void traveler as a backup plan. No wonder he dared to get involved in this. The inspector agreed with Baroi's speculation. When Angor returned to the center of the mist zone, he did not expect to be protected by the inspector. A wizard would never go to a dead end without any preparation, unless he was in a desperate situation. Normally speaking, Angor should have a backup plan. Considering the fact that Angor hid his Hydron, the void traveler was probably his backup plan. Also, the void traveler wasn't trying to locate Angor. It was probably trying to locate Hidland. The overseer's reasoning made sense, and the logic immediately made sense. He already knew the truth, but he still felt that something was wrong. He could not put his finger on it. Baroi noticed the inspector's hesitation and chuckled. Shualuo? You think I'm wrong? If you think my judgment is wrong, you can ask this little wizard. Baroi then looked at Angor. The watcher looked back and saw that Angor had already woken up. The man was staring at the drowning dog in the void traveler's home with a shocked expression. Hey, the dog's fine. It'll wake up soon and keep struggling. Can you answer my question first, Shualuo? Angor looked at the inspector in confusion. Why is Baroi here? And why is he so close? He's so close to my face. Also, why did Dalmatian and Wolf come here? Especially Dalmatian. What the hell is it doing? Could it be that he had been comprehending for a long time this time? Did the sun and moon change the sky? Angor's mind almost showed up on his face. The sentinel easily deciphered, not long ago, just a few minutes. But the object of disorder is about to ripen. Only a small piece of its shell is left. So, how's your harvest? As the Watcher explained, Angor felt as if he had returned to the mortal world. Not bad. But. Angor tried to find the right words to describe what he saw. It's a bit too complicated. I can't handle it. Angor's words were vague, but the inspector knew what he was trying to say. The mystical realm was idealistic to begin with. It could only be understood. It's good that you've gained something. The overseer encouraged. Shualuo. Am I being completely ignored? Baroi sounded like a spoiled child, but Angor sensed a great threat from it. Angor had no choice but to turn his attention to Baroi. Is there a problem, sir? Angor asked politely. What's your name, little wizard? Baroi asked. Baroi already knew Angor's name from other wizards, but he didn't want to reveal it. Angor pat. Shualuo, Angor. Answer my question. Is this void traveler yours? What are you going to do by calling it here? Baroi pointed at the enlarged void traveler. Angor glanced at Wolf with a complicated expression. The first question was easy, but the second one was not. Surely he couldn't tell Angor that it was here for you and Gruzday Ward, right? Baroi suddenly changed the topic. My reinforcements are about to arrive. As soon as Bo Oloy's voice fell, a ferocious spatial crack began to appear in the middle of them. Move. Angor quickly realized what was going on and dodged to the side. The space fissure looked stable, but anyone who touched it would be decapitated. However, Angor didn't have much space to move around, so he had no choice but to move closer to the inspector. Angor heaved a long sigh of relief. There's not enough space for me to hide. I almost died. The Watcher widened his eyes and stared at Angor. You're the one who did this, aren't you? How dare you complain? Angor felt a chill down his spine. Sir, what's wrong? What's wrong? Don't you know? What do I know? Angor had no idea what the Watcher was talking about. Your force field. The overseer said in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Baroi, who was not far away. Baroi was looking at the spatial rift with fanaticism and did not pay attention to this side. What's wrong with my force field? The inspector didn't answer. As a legendary wizard, even if he didn't use his other abilities, he would be able to tell if someone was lying or not. Angor wasn't lying. He really didn't know what was going on. That's strange. The inspector was sure that the green force field was the reason why they were able to stay in this safe zone. But now, Angor didn't even know that he was the one who reduced the size of the force field. This meant that all his guesses were wrong. Maybe Angor was really learning instead of acting. But if he didn't do it, then what's with the force field? The sentinel felt that his thoughts were in a mess. It was like a ball of wool that had been scratched by a cat. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get his thoughts back together. Forget it. Forget it. The inspector sighed and decided to give up for now. The most important thing now was to find Baroi's backup. Once the backup arrived and the space fissure stabilized, they could leave this place. When the time came, he would record everything that happened here and send it to the Order Guild so that they would have a headache over it. After all, he was only a deacon now, an indifferent deacon who watched coldly from the sidelines. These troubles had nothing to do with him. The space fissure was still expanding steadily. Angor could already see the shadow behind it. Judging from the shape, it looked like a human. The inspector was surprised. Most of the citizens of Phantom City were mystical creatures. There were very few humans. He didn't expect Baroi's backup to be a human. Or maybe he was wrong. Was it a humanoid? There were plenty of humanoids in Phantom City, such as the Treasure Mermaid. But that was not important. As long as the backup and the space fissure were real, nothing else mattered. After confirming that the fissure was safe, the inspector looked at the mystery fruit in the distance. He only hoped that the last piece of the mystery fruit could hold on for a little longer. It was better to hold on until they left. However, reality always went against his wishes. As the space fissure began to expand, the last piece of the mystery fruit began to tremble. A sea breeze blew past. The last piece of the mystery fruit was finally removed. It turned into a dot of light and disappeared into the air. The inspector's heart skipped a beat. All of the mystery fruit shells fell off. This meant that the chaos fruit had matured. The chaos caused by the chaos fruit would be 10 times, or even 100 times worse than this. Space fissure. Space fissure. Their only hope now was to leave the space fissure before the chaos fruit exploded. However, the opening of the space fissure also needed time. It would take at least 5 seconds to stabilize. 5 seconds was more than enough time for them to beat the hell out of them. Thinking of this, the guard's heart trembled. He was already prepared to use his trump card. As a legendary wizard, how could he not have a trump card? It was just that he didn't expect to use it here. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The expected attraction didn't increase, and the chaos fruit didn't explode. What was going on? The inspector was confused. He turned his head and looked at the mystery fruit in the distance. In the distance, the last piece of the mystery fruit's shell had fallen off. Strangely, the blood-red mist covering the fruit did not disperse. This meant that the fruit was not completely out of order yet. But why? Isn't the falling of the fruit a prelude to the disorder? The watcher was puzzled. Judging from the effects of the falling fruit, the fruit should have gone completely out of order when all of its shells fell off. But the current situation seemed to be different from what they expected. Did they miss something? Was there another step before the fruit went out of order? Just as the sentinel was doubting himself, the situation in the distance changed in a way that shocked everyone. Number 03, who had been ignored by them all this time, suddenly let out a shrill scream. It sounded like the howl of a banshee from the dark abyss. Visible sound waves spread out in all directions. When the sound waves reached them, Angor's eyebrows twitched. The green runes around him filtered out all the destructive energy contained in the sound waves. The only thing that entered their ears was number 03's hysterical scream. Angor sensed a lot of complicated emotions from the scream. Wails, pain, anger, unwillingness, and deep regret. Judging from these emotions, Angor could tell that number 03 still had a shred of rationality left in him. It was just suppressed by the mystery fruit's power. Number 03 had been accumulating his emotions for a long time, and now, he finally released them. However, releasing her emotions didn't mean that number 03 could be saved. She knew that she was going to die for sure. Perhaps the wailing at this moment was just an attempt to vent his grievances, a way to express his unwillingness. Their guess was correct. After number 03 wailed in agony, his bark-like skin started to crack and crumble. His skin was just the beginning. Next came his fat, muscles, organs, bones. Everything inside and outside of number 03's body was blown away by the wind and turned into yellow light spots. These yellow dots of light formed a line and merged into the blood-red fog above. Strangely, the blood-red mist that had shrouded the mysterious fruit for a long time finally began to fade with the injection of the yellow light. Behind the fog, the metal mesh structure was faintly discernible. So that's how it is. The final condition for this mysterious fruit to lose its order isn't to devour sea beasts or adepts, but to sacrifice and devour the host. At this moment, the overseer finally understood why number 03 seemed to be fine all this while. Logically speaking, the mysterious fruit did not have any emotions to feed back to the host. It turned out that the mysterious fruit had already been arranged. Number 03 was the final sacrifice for its complete transformation. The sentinel didn't have a good impression of number 03 because she was the one who caused this situation. He still didn't have a good impression of them, but he had to admit that number 03 had become the final sacrifice and bought them some time. They should be able to leave this place before the out-of-order object completely lost its order. Thinking of this, the inspector turned his head and looked at the spatial crack. At this time, the space crack had already opened to the height of half a person. However, there was still a large amount of space-cutting energy in it, so it was still unable to stably connect the two ends. However, the enlargement of the spatial crack also allowed them to see clearly who was behind it. It was a young man with his head lowered. They couldn't see his face for now, but they could see that his hair was like a ball of fire. His skin was a deep bronze color, and it glowed orange under the light of his hair. Fire Nation? The overseer spoke softly. The Fire Nation was a humanoid race of the Grand Plain. Their signature traits were their dark skin and burning hair. They were a race that favored fire. If this race gave birth to an ability user, it was basically related to fire control. They were one of the more powerful races in the Grand Plain. They had always been hostile to foreign human adepts, believing them to be invaders. If any country in the Grand Plain had a riot or protest against the human adepts, it was usually the Fire Nation fanning the flames behind the scenes. Adepts weren't idiots. They knew very well about the chaos in the Grand Plain, but they would never target the Fire Nation. Did giants need to pay attention to the nonsense of ants? On top of that, many human adepts were even more violent than the Fire Luo people. They preferred chaos over a united country. They wouldn't mind using themselves as the source of chaos. Angor also saw the newcomer. He already knew who it was. It was Gruzday Ward, the governor of Phantom City. However, he didn't expect the city lord to be from Huoluo Kingdom. Or was he just a clone of Gruz's avatar? As Angor pondered, the Fire Nation citizen in front of him suddenly looked up. His slightly long hair covered his eyes, but Angor could still see his tall nose and the faint smile on his face. The inspector looked at the strange smile and felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, he felt his heart palpitate slightly. The spatial crack was torn open again, and a large amount of wind poured into it. The strong wind also tried to blow away the Fire Nation citizen's hair. Finally, the overseer saw the Fire Nation citizen's face. He had to admit that the young man was quite handsome from a human's point of view. His facial features were perfectly proportioned, and his eyes were bright orange just like his hair. However, the overseer didn't pay attention to the Fire Nation citizen's appearance. Instead, it was the insignia between his eyebrows. The insignia had a circular shape on the outside, while the inside was filled with beautiful lines that outlined the pattern of some unknown beast. That's... The overseer's eyes widened. Gruzdayward's phantom rune. Hearing the overseer's exclamation, Baroi chuckled. So you're not that ignorant after all, huh? The overseer's expression darkened. Angor wondered if he should say something. Even if he already knew who the visitor was. He should at least put on a show to avoid being exposed. Sir, what's a phantom rune? Angor chose a suitable topic. Well, he didn't know the answer anyway. The inspector was about to speak, but Baroi beat him to it and said, the phantom inscription was created by the great city lord. All diamond citizens of the Phantom City will be rewarded with an exclusive phantom inscription, which has incredible power. Angor pretended to be surprised. Huh? So you're saying that the esteemed governor brought help from a diamond citizen of Phantom City? Baroi gave him a mysterious smile but didn't say anything. In the Phantom City, every phantom inscription has a corresponding citizen, and the phantom inscription on this Fire Luo citizen's forehead corresponds to the Lord of the Phantom City, His Excellency Gruzday Ward, the inspector said. The overseer ignored Angor's exaggerated performance and looked at Baroi instead. So the governor really came here in person? Baroi looked proud. Whoosh. You saw it, didn't you? As far as I know, the Vulture Pope of the Cult of Chaos returned to the Origin World 30 years ago. With him there, Mr. Gruz's true body shouldn't be too far away from Phantom City. So, this is his avatar? The Pope of Vulture, Hennet Regusla, was a level 6 wizard at the peak of the legendary realm. He had a grudge against Gruzday Ward for many years. He had taken advantage of Gruzday Ward's absence to launch a sneak attack on Gruzday Ward many times, resulting in the death of many citizens. Therefore, generally speaking, as long as the Pope was in the Origin World, Gruzday Ward would not leave the Phantom City. So what if it's just an avatar? Do you think it's not good enough for the overseer? Angor? The overseer remained silent for a moment. That's not what I meant. He just didn't expect Gruzday Ward to come here in person. This would make things very complicated. Even if it was just an avatar, the man was at least a mid-level legendary. Such a powerful wizard coming to the southern wizarding region was a very troublesome matter. After all, the southern wizarding region was only one of the 4 basic regions of the wizarding world. If Gruzday Ward went too far, it would lead to a disaster. If he went all out, he could even be compared to a demon god. In the face of such an existence, even as the overseer, it was difficult to interfere. Baroy seemed to have seen through the overseer's thoughts. He opened his mouth and smiled. Are you worried about the safety of the southern wizarding region? Angor? Do you think the city lord is stupid? Even if the southern wizarding region had been separated from the origin world for many years, it was undeniable that the four wizarding worlds were the foundation of the origin world. No matter how stupid Grusday Ward was, he wouldn't be able to cause trouble here. If he really did something, when he returned to the origin world, he wouldn't just be facing the Pope of Vulture, but an entire army of wizards. Don't worry, the city lord won't do anything unnecessary. He will even bring you out of here. You should be deeply grateful, Luo. I hope so. After the overseer finished speaking, he glanced at the young man on the other side of the spatial crack and quickly retracted his gaze. Looking at the sentinel's fearful yet indifferent expression, Bo Oloy's mischievous heart suddenly rose. Of course, City Lord Sir does not have the time to do other superfluous things. Sir has only come to the southern region to do two things. First, to take me away. The overseer spoke in a half-mocking tone. You really live up to your name, Mr. City Lord. Baroy didn't mind the overseer's mockery. He smiled and continued, Second, do you want to guess? Angor? The overseer glanced at the mystery fruit in the distance and didn't say anything. Grusday Ward must be here for the object of disorder as well. However, it was hard to say whether or not he could take away this thing that was out of order. The overseer complained in his mind. Baroy waved his tentacles. Wrong. Although the object of disorder is good, looking at the current situation, if we want to get it, we will have to spend a lot of time analyzing the mechanism and looking for a breakthrough point. The city lord doesn't have that much time. The second reason for his arrival is, Baroy paused for a moment. When both the overseer and Angor looked at him curiously, he lifted all 5 tentacles and pointed at the same place. Angor. The city lord has his eyes on him. He will become the city lord's prisoner. Everyone was shocked. Angor, on the other hand, was completely lost. Ever since he returned to the center of the mist zone, he had been staying cautious and did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary. He did not want to get involved in unnecessary things and get himself into danger. Who would have thought that someone like him, who was so cowardly, would still be targeted, and there was no warning at all? He was just a bystander just a second ago. The overseer also frowned. He didn't expect the city lord of Phantom City to be interested in Angor either. The overseer spoke in a cold tone. You noticed Angor's strange behavior and pretended you didn't know? Baroy, to be able to reach the mysterious level with such strength, the light cannot be concealed. As expected. Baroy already noticed Angor's strange behavior. There were many potential mystery alchemists like Angor in the origin world. However, there was no one like Angor who could reach the mystery level at such a young age. At least, there wasn't one in the current origin world. Any organization that noticed such a wild potential mystery alchemist like Angor would try to recruit him. And the recruitment of wizard organizations wasn't as polite as one might think. Violence, brutality, and kidnapping were the norm. Everything made sense now. However, the overseer didn't expect that Gluzdavid's avatar would come to take Angor away in person. If it was only Baroy, the overseer might be able to buy some time. Of course, he wouldn't be able to drag this out forever. When Baroy returned to Phantom City, he would definitely inform Gluzdavid, and Angor would still be captured. Unless Angor could join an organization that could fight against Phantom City, such as the Order faction. If things went according to the script, the overseer would be willing to pay a price and bring Angor to the Order faction in the origin world. After all, Angor was a rare talent. But this wasn't how things were going. Gluzdavid was here in person. Even if it was just an avatar, they couldn't stop him. Even the overseer couldn't stop him. As for warning outsiders not to interfere with the affairs of the southern region, this was indeed his responsibility, but Grusd Ward was too strong. The overseer's warning was useless, and it might even cause resentment. In such a situation, the oath had its own tolerance. Therefore, the overseer wouldn't stop Gluzdavid for Angor. In other words, in the eyes of the overseer and Baroy, Angor's fate was already sealed. The overseer looked at Angor's confused face and sighed. He patted Angor's shoulder. At least you won't die. With this skill, he would not be killed by Gluzdaward. But it was hard to say whether he could survive. He could only pray that Gluzdavid would spare Angor's human identity because of his alchemy potential. Angor could sense the Watcher's helplessness and blessing. It seemed the Watcher also believed that Angor's fate was sealed. It made sense when he thought about it. In the knowledge of all magi, a higher rank could definitely crush someone to death. Every rank was like a natural chasm. For example, a level 2 wizard could easily defeat a level 1 wizard without taking other factors into consideration. A level 2 wizard's spirit model was much stronger than a level 1 wizard's, and the amount of mana they could use was several times greater than a level 1 wizard's. And this was only the difference between a level 1 wizard and a level 2 wizard. Meanwhile, even if it was just a clone, Gluzdaward could at least fight as strong as a level 5 wizard. Under such circumstances, Angor, a newly advanced wizard, was now being targeted by a level 5 wizard. No one would think that there would be any other outcome. Even Angor himself felt a little uneasy. He heard that Gluzdaward did not care about humans at all. He even put Toby into his bracelet because of this. However, Gluzdaward still did not let him go. It was just that Gluzdaward did not want Toby, but Angor himself. Angor felt that the whole thing was ridiculous, but it seemed that it was going to become a fact soon. To prevent himself from becoming Gluzdaward's prisoner, Angor had to rely on it. Angor glanced at the puppy inside Woof's body. The puppy was still struggling on all fours. Its ears were drooping, and its eyes were rolling. It was still in a cycle of drowning and waking up. It was so stupid. Angor could not bear to look at it. Angor began to doubt if he could rely on the puppy. Without a doubt, the puppy was Woof's backup. The reason why Angor decided to come to the center of the mist zone was because of Spotted Puppy. Angor did not meet the puppy many times before this, but every time they met, the puppy was the key to Angor's survival. For example, Sleepless City. Without the puppy, they would not have been able to escape. Also, in the Land of Heart, Angor's identity would have been exposed by other nightmare creatures if not for the puppy's protection. The Dalmatian was Angor's biggest savior, a dog. Maybe the dog didn't care, but Angor couldn't let it go. But this time, Dalmatian was still as unreliable as ever. Performing drowning in Woof's stomach, you're really something. Yes, he knew the dog was acting. They didn't see it often, but every time they saw it, it was either about to perform or had already started. For example, when they first met, it pretended to be a lost puppy to gain Angor's sympathy. However, it quickly opened its mouth and swallowed Angor whole. Later, he contacted the spotted puppy through Woof, who told him that spotted puppies could talk. However, as soon as Angor contacted the puppy, it began to bark in the void network. Moreover, this kind of barking was purely random. Even a magus who was proficient in the language of beasts would not know what it was barking at. In front of him, the Dalmatian would either pretend to be innocent, immature, or ignorant. But in front of Wang, it would act like a big brother. He could be said to be a veteran actor. Now it's even acting like it's drowning. If you could really drown, the Minister of Arms would have thrown you into the furnace already. Angor didn't care about the dog at all. He was already calculating the worst possible outcome of having such an unreliable comrade. If worst came to worst, Angor would just go to Phantom City and become a tool. While Angor remained silent, the space fisher slowly stabilized. The moment it was completely stabilized, no matter what the Overseer and Baroi were thinking, their eyes flashed with joy. At least they had a way out now. Normally, they should leave this place through a space tunnel. However, Gluzdaward did not move aside. Instead, he stepped out of the tunnel. Since the main character was here, the others couldn't just leave. Gluzdaward glanced at Angor with his evil orange eyes, then glanced at Woof, who was much bigger than the other Voidwalkers. Jaluz then turned his attention to Baroi, ignoring the Watcher. Mr. Hulo, should we leave or? Baroi turned around and looked at the mystery fruit which was still absorbing 03's nutrients. It's hard to get it right now. But we can try its disorder effect. After saying that, Gluzdaward stretched out his hand and gently clenched his fist. The two mini wizards hanging on Baroi's body were caught in his palm. Ignoring the cries of the two magi, Gluzdaward extended his finger and pointed. Two circular air covers enveloped the two magi within. At first glance, these two air barriers seemed ordinary, but only magi who were nearby would understand how terrifying they were. As for Angor, when Gruz Howard's finger began to glow, Angor's eyes were already glued to it. It was as if his consciousness was being sucked into the light. Luckily, the Watcher woke him up, or else he would have been in big trouble. Blood began to flow out of his eyes in less than a second. This was the punishment for overstepping his boundaries. From this, it was enough to show how terrifying the two air shields released by Gruz Howard were. Still, he did not complain about the punishment. When he saw Jairus casting the spell, he felt like he was seeing the truth of the world. Even at this moment, the aftertaste was so wonderful and intoxicating. While he was immersed in the light of truth, a cool energy suddenly entered his forehead. A cold feeling instantly interrupted his thoughts. He raised his head in confusion, only to see the overseer looking at him with a complicated gaze. "Lord Inspector, What happened to me?" "Nothing. Your senses and perception are quite good, so you fell into a high-level trap." High-level traps were not traps set up by high-level wizards. Instead, low-level wizards forced themselves to read or understand the words, phrases, or notes left behind by high-level wizards. It was not the wizard's fault. It was the low-level wizards who overestimated themselves. However, Angor's situation was different from other high-level traps. Other wizards who saw Gruz Howard casting the spell would not fall into such traps. Angor, on the other hand, was different. His perception was too good, which was why he fell into such a trap. In other words, Angor's punishment was something no one could imitate. It was a talent. However, the Watcher had lived for many years and met many geniuses. He quickly calmed himself down and tried to warn Angor. "Ching ching. Don't be fooled by the false truth. If it's so easy to see the truth, do you think it's worth pursuing?" Angor was not stupid. He quickly understood what the overseer meant. The feeling he was indulging in was like honey smeared with poison. It was not worth remembering at all. With that in mind, Angor calmed himself down and pushed the memory into the depths of his mind. On the other side, Gruz and Davard had enveloped the two sorcerers in an air barrier. With a light flick, they were ejected out of the distorted boundary. The two air covers were like bubbles floating under the sun. They flickered with rainbow-colored radiance and slowly floated towards the fruit. Angor learned from the Watcher that the air barrier used by the two wizards was a level 4 spell called Floating Wall. It could block almost all kinds of energy attacks. Technically speaking, it was a defensive spell. Of course, it was up to the wizard how to use it. The floating wall released by Grittard far exceeded the shackles of level 4 and was at least at the pinnacle of level 5. This was a terrifying spell that had never been used before. The two wizards were trapped just to test the effect of the mystery fruit. From this, it could be seen that an item like an item out of order was not something that a mere wizard could covet. "The floating wall can't stop the suction force," Baroy suddenly spoke up. Angor looked up and saw the two wizards inside the floating wall staring at the fruit in a daze. This meant the fruit's suction force was not affected by the floating wall. "But the floating wall isn't affected by the rhythm of disorder either," the overseer added. Before this, life forms, matter, and energy could all be guided by the mysterious fruit. Logically speaking, the floating wall should also belong to the energy framework and be guided by the mysterious fruit. But now, it was not affected, which meant, at least, before the floating wall completely loses its order, its suction force won't affect spells above level 5. Of course, the suction force was excluded. Since the floating wall could be controlled for the time being, this gave Gertrude some room to operate. He let the two floating walls slowly float towards the mysterious fruit. Finally, they stopped above the fruit. When the fruit ripened, the two floating walls would test the effect of the fruit. One of them would shatter and let the wizards inside to check the effect of the fruit. The other one would hold the floating wall and see if it would affect the floating wall after the fruit went completely out of order. Although this kind of experimental control group was simple and crude, it was still quite useful at the moment. Even the overseer was curious about the result. Of course, he had to stay alive first. The overseer was prepared to enter the space crack before the fruit went out of order. It would be too late if they waited until the fruit went out of order. The others also had the same idea. They were just testing the edge of the chaos fruit. They would not leave until the fruit was completely out of order. If someone else tried to do this, they would probably die. But with Grez Howard here to hold the fort, in their opinion, there should be no major problems. However, accidents often happened in small details. For example, a certain drama queen who was about to drown. Number 03 could no longer cry out in pain. Her flesh, blood, bones, and brain were all turning into light spots for the sacrifice. If she still had emotions, she might regret swallowing the fruit core. She would also regret trusting the mysterious person who sold her the fruit core. But she had lost her emotions. Yes, the last sacrifice was not only about the body, but also about the mind space, the spirit sea, and finally, the land of the soul. The mind space collapsed silently. It did not show up in the material world. The spirit sea also began to break, turning into a light wind. The blood mist of the fruit was blown away, revealing the metal net-like structure of the fruit. When everything else was broken, it was time for the last part of the sacrifice. The sacrifice of the soul. The realm of souls, this pitch-black space, finally shattered under the might of an unknown force. Only a lonely soul was left. It was number 03's soul. Her soul was still as beautiful as when she was at her best. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, her hair was tied up in a bun with glittering jewelry. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. The only thing that was out of place was that on the face of the soul, there was still the number 03 mark. This was the joint method of the ASE Legacy Association and Kazadar World. It was also number 03's symbol. Although she did not like it and always wanted to get rid of it, she had no choice in the organization. In the past, this mark had been her obsession, but now, it no longer mattered. This was because her ending had already been written by the pen of fate. Number 03 herself was clear that her future had been cut off. Her life had also ended. And her soul would become the food of the mysterious fruit on top of her head, to provide it with its final nourishment. As for who would the mysterious fruit belong to? Perhaps it would be the overseer from afar, or perhaps it would be the city lord of the Phantom City, or perhaps it would be the mysterious person who gave her the mysterious fruit core. This was no longer important. After she died, what did it have to do with her? As for whether she hated or not, she probably did. But the power that represented her emotions had already been absorbed by the mysterious fruit. She did not know. She was only waiting. Waiting for the sacrifice of her soul. She did not have to wait for too long. Soon, her soul began to slowly rise into the sky. At this moment, not knowing why, number 03 was not afraid. Instead, she wanted to enter the mysterious fruit as soon as possible. This kind of urgency, if expressed with emotions, should be called anticipation. She did not know why she was anticipating it. Perhaps it was because it would allow her to be free earlier. It was worth mentioning that she thought that her soul would be like the other parts of her body, shattering into yellow light spots and entering the mysterious fruit. But in reality, her soul did not shatter. She was approaching the mysterious fruit with a complete soul. Just as her soul came in contact with the mysterious fruit's blood-red mist, an indescribable power suddenly poured into her soul. Before her consciousness and logic were completely overturned, she vaguely determined the source of this power. This was the mysterious power. The change in number 03 was witnessed by everyone. Her body shattered, her spirit disappeared, and now it was her soul's turn. But her soul's transformation was beyond everyone's expectations. Her soul didn't shatter immediately. Instead, it fused with the mysterious fruit. In everyone's eyes, the mysterious fruit filled with blood-red mist suddenly fell from the branch and landed on the top of number 03's soul. It didn't bounce off. Instead, it drilled into number 03's soul and finally stopped at her chest, turning into a red ball of light. The metallic structure behind the red light could be clearly seen. It was like an artificial heart placed inside the soul. As the mysterious fruit fell into number 03's soul, number 03's eyes, which were still somewhat clear, began to turn white and lifeless. Her consciousness was completely taken away. When his consciousness faded away, the mysterious fruit began to emit a faint red mist with his chest as the center, toward number 03's soul. After a while, the red mist spread to number 03's chest and abdomen. Then, it spread up her neck. Her head, her facial features, and her hair were all dyed red. At first glance, it looked like a blood demon from the abyss. The red mist didn't stop. It continued to spread, as if it wanted to dye number 03's soul with its aura. Huoluo, City Lord, what's going on? Baroi looked at the soul in the distance that was getting more and more red with a puzzled expression. Why didn't her soul shatter and absorb it? The young City Lord, who had turned into a Huoluo person, didn't answer Baroi's question. Instead, he quietly looked at the changes in the distance and narrowed his eyes. From the flash in his eyes, he seemed to have thought of something. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer from the City Lord, Baroi looked at the sentinel. The sentinel pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen anything like this. Let alone the sentinel, not many people in the Order faction had witnessed the birth of an object of disorder. Moreover, even if someone had seen it, they wouldn't necessarily be able to see anything. After all, every object of disorder was different. It was the first time that an object of disorder was created through the sacrifice of life, energy, and material. However, I feel that her soul is resonating with the mysterious fruit as the red mist spreads. In other words, just like the mysterious fruit, her soul began to emit a rich mysterious power, and it also produced the effects of attraction and traction. It was as if she had also become something out of order. Or rather, she had become a part of the thing out of order. While speaking, Angor looked at the ever-changing soul and thought of a certain figure. It was a 3-meter-tall dark soul with a pair of huge bull horns on its head. It had a curvaceous body and a pair of black wings on its back. It held a black trident in its hand. It was a strange soul that appeared when he accidentally triggered mystery alchemy in Dark Castle. This soul exuded an intense mysterious power. Back then, Angor didn't know what the soul was. But he knew that as long as the soul fused with his revolver, it would become a mystery item. The dark soul was the key to helping Angor become a mystery. But in the end, only half of the soul went into the revolver, which became prelude to rebirth. Isabel took the other half and used it to stabilize her avatar. Regardless of what happened in the past, Angor thought about the strange soul because he had a feeling that number 03 was also going through the same process. However, the strange soul he encountered back then could be called a mystery soul. Number 03, on the other hand, should be called the spirit of disorder. According to his experience, once the spirit of disorder took shape and fused with the mystery fruit, it would be the moment when the spirit of disorder was born. When that happened, the scene inside the fruit would be filled with a wonderful explosion of information. However, Angor was already exhausted when he tried to study the mystery structure. The information inside the fruit would be even crazier than before, and he had no choice but to give up. While Angor was thinking, number 03's hands were already covered in blood-red mist. Now, only the legs below the waist were left, and they were still in a translucent soul state. Even so, number 03's soul was already releasing an unprecedentedly powerful mystery aura. Even if they weren't in the misty belt, they could still feel the eruption of this mysterious aura in the distant sea. Angor didn't need to explain. Everyone knew that the moment number 03's soul was fully covered by the red mist would be the end of it. Once she fully transforms into a blood-red soul, an object of disorder will be born, the sentinel spoke. His voice was soft, but it carried a certain tone. His legs are already working. Looks like we don't have to wait too long. Jiro. Still, Gruzda Ward didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly looked at the 2 air barriers above number 03's soul. Once the blood-red soul was born, he would immediately break the floating wall and obtain first-hand information about this out-of-order item. Everyone stared at number 03's soul and waited for the final moment to come. While no one was paying attention to him, he secretly glanced at Woof Woof and the puppy inside its body. First, he signaled Woof with his eyes, which meant he wanted to ask if the dog was ready. However, unlike Toby, Woof Woof didn't know Angor well enough. The puppy didn't know what Angor was trying to say. It only trembled a little to show its existence. Angor was speechless. So you're telling me you've accepted my gaze? Since he couldn't count on Woof Woof, he looked at the puppy. The puppy was giving him a headache. But he had to admit that the puppy seemed to know him very well. For example, during the banquet in the spirit garden, when Angor was struggling to find a way to deal with the monsters, the puppy created a force field around him and Angor so that Angor could maintain his cool image during the banquet. Anyway, Angor felt that he and the puppy were working together well during the banquet. With that thought in mind, Angor looked at the puppy with a pair of "I understand you" eyes. However, the Dalmatian's response was to spit out a series of bubbles. Then, it rolled its eyes and drowned. He had to take a deep breath to calm himself down. Angor glanced at the Watcher and the others. They were all focused on number 03. Angor considered for a moment, then grabbed the headland hanging on his ear and pushed it into the creature's forehead before it could react. Hydra might not be smart, but it still understood Angor's intention when it reached Angor's forehead. Then, it reached out a tentacle and reached into Angor's forehead. The void network was successfully connected. This meant Angor could now talk to Woof Woof and the puppy. Woof Woof could talk, but this wasn't the right time to do so. It was just a fat void traveler. Once it spoke, it would attract the attention of Gruzday Ward, which would cause more trouble. Therefore, Angor chose to use the void network. It was risky, but he had no choice. He needed to know their plan. Woof Woof. What's your plan now? What's next? Woof Woof, plan? What plan? Aren't you going to kidnap people to threaten them? Woof Woof, yes, just leave it to Sir. By Mr. Woof Woof was referring to the puppy that was performing a drowning act inside its body. Angor knew that the puppy was strong, but was it strong enough to capture Gruzdayward's avatar? Angor only heard rumors about legendary wizards, but he never saw one for himself. Also, Gruzdayward's floating wall left a deep impression on Angor. It was a power that could not be described with words. It could be called great power. Angor could not imagine what the tiny puppy could do to him. Maybe he should suggest a temporary change of plan. Bora Leaf might be a good target. Since Gruzday Ward loved Bora Leaf so much, maybe Woof Woof could use it. Angor tried. I don't know. How about I ask Mr. to tell you? Woof Woof's answer. With that, Woof Woof switched to the channel between Angor and the puppy. Angor expressed his opinion again. Should we, Dalmatian? Gurgle gurgle gurgle, actually, I think, woof woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof, Angor clenched his fists. How was this going to work? Angor felt tired already. Just let them be. Woof 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 and the puppy were both troublemakers. Angor must have been injected with some kind of drug, which was why he abandoned Sunders and returned to the center of the mist zone without hesitation. Heh. My mistake. Angor didn't want to talk to them anymore. He removed Headland from his forehead and put it into his space bracelet. He didn't want to see any void traveler now. Angor glanced at the red-haired Gruzday Ward and tried to recall what the man said before. Could he tell something about the man's personality? If Woof 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 and the puppy failed, Angor would have to work for the City Lord. Maybe the City Lord would not only work for himself, but also for Woof Woof and the puppy. Angor felt tired. While Angor was thinking about his own problems, number 03's soul was finally completely contaminated by the blood-red mist. A terrifying power instantly swept across the entire sea. Time seemed to have stopped under the influence of this power. The power was still spreading. It was spreading so fast that it was beyond the comprehension of wizards in the southern wizarding region. In just a second, the power spread across countless seas. Thousands of nautical miles away from the mist zone. Inside the Magic Eve's corridor. At this time, almost everyone in the dozens of duchies in the demonic Eve's promenade was absent-minded for a moment. They heard an inexplicable call, as if calling them to a certain place. Although they didn't know where it was, they all put down the work in their hands and walked out of the house and onto the street. They were like bewitched zombies, walking in a certain direction. For on land. A branch of the White Clam Shipping Company. As the supervisor of this place, Bismarck had been bored for many years. He missed his days in Floating Mech City and Professor Sabo's teachings. Every day, he would sit in front of the window of his tower and watch the ships and people coming and going like ants. He felt like a god overlooking all living beings. This was his only source of joy. Today, however, he noticed something strange. Everyone in the port suddenly stopped moving. Some were carrying goods and were almost crushed by them. Some were holding onto a rack to help people moving goods. But because they stopped, the people on the rack fell down. One fell to his death, while the other was crushed to death. Of course, such misfortunes were in the minority. Most people did not encounter any accidents. After pausing for a few seconds, they raised their heads and looked in a certain direction. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they walked forward step by step. However, they were heading toward the port. Bismarck saw people jumping into the harbor one by one. It was as if they were not afraid of death. Their expressions showed that they were willing to suffer. What's going on? Bismarck looked at the scene in horror. But the next second, Bismarck's expression changed as well. He seemed to have smelled something nice, or heard his friend calling him. He quietly turned around and walked toward a certain direction. In Bismarck's eyes, that was the harbor of his heart. This didn't just happen in the demonic Yves Promenade and Ferron continent. It happened in many other places, including Phantom Continent, Heroic Spirit Island, Zitomea Archipelago. As long as there were creatures around Devil Ocean, they were affected by this invisible force. Something similar was happening along the coast of Fake Continent as well. Everyone seemed to have turned into fanatics. They were all moving toward the holy place in their hearts. Naturally, the wizarding world also noticed this. Some high-level wizards had already learned part of the truth from Chancellor Lightchaser of the City of Truth. They were also warning other wizards to stay away from Devil's Water. However, with the current channels and speed of information transmission in the world of adepts, only a very small number of people could be affected. There were also many supernaturals who did not know what was going on. These supernaturals who did not know the truth chose to approach the coast of Fake Continent and fly toward the seemingly calm but actually unpredictable sea. Not far away from the mist zone, the Moonlight Bird was slowly moving forward. On the deck of the ship, there was a tall bench made of black bear skin that did not fit the rough atmosphere of the ship at all. Sunders, who was wearing a black gentleman's suit, was sitting on the bench with his right foot crossed over his left knee, revealing his shiny leather shoes. Is that crew member who moved the chair blind or something? Can't they see that I'm here? Why did they move the chair for a young and strong man like you? Cantor was standing in front of Sunders with an angry look. His long beard was fluttering in the air. They did it out of kindness. First come, first served, right? Didn't they move the chairs already? It was Ness who spoke. But I still don't understand. Why didn't you stay in the cabin? Why did you come here to enjoy the breeze? It's none of your business. Cantor rolled his eyes at Ness and moved closer to Sunders. Even if it's first come, first served, I should be the one sitting first. Young people don't respect old people these days. Sunders glanced at Cantor. It's not a small matter. What's the point of talking about it? So you've recovered from your injury? Cantor really wished he could get himself a better seat. Sunders assumed that they had nothing better to do to talk about this topic. Let's not talk about other things first. I'm still hurt in my heart. Hurt in your heart? Sunders raised an eyebrow. What? Kimberly came to you? Cantor's expression froze. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Angor. Cantor quickly explained, I agreed to help Ness because I want to see Angor and ask him to help me with something. But Angor. Ugh. Things are changing so fast. I don't know if I'll ever see him again. I'm so sad. Are you cursing Angor? Ness looked at Sunders as if he didn't mind. He cursed your student like that. Aren't you going to tell him? Sunders didn't bother to answer. But he still sighed in his mind when thinking about Angor. But since it was Angor's choice, he could only respect it. Sunders shook his head. He did not want to listen to the quarrel between Cantor and Ness. But at this moment, a familiar fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Sunders abruptly opened his eyes and stood up. Looking back, that direction was the direction of the fog belt. This power, it seems to be an attractive force. Ness and Cantor snapped out of their daze, their faces filled with shock. Cantor quickly took out a night crystal from his pocket and tossed it into the sky. The crystal shattered in the sky, and the night merged with the horizon. In an instant, Cantor's mind followed the night to the distant horizon. A few seconds later, Cantor came back to his senses. His face was pale, but he quickly said, "The attraction force is getting stronger, and the range of the radiation is expanding. The speed is very fast. It has reached the limit of what I can detect. I reckon that the surrounding continents have been enveloped by the attraction force." As he spoke, the attraction force increased once more. Some of the sailors on the deck had already started to fall into confusion, as they walked towards the direction of the dense fog zone in unison. Ness waved his hand and created an air barrier around the ship to prevent the sailors from falling into the sea. "Even defensive spells can't stop the attraction force," Ness said. "What's going on?" "I think the mystery fruit is about to lose its order," Sundar spoke in a soft voice. "It's still losing its order? Isn't it already out of order?" Ness questioned. "If it's already lost its order, the attraction force won't just grow stronger. It'll become so strong that you can't resist it. But judging from the current situation, the fruit in the center of the mist zone is not far from going out of order." Sunders looked at Cantor and Ness. "The attraction force is still increasing. We're close to the fog belt. We need to leave this place immediately." In other words, they had to open a plain passageway. Cantor and Ness understood the urgency of the situation. They had already experienced how terrifying the attraction force was, and they could still endure it. However, it was growing too fast for them to handle without Angor's green energy field. Therefore, leaving was the only option now. "I'll take care of the sailors on the Moonlight Bird," Sundar said to Cantor and Ness. "Cantor, keep an eye on the surrounding space. Ness, you open the plain passageway and set up a waymark nearby." "Why do I have to open a plain passageway again?" Ness was not happy about it. Plain passageways were expensive, and he was poor too. Still, Ness followed Sundar's instructions and prepared the materials needed for the plain passageway. Sunders flew into the air and reached out a giant hand to grab the ship. It looked like the ship was about to be crushed. But in the next second, the big hand disappeared, and so did the Moonlight Picture Bird. From the ship to the people on the ship, everything was put into the gravity garden by Sanders. He didn't want to use the garden because he would use up some sequence of gravity every time he went in and out of the garden. It wasn't a lot, but it was still a waste. Besides, the cost was not proportional to the supply. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Sunders would never bring a large number of people into the garden. However, he had no choice now. He could only act according to the urgency of the situation. Cantor and Ness worked together to open up a plain passageway while Sunders placed the Moonlight Bird in the gravity garden. Cantor and Ness went in first. Sunders followed them. However, he didn't enter the passageway right away. Instead, he looked back at the mist zone from afar. He couldn't see it with his eyes, but he knew that the attraction force was growing stronger. Sunders had never seen anything like this before. However, according to what he knew, once something truly lost its order, the attraction force would cover half of the wizarding world, or even more. If no one stopped it, it would lead to a catastrophe. "Angor. Did you make the right choice?" Sunders muttered to himself. With that, Sunders entered the plain passageway without hesitation. In the next second, the space fissure closed up as if nothing happened. Angor didn't know what was happening outside. He was staring at the blood-red soul in the distance with everyone else. Number 03 soul had turned completely blood-red. As soon as the soul took shape, a terrifying force swept across the entire area. Including the few people in the distorted bounded domain, their minds went blank for 2 seconds due to the impact of such power. When they regained their senses, Glusderrider frowned. "I can feel the floating wall's energy quickly depleting." Everyone looked above the blood-red soul. The 2 bubbles that represented the floating wall were indeed shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Jiro. Does this mean the attraction force is getting stronger?" "Inspector, isn't this something that is beyond doubt?" Once the blood-red soul was formed, disorder would descend. The attractive force and pulling force would become even more terrifying. This was not a normal situation. Gruzda Ward took a deep look at the overseer. "This is indeed an unquestionable matter, but does the overseer not feel the slightest bit of pressure?" "Pressure?" The The guard was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, his face turning pale. Hee, as expected, I was seen through by your excellency city lord. I am indeed under a lot of pressure. Grusdade. Do you think your acting is very realistic? You're worse than that dog who pretended to be drowning. Watcher shook his head. I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not. Baroy listened to the conversation between the overseer and Gruz de Ward with a confused expression. He didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. What are you talking about? What pressure? Jiro? Gluzderider explained, the floating wall is depleting quickly. This means the attraction force of the soul is getting stronger. It's strong enough to affect legendary energy. But don't you think we don't feel anything in this distorted space? At this moment, Baroy also reacted. That's right, not only did he not feel any increase in attraction, he even felt it slightly less than before. Watcher's distorted space is already this strong? Jiro? Baroy looked at Watcher with a curious look. Watcher didn't change his expression. It's nothing. It's just a small trick. Gluzderider chuckled. Are you really the one who blocked the attraction force? Of course, Watcher replied. Naturally, Gertrude didn't believe it. He didn't care before, but now that such a terrifying traction force could be removed by the distorted bounded domain, it was obviously not right. That's why he became suspicious. If it wasn't Watcher, then there was only one explanation. Watcher's field was filled with green runes. He already noticed it when he was still in Baroy's mind space. The green runes didn't disappear. They even merged with the distorted space. So it had to be either a distorted space or a green runes field. Gluzderider looked at Angor again. You did it, right? Where did your field come from? Angor, who thought he was just an onlooker, suddenly found himself in the spotlight again. What do you mean, Mr. Gluzderider? My green runes field blocked the attraction force? How is that possible? I don't have the power to resist such a strong attraction. Gruz de Ward was puzzled by Angor's words. At his level, he could easily tell if someone was lying or telling the truth. Angor wasn't lying. Did he make a mistake? Was it really Watcher's doing? Or rather, it was not the Sentinel's distortion domain, but the Sentinel had used some kind of invisible mysterious object. Gluzderider didn't say anything else. Since he was wrong, he didn't care. Anyway, this wasn't important right now. As long as they could still be protected, they would consider it as protection from the distorted space. When Gluzderider gave up, he didn't notice that the puppy, who was pretending to be drowning, glanced at Angor for a second, then quickly looked away and continued to flap its legs. The floating wall was affected, but it wasn't broken yet. In order to get first-hand information, Gluzderider began to make up for it. He began to replenish the wall's energy to counteract the attraction force. He had never heard of anyone who could replenish energy from a distance after casting a spell. Was it something a legendary wizard could do? Since Gluzderider didn't want to give up the information, he had to fight against the attraction force. In the beginning, the tug-of-war did not have much of an impact on Gladward. Even if it was just a clone, the legendary magic power it possessed was as vast as the sea abyss. It was enough to consume. But in less than 20 seconds, something changed. That blood-red soul began to fade. Or rather, the soul began to melt. The red soul's hands melted and turned into red light spots, which then poured into the mystery fruit on its chest. As the red light entered the fruit, the attraction force increased by another level. Previously, to maintain the floating wall, Gruz de Ward only needed to release a trickle of legendary mana to maintain it. But now, the red soul's hands simply melted, and the attraction force suddenly increased to the point where it needed a long, flowing river to maintain it. And this wasn't the end of it. After the hands, there were the legs, the head, and the torso. Eventually, the blood-red soul would melt and fuse into the mysterious fruit in his chest that had a metallic net structure. At this moment, everyone came to a realization. Actually, the current situation was just going through the motions. When the spirit of disorder fused with the mystery fruit, it would eventually give birth to the object of disorder. Gluzderider, on the other hand, was in a terrible mood. At this rate, even if he had a large reserve of legendary mana, he wouldn't be able to maintain the floating wall. Gluzdarider began to wonder if he should give up. Soon, the red soul's legs disappeared as well. A large amount of legendary mana flowed out, making Gladward's face turn pale in an instant. His forehead began to ooze with sweat. Clearly, Gluzdarider had reached his limit. Baroi tried to persuade Gluzdarider to give up on the experiment and leave. Angor, on the other hand, looked at Woof Woof. First, he glanced at Gluzdarider, then at Woof Woof. Woof Woof understood Angor's intention. Gluzdarider was exhausted, and now was the best time to make a move. Woof Woof also noticed Gluzdarider's condition and agreed that this was a good opportunity. But as a weak void traveler, Woof Woof wasn't strong enough. If they really wanted to do something, they would need the big boss to do it. But, the big boss was still drowning. Seeing that Gluzdarider was about to give up, Woof Woof couldn't help but use the void network to ask the puppy if this was the right time. The Dalmatian, who had been pretending to be drowning, finally opened its eyes when it heard Woof Woof's whispers. Gurgle. Gurgle. At such a tense moment, they suddenly heard 2 consecutive snoring sounds, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Apart from Gruzdold, who was still struggling against the floating wall, Watcher and Baroi all looked back. He saw that the Void Traveler's Dalmatian was still the same as before. It was flapping its 4 short and fat legs and trying its best to float to the surface of the water. Its struggle was clearly stronger than before, and the sound of the water was naturally louder. What's wrong with your dog? Baroi looked at Angor. Angor quickly waved his hands. It's not my dog. And this Void Traveler isn't mine either. Baroi could tell that Angor wasn't lying. Still, Baroi didn't believe that the puppies had nothing to do with Angor. Considering how powerful the Void Traveler was, it was probably Angor's plan to save his life. However, the puppies weren't particularly strong creatures. There was no way he would allow the Void Traveler to take him away right in front of him. Baroi didn't pay any more attention to the puppy. I don't care if it's your dog or not. Tell it to shut up, Giro. And don't even think about running away with this Void Traveler. You won't get away. After the warning, Baroi turned back and continued to pay attention to Gruz Howard's situation. But a few seconds later, Baroi heard woof. 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 It was just the sound of water. Why was it so clear now that the dog was barking? Did it take Baroi's warning for nothing? Baroi didn't hate fluffy animals, but it hated those who didn't listen to it, even if it was just a fluffy puppy. Baroi quickly turned around and looked at the puppy. That one look caused Baroi's gaze to pause, because the spotted dog had actually floated out of the water at some point in time, and was struggling to crawl out of the Void Traveler's mouth. The puppy kept barking in its childish voice while holding its head high, as if it had just swum its way to the shore after overcoming countless difficulties. Whoosh! This guy actually came ashore? Baroi exclaimed in surprise. Then, he suddenly thought of something and shook his head. No, it didn't drown in the first place. What does coming ashore have to do with me? I want it to shut up. Baroi thought of her purpose and waved a pink tentacle towards the Dalmatian to fan it. Baroi didn't use much strength, but this was relative. With his powerful body, even if he only used a small amount of strength, this whip would definitely turn the spotted dog into minced meat. The Dalmatian didn't know what was about to happen, so it didn't run away. Instead, it looked at Baroi with innocent and pitiful eyes. Just as the tragedy was about to happen, a hand suddenly blocked Baroi's tentacle. The Dalmatian escaped with his life. Shualuo? Sentinel? Baroi looked at the sentinel, because he was the one who stopped him. The inspector said indifferently, "It's just an ignorant puppy. Why get angry over it?" Whoosh! You know it's just a puppy. Sentinel, why do you have to offend me over it? Baroi retorted. The inspector shook off Baroi's tentacle. He didn't want to argue with Baroi. According to Baroi's argument, there would be no end to it. However, since the sentinel has taken the initiative to help this dog, then I will give you face and let it go. Shualuo Baroi gave the inspector a meaningful look. The inspector knew what Baroi meant. Baroi was saying that he would let the puppy go for his sake. Clearly, Baroi was trying to earn a favor from the inspector by letting the puppy go. Baroy's operation could be said to have displayed its self-character to the fullest. He completely ignored the fact that he was the one who wanted to deal with the Dalmatian first. The inspector didn't want to let Baroy steal a favor from him. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at the puppy, and then at Angor, who was standing there calmly, for some reason, he swallowed his words. Just as he said, it was just a dog. As a wizard who had lived for countless years, human lives meant nothing to him. Why would he care about a dog? Yet he helped the puppy and blocked Baroy's attack. Why did he help the puppy? The inspector didn't know the answer himself. Maybe it was just a moment of pity, or maybe it was a premonition, or maybe it was something he couldn't quite put into words. Frankly speaking, this something was a combination of all the questions he had so far. Did Angor really come back for his belief in alchemy? If he really was such a firm believer, he shouldn't have left in the first place. He did not understand where Angor's green gravitational field came from. How could his green gravitational field resist such a powerful disorder? And why was it still working? Where did Angor's confidence come from? Ever since Angor came here, he didn't fear Baroy at all. The inspector and Baroy had their own strength. But where did Angor get his confidence from? Just because she had protected him, did he have the confidence to do so? That didn't make any sense. More importantly, he didn't feel much fear even at the later stage of the birth of an object out of order. This was clearly not the performance of a weak official magus. The inspector had no answers to these questions. But ever since Angor came here, these questions had been accumulating in his mind. He didn't show them on his face, but they were hidden deep inside his mind and became a part of his thoughts. Usually, these thoughts wouldn't have much of an effect, but when Baroy attacked the spotted dog, it became the fuel for some kind of impulse, causing the overseer to take the initiative to stop Baroy. Maybe it was his inspiration, or maybe it was his will. Since he already stopped Baroy, he didn't need to take it back. So what if he gave Baroy a favor? Furthermore, this was a favor for saving an ordinary puppy. Based on the principle of reciprocity, Baroy didn't dare to ask for too much when he wanted to take back the favor. With this in mind, the inspector swallowed his words and agreed to Baroy's unreasonable request. Baroy was surprised. He was ready to argue with the inspector, but he didn't expect the inspector to accept it. It's good that you've acknowledged him. Even if it was just a small favor, it was still a favor. At this moment, Baroy was extremely pleased with himself. Even looking at that spotted puppy, he felt that it was adorable. On the other hand, Angor had no idea that the watcher just did a self-analysis on his mind. Angor didn't care that Baroy wanted to hit the puppy. In fact, he even urged Baroy in his mind, just do it, the puppy's performance was so good. Maybe it would wake up after a few hits. As for turning it into a pile of meat, there might be someone who could do that, but it wasn't Baroy. While Angor was thinking about how Baroy missed the Dalmatian, the dog started barking again. Woof. Woof. But this time, the Dalmatian barked at the inspector. The inspector thought that the Dalmatian barked at him because of the spirit and was grateful for his help. However, when he activated beast language, he found something strange. Strange, I know the language of beasts, but I can't understand its cries. Angor muttered to himself. See? A legendary wizard can't understand your barking. You're just barking randomly, aren't you? The inspector thought for a moment and felt that it might be because the Dalmatian was too small. Beast language proficiency was only a comprehensive description of a creature's voice, emotions, and mental performance. The puppy might not know much, so beast language proficiency wouldn't work on it. Anyway, the puppy barked at him to show its gratitude. Otherwise, why didn't it bark at someone else? The sentinel was full of confidence. To show his gratitude, the inspector reached out a hand and tried to rub the puppy's head. But before he could touch it, the puppy nimbly leaped into the air and dodged the inspector's hand. It did a 360-degree turn in the air and landed in Angor's arms. It even rubbed its head against Angor's hand in a comfortable manner. The inspector was speechless. Was he being ignored? Baroy narrowed his eyes at Angor. You, Angor chuckled awkwardly. I don't know it that well. It's not my dog. Trust me. The puppy poked its head out of Angor's arms and looked around with its innocent eyes. Suddenly, it fixed its gaze on the mystery fruit in the distance. To be exact, the spirit of disorder that had lost its limbs and was about to lose its head as well. The puppy squinted its eyes and barked. Woof, woof. It was almost time. If this continued, the fruit would really take shape. That would be bad. No one understood what the puppy meant. However, under everyone's gaze, the puppy stretched its body and jumped out of Angor's arms. There was no energy barrier around it, but the puppy was still standing in the air. At this time, the crowd did not think too much about it, but they were slightly surprised. They did not expect that they had misjudged it. This dog was not an ordinary dog. How could it stop in mid-air? But in the next second, everyone's mood was instantly lifted, and their eyes were wide open. The puppy ran away. The puppy ran away. Ran away, under everyone's watchful eyes, the puppy walked out of the distorted space and the green energy field. It was taking a leisurely stroll in the air, and its target was the mystery fruit in the distance. It wasn't that big of a deal. Most importantly, its watery black eyes were clean and clear, without the slightest trace of impurities, let alone the dark red color of blood. This meant the puppy wasn't affected by the strange energy. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Even Gruzdade was surprised to see the little puppy walk around. No one said a word. They all stared at the puppy. They couldn't believe that the strange energy that could affect half of the wizarding world didn't affect a puppy. What was going on? The puppy didn't seem to be affected by everyone's gazes. It was still walking toward the mystery fruit. On the other hand, the mystery fruit seemed to be absorbing the spirit of disorder a little faster than before. Maybe it was just their imagination. Well, it had to be their imagination. How could the mysterious fruit be affected by the outside world and accelerate on its own? Plus, it was just a puppy. Those who had this thought couldn't help but have another question in their hearts, up until now. Is that dog really just a dog? What kind of dog could walk in the sky? What kind of dog didn't fear mystery? What was this puppy? Perhaps only Angor knew the answer. Angor tried his best to deny that he had anything to do with the puppy, but the puppy jumped into his arms on its own accord just now. However, this wasn't the right time to ask. They wanted to know what the puppy was trying to do. If the puppy wasn't affected by the strange energy, why was it walking toward the mystery fruit? Soon, they got their answer. The Dalmatian leisurely walked to the mystery fruit and sniffed it. Then, it opened its big mouth and sucked the mystery fruit, including the remaining half of the spirit of order, into its mouth as if it was slurping noodles. Everyone could clearly see that the Dalmatian's throat moved, and the mysterious fruit was swallowed into its stomach. At this moment, if everyone could reveal their true inner feelings, it was likely that everyone's mouth would be wide open and their eyes would be wide open. It was a shocking scene. The mystery fruit that everyone longed for, feared, and desired, was gone just like that. It disappeared so easily, and so casually. It was as if the treasure they were looking for was just a rotten fruit that fell to the ground and was eaten by a passing puppy. The strong sense of disparity made them feel inexplicably complicated. At this time, everyone had not yet sorted out their emotions. The spotted dog that swallowed the mysterious fruit turned its head towards them. Next, the puppy looked up at the sky and howled proudly. Usually, they would think that the puppy's voice wasn't threatening at all. But now, they all looked at the puppy with fear in their eyes. They had never seen a creature that could eat a mystery fruit that was about to lose its order. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? However, someone was also looking at the puppy with a passionate gaze. It was Gruz Howard. As a collector of mystical creatures, he always looked at any rare creature with great enthusiasm. Plus, this was a creature that could eat a mystery fruit. Gruz Howard was excited, but he also saw the reality. As of now, he probably wouldn't be able to get this Dalmatian. But it didn't matter. The puppy was connected to Angor. He already had his eyes on Angor. As long as he could kidnap Angor, he would have a chance to get the puppy. But he might not be able to do it this time. With the puppy around, he probably couldn't take Angor away this time. But it didn't matter. He already knew who Angor was, and he would find a way to take him away. Gluzda Ward had already considered the problems of the future, but he did not notice that the fat version of the Void Traveler was looking at him with resentment in its eyes. As for the spotted dog, after eating the mysterious fruit, it slowly walked towards them. Gruz Howard wanted to leave a good impression on the puppy, so he put on a smile. However, the puppy didn't care at all. It slowly opened its mouth. Nether Floating Realm, the floating palace above the City of Truth. In the center of a ring-shaped hall made entirely of obsidian, there was a 30-meter-tall signal tower surrounded by crystals. Around the signal tower were 18 signal receivers. At this moment, a large number of staff members were sending messages to the major wizard organizations through the signal receivers. Yes, please evacuate from the coast temporarily. If possible, please inform the nearby Roman family of this news. Please inform the ordinary humans under your jurisdiction that it's best not to leave. Yes, is it Mr. Antonio? City Lord Muse is in seclusion? City Lord Rosen is also in trouble? Alright, please pass on the message, Mr. Antonio. That's all we have to say. It's fine if you don't want to leave, but bear the consequences. All kinds of chatter sounded in the hall. This was definitely not something that could be seen in the past. It would only happen when something big happened. And now, something big had indeed happened. It was the news brought by the city lord himself. Therefore, these staff members did not dare to be negligent. They sent the information through the signal towers to the various organizations. Generally speaking, the wizard organizations were very cooperative with their work. On the other hand, some small wizard families or independent wizards felt that it was too exaggerated due to various reasons. There were also some who did not believe it at all. Perhaps it was because of their own rebellious mentality, or perhaps it was purely a matter of structure. In fact, this was not the case. Some of the signal towers contacted unknown people, but the other party only smiled eerily and did not say anything at all. This made the staff in the hall go crazy. However, even if they encountered a lot of weirdos, they still had to do their work. After all, this was related to a large number of lives. Most importantly, the dark noble, Adelea, was standing behind everyone. Her cold eyes made them not dare to slack off. About 5 minutes later, the eyes of a huge creature appeared outside the obsidian hall. Its eyes were watery and lively as it looked inside. At the same time, a few black tentacles reached out and reached for the staff members inside. The staff members who were still at their posts were frightened and retreated. Little Yofu, don't be naughty. If you don't behave, I'll tell Carapui later. As the voice fell, the light chaser president in a black robe jumped down from the huge creature and patted its eyes. The giant creature hesitated for a moment before retracting its tentacles and slowly flying into the distance. The staff in the hall let out a sigh of relief. They bowed to President Chaser and returned to their posts. President Light Chaser walked to Adelea's side. What's the situation? Adelea said, the number of those who are willing to listen and those who aren't is about the same as what you expected. Chairman Light Chaser sighed. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. For many magi, stubbornness and prejudice are like a mountain that's hard to destroy. After a short pause, the chairman continued, apart from that, are there any other special circumstances? Adelea said, yes. Song of the Deep is the only large wizard organization that didn't listen to us. They even sent a large number of people to the fog zone. Chairman Light Chaser, who sent the message? Golden Umbrella. Light Chaser raised an eyebrow. So it's Witch Mulberry Leaf, the disciple of the god of the sea. Don't worry about them. Flunza knows how important this is. However, he probably has his own plans. Trying to mess with Amakan? Light Chaser quickly feigned ignorance. I don't know. But Song of the Deep has enough resources. I don't think anything bad will happen. Apart from Song of the Deep, are there any other special circumstances? Adelea considered for a moment. We haven't contacted Brute Cavern yet. That's fine. Brute Cavern is located in the center of the continent, far away from the coast. Plus, their headquarters are located in the mirror world. Even if something happens to the fog zone, they won't be affected. After explaining the situation here, Adelea asked, what about the chairman's side? After returning to the City of Truth from the plane passageway, they immediately split up. Adelea went to the signal tower to inform the major organizations about the situation in the Mist Belt, while the president of Light Chaser contacted 2 counselors of the Starliege Church through the Book of Secrets, Gauss and Vera. They were trying to predict the possible effects of the mystery fruit through a vague prophecy. Lightchaser shook his head with a grim expression. It's not good. We can't predict the mystery fruit directly, but according to Wizard Gauss and Wizard Vela's prophecy, many people on the other continents will die for unknown reasons at some point in the future. There are similar prophecies in the coastal waters of the Fey continent as well. Are you sure it's because of the fruit? Not sure. Before Lightchaser could finish, the noise in the hall got even louder. 18 signal receivers were receiving multiple signals at the same time. The workers were so busy that they were sweating profusely. What's going on? Adelea walked up and asked a worker who was in the middle of the call. Mr. Dark Viscount, I just received a message from Fosgap at Chambord. They said that ordinary people around Chambord have all become puppets, and they are walking toward the sea. A large number of people have already drowned in the sea, including some apprentices. The person I was talking to just now suddenly lost contact with me. Could it be that he also? Adelea and Lightchaser looked at each other. Lightchaser sighed and said, I wasn't sure before, but now I'm sure that it's because of that mystery fruit. Adelea frowned and asked, even the deacons can't control it? Lightchaser sighed and said, legendary wizards need to master the laws of nature, and mystery fruits. They are usually above the laws of nature. What should we do now? A mystery fruit that could affect more than half of the southern region was a disaster. Lightchaser shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's wait and see. Maybe the deacons haven't made a move yet. Also, isn't there that strange octopus? Perhaps they could subdue the mystery fruit. In the past, Adelea didn't care about time. Every time she practiced a spell, months or even years would pass. But now, every minute and second was something she cared about. This was because the signal tower would receive messages from various adept organizations almost every second. Every message represented a serious incident. Adelea desperately hoped that the disaster caused by the mystery fruit would pass as soon as possible. At least, it wouldn't cause too much damage to the southern region. Adelea wasn't the only one hoping for this. Every wizard in the southern region who knew the truth wished for this. Perhaps it was because a thought would always be heard. After the disaster lasted for about 3 minutes, good news came from the signal tower. The attraction force is gone. Everyone is back to normal. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed at this moment. 3 minutes wasn't too long. Even if a supernatural fell into the sea, they wouldn't die so easily. As for the mortals, most of the people who lived by the sea would swim, so they might be less affected than expected. Perhaps? Either way, it was a good thing that the attraction force was gone. While celebrating, the signal tower received more messages. This time, they weren't about the disaster. Instead, they were asking about the follow-up of the mystery fruit. Neither Lightchaser nor Adelia could provide an answer to this question. Perhaps only the deacons and that person knew the answer. At the same time, in the tidal realm, Sunders looked up at the smoke-filled sky. He didn't feel any attraction force here. It seemed that the mystery fruit could only affect the current world. It couldn't reach the affiliated worlds. Considering how fast the mystery fruit was growing, it should have completely lost its order by now. I wonder how the southern region is doing right now. As Sunders pondered, his ears suddenly twitched. With a wave of his hand, he released Wizard Philo from the gravity garden. Philo wanted to take a deep breath of fresh air as soon as he came out. When he was on the Moonlight Bird, he couldn't stand the strong scent of men. However, what he didn't expect was that he wasn't inhaling fresh air. Instead, he was inhaling air filled with dust and sparks. After coughing a few times, Philo looked around. They discovered that they were actually on a dry land filled with smoke and lava pools. As a fire-type wizard, he liked this environment very much. The fire energy here was more abundant than ever. But where was this place? Sunders stopped Philo before he could ask. If you have any questions, just keep them to yourself. You'll see for yourself later. Next, he pointed at Cantor and Ness who were standing on the side. They were also looking around but kept their mouths shut. Clearly, they had the same experience as Philo. Any news from your side? What's the situation? Sunders looked at Philo. Earlier, he asked Philo to go to the dream wasteland and ask other wizards about the outside world. Since Philo came out of the dream wasteland, something must have happened. Philo, I asked Leona, how did you get in touch with Leona? Isn't she in Brute Cavern? Sunders glanced at Cantor. You don't need to ask. Just listen. Cantor's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything. Go on, said Sunders. Which Leona told me that there was a strange attraction force in the outside world, but it didn't affect them much. It made sense. Parmagi Highlands was very far away from the mist zone. No matter how strong the attraction force was, it shouldn't be so strong inside. Besides, Leona was a wizard, so she shouldn't be affected at all. However, the fact that the attraction force reached Parmagi Highlands meant that the mystery fruit was extremely dangerous. It was likely that all the continents near Devil's Sea would be severely affected. Mortals were the ones who suffered the most. Everyone's expression was somewhat ugly. They also understood what this meant. And then? Philo, then, not long after that, maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, which Leona said that the attraction disappeared. Hearing this, everyone's expression relaxed slightly. So the mystery fruit has been taken away, Cantor said. Sunders nodded. It wasn't hard for a watcher to take away a mystery fruit. That was what he thought. But for some reason, Sunders felt uneasy. Did Angor have something to do with it? Angor was there too. Impossible, it should be impossible. Angor wasn't strong enough to do anything. How could he do that? But what if Angor was a great troublemaker, and he had done more than one thing? For example, the tidal realm they were in now was also caused by Angor. Was Angor really going to get involved? In this, did he get the mystery fruit as well? Sunders shook his head. That was impossible. There was no way Angor could take the mystery fruit with the Watcher around. Forget it. Let's just hope Angor can come back alive. Better not to cause any trouble. Better to stay put. Meanwhile, Angor, who thought he was doing well, wanted to yell at the sky. Why? Why? You stupid dog. Aren't you going after Gruz, Howard, and Baroy? Why did you eat me too? Angor was inside the dog's stomach again. After the Dalmatian swallowed the mysterious fruit, it burped and leisurely walked back. Everyone was worried about the dog's ability to eat the mystery fruit. However, when they thought about how the puppy acted like it was drowning in the water, and how it acted like an obedient puppy in Angor's arms, they didn't think too much about it. Therefore, when the Dalmatian came in front of them and opened its mouth, they thought it was going to howl in a childish voice again. However, the dog's mouth slowly opened, and opened, and opened, and opened, and opened. Who would have thought that a puppy could open its mouth wide enough to swallow the sky? In the next second, everyone, including Gruz, Baroy, the Watcher, Angor, and Woof, was swallowed into the dog's stomach. Angor did not know what happened to the others, but he finally landed on the ground after tumbling on the ground for a while, which almost made him puke up his stomach juice. Lying on the ground, Angor wept silently in his heart. What happened to being partners? What happened to being fetters? Why did it swallow me up again? After blaming himself for a few seconds, he finally calmed himself down. Since he couldn't fight back, he might as well enjoy being eaten. The last time he was eaten, he saw some worlds, civilizations, and mysteries, which helped him a lot. But this time, he had just awakened from the enlightenment of the mysterious beginning. If he saw a similar scene again, perhaps he would gain new enlightenment. With that in mind, Angor pushed himself up from the ground. Angor stood up and looked around. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. There was also no sound of wind. It was so quiet that it was like an eternal underworld. He tried calling for Woof Woof and Dalmatian. But there was no response. It was as if he was alone in a remote corner. He thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. A faint light rose from his fingertip. It was a level 0 cantrip called Light. Light worked like a torch, which could only illuminate an area of 2 to 3 meters. He didn't use light or illumination because he was inside the dog's stomach. He didn't know what would happen if he used too much energy. Last time, he saw a civilization inside the dog's stomach being destroyed many times by a little bit of light. To be safe, Angor decided to use a harmless level 0 cantrip. Using the faint light from illuminate, he found himself standing on a platform. The ground was hard and felt like stone. There were traces of artificial polishing, and some parts were damaged. There were no other creatures around him. It seemed that this time, the Dalmatian wouldn't be like last time, directly giving him the evolution of a world and the light of civilization. Since it wasn't to let him watch a movie, then why did it swallow him into its stomach? And where did Woof Woof go? Also, where were Watcher, Baroy, and Gruzdward? Puzzled, he walked around the platform. Soon, he noticed something special about it. He thought he was in some kind of ruin since there were signs of artificial excavation. But after walking around, he realized that the platform wasn't a ruin at all. Or rather, it wasn't on the ground at all. It was floating in the air. It was similar to the round altar he saw when he went to the void to find Mr. Feng's treasure. The only difference was that the platform wasn't round at all. It was broken and irregular. As for why there was such a thing in Dalmatian's stomach, Angor didn't want to think about it. He already saw civilizations being destroyed in Dalmatian's stomach. Why would he care about something like a void? But he was still wondering why he chose to stay on the platform. Did Dalmatian leave him here for no reason? Or did it have some other purpose? Angor thought for a while but couldn't come up with an answer. In the end, he decided to just ask his main body. He took out his purple void traveler, Hidland, and asked it to connect to the void network. However, Hidland's tentacle reached into Angor's forehead. It waited for a while, but there was no notification. Clearly, the network was blocked inside the dog's stomach. Angor looked at Hidland. Woof Woof is the leader of your kind. You can sense it, right? Do you know where it is? Hidland tilted its head. You don't need to tell me where it is. Hydra was still looking at Angor with a confused look. Then it reached out its tentacles again, thinking that Angor was trying to contact the void network again. Angor sighed helplessly. As expected, all void travelers were idiots except for Woof Woof. Helplessly, he put away hide and decided to find a way to break through the current situation himself. He walked around the platform again and observed the surroundings. Still, he didn't find anything. Could it be that the spotted dog only wanted to trap him? But that didn't make sense. The dog had plenty of ways to trap him. Besides, Angor didn't spend much time with the dog, but it had helped him a lot every time. Angor didn't believe that the dog would harm him. But if the Dalmatian didn't want to trap him, then why would it put him on a platform that didn't even have an edge? There should be some clues here, but he didn't find anything after searching for a long time. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. He did check the area around the platform, including the void. But he seemed to have missed something, right below the platform. Earlier, he had only been clinging to the edge of the platform and casually looked down. After confirming that the platform was floating, he did not look down carefully. Maybe there was something down there. With that in mind, Angor quickly moved to the edge of the platform. He stomped on the air and reversed the gravity, allowing him to land on the other side of the platform. He didn't find anything behind the platform. However, when he raised his head to look up, he saw a faint light in the depths of the sky. According to the coordinates on the platform, the sky was actually the bottom of the void. He didn't see it because the platform was blocking his view. Now that he was walking backwards on the back of the platform, he finally saw the faint light. Angor couldn't step into the void. He just didn't know where he would end up, so he had to stay on the platform. But now that he saw the light spots below the platform, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death to claim him. Besides, he didn't think the dog would use this method to harm him. Since he had nothing else to worry about, he didn't think too much about it. He stomped on the ground and rushed toward the light. Even with the help of the sequence of gravity, it still took him a full 10 minutes to see the light spot getting bigger. From this, it could be seen how vast this void was. It could be said that the Dalmatian's stomach was hiding a huge world. He remembered holding the dog in his arms when he was outside. Did that mean he also held a world in his arms? The inexplicable thought that floated in his mind was quickly extinguished because he could already see the outline of the light spot. He thought that the light might be a path, a passage, an exit, or some other puzzle that could lead him to his destination. However, what he never expected was that the light was actually a huge golden bell. This golden circular clock emitted an endless radiance. There were 12 hours carved on it, and the needle stopped at 0:15, not moving at all. Angor looked at the golden bell and felt that it looked very familiar. When he first met the time thief, the other party seemed to be sitting on such a huge clock wheel, and called him with a smile, "Young man." Was this the clock the time thief was sitting on? But wasn't that the wheel of time? Why was it inside the dog's stomach? He slowly approached the clock to see if there was another man who called himself Cassini sitting on top of the clock like the last time he saw him. However, as he approached the bell, he quickly confirmed that there was no one above it. He was a little disappointed, but he didn't stop walking toward the clock. The golden clock couldn't have appeared here for no reason. There had to be a reason behind it. Maybe the exit was inside the clock. However, he still couldn't find anything strange under the golden bell. After a moment of hesitation, Angor slowly reached his hand forward. As soon as his fingertip touched the clock released a blinding light. Next, he heard a ticking sound. He looked up and saw the needle, which had been frozen for a long time, was moving again. But it wasn't moving clockwise like a normal clock. Instead, it was moving in an anti-clockwise direction. As the needle moved, a strong suction force came from the center of the clock, which sucked a large amount of golden light into the clock. There were all kinds of clock images inside the golden light, and all of them were moving in an anti-clockwise direction. It was as if time was flowing backward. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Angor was sucked into the golden light as well. Following the shadows of various clocks, he was sucked into the golden clock as well. Angor was gone. The hands of the golden clock returned to zero as if nothing had happened. Compared to Angor, the Watcher's fate was much worse. After being swallowed into the dog's stomach along with Baroy and Grezde Ward, they found themselves in a large, white chamber that was completely sealed off from the outside. The chamber was quite large. Standing at the center of the chamber and looking at the edges, one could see at least several thousand meters away. Besides, unlike Angor, they couldn't use their mana like Angor did. Their mana whirlpools seemed to be frozen in time. No matter how they tried to summon them, they couldn't do anything. There were no patterns of laws in the chamber, so they couldn't use their power of laws. The only thing that wasn't sealed was their physical strength. However, their physical strength wasn't enough to break the walls of the chamber. They couldn't even leave a mark on the walls. In other words, they were completely trapped in this pure white secret room. We're in that dog's stomach? What the hell is that dog? Watcher, you know Angor. Did Angor tell us anything about the dog, Caro? Chaotic conversations continued to resound in the pure white secret room. The guard had a bitter smile on his face. He himself was still in a daze and had no idea what had happened. As for Angor, the Watcher only met Angor today. There was no such thing as a Dalmatian, so how could Angor know anything about it? Baroy, on the other hand, believed that the Watcher was hiding something. Baroy believed that he was the strongest among them in terms of physical strength, which was why he dared to criticize the Watcher. The Watcher wouldn't be able to gain Baroy's trust even if he tried to explain. He had no choice but to keep quiet. Just as the pure white secret room was in a mess, a familiar dog bark sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. Unknowingly, that spotted puppy had appeared in the secret chamber. It slowly walked to the center of the group and tilted its head to look at them with innocent eyes. For some reason, everyone understood what the puppy was trying to say. "Here's something good for you." Then, the spotted puppy opened its mouth, and a golden net-like structure appeared in the pure white secret room. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying attractive force swept across the entire chamber. "It's the mystery fruit!" Baroy yelled. Everyone present knew what would happen if they were attracted by the mysterious fruit. They didn't expect the puppy to be so cruel as to leave the fruit here. More importantly, they were in a sealed chamber. They couldn't even run away. However, their fear only lasted for a moment. They realized that the mystery fruit's attraction wasn't as strong as it was outside. If they tried their best to maintain their spirit power, they could barely resist the attraction. No one dared to take a break. They all tensed up their minds. Although he was barely able to resist the attraction, this kind of long-term mental tension would also become mental torture. Everyone knew this, but they had to do it in order to avoid being devoured by the fruit. Meanwhile, the puppy wasn't affected at all. It wandered around the room step by step. It looked left and right. Finally, it stopped in front of the watcher. Although the overseer was also resisting the attraction, he still diverted a bit of his attention and noticed the spotted dog. "Hey, I don't have a grudge against you, right? I just helped you, and this is how you treat me." The puppy tilted its head and stared at the watcher. It didn't respond. "Do you know Angor? Angor, the one who hugged you just now? We're good friends." The puppy kept staring at the watcher. Still, it didn't respond. Just when the watcher thought it was an emotionless puppy, the puppy suddenly lifted its stubby leg and kicked at the watcher. A powerful force sent the watcher flying. After flying for several thousand meters, the watcher finally landed heavily on the ground. By now, he had reached the edge of the room. It had been years since he was kicked like this. The pain in his chest made the watcher curse in his mind. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was stunned. Huh? The attraction wasn't as strong as before. It was still attractive, but he didn't need to strain himself too much to resist it. The overseer stood up and looked towards the center of the pure white chamber. He could clearly see that Baroy and Gruz de Ward were near the mysterious fruit at this time. Their faces were tense, and their brows were wrinkled so tightly that they could kill a fly. The closer they were to the fruit, the stronger the attraction. The puppy didn't kick him here to punish him. It was giving him special treatment. At this moment, the curse words that had already rushed to his mouth immediately turned into a slightly insincere praise. However, the object of his praise, the Dalmatian, had already left the pure white chamber and was nowhere to be found. After an unknown amount of time, Angor fell out of the golden light. His eyes were tightly shut, and his cheeks were pale. Several seconds later, Angor opened his eyes. Before he could check his surroundings, he felt something pressing on his chest. He held his chest, pushed himself up from the ground, and began to retch. It took him more than half a minute to do so. However, he did not have anything in his stomach. All he managed to vomit was some sour gastric juice. Still, he felt better than before. "It's the second time, the second time." Angor's voice was filled with resentment. Previously, when he was swallowed into the Dalmatian's stomach, he experienced an unprecedented tumbling. At that time, he felt very uncomfortable. This time, it was even worse. Angor lost count of how many times he tumbled. It felt like he had been tumbling from last year to this year. Even with Angor's current body condition, he still felt like puking. It was obvious how unforgettable the experience was. Feeling better, he lifted his head and looked around. What he saw next made him completely dumbfounded. Clocks. Countless clocks. Round, square, flat, slanted, as big as a morning star, as small as a ring, with cracks on it, half buried in the void, glowing, dimming. There were all kinds of clocks in this unknown space. Angor was in a corner of this forest of clocks. Beneath his feet was the void, but inexplicably, there was a patch of faintly glowing grass growing where his feet landed. Angor tried walking around. The glowing grass would follow his steps and automatically grow around his feet, so he did not have to worry about falling into the void. It was strange to see grass growing out of nowhere, but since he was inside the dog's stomach, anything could happen. Angor did not pay much attention to it. He believed that the glowing grass was just an insignificant detail. Maybe the dog wanted him to see this forest of clocks. There were all kinds of clocks. Some were exquisite, some were simple. Angor did not see anything special about them. The only thing they had in common was that they were all still. Since Zebra Dog brought him here, he was sure that Zebra Dog planned for him to come here. Zebra Dog probably wanted him to see or do something. With that in mind, Angor stood up. He walked to the nearest clock. It was a rather dim grandfather clock, the hands of which had decayed. It was located at the edge of the forest, which looked like something a fallen noble would use to keep up appearances. No matter how he looked at it, he could not find anything special about it. He hesitated for a second and decided to touch it. Previously, he had touched the clock outside to cause the change. Perhaps the clock here was the same. But when Angor reached out his hand, he realized that he only grabbed empty air. This clock did not have a physical body. It was illusory. Angor was surprised. As an illusionist, he did not see anything illusory about the clock. Apart from the fact that it looked a little old, Angor could see nothing but a real clock in his spirit vision. He couldn't help but wave his hand around the clock. Even though his hand was only touching illusions, he still couldn't find any traces of illusions. Could this be a higher level illusion technique, or maybe it wasn't an illusion at all, and Angor simply couldn't touch the real thing yet? Angor could not come up with an answer. He could only blame it on the dog's ability. If this clock was illusory, then what about the other clocks? Angor did not stay in one place for too long. He moved on to the next one. The square clock was illusory. The heart-shaped pocket watch was illusory. The ornate wall clock was illusory. Angor kept touching the clocks and pocket watches as he moved forward. None of them were real. They were all illusions. The clocks all looked special, but Angor did not see anything worth studying. He had to keep moving. As he moved on, he noticed that the clocks around him became more exquisite. There were also more shining clock wheels. However, no matter how exquisite and dazzling the clocks were, they only had a beautiful outer layer. The inner layer was still illusory. Maybe it was because there were too many illusory clocks, and he could not find anything worth paying attention to. Angor's mind began to wander in a strange direction. For example, if he was a clockmaker, he would have a great time here. He could design clocks for people without having to think twice. He could come up with different designs every day. Angor kept moving forward with all kinds of random thoughts in mind. After walking for a while, he suddenly saw a giant clock with a pointed tip in the distance. The clock was so big that it looked like it was holding up the sky. When he saw the clock, an idea popped up in his mind. That might be the destination. Angor did not care if it was just a hunch or something the dog forced on him. He had nowhere else to go anyway, so he might as well go there. Maybe he could find something. Angor did not hesitate. He even picked up his pace. The shimmering grass grew and disappeared under Angor's feet like a beacon. He reached the giant clock. Angor quickly realized that he had come to the right place. This was because when he entered the range of 1 li around the clock on the top of the spire, the hands of all the still clocks began to move. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the ticking of the clocks echoed across the sky. However, the clocks were still illusory. At least, Angor could not touch them. He had no choice but to keep moving forward. Following the ticking of time, Angor slowly approached the pointed clock. There were fewer clocks around him. Normally, he could see a large number of clocks every 1 or 2 steps. But in this place, he might not see any clocks even after several hundred steps. However, as long as there was a clock around that huge clock, it was bound to be dazzling and incomparably beautiful. Angor walked around the illusionary clocks and stood under the giant clock. When he arrived here, he seemed to have triggered some sort of mechanism. A deep, tall shadow slowly emerged from the top of the huge clock. Angor froze when he saw the shadow. He couldn't see the shadow's face, but he was very familiar with its silhouette and the way it sat on the clock. Back up station the first time he met the time thief sat on top of the wheel of time in the same way. Was he the time thief? Did the time thief come to Dalmatian's stomach? Did the time thief come for me? Don't tell me that I have to make an important decision now. Angor was a little confused. He did not have to make a decision yet. Didn't the time thief always show up to steal a choice, or did the time thief see that he was going to make a choice and came here to wait for him? But that did not sound like the time thief style. Angor learned from many people that the time thief would not show up when you were making a choice. Once you made your choice, the time thief would naturally steal the other choice away. This was the time thief's way of doing things, and it was also his way of doing things. At least, no one had ever seen the time thief show up before a choice was made. So what was going on here? Before Angor could figure out what was going on, the crisp sound of a bell broke through the barrier and came from the distance. For some reason, he felt his heart beating faster when the bell rang. The time thief, who was sitting on top of the giant clock, suddenly looked up at the source of the sound. Something triggered the choice, the time thief muttered. "Let me see." As soon as he said that, a round clock was suddenly pulled closer by the time thief. It was the clock that was making the crisp sound. Angor looked at the familiar clock and felt his heart beating faster. He had a feeling that the clock was somehow connected to him. It was as if the clock represented him. The clock in the time thief's hand suddenly began to release golden light. The time thief took a deep sniff and spoke in a teasing tone, "Tsk tsk. The honey of time is so sweet. I think I'll have to check it out." Angor saw the golden light as well. For some reason, when he looked at it, a certain image appeared in his mind. It was the image of when Sunders said goodbye to him when he decided to return to the mist zone. Back then, Angor was speaking with a determined look in his eyes. "When I said that I'm going to observe the evolution process of an object of disorder, I just made up an excuse on the spur of the moment. But as soon as I said it, I had a feeling that I'm going back. In fact, it's so strong that I feel like I'm making a choice that will change the course of my life. If you think the choice is important, then remove all possible distractions and follow your heart." Sunders pondered for a moment before he spoke again. "Since you think the choice is important, then remove all possible interference and follow your heart." The golden light faded away, and so did the image in Angor's eyes. Angor looked at the time thief in the sky and the glowing clock. At this moment, he suddenly understood. What he saw now was not something that happened in the real world. It happened not long ago when he made the decision to return to the mist zone. This was also the reason why he suddenly felt a sense of destiny when he chose to return to the misty belt. Because that choice had activated the mark of the time thief, causing him to pay attention to himself. As for the clock, it was probably his own bell of fate, which the time thief made into a physical form. Everything made sense now. Angor also realized that the time thief in front of him was not real. He was just a time thief who was manifested by Dalmatian. But Angor still didn't understand why Dalmatian would do something like this. Was it trying to tell him that the time thief was watching him not long ago? But if the time thief really did watch him and stole his choice, the time thief should have shown up, right? Even if the time thief didn't show up, he should at least give Angor some compensation. The time thief had to pay a price for stealing someone's choice. It was a kind of balance. But when Angor made his choice, he neither saw the time thief nor received any compensation. But why? Why did the time thief suddenly stop paying attention to him? Puzzled, he kept reading. He saw that the time thief was indeed going to Angor's location. He even saw how the time thief controlled the clock and opened the time wheel gate. But at the most crucial moment, the time thief suddenly withdrew his hand. When his fingertips touched the time wheel's gate, he was pricked. A drop of golden blood fell from his fingertip and into the void. The time thief looked at the drop of golden blood and narrowed his eyes. "I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be that I'll run into..." The time thief's words became muffled. It was as if someone was disturbing time and space and didn't want Angor to hear it. Angor saw that the time thief didn't open the gate again. Perhaps this was why the time thief didn't show up when Angor made his choice. When the time thief returned to the top of the clock, the noise finally returned to normal. Angor then saw the time thief looking at the clock with great interest. "Let me see. Who does this clock represent?" Next, the time thief slowly turned around and looked down at Angor from above. At this moment, the past and present seemed to be intertwined. The eyes of the current Angor and the time thief from the past met each other without any resistance. Woof. As soon as their eyes met, Angor heard a familiar dog bark. It sounded like a puppy barking. At the same time, the images around him began to blur. The forest of clocks, the giant clock wheel, the floating golden light, and the time thief's tall figure, all became blurry after the puppy barked. Soon, all the images around him disappeared, including the clock and the time thief. However, he still saw the time thief's grin at the very last second before the image disappeared. He could also hear the time thief's soft chuckle even though they were separated by both the past and the future. "Oh, it's you, young man." The voice was still in his ears, but his vision had turned into nothingness. His previous experience was like an illusion. But when he looked into the time thief's eyes, it felt like it really happened in the distorted spacetime. Angor had no idea what happened. He didn't know if the time thief really saw him from the other side of space. But the scene was deeply engraved in his mind, as if he had witnessed a miracle in time and space. Angor cast away his illusions and returned to reality. Whether the time thief's whisper was real or not, Angor was sure that the dog's bark was real. When he looked around, the clock forest was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't see the sky or the ground. It was just an empty space without any landmarks. There was nothing but darkness as far as his eyes could see. He couldn't see the dog at all. But Angor was sure that he heard the dog's bark. That was why the clock forest turned into bubbles. But why was the dog gone again? Did it not want to come out? Or was it playing hide-and-seek with him again? "Hey, puppy, I heard you. Don't hide anymore," Angor spoke to the void in a comforting tone. However, there was only silence in the surroundings. There was no response. "You're a mature puppy now. Come out and see me. Playing hide-and-seek is childish." Angor changed his tone again. He tried to trick the puppy into coming out by saying, "You're a grown-up now. We can talk as equals." But the puppy didn't fall for it. It seemed the dog didn't want to see him for the time being. However, from the Dalmatian's barking, he could tell that it was observing him from a corner. Besides, he already had an idea about what happened just now. Maybe the dog told him to see the clock forest for some reason. But it didn't expect the time thief to be able to influence him from the past. The puppy had to bark loudly to disperse the illusion. If Angor was right, at least the puppy was still on his side. In that case, his safety here should still be guaranteed. Maybe the puppy didn't come out because it had something else to do? Maybe it went to talk to the time thief? Angor guessed. Since it was a matter of safety, there was no need to worry. He decided to wait and see if Spotted Puppy would come out to meet him after it was done with its business. As for exploring the surroundings, if there were obvious spots of light around him, or if there were clear landmarks, such as a floating platform, a floating ruin, a fantasy forest, or a twisted tunnel, then he could explore them. But now, he was surrounded by a pitch-black void. There were no landmarks at all. What was he going to explore? Of course, holding back was only an expedient measure at this moment. If the dog didn't show up after a long time, and nothing changed, he would go and check the area. Apart from that, there was another reason why he chose to stay here. He believed there must be a reason behind the dog's actions. It was as if he had seen a dot of light on the platform, and when he had reached the dot of light, he had been sucked into another void by the clock, and had seen the clock forest. This was like a process of guidance, and it was definitely Dalmatian's doing behind the scenes. At this time, it did not guide him anymore. Perhaps it had already guided him in place and only needed to wait. With these two thoughts in mind, Angor decided not to do anything. Time slowly passed. Angor didn't bother to calculate how long he had been standing in the pure darkness. Maybe a few minutes, or maybe several hours. Angor didn't move at all during the whole process. Apart from paying attention to his surroundings, he spent the rest of his mind thinking about what he learned from witnessing the beginning of mystery. Every now and then, Angor would summon several mystery objects in his hand. Everything indicated that Angor's understanding of mystery power was getting deeper and deeper. Angor even believed that as long as he was given the right environment and the right materials, he could craft a mystery item, or at least a half-step mystery item. Of course, this was only Angor's feeling. He might not be able to do it in the future. At least, Angor already had the idea of how to craft a mystery item. Many alchemists aim to reach the mystery level, but they didn't even know how to reach that level, let alone craft one. He had already surpassed 99% of the alchemists in this regard. While waiting, Angor occasionally thought about other things. For example, Gluzdavid, Baroi, Sentinel, and Woof. Woof should be fine. It and Dalmatian were like master and servant. Since Woof asked Dalmatian to help, it meant that they had a good relationship. As for Gluzdavid and Baroi, they probably weren't doing well. They were Woof's targets, after all. Maybe Woof was already negotiating with them through Dalmatian's power. Angor, on the other hand, was worried about Sentinel. This time, the Sentinel was swallowed up, but it was mostly because of the shockwaves. Angor believed that Sentinel was a good wizard, but he couldn't be compared to Dalmatian's standards. Perhaps the Overseer was suffering the same way as Gruzdward. Angor decided to talk to Dalmatian about this when he saw the dog. He didn't care what happened to Baroi and Gluzdavid, but it was better to let Sentinel go. However, he had to see Dalmatian first. "Where are you, Dalmatian?" Sentinel, whom Angor was worried about, was currently moving around the white wall of the secret room while resisting the weak attraction force. Since the Dalmatian was able to enter, there must be an exit to this white room. Sentinel was looking for the exit. However, after 2 hours, the inspector walked around the edge of the pure white chamber and found nothing. It was as if the chamber had been refined by an alchemist. Maybe the exit wasn't at the edge, but at the center. Sentinel looked at the center and saw Gluzdovit and Baroi still trying their best to resist the attraction force. What was worth mentioning was that Baroi only had 7 tentacles left now. Baroa had done an experiment before. It cut off one of its tentacles and allowed the tentacle, which still had a wisp of consciousness, to touch the mysterious fruit. It wanted to see if it would turn into a rain of blood just like what happened outside. As it turned out, the result was the same. Baroi's tentacle turned into a rain of blood, which dyed the center of the room red. During this process, Gruz and de Ward also tried to contact the deacon and have him come over to help, or at least drag them to the periphery. But in a situation where the laws and mana whirlpools couldn't be used, the deacon could only personally enter the center to save them. Wasn't that courting death? Sentinel had no choice but to refuse. But he couldn't find the exit on the wall. Was the exit really somewhere in the center? Did he really have to go back to the center? But he didn't have an effective way to resist the attraction force. Number 7 Sentinel felt a little tired. What kind of monster did they offend this time? He was a legendary wizard, Baroi was a legendary fighter, and Gluzdovid's avatar was as strong as a level 5 wizard. Such a powerful lineup was actually swallowed by a little puppy that didn't seem to pose any threat. Moreover, they didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. That little puppy, what kind of terrifying existence was it? Was there a demon in the shape of a spotted puppy in the void? Why didn't he hear about it before? Sentinel rubbed his swollen temples. He couldn't tell what kind of monster the puppy was. Maybe it was a legendary or something even stronger. But that wasn't important anymore. What was important was the puppy's attitude toward them. Angor must have something to do with the puppy. Ever since Angor returned to the center of the mist zone, Sentinel felt that he had nothing to fear. Maybe it was the puppy that gave him that confidence. As long as they could find Angor, they could find the truth and leave this place. But... Angor, where are you? Angor sat on a glowing piece of grass in the dark space. He narrowed his eyes and waited in silence. A long time had passed, so long that Angor's mind had become a wild horse running around in different dimensions. Finally, the change he was waiting for finally came. Angor heard a low howl coming from above. He abruptly opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked up into the sky. But he didn't see anything. Maybe it was because he was too far away. 2 minutes later, Angor finally saw something strange. A golden meteor with a long tail was falling from the sky. A golden meteor? What was that? He looked into the distance and tried to see what the golden meteor looked like. However, he couldn't see its composition no matter how hard he tried. He wondered if there was something blocking his vision. Strangely, the golden meteor was falling down, but Angor felt something familiar about it. It was as if it wasn't really falling down. Instead, it was falling from a higher dimension to the real world. It was the falling of dimensions, not the falling of space. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, or if it was because of the multidimensional structure he saw in the beginning of Mystery, which made him think of everything in multiple dimensions. Either way, the falling golden meteor did feel strange to him. Angor put that aside for now and focused on the golden meteor. As the golden meteor got closer, he could see its shape clearly. It wasn't a meteor at all. Instead, it was a drop of golden liquid that fell from an unknown place. When he was sure that it was just a drop of golden liquid, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. Not long ago, in the Forest of Clock. The time thief was about to push open the Wheel of Time gate when something poked him. A drop of golden blood rolled down from the time thief's fingertip. The drop of blood disappeared into thin air. Is that golden liquid the time thief's blood? Angor looked at the golden meteor in the sky and wondered. It was only a guess, but he had a feeling that he was right this time. Dalmatian showed him the Forest of Clock. There had to be a reason behind it. Perhaps the meaning behind it was clear here. The golden liquid was the blood of the time thief. And Dalmatian got it. With that in mind, he looked at the golden liquid in the sky and grew excited. He didn't know what the time thief's blood could do, but anything from such a powerful being was valuable, not to mention a drop of blood from a fingertip. So, did Dalmatian give him some benefits? My good dog didn't let me down. Angor praised in his mind and waited for the drop of golden blood to fall from the sky. But soon, he put away his excitement. That was because he had discovered something. The golden blood did not seem to be real. Just like the clock forest, it seemed to be just an illusory shadow. So the dog wasn't giving him any benefits, but was telling him that it wanted the golden blood? I can give it to you if you want. Go and find it. It's in the sky, Angor tried to imagine. Dalmatian shouldn't be such a dog, right? As it turned out, Dalmatian wasn't such a dog. It was still Angor's good dog. When the golden blood was only a few hundred meters away from Angor, it broke through the dimensional barrier and began to turn from an illusion to a real one. In Angor's vision, the golden blood stopped. The drop of golden blood had already stopped in the air. It was like a burning star. It was shedding its illusory bubbles and gradually turning into reality. Angor was sure that the golden blood was changing because of the presence of the aura. Before, there was no golden meteor or aura. But now, the powerful aura, which felt like the flow of time, was slowly showing itself. This conversion process was not fast. It might take dozens of seconds, or even a few minutes, to complete the conversion. Angor waited in silence. At first, he just wanted to see the golden blood as soon as possible. But very quickly, his attention was completely attracted by another matter. Transformation between illusion and reality? Profound aura? No. None of these attracted Angor's attention. At this moment, all of his attention was occupied by the spatial information that was leaking out from his body. When the golden blood turned from illusory to real, a large amount of spatial information instantly gushed out. They were harmless, but the spatial information they displayed was unprecedentedly profound. Profound, but not complicated. It was more like a shell that was cut open to reveal the most basic spatial structure. Such a vast, profound, and comprehensive spatial information was displayed right in front of Angor's eyes. And it was so close to Angor. Angor quickly got rid of all distracting thoughts. Golden blood, overwhelming aura, illusion, and reality, none of them were as wonderful as the most basic spatial data. Angor immersed himself in the information as if he was intoxicated. The spatial information, which was supposed to disappear in a flash, seemed to sense Angor's gaze and jumped out of time again. Everything in front of him was like an open class set up by a master who had studied space. The most fundamental spatial data was displayed in a way that broke through the limit. The whole process lasted for 2 minutes. 2 minutes might seem like a short period of time, but in fact, many essential things were often born with a single thought. If the essence was compared to a threshold, you only needed one step to cross it, and this step would only take an instant. However, the accumulation of time would take years, or even decades. Now, in 2 minutes, Angor could think of thousands or even tens of thousands of times to break through the limit. Let's talk about the most obvious reward. He had been studying Mirror Grudge's mirror space for a long time, but he didn't find anything useful. But now, in these 2 minutes, the information he obtained was enough for him to reverse engineer the mirror dimension. In order to reverse deduce any kind of ability, one's foundation must be extremely profound. Especially for a mirror space like this, one must not only be good at illusions, but also have a basic knowledge of space. Angor's previous knowledge of space was too weak to make any progress. But this time, it was as if he was given a space information gift pack. His mind was stuffed with a large amount of the most fundamental spatial data, which improved his foundation by leaps and bounds. However, it would still take some time to completely digest it into his own. But at the very least, the mountain was already hidden in his heart. Would it be difficult to draw at once with a brush? When he woke up, he was also stunned for a long time. He was both thinking about it and wondering about it. There were 2 things he was puzzled about. First, the nature of the spatial information was displayed at such a close distance for such a long time. Was this a benefit given by the Dalmatian? That must be it. Under normal circumstances, a simple ethereal shift should not reveal such a huge amount of spatial data. Not to mention that the data stayed there for 2 minutes as if it was prearranged, which was more than enough time for a space beginner like him to absorb it. He believed that Spotted Puppy was giving him some benefits. It was just like the first time he was swallowed by the Dalmatian, and he had comprehended the realization of mystery. Secondly, Angor noticed that the information about the nature of space was easier to digest than he thought. Why, one had to know that among the three major systems, cross-discipline training in the mystical side was the hardest. Among all occultists, space mastery was the most difficult. Other sorcerers used shortcuts to cultivate their spatial abilities. Just like how the shapeshifting sorcerers relied on transplanting the skin of shapeshifting soft worms, they had to go through similar shortcuts, or use props or casting materials. It was very difficult to study space mastery. But Angor was different. When he studied the mirror space, he noticed that he was not slow at studying space mastery. At that time, he had thought that it was because of the illusory door that he was able to achieve such speed. But now, after digesting the information about the nature of space, he had a certain foundation in spatial knowledge. Only then did he notice that the speed of his spatial research was actually very abnormal. It was not as fast as someone with space mastery talent, but Angor felt that he was not far behind. Did he have a talent for illusions as well as space mastery? No way. The talent test did not show any space mastery talent. Angor could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to attribute it to his nightmare form talent. He had been using nightmare illusions more and more frequently. His right hand, right forearm, and right eye had also fused with Shava's. Perhaps all these factors contributed to his ability to understand space. Anyway, it was a good thing for him. Just by thinking about it, one could imagine how powerful the combination of illusion and space would be. Although he had thought a lot, he had only pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. Moreover, after pondering for a while, he had thrown away all the puzzles and doubts in his heart. It was not that he did not want to look into them. There was something else he needed to do. The golden blood had completely turned into reality. Angor was too absorbed in studying space to pay attention to it. But now, it seemed that the golden blood was more important. It was most likely the blood of the time thief. It was the transcendent blood of a seemingly miraculous existence. Even if he did not know what it was used for, he was sure that it was extremely valuable. Since the golden blood turned into reality right in front of him, and it was floating not far away from him, it must be a gift from Spotted Puppy. My dear puppy, Angor thought. Angor praised in his mind and stepped forward, ready to accept the belated gift. While walking, Angor kept thinking about what kind of container he should use to contain the blood. GRA flask? It was a special flask for bloodlines. Most bloodlines would choose this kind of bottle. Bennett's vase? This was a bottle that contained some special bloodlines. For example, almost all Abyss Devil bloodlines used this kind of bottle. Or a chain flask? The chain flask was even more resistant to explosions than Bennett flask. It could also maintain the purity of the energy and prevent the potency of the liquid from being lost. Angor considered all kinds of flasks in his mind. In the end, he chose the chain flask. It was the most advanced flask he had. If it could not hold the blood, he would have to give up? No way. He would craft a better flask on the spot. Angor could already feel the terrifying energy coming from the golden blood even before he approached it. As expected of the time thief. Even a drop of blood was so powerful. But it's mine now. Angor quickly added, but it's mine now. Angor happily took out the chain flask, aimed it at the golden blood, and inhaled. No reaction. Angor tried again. Still nothing. Is the flask broken? Angor checked the flask again. It was fine. Or could it be that the golden blood could not be contained in the flask? He considered for a moment and tried using Bennett's pointy bottle. Still, nothing happened. That's strange. Could it be that it has already solidified and is no longer liquid? Puzzled, he created a hand of spell and decided to use it to touch the blood. However, before the hand of spell could touch the blood, Angor suddenly stopped. The hand of magic was blocked by a layer of something soft. This soft feeling was like jelly, and it was a little cold. The most important thing was that when the mana hand touched it, that layer of soft jelly moved and resisted, trying to push the mana hand away. This is familiar. Angor narrowed his eyes and activated his energy vision. In his energy vision, there was not only a drop of golden blood in front of him, but also a fat, big, and soft snot monster. It was the mutated void traveler, Woof Woof. Previously, the reason why he could not collect the drop of golden blood was because the drop of golden blood had already fallen into Wang Wang's stomach. Since Woof Woof's body was transparent, Angor did not use his energy vision. It looked like the golden blood was floating in the air, but Woof Woof had already swallowed it. Several minutes later, Angor sat down on a piece of glowing grass in the air. When did you get here? Angor looked at Woof Woof in confusion. Woof looked at Angor but did not say anything. Instead, it used its limp body to form a hand and pointed at the golden blood in its stomach. Then, it waved at Angor. You mean you can't talk because it's in your stomach? Woof Woof nodded. Then spit it out. Woof Woof shook its head and made some more gestures. But Angor could not understand it. If it was a human language, Angor could guess what it meant. But Woof Woof did not know much about human civilization. It did not have any knowledge about it. Angor could only stare at Woof Woof. Forget it. Stop making gestures. I'll ask and you answer. Nod or shake your head. Nod for yes, shake for no. Woof 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 nodded. Did I come when you came here? Do you know who this golden blood belongs to? Is it useful to you? Did Spotted Puppy give it to you? Angor asked one question after another. Woof 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 appeared when the golden blood became real. The blood might or might not be useful to Woof Woof, and Spotted Puppy did not give it to him. In other words, the blood might be something Spotted Puppy gave to Angor. As for why Woof Woof swallowed the blood, Angor asked all kinds of indirect questions, but he could not find the correct answer. The more he asked, the more confused he became. You can't talk until you digest the golden blood, right? Angor asked again. Spotted Puppy shook its head this time. Angor's eyes lit up. Then when can you talk? It was not a yes question. Spotted Puppy gave it some serious thought and created an hourglass with its own body in front of Angor. Liquid dripped down from the top of the hourglass, drop by drop. Angor immediately realized that Spotted Puppy was using this method to tell him how long it could talk. About 10 hours? Angor did not think it was too long. He decided to wait for a while. Also, he could use this chance to digest the information he just received. Angor and Woof Woof sat on the glowing grass and waited for the hourglass to finish. 10 hours later, Angor looked up at Woof Woof. With one look, he was completely stunned. Woof 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 had become golden. Literally, golden Woof Woof. Before, Woof Woof was completely transparent and invisible to the naked eye. But now, Woof 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 had a golden shell covering its body, which made it look like a golden slug statue. The golden color came from the golden blood. And the powerful aura was exactly the same. You digested the time thief's blood? Angor was surprised. Woof Woof, no, I just hid it in the sky again. Sky? Angor looked at Woof Woof in confusion. After a long conversation, Angor finally understood that Woof Woof's sky referred to a different dimension. It was similar to the high-dimensional passage that took him to void travel. Inside Woof Woof's body, there was a space that did not belong to this dimension. This was the first time Angor learned about such a secret inside Woof's body. He was surprised at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood. The spirit sea, spirit space, and mind space of humans were similar. They were just more conceptual, while Woof Woof's body was more concrete. I named the space inside me sky, Woof 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 said. It had hidden the golden blood high up in the sky. That was why it could speak now. Otherwise, the enormous energy of the golden blood would obstruct all mental expression. Is that something unique to you, or do all Voidwalkers have it? Angor asked. My clansmen all have their own altitudes, but their altitudes are different from mine. But I can't explain why it's different. Woof Woof looked distressed. Angor understood that Woof was a special existence among the void travelers. Its void shuttling was a high-dimensional stroll, which could be seen from this. Therefore, it was normal for its high altitude to be special. All of my abilities come from the sky. Because of this, when the golden blood entered the sky, it could simply use the golden blood. For example, it could release the terrifying aura of the golden blood to scare other ignorant people. However, the after effect was that it would become golden wolf. After learning about the golden blood and wolf, Angor asked, "Tell me. What happened to you after you were swallowed by the Dalmatian? Also, when did you get here? Why did you swallow this drop of golden blood?" Wang thought for a moment and slowly said, "From the very beginning, I have never been separated from Sir." Wolf's experience was completely different from Angor's. To put it simply, Angor was playing a single-player puzzle game, while Wolf was watching others escape from the control room. The others here naturally referred to Gruz, Howard, Baroy, and the unfortunate sentinel who was implicated. According to Wolf, Wolf appeared in a black room after being swallowed by the puppy. Apart from Wolf, there was also the puppy in the room. Wolf was overjoyed to see the puppy. After praising the puppy, Wolf asked about Gruz, Howard, and the others. Next, the puppy stomped on the ground, and the floor of the black room became transparent, revealing a large, white room underneath. As for Gruz, Howard, and the others, they were locked in the pure white secret room below. This pure white secret room was a space where magic and mental power were forbidden. A pure white chamber? How did the dog find such a place? Angor was surprised. Wolf replied, "I asked Mr. Angor about it. She just created it." Just created? Angor was speechless. Did Wolf just create a place that could seal the spirit of a legendary wizard so easily? It was as if the puppy was telling Angor how to bring about the end of the world in a casual tone. Angor no longer doubted the puppy's power. But then again, the puppy was able to create the illusion of the time thief and steal the thief's blood. This was proof of how strong the puppy was. For such a Dalmatian, creating a secret room to imprison a legendary wizard was not something that could be done casually. Go on. He decided not to make a fuss or expose his ignorance. He was still Shava in Dalmatian's eyes, so this was not something to be surprised about. Angor answered in his mind. Mr. Angor said that she's done what she promised me. Now it's up to me. Next, Wolf began to think about how to deal with these people. Wolf's goal was clear from the start: Gruz, Howard, and Baroy. Wolf wanted to know where his friends were from Phantom City and how to save them. As for how to save them, Wolf had no idea yet. It would be best if he could exchange them for his friends. But that was something to worry about later. Angor needed them to talk first. Although Jaluz, Howard, and Baroy were sealed, their bodies were still very strong. Wang didn't have the ability to get anything out of them in this situation. So, Wolf asked the puppy to see if it could tire them out and weaken their wills. The puppy considered for a moment and placed the mystery fruit on 03's head into the center of the white room. That powerful attractive force was constantly wearing down Gruz, Dward, and Baroy's will and vitality. On the other hand, Wang was lying on the floor of the black room, observing their movements. That's what I went through in that room. I didn't know you were with Spotted Puppy all the time. Did it mention me? Woof. At first, I didn't see you in the black room, so I asked the Lord where you went. What did it say? It didn't. When Wang said this, he paused for a moment. Indeed, the puppy didn't say anything. But Angor could tell that the puppy simply didn't want to tell it. It was as if Woof and the puppy were servants and masters, while Angor and the puppy were on the same level. How could a servant ask about his master's business? Angor didn't know what Woof was thinking. But he didn't think it was a big deal. The puppy always barked like an idiot whenever it had something to do with Angor. Most importantly, it was barking randomly. It was simply perfunctory and fooling around. Angor didn't think it was strange that the puppy didn't want to talk about him. Then why did you show up here again? Well, it all started after the master left. According to Woof, everything was fine at first. The Dalmatian and Woof were in the black room. Suddenly, the Dalmatian jumped up and barked in a certain direction. Then, the Dalmatian disappeared. I don't know what happened. But I saw a golden clock reflected in the puppy's eyes before the master left. Woof. Angor already knew what was going on. It was probably the time thief's gaze that caused some strange interaction between the distorted space and time, which the puppy didn't expect. So it started barking again. As it barked, the illusion of the clock forest and the time thief disappeared. Only a whisper was left in Angor's ears. After that, Angor had to wait for a long time in the void. Perhaps, at that time, the Dalmatian's disappearance was actually to confront the time thief? He wondered in his mind. I waited in the black room for a long time. Then the master kicked me out. And here I am, with the golden blood in front of me. Angor nodded. Maybe the golden blood was the result of the connection? You're interested in the golden blood? So you swallowed it? Wolf shook its head. It did attract me. But I couldn't touch it because of the horrible aura. The reason why I swallowed it was because when I was kicked out of the room, Sir also left me some information. It wasn't a normal conversation. Instead, it was a large amount of complicated data that couldn't be deciphered. It was about the golden blood. First, it explained the origin of the golden blood. Since most of the information was unreadable, Wolf had to skip it. Next, it explained the function of the golden blood. Wolf couldn't understand it. The only thing it understood was that the golden blood could be used to make weapons if given to the Minister of Arms. Lastly, it explained the owner of the golden blood. But Wolf still couldn't understand it. The golden blood was meant to be given to Shava. But since the blood contained an unknown substance, it was best to keep it inside Wolf's body to prevent it from being discovered. That was all Wolf's experience. Angor had a general idea of what was going on. In other words, the golden blood was meant for Angor. The so-called Her Majesty Shava should be referring to him. As for the function of the golden blood, Angor didn't know much about it. But it could be used for alchemy. The dog mentioned that the blood could be used to make weapons if given to the Minister of Arms. However, the golden blood was of a very high level, and there might be something left behind by the time thief. If Angor gave it to him, the time thief might find out about it given his current strength. So, Angor gave it to Wolf for now. Angor assumed that the dog knew about the sky inside Wolf's body. The time thief would only be able to see through the sky. In the future, when Angor was strong enough or needed the golden blood for something, he could get it from Wolf. This was Angor's explanation, and he felt that he was pretty close to the truth. But Angor was still a little confused. He didn't know why the dog was so eager to give him benefits. Was it because Shava had a good relationship with it? Or did it want to feed it before killing it? But he couldn't figure it out yet. He had to put it aside for now. Angor explained his explanation to Wolf. Wolf gave Angor a strange look. So, Shava is referring to Mr. Pat? You can think of it that way. Wang was silent for a moment, but then changed the topic and asked about other things. Your Majesty, this word should mean very honorable, right? It's just a form of address. It depends on the situation, said Angor. Wolf gave Angor a thoughtful look and didn't ask anything else. Still, it knew what Angor meant to Lady Griffin. I'll leave the golden blood with you. It's good that you lack something to fight against enemies. The blood will allow you to release something similar to the time thief's aura. At least, it can scare off some enemies. Angor didn't really need the golden blood. It could be used as an alchemy material, but who knew what it could be used for? Besides, the golden blood had a lot of side effects. He didn't want to be targeted by the time thief all the time. So, he decided to leave it to Wolf. Besides, compared to the golden blood, Angor was more interested in the 2-minute study of the essence of space. Compared to material objects, Angor preferred the knowledge. Knowledge couldn't be taken away. It could be used for a lifetime. What Angor learned in those 2 minutes was worth 20 years of hard work, or even longer. Oh, right. You can store other things in your space, right? Wolf hesitated. Yes. Then I'll deposit something in your high altitude another day? Wolf refused. I'm not a storage box. Just a small amount. Wolf nodded after a moment of silence. Yes, but only a small amount. Angor smiled brightly. He had a lot of things that couldn't be seen in public, and many of them had hidden dangers. For example, the body of Lord Flameless Clone. He didn't have a place to store it before, so he decided to keep it with him for now. But since Wolf's space could block the vision of a great being like the Time Thief, Angor decided to leave it with Wolf. If there were any other unspeakable things in the future, he could give them to Woof as well. As for a small amount, Angor simply ignored it. Angor looked around and saw nothing but darkness. Even if it's a challenge game, it should at least give us a map. Angor sighed in his mind. There wasn't even a map to guide them. Were they supposed to wait in the dark? Can you contact Spotted Puppy? Angor looked at Woof Woof. He couldn't rely on himself. Even if he did, Spotted Puppy would only play dumb in front of him. He had to rely on Woof Woof. Woof Woof shook its head. So what should we do now? Wait here and see when Spotted Puppy remembers us and spits us out? How about we go back to the black room first? Angor's eyes lit up. You know where the black room is? Woof Woof nodded. Yes. I have the coordinates of the black room. But to travel through space inside your body, sir, I need your permission. Did Spotted Puppy agree? Woof Woof shook its head. I don't know. Whatever. Let's try it first. Woof Woof considered the suggestion and agreed. It couldn't travel without Angor's permission anyway. Next, Woof Woof took Angor and tried to travel through space. There was no obstacle. After a moment of weightlessness, Angor opened his eyes again and found himself in a room with a pure black background. So it works. How could he get stuck in a challenge game? It meant that he didn't find the teleportation NPC. Woof Woof appeared at the right place at the right time. It was obviously a tool. So the challenge changed from escape from the black room to escape from the black room, Angor thought to himself. He looked around the room to see if there were any puzzles for him to solve. Next, he saw Spotted Puppy sitting quietly on the side. Yes. Apart from Angor and Woof Woof, Spotted Puppy was also in the room. Angor and Spotted Puppy stared at each other in confusion. So I misunderstood. There's no such thing as escape from the black room anymore. Angor knew the game was over when he saw Spotted Puppy. Angor walked to Spotted Puppy and crouched down. You asked Woof Woof to pick me up, didn't you? Spotted Puppy looked at Angor with its watery eyes. Woof Woof Woof? You're the one who made the time thief thing happen, right? It continued to say innocently, Woof, Woof? Golden blood and essence of space. You gave them to me, didn't you? Woof Woof? Angor was speechless. He knew Dalmatian would play dumb in front of him. Angor sighed. He had gotten used to it. Fine, I'll take it that way. Angor put away his helpless expression and reached out a hand to Spotted Puppy with a smile. Spotted Angor's hand, Spotted Puppy hesitated for a moment and put its tiny paw on Angor's hand. Angor leaned forward and bumped his head against the puppy's. Thank you. Angor would never forget Spotted Puppy's kindness. No matter how much Spotted Puppy tried to play dumb, Angor still thanked it. Woof Woof? Spotted Puppy tilted its head and looked at Angor with brighter eyes. And end of chapter 2478. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.